We now begin King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, beginning with the first chapter, the coming of Arthur and the founding of the Round Table. 1. Merlin foretells the birth of Arthur. King Vortigern the usurper sat upon his throne in London, when suddenly, upon a certain day, ran in a breathless messenger, and cried aloud, "Arise, Lord King, for the enemy has come, even Ambrosius and Uther, upon whose throne thou sittest, and full 20,000 with them. And they have sworn by a great oath, Lord, to slay thee, ere this year be done. And even now they march towards thee, as the wind of north of winter, for bitterness and haste." At those words, Vortigern's face grew white as ash, and, rising in confusion and disorder, he sent for all the best artificers and craftsmen and mechanics, and commanded them vehemently to go and build him straightway in the furthest west of his lands a great and strong castle, where he might fly for refuge and escape the vengeance of his master's sons. "And moreover," cried he, "let the work be done within 100 days from now, or I will surely spare no life amongst you all." Then all the host of craftsmen, fearing for their lives, of course, found out a proper site whereupon to build the tower, and eagerly began to lay the foundations. But no sooner were the walls raised up above the ground than all of their work was overwhelmed and broken down by night invisibly, no man perceiving how, or by whom, or maybe what. And the same thing happening again, and yet again, all the workmen, full with terror, sought out the king, and threw themselves upon their faces before him, beseeching him to interfere and help them, or to deliver them from their dreadful task. Filled with mixed rage and fear, the king called for the astrologers and wizards, and took counsel with them from what these things might be, or how to overcome them. The wizards worked their spells and incantations, and in the end declared that nothing but the blood of a youth born without mortal father, smeared on the foundations of the castle, could avail to make it stand. Messengers were therefore sent forthwith through all the land to find, if it were possible, such a child. And as some of them went down a certain village street, they saw a band of lads fighting and quarrelling, and heard one of them shout, "Avaunt, thou imp! Avaunt! Son of no mortal man, go find thy father and leave us in peace." At that, the messengers looked steadfastly upon the lad, and asked who he was. One said that his name was Merlin, another that his birth and parentage were known by no man, a third that the foul fiend alone was his father. Hearing these things, the officers seized Merlin and carried him before the king by force. But no sooner was he brought to him than he asked in a loud voice, for what cause was he being dragged away? Vortigern answered, "My magicians, they told me to seek out a man that had no human father, and to sprinkle my castle with his blood, so that it may stand." Merlin looked perplexed. "Order those magicians to come before me, and I will convict them of a lie." The king was astonished at these words, but nevertheless commanded the magicians to come and sit down before Merlin, who cried out to them, "Because ye know not what it is that hinders the foundation of the castle, ye have advised my blood for a cement to it, as if that would avail. But tell me, now rather, what there is below that ground. For something there is surely underneath that will not suffer the tower to stand." The wizards at these words began to fear, and they made no answer. Then said Merlin to the king, "I pray, Lord, that workmen may be ordered to dig deep, deep down into the ground, till they shall come to a great pool of water." This then was done, and the pool discovered far beneath the surface of the ground. Then turning again to the magicians, Merlin said, "Tell me now, you false sycophants, what there is underneath that pool." But they were silent. Then he said to the king, "Command this pool to be drained, and at the bottom shall be found 2 dragons, great and terrible, which are now sleeping, but which at night awake and fight and tear at each other. At their great struggle, all the ground shakes and trembles, and so cast down thy towers, which, therefore, never yet could find secure foundation." Well, the king was amazed at these words, truly, but he commanded the pool to be forthwith drained, just as told, and surely, at the bottom of it, they did presently discover those 2 dragons, fast asleep, just as Merlin had declared. But Vortigern sat upon the brink of the pool till night to see what else would happen. Then those 2 dragons, one of which was white, the other red, rose up and came near another, and began a sore fight, and cast forth fire with their breath. But the white dragon had the advantage, and chased the other to the end of the lake. And he, for grief at his flight, turned back upon his foe, and renewed the combat, and forced him to retire in turn. But in the end, the red dragon was defeated, and the white dragon disappeared, no man knew where. When the battle was done, the king desired Merlin to tell him what it all meant, whereat he, bursting into tears, cried out this prophecy, which first foretold the coming of King Arthur. Woe to the red dragon, which figureth the British nation, for his banishment cometh quickly. His lurking holes shall be seized by the white dragon, the Saxon, whom thou, our king, hast called the land. The mountains shall be levelled as the valleys, and the rivers of the valleys shall run blood. Cities shall be burned, churches laid in ruins, till at length the oppressed shall turn for a season and prevail against the strangers. For a boar of Cornwall shall arise and rend them, and trample their necks beneath his feet. The island shall be subject to his power, and he shall take the forests of Gaul. The house of Romulus shall dread him. All the world shall fear him, and his end no man should know. He shall be immortal in the mouths of the people, and his works shall be food to those that tell them. But as for thee, Vortigern, flee thou the sons of Constantine, for they shall burn thee in thy tower. For thine own ruin wast thou traitor to their father, and didst bring the Saxon heathens to the land. Aurelius and Uther are even now upon thee to revenge their father's murder, and the brood of the white dragon shall waste thy country and shall lick thy blood. Find out some refuge, if thou wilt, but who may escape the doom of God. The king heard it all, and he trembled greatly, and convicted of his sins, said nothing in reply. Only he hasted the builders of his tower by day and night, and rested not until he had fled thereto. In the meantime, Aurelius the rightful king was hailed with joy by the Britons, who flocked to his standard, and prayed to be led against the Saxons. But he, till he had first killed Vortigern, would begin no other war. He marched therefore to Cambria, and came before the tower which the usurper had built. Then crying out to his knights, "Avenge ye on him who hath ruined Britain, and slain my father your king," he rushed with many thousands at the castle walls, but, being driven back again and yet again, at length he thought of fire, and ordered blazing brands to be cast into the building from all sides. These, finding soon a proper fuel, ceased not to rage, until, spreading to a mighty conflagration, they burned the tower down, and Vortigern within. Then did Aurelius turn his strength against Hengist and the Saxons, and, defeating them in many places, weakened their power for a long season, so that the land had peace. Anon the king, making journeys to and fro, restoring ruined churches and creating order, came to the monastery near Salisbury, where all those British knights lay buried who had been slain by the treachery of Hengist. For when in the former times Hengist had made a solemn truce with Vortigern to meet in peace and settle terms, whereby himself and all his Saxons should depart from Britain, the Saxon soldiers carried every one of them beneath his garments a long dagger, and at a given signal they fell upon the Britons and slew them, to the number of nearly 500. The sight of the place where the dead lay moved Aurelius to great sorrow, and he cast about in his mind how to make a worthy tomb over so many noble martyrs who had died there, all for their country. When he had in vain consulted many craftsmen and builders, he said by the advice of Archbishop for Merlin, and asked him what to do. Merlin was happy to help. "If you would honour the burying place of these men," said Merlin, "with an everlasting monument, send for the giants' dance, which is in Calarus, a mountain in Ireland, for there is a structure of stone there, which none of this age could raise without perfect knowledge of its arts. They are stones of vast size and wondrous nature, and if they can be placed here as they are, round this spot of the ground, well, they will stand forever." At these words of Merlin, Aurelius burst into laughter mockingly, and said, "How is it possible to remove such vast stones from so great a distance? As if Britain also had no stones fit for the work?" Merlin bore it. "I pray for the king," he said, "to forbear vain laughter, for I have said merely what is true. For those stones are mystical, and have healing virtues. The giants of old brought them from the furthest coast of Africa, and placed them in Ireland, while they lived in that country, and their design was to make baths in them, for use in time of grievous illness. For if they washed the stones and put the sick into the water, it certainly healed them, as also it did them when they were wounded in battle. And there was no stone among them, but hath the same virtue still. When the Britons heard this, they were resolved to send for the stones, and to make war upon the people of Ireland, if they offered to withhold them. So, when they had chosen Uther, the king's brother, for their chief, they set sail, to the number of 15,000 men, and came to Ireland. There, Guillemanius, the king, withstood them fiercely, and not till after a great battle could they approach the giant's dance, the sight of which filled them with joy and admiration. But when they sought to move the stones, the strength of all the army was in vain, until Merlin, who was laughing at their failures, contrived machines of wondrous cunning, which took them down with ease, and placed them in the ships. When they had brought the whole to Salisbury, Aurelius, with the crown upon his head, kept for 4 days the feast of Pentecost with royal pomp. And in the midst of all the clergy and the people, Merlin raised up the stones, and set them round the sepulchre of the knights and barons, as they stood in the mountains of Ireland. Then was the monument called Stonehenge, and stands, as all men know, upon the plain of Salisbury to this very day. Soon after there it befell Aurelius was slain by poison at Winchester, and was himself buried within the giant's dance. At the same time came forth a comet of amazing size and brightness, darting out a beam, at the end whereof was a cloud of fire shaped like a dragon, and whose mouth went out 2 rays, one stretching over Gaul, and the other ending in 7 lesser rays over the Irish Sea. At the appearance of this star, a great dread fell upon the people, and Uther, marching into Cambria against the son of Vortigern, himself was very troubled to learn what it might mean. And then Merlin, being called before them, cried with a loud voice, O mighty loss, O stricken Britain! Alas, the great prince is gone from us. Aurelius Ambrosius is dead, whose death will also be ours also, unless God help us. Haste, therefore, noble Uther, to destroy the enemy. The victory shall be thine, and thou shalt be king of all Britain. For the star with the fiery dragon signifies thyself, and thy ray over Gaul portends that thou shalt have a son, most mighty, whom all those kingdoms shall obey which the ray covers. Thus, for a second time, did Merlin foretell the coming of King Arthur. And Uther, when he was made king, remembered Merlin's words, and caused 2 dragons to be made in gold, in likeness of the dragon he had seen in the star. One of these he gave to Winchester Cathedral, and the other carried into all of the wars before him, whence he was ever after called Uther Pendragon, or the Dragon's Head. Now, when Uther Pendragon had passed through all the land and settled it, and even voyaged into all the countries of the Scots, and tamed the fierceness of that rebellious people, he came to London, and ministered justice there. And it befell, at a certain great banquet and high feast which the king made at Eastertide, there came, with many other earls and barons, Gorlois, the Duke of Cornwall, and his wife Igerna, who was the most beautiful in all of Britain. Therefore, Gorlois, being slain in battle, Uther determined to make Igerna his own wife. But in order to do this, and enable him to come to her, for she was shut up in the castle of Tintagel, on the furthest coast of Cornwall, the king sent for Merlin to take counsel with him, and to pray for his help. This, therefore, Merlin promised him on one condition, namely, that the king should give him up on the first son born of their marriage. For Merlin by his art foreknew that this firstborn shall be the long-wished prince, King Arthur. When Uther, therefore, was at length happily wedded, Merlin came to the castle on a certain day, and said, Sir, thou must now provide thee for the nourishing of thy child. And the king, nothing doubting, said, Be it as thou wilt. I know a lord in this land, said Merlin, who is a man both true and faithful. Let him have the nourishing of the child. His name is Sir Ector, and he hath fair possessions in both England and Wales. When, therefore, the child is born, let him be delivered unto me, unchristened, at yonder postern gate, and I will bestow him in the good care of this great knight. And so when the child was born, the king bid 2 knights and 2 ladies to take it, bound in rich cloth of gold, and deliver it to a poor man, whom they should discover at the postern gate. And the child being delivered thus to Merlin, who himself took the guise of a poor man, was carried by him to a holy priest, and christened by the name of Arthur, and was then taken to Sir Ector's house, and nourished at Sir Ector's wife's own breast. And in the same house he remained privily for many years, no man knowing where he was, save Merlin and the king himself. Anon it befell that the king was seized by a lingering distemper, and the Saxon heathens, taking their occasion, came back over from the sea and swarmed upon the land, wasting it with fire and sword. When Uther heard thereof, he fell into a great rage, that his weakness could even bear, and he commanded all his nobles to come before him, that he might upbraid them for their cowardice. And when he had sharply and hotly rebuked them, he swore that he himself, nigh unto death although he lay, would lead them forth against the enemy. Then, causing a horse litter to be made, in which he might be carried, for he was too faint and weak to ride, he went up with all his army, swiftly against the Saxons. But they, when they heard that Uther was coming in a litter, disdained to fight him, saying it would be a shame for brave men to fight with one half dead. So they retired into their city, and, as it were in scorn of danger, left the gates wide open. But Uther straightway commanding his men to assault the town, they did so without loss of time, and had already reached the gates when the Saxons, repenting too late of their pride, rushed to the defence. The battle raged through the night, and was begun again the next day. But at last their leaders, Octa and Eosa, being slain, the Saxons turned their backs and fled, leaving the Britons a full triumph. The king at this felt so great joy, that whereas, because he could scarce himself raise without help, he now sat upright in his litter by himself, and said with a laughing and merry face, They called me the half-dead king, and so indeed I was. But victory to me half-dead is better than defeat in the best of health. For die with honour is far better than to live disgraced. But the Saxons, although thus defeated, were still ready for war. Uther would have pursued them, but his illness had by now so grown that his knights and barons kept him from the adventure, whereat the enemy took courage and left nothing undone to destroy the land, until, descending to the vilest treachery, they resolved to kill the king by poison. To this end, as he lay sick at Verulam, they sent and poisoned stealthily a spring of clear water, whence he was wont to drink daily. And so, on the very next day, he was taken with the pains of death, as were also 100 others after him, before the villainy was discovered, and heaps of earth thrown over the well. The knights and barons, full of sorrow, now took counsel together, and came to Merlin for his help to learn the king's will before he died, for he was, by this time, speechless. "Sirs, there is no remedy," said Merlin, "and God's will simply must be done. But be you all tomorrow before him, for God will make him speak before he dies." So, upon the morrow, all the barons, with Merlin, stood round the bedside of the king, and Merlin said aloud to Uther, "Lord, shall thy son Arthur be the king of all this realm after thy days?" And then Uther Pendragon turned him about and said, in the hearing of all of them around, "God's blessing and mine be upon him. I bid him pray for my soul, and also that he claim my crown, or forfeit all my blessing." And with those words, Uther died. Then came together all the bishops and the clergy, and great multitudes of people, and bewailed the king, and carrying his body to the convent of Ambrius, they buried it close by his brother's grave, within the giant's dance. Chapter 2. The Crowning of Arthur and the Sword Excalibur. Now Arthur the prince at all this time had been nourished in Sir Ector's house as his own son, and was fair and tall and comely, being the age of 15 years, great in strength, gentle in manner, and accomplished in all exercises proper for the training of a knight. But as yet he knew not of his father, for Merlin had so dealt that none save Uther and himself knew aught about him. Wherefore it befell that many of the knights and barons who heard King Uther speak before his death and call his son Arthur his successor were in great amazement. Some doubted, and others were displeased. Anon the chief of the lords and princes set forth, each to his own land, and raising armed men and multitude of followers, determined every one to gain the crown for himself. For they said in their hearts, if there be any such a son at all, as he of whom this wizard was forced again to speak, who are we that a beardless boy should have rule over us? So the land stood long in the greatest of peril, for every lord and baron sought but his own advantage, and the Saxons, growing ever more adventurous, wasted and overran the towns and villages of every part. Then went Merlin to Brice, the Archbishop of Canterbury, and advised him all the required earls and barons of the realms, and all knights and gentlemen at arms to come to him at London before Christmas, under pain of cursing, that they might learn the will of heaven, who should be king. This, therefore, the Archbishop did, and upon Christmas Eve were met together in London all the greatest princes, lords, and barons, and long before the day they prayed in St. Paul's church, and the Archbishop besought heaven for a sign who should be the lawful king of the realm. And as they prayed, there was seen in the churchyard, set straight before the doorways of the church, a huge square stone having a naked sword stuck out in the midst of it, and on the sword was written in letters of gold, "Whoso pulleth the sword from this stone is born the rightful King of England." At this, all the people wondered greatly, and when Mass was over, the nobles, knights, and princes ran out eagerly from the church to see the stone and the sword, and a law was forthwith made that whoso should pull the sword from the stone shall be acknowledged straightway the King of Britain. Of course, then many knights and barons pulled at the sword with all their might, and some of them tried many times, but none of them could move it. When all had tried in vain, the Archbishop declared the man whom heaven had chosen was not yet there. But God, he said, will doubtless make him known before many days have passed. So 10 knights were chosen, being men of high renown, to watch and keep the sword. And there was proclamation made through all the land that whosoever would have leave and liberty to try to pull it from the stone. But though great multitudes of people came, both gentle and simple, for many days no man could ever move the sword a hair's breadth from its place. Now, at the New Year's Eve, a great tournament was to be held in London, which the Archbishop had devised to keep together lords and commons, lest they should grow estranged in the troublous and unsettling times. To which the tournament there came, with many other knights, Sir Ector, Arthur's foster father, who had great possessions near to London, and with him came his son Sir Key, but recently made a knight, to take his part in jousting, and young Arthur also to witness all the sports and fighting and revelry. But as they rode towards the jousts, Sir Key found suddenly that he was without sword, for he had left it at his father's house, and turning to young Arthur, he prayed him ride back and fetch it for him. "I will, with a good will," said Arthur, and rode back fast after the sword. When he came to the house, he found it locked and empty, for all were gone to see the tournament. Whereat, being angry and impatient, he said within himself, "I will ride to the churchyard, and take with me that sword that sticketh in the stone, for my brother shall not go without his sword this day." So he rode, and came to the churchyard, and alighting from his horse, he tied him to the gate, and went to the pavilion, which was pitched near the stone, wherein abode the 10 knights who watched and kept it. But he found no knights there, for all were gone to see the jousting. When he took the sword by its handle, it lightly and fiercely pulled out of the stone, and took his horse and rode until he came to Sir Key and delivered him the sword. But as soon as Sir Key saw it, he knew well it was the sword in the stone, and riding swiftly to his father, he cried out, "Lo, here, sir, is the sword of the stone, wherefore it is I must be king of all this land." When Sir Ector saw the sword, he turned back straight with Arthur and Sir Key, and came to the churchyard, and there alighting, they all went, the 3 of them, into the church, and Sir Key was sworn to tell the truth about how he came by the sword. It was there that he confessed that his brother Arthur had brought it to him. Whereat Sir Ector, turning to young Arthur, asked him, "How gottest thou the sword?" "Sir," he said, "I will tell you. When I went home to fetch my brother's sword, I found no one to deliver it to me, for all were abroad to the jousts, you see. Yet was I loth to leave my brother swordless, and, well, bethinking me of this one, I came hither eagerly to fetch it for him, and pulled it out the stone, without any great pain either." Then said Sir Ector, much amazed and looking steadfastly on Arthur, "If this indeed be thus, it is thou who shalt be king of all this land, and God will have it so, for none but he who should be the rightful lord of Britain might ever draw this sword from that stone. But let me now, with thine own eyes, see thee put the sword back into its place, and draw it forth again." "That is no mastery," said Arthur, and straightway set it in the stone. And then Sir Ector pulled at it himself, and after him Sir Kay, both with all their might, but both all in vain, until Arthur, reaching forth his hand and grasping at the pummel, pulled it out easily, and right at once, with no great effort. Then fell Sir Ector down upon his knees, upon the ground before the young Arthur, and Sir Kay also with him, and straightway did him homage as their sovereign lord. But Arthur cried aloud, "Alas, mine own dear father and my brother, why kneel ye thus to me?" "Nay, my lord Arthur," answered then Sir Ector, "we are of no blood kinship with thee, and little though I thought how high thy kin might be, yet wast thou never more than the foster child of mine." And then he told him all he knew before his infancy, and how a stranger had delivered him with a great sum of gold into his hands to be brought up and nourished as his own born child, and then had disappeared. But when young Arthur heard it, he fell upon Sir Ector and wept, and made a great lamentation. "For now," he said, "I have in one day lost my father, and my mother, and my brother." "Sir," said Sir Ector presently, "when thou shalt be made king, be good and gracious unto me." "If not," said Arthur, "I were no true man's son at all, for thou art he in all the world to whom I own the most, and my good lady and mother, thy wife, hath ever kept me fostered as though I were her own. So if it be God's will that I be king hereafter, as thou sayest, desire of me whatever thing thou wilt, and I will do it, and God forbid that I shall fail thee in this regard." "But I will pray," replied Sir Ector, "that thou wilt make my son, Sir Kay, thy foster brother, seneschal of all the lands." "That shall he be," said Arthur, "and never shall another hold that office, save thy son, while he and I do live." Anon they left the church and went to the archbishop to tell him that the sword had been achieved. And when he saw that the sword in Arthur's hand, he set a day and summoned all the princes, knights, and barons to meet again at St. Paul's Church, and see the will of heaven signified. So when they came together, the sword was put back on the stone, and all tried, from the greatest to the least, to move it, but that before them all not one could take it, save only the great King Arthur. But then befell a great confusion, and a dispute, for some cried out that it was the will of heaven, and long live King Arthur. But many more were full of wrath, and said, What? Would you give the ancient sceptre of this land to a boy born to none know how? And the contention growing greatly, till nothing could be done to pacify their rage. The meeting was at length broken up by the Archbishop, and adjourned until Candlemas, when all should meet again. But when Candlemas had come, Arthur alone pulled forth the sword again, though more than ever came to win it, and the barons, sorely vexed and angry, put it in delay till Easter. But as he had sped before so, as did at Easter, and the barons yet once more contrived delays until Pentecost. But now the Archbishop, fully seeing the will of God, called together by Merlin's council a band of knights and gentlemen at arms, and set them about Arthur to keep him safely until the feast of Pentecost. And when the feast of Arthur still again alone prevailed to move the sword, the people all at once with one accord cried out, Long live King Arthur! We will have no more delay, nor any other king, for so it is God's will, and we will slay whosoever resisteth him and Arthur. And wherewithal they kneeled down all at once, and cried for Arthur's grace and pardon, that they had so long delayed him from his crown. Then he full sweetly and majestically pardoned them all, and taking in his hand the sword, he offered it upon the high altar of the church. Anon was he solemnly knighted with great pomp by the most famous knight there present, and the crown was placed upon his head, and having taken oath to all the people's lords and commons to be true king and deal in justice unto his life's end, he received homage and service from the barons who held the lands and castles from the crown. Then he made Sir Key High Steward of England, and Sir Baudwin of Britain Constable, and Sir Ulfius Chamberlain. And after this, with all his court and a great retinue of knights and armoured upon men, he journeyed into Wales, and was crowned again in the old city of Accolon upon Usk. Meanwhile, those knights and barons who had so long delayed him from the crown met together, and went up to the coronation feast at Accolon, as if to do him homage, and there they ate and drank such things as were set before them at the royal banquet, sitting with the others in the great hall. But when after the banquet of Arthur began, according to the ancient royal custom to bestow great boons and fiefs on whom he could, they all with one accord rose up and scornfully refused his gifts, crying that they would take nothing from a beardless boy come of low or unknown birth, but would instead give him good gifts of hard sword strokes between the neck and shoulders, whereat arose a deadly tumult in the hall, and every man there made ready to fight. But Arthur leapt up as a flame of fire against them, and all his knights and barons, drawing their swords, rushed after him. Upon them began a full sore of battle, and presently the king's party prevailed, and drove the rebels from the hall and the city, closing the gates up behind them. And King Arthur brake his sword upon them in his eagerness and rage. But amongst them were 6 kings of great renown and might, who more than all raged against Arthur, and determined to destroy him, namely King Lot, Nantos, Urien, Carados, Eder, and Anguisant. These 6, therefore, joining their armies together, laid close siege to the city of Carleon, wherefrom King Arthur had so shamefully driven them. After 15 days, Merlin came suddenly into their camp and asked them what this treason meant. Then he declared to them that Arthur was no base adventurer, but King Uther's son himself, whom they were bound to serve and honour, even though heaven had not vouchsafed the wondrous miracle of the sword. Some of the kings, when they heard Merlin speak, thus marvelled and believed him. But others, as King Lot, laughed at him, and his words to scorn, and mocked him as a conjurer and wizard. But it was agreed with Merlin that Arthur should come forth and speak with the kings himself. So he went forth to them at the city gate, and with him the archbishop and Merlin, and Sir Kay, and Sir Brastias, and a great company of others. And he spared them not in his speech, but spoke to them as a king and chieftain, telling them plainly that he would make them all bow to him if he lived, unless they chose to do him homage there and then. And so they parted in great wrath, and each side armed in haste. "What will you do?" said Merlin to the kings. "Ye had best hold your hands. For were ye 10 times as many, you would not prevail." "Shall we be afraid of a dream reader?" quoth King Lot in scorn. With that Merlin vanished away, and came to King Arthur. Then Arthur said upon to Merlin, "I have need now of a sword that shall chastise these rebels terribly." "Come with me," said Merlin, "for hard by there is a sword that I can gain for thee." So they rode out that night till they came to a fair and broad lake, and in the midst of it King Arthur saw an arm thrust up, clothed in white samite, and holding a great sword in the hand. "Lo, yonder is the sword I speak of," said Merlin. Then they saw a damsel floating on the lake in the moonlight. "What damsel is that?" said the king. "The Lady of the Lake," said Merlin, "for upon this lake there is a rock, and on the rock a noble palace, where she abideth, and she will come towards thee presently, when thou shalt ask her courteously for the sword." Therewith the damsel came to King Arthur and saluted him, and he saluted her, and said, "Lady, what sword is that the arm holdeth above the water? I would that if it were mine, for I have no sword." "Sir King," said the Lady of the Lake, "that sword is mine, and if thou wilt give me in return a gift whenever I shall ask of thee, then thou shalt have it." "By my faith," said Arthur, "I will give thee any gift that thou shalt ask." "Well," said the damsel, "go into yonder barge and row thyself unto the sword, and take it, and scabbard with thee, and I will ask my gift of thee when I see my time." So Arthur and Merlin alighted, and tied their horses to 2 trees, and went into the barge, and when they came to the sword that the hand held, King Arthur took it by the handle and bore it with him, and the arm and hand went down under the water, and so they came back to land, and rode again to Carleon. On the morrow Merlin bade King Arthur set fiercely upon the enemy, and in the meanwhile 300 good knights went over to Arthur from the rebels' side. Then at the spring of day, when they had scarce left their tents, he fell upon them with might and main, and Sir Baedwain, Sir Guy, and Sir Brastias slew on the right and on the left marvellously, and ever in the thickest of the fight King Arthur raged like a young lion, and laid on with his sword, and did wondrous deeds of arms, to the joy and admiration of all the knights and barons that beheld him. Then King Lot, King Carados, and the King of the 100 Knights, who was also with them, going round to the rear, set upon Arthur fiercely from behind, but Arthur, turning to his knights, fought ever in the foremost press until his horse was slain beneath him. At that, King Lot rode furiously at him, and smote him down. But rising straightway, and being set again on horseback, he drew his sword Excalibur, that he had gained by Merlin from the Lady of the Lake, which shining brightly as the light of 30 torches dazzled the eyes of his enemies, and therewith falling on them afresh all his knights, he drove them back, and slew them in great number. And Merlin by his arts scattered among them fire and pitchy smoke, so that they broke and fled. Then all the common people of Accolon, seeing them give way, rose up with one accord, and rushed at them with clubs and staves, and chased them far and wide, slaying many great knights and lords, and the remainder of them fled, and were seen no more. Thus won King Arthur his first battle, and his enemies were put to shame. But the 6 kings, though sorely routed, prepared for a new war, and joining themselves to 5 others, swore together that, whether for weal or woe, they would keep steadfast alliance till they had destroyed King Arthur. Then with a host of 50,000 men-at-arms on horseback and 10,000 on foot, they were soon ready, and sent forth their 4 riders, and drew from the northern country towards King Arthur to the castle of Bedgrain. But he by Merlin's counsel had sent oversea to King Ban of Benwick and King Bors of Gaul, praying them to come and help them in his wars, and promising to help them in return against King Claudas their foe, to which these kings made the answer that they would joyfully fulfill his wish. And shortly after they came to London with 300 knights, well arrayed for both peace and war, leaving behind them a great many on the side of the sea, till they had consulted with King Arthur and his ministers on how they might best dispose of it. And Merlin, being asked for his advice and help, agreed to go himself and fetch it over the sea to England, which in one night he did, and brought with him 10,000 horsemen, and led them northward privately to the forest of Bedgrain, and there lodged them in a valley secretly. Then by the counsel of Merlin, when they knew which way the 11 kings would ride and sleep, King Arthur with the kings Ban and Bors made themselves ready for the army for the fight, having yet but 30,000 men, counting the 10,000 who had come from Gaul. Now shall ye do my advice, said Merlin. I would that King Ban and King Bors, with all their fellowship of 10,000 men, were to lead an ambush in this wood ere daylight, and stir not therefrom until the battle hath been long waged. And though, Lord Arthur, at the spring of day, draw forth thine army before the enemy, and dress the battle, so that they may at once see all thy host, for they will be more rash and hardy when they see you have but 20,000 men. To this the knights and the barons heartily consented. It was done as Merlin had devised. So, on the morrow, when all the hosts beheld each other, the host of the north was greatly cheered to find so few led out against them. Then King Arthur gave the command to Sir Ulfius and Sir Brastias to take 3,000 men at arms and to open the battle. They therefore, setting fiercely upon the enemy, slew them on the right hand and on the left, till it was a wonder to see their slaughter. When the 11 kings beheld so small a band doing such mighty deeds of arms, they were ashamed, and charged them fiercely in return. Then was Sir Ulfius's horse slain beneath him, but he fought so well and marvellously on foot against Duke Eustace and Clarence, who set upon him grievously, till Sir Brastias, seeing his great peril, pricked towards them swiftly, and so smote the Duke with his spear that the horse and the man fell down and rolled over. Word King Clarence turned upon Sir Brastias, and rushing furiously together, they unhorsed the other, and fell upon the ground, and there lay a long time stunned, their horses' knees being cut to the bone. Then came Sir Kay, the seneschal, with 6 companions, and did wondrously, till the 11 kings went out against them, and overthrew Sir Griflet and Sir Lucas the butler. And when Sir Kay saw Sir Griflet unhorsed and on foot, he rode against King Nanters hotly, and smote him down, and led his horse to Griflet, and horsed him again. With the same spear did Sir Kay smite down King Lot, and wounded him full sore. But, seeing that, the King of the 100 Knights rushed at Sir Kay, and overthrew him in return, and took his horse and gave it to King Lot. And when Sir Griflet saw Sir Kay's mischance, he set his spear in rest, and riding at a mighty man-at-arms, he cast him down headlong, and caught his horse, and led it straightway to Sir Kay. By now the battle was growing perilous and hard, and both sides fought with rage and fury. Ulfius and Brastias were both afoot and in great danger of their death, and foully stained and trampled under horses' feet. Then Arthur, putting spurs to his horse, rushed forward like a lion into the midst of all the melee, and, singling out of King Cradlemount of North Wales, smote him through the left side and overthrew him. Taking his horse by the rein, he brought it to Sir Ulfius in haste, and said, "Take this horse, old friend, for thou hast need of one, and charge by side of me." And even as he spoke, he saw Sir Ector, Sir Kay's father, smitten to the earth by the King of the 100 Knights, and his horse taken to King Cradlemont. But when Arthur saw him ride upon Sir Ector's horse, his wrath was very great, and with all his sword he smote King Cradlemont upon the helm, and shore off the 4th part thereof, and of the shield, and drove the sword onward to the horse's neck, and slew the horse, and hurled the king upon the ground. And now the battle waxed so great and furious, that all the noise and sound thereof rang out by the water and by wood, so that Kings Ban and Bors, with all their knights and men-at-arms in ambush, hearing the tumult and cries, trembled and shook for eagerness, and scarce could stay in secret, but made them ready for the fray, and dressed their shields and harness. But when King Arthur saw the fury of the enemy, he raged like a mad lion, and stirred and drove his horse now here, now there, to the right hand, to the left hand, and stayed not on his wrath, until he had slain full 20 knights. He wounded also King Lot so sorely in the shoulder that he had to leave the field, and in great pain cried out to the other knights, "Do ye as I devise, or we shall be destroyed." I, with the king of the 100 knights, King Anguison, King Eder, and the Duke of Cambine, will take 15,000 men and make a circuit, meanwhile that ye do not hold the battle with 12,000. Then coming suddenly, we will fall fiercely upon them from behind and put them to rout, but else shall we never stand against them. So Lot and 4 kings departed with their party to one side, and the 6 other kings dressed their ranks against Arthur and fought long and stoutly. But now Kings Ban and Bors, with all their army fresh and eager, broke from their ambush, and met face to face with the 5 knights and their host as they came round behind, and began a frantic struggle with the breaking of spears and clashing of swords and slaying of men and horses. King Lot, espying the midst of King Bors, cried out in great dismay, "Our Lady now defend us from our death and fearful wounds. Our peril grows great, for yonder cometh one of the worshipfullest kings and best knights in the world." "Who is he?" said the king of the 100 knights. "It is King Bors of Gaul," replied King Lot, "and much I marvel how he had came with all his host to this land without our knowledge." King Carados cried out, I will encounter with this king if ye will rescue me when there is need." "Ride on," they said. And so King Carados and all his host rode swiftly and softly until they came within a bow-shot range of King Bors, and then both hosts, spurring their horses to the greatest swiftness, rushed upon each other, and King Bors encountered in the onset with a knight, and struck him through with a spear, so that he fell dead upon the earth. Then drawing his sword, he did such mighty feats of arms that all who saw him gazed with wonder. King Ban came forth also with the field of his knights, and added yet even more fury, more sound, more slaughter, till at length both hosts of the 11 knights began to quake, and drawing all together into one body, they prepared to meet the worst, while a great multitude already fled. Then said King Lot, "Lords, we must take yet other means, or worse loss still awaits us. See not what people have lost in waiting on the footmen, and that it cost 10 horsemen to save one of them. Therefore it is my counsel to put away our footmen from us, for it is almost night, and King Arthur will not stay to slaughter them. So they can save their lives in this great wood hard by. Then let us gather into one band all the horsemen that remain, and whoso breaketh rank or leaveth us, let him be straightway slain by him that seeth him. For it is better that we slay a coward than through a coward be all slain." "How say ye?" said King Lot. "Answer me, all ye kings." "It is well said," replied them all. And swearing that they would never fail each other, they mended and set right their armour and shields, and took new spears and set them steadfastly against their thighs, waiting, and so stood still as a clump of trees stands upon the plain, and no assaults could shake them. They held so hard together, which when King Arthur saw, he marvelled greatly, and was very wroth. Yet, he cried, "I may not blame them. By my faith, for they do as brave men ought to do, and are best fighting men and knights of prowess that I had ever saw or heard tell of." And so said also Kings Ban and Bors, and praised them greatly for their noble chivalry. But now came 40 noble knights out of King Arthur's host, and prayed that he would suffer them to break the enemy. And when they were allowed, they rode forth with their spears upon their thighs, and spurred their horses to the hottest. Then the 11 kings, with a party of their knights, rushed with set spears as fast and mighty to meet them. And when they were encountered, all the crash and splinter of their spears and armour rang with a mighty din, and so fierce and bloody was the onset in that day, that all that had been there had been no such cruel press and rage and smiting. And at the same moment rode fiercely into the thickest struggle King Arthur and Kings Ban and Bors. They slew downright on both hands, right and left, until their horses went in blood up to the fetlocks. And while their slaughter and noise and the shouting were at the greatest, suddenly there came, down through the battle, Merlin the wizard, upon a great black horse, and riding to King Arthur he cried aloud, "Alas, my lord, will ye have never done? Of 60,000 ye have left but 15,000 men alive. Is it not time to stay this killing? For God is ill pleased that ye have never ended, and yonder kings shall not be altogether overthrown this time. But if ye fall upon them any more, the fortune of this day will turn and go to them. Withdraw, my lord, therefore, to thy lodging, and then now take thy rest. For today thou hast won a great victory, and overcome the noblest chivalry in the world. And now for many years those kings shall not disturb thee. Therefore I tell you, fear them no more, for they are so sorely beaten, and have nothing left but their honour. Why should thou slay them to take that?" Then said King Arthur, "You say it well, and I will take their counsel." With that he cried out for the battle to cease, and sent forth heralds through the field to stay more fighting. And gathering all the spoil, he gave it not amongst his own host, but to Kings Ban and Bors, and all their knights and men-at-arms, that he might treat them with the greater courtesy as strangers. Then Merlin took his leave of Arthur and the 2 other kings, and went to see his master, Blaise, a holy hermit, dwelling in Northumberland, who had nourished him all through his youth. And Blaise was passing glad to see him, for there was no great love between them. And Merlin told him how King Arthur had sped in the battle, and how it had ended, and told him the names of every king and knight of worship who was there. So Blaise wrote down the battle, word for word, just as Merlin had told him, and in the same way, ever after, all the battles of King Arthur's days, Merlin caused Blaise, his master, to record. Anon thereafter came word to King Arthur that Rience, king of North Wales, was making war upon King Leodegrance of Camelot, whereat he was passing wroth, for he loved Leodegrance well, and hated Rience. So he departed with Kings Ban and Bors and 20,000 men, and came to Camelot and rescued Leodegrance, and slew 10,000 of Rience's men, and put them to flight. Then Leodegrance made a great festival to the 3 great kings, and treated them with every manner of mirth and pleasure which could be devised. And there had King Arthur the first sight of Guinevere, daughter of Leodegrance, whom in the end he married, and shall be told hereafter. Then did Kings Ban and Bors take leave, and went to their own country, where King Claudas worked great mischief, and King Arthur would have gone with them, but they refused him, saying, Nay, ye shall not at this time, for ye have yet much to do in these lands of your own, and we with the riches we have won here by your gifts shall hire many good knights, and by the grace of God withstand the malice of King Claudas. And if we have need, we will send to ye for succour, and likewise ye, if ye have need, send for us, and we will not tarry by the faith of our bodies. When the two kings had left, King Arthur rode to Accolon, and thither came him to his half-sister Belisant, wife to King Lot, sent as a messenger, but in truth to espy his power. And with her came a noble retinue, and also her 4 sons, Gawain, Gaheris, Agravain, and Gareth. But when she saw King Arthur and his nobleness, and all the splendour of his knights in service, she forbore to spy upon him as a foe, and told him of her husband's plot against him and his throne. And the king, not knowing that she was his half-sister, made great court to her, and being full of admiration of her beauty, loved her out of measure, and kept her a long season at Accolon. Wherefore her husband, King Lot, was more than ever King Arthur's enemy, and hated him till death with a passing great hatred. At the time King Arthur had a marvellous dream, which gave him the great disquietness of heart. He dreamed that the whole land was full of many fiery griffins and serpents, which burned and slew the people everywhere, and then that he himself fought with them, and that they did him mighty injuries and wounded him near death, but that at last he overcame and slew them all. When he woke he sat in great heaviness of spirit and pensiveness, thinking what this dream might signify. But by and by, when he could by no means satisfy himself what it meant, to rid himself of all his thoughts of it, he made ready with a great company to ride out hunting. As soon as he was in the forest, the king saw a great hart before him, and spurred his horse and rode along eagerly after it, and chased until his horse lost breath and fell down dead beneath him. Then, seeing the hart escaped and his horse dead, he sat down by a fountain, falling into deep thought once again. And as he sat there alone, he thought he heard the noise of hounds, and it was some 30 couple in number. And looking up, he saw coming towards him the strangest beast that he had ever seen or heard tell of, which ran towards the fountain and drank of the water. Its head was like a serpent, with a leopard's body and a lion's tail, and it was footed like a stag, and the noise was in its belly, as it were the baying or questing of 30 couple of hounds. While it drank there was no noise within it, but presently, having finished, it departed with a greater sound than ever. The king was amazed at all this, but being greatly wearied he fell asleep, and was long before waked by a knight on foot, who said to him, Knight, full of thought and sleep, tell me if thou sawest a strange beast pass by. Such one I saw, said King Arthur to the knight, but that is now 2 miles distant at least. What would you have with that beast? Sir, said the knight, I have followed it for a long time, and have killed my horse, and would to heaven I had another to pursue my quest withal. At that moment came a yeoman with another horse for the king, which, when the knight saw, he earnestly prayed be given to him. For I have followed this quest, he said, 12 months, and either I shall achieve him, or bleed of the best blood of my body. It was King Pellinore at the time that followed the questing beast, but neither he nor King Arthur knew who each other were. Sir Knight, said King Arthur, leave that quest and suffer me to have it, and I will follow it another 12 months. Ah, you fool, said the knight, that desire is utterly in vain, for it shall never be achieved but by me, or by my next of kin. Therewith he started to the king's horse, and mounted to the saddle, crying out, Gramercy, this horse is mine. Well, said the king, thou mayest take my horse by force, and I will not say nay. But till we prove whether thou or I be best on horseback, I shall not rest content. Seek me here, said the knight, whenever thou wilt, and here by this fountain thou shalt find me. And so he passed forth on the way. Then sat Arthur in a deep fit of study, and bade his yeomen fetch him yet another horse, and as quickly as they could. And when they left him all alone, came Merlin, disguised as a child of 14 years of age, and saluted the king, and asked him why he was so pensive and heavy. I may well be pensive and heavy, he said, for here even now I have the strangest sight I ever saw. That I know well, said Merlin, as well as thyself, and also all thy thoughts. But thou art foolish to take thought, for it will not amend thee. Also, I know what thou art, and know thy father and mother. That is false, said King Arthur. How shouldest thou know? Thy years are not enough. Yea, said Merlin, but I know better than thou how thou wast born, and better than any man living. I will not believe thee, said King Arthur, and was wroth with the child. So Merlin departed, and came again in the likeness of an old man of 80 years of age. And the king was glad at his coming, for he seemed wise and venerable. Then said the old man, Why art thou so sad? For divers reasons, said King Arthur. For I have seen strange things today. And but this moment there was a child who told me things beyond his years to know. Yea, said the old man, but he told thee truth, and more he would have told thee hadst thou suffered him. But I will tell thee wherefore thou art sad, for thou hast done a thing of late for which God is displeased with thee. And what as thou knowest in my heart, thou no man else may know. What are you, said King Arthur, starting up all pale, that tellest me these tidings? I am Merlin, said he, and I was he in the child's likeness also. Ah, said King Arthur, thou art a marvellous and right fearful man, and I would ask and tell thee many things this day. As they talked, and came one with the king's horses, and so, King Arthur mounting one and Merlin another, they rode together to Accolon, and Merlin prophesied to Arthur of his death, and also foretold his own end. And now, King Arthur, having utterly dispersed and overwhelmed those kings who had so long delayed his coronation, turned all his mind to overthrow the Saxon heathens, who yet in many places spoiled the land. Calling together therefore his knights and men-at-arms, he rode with all his host to York, where Colgrin the Saxon lay with a great army. And there he fought a mighty battle, long and bloody, and drove him into the city and besieged him. Then Badulf, Colgrin's brother, came secretly with 6,000 men to assail King Arthur and to raise the siege. But King Arthur was aware of him, and sent 600 horsemen and 3,000 foot to meet and fall him on the instead. This therefore they did, encountering them at midnight, and defeating them utterly, till they fled away for their lives. But Baldulf, full of grief, resolved to share his brother's peril, wherefore he shaved his head and beard and disguised himself as a jester, and so passed through King Arthur's camp, singing and playing on a harp, till by degrees he grew near to the city's walls, where presently he made himself known, and was drawn up by ropes into the town. Anon, while Arthur closely watched the city, came news that full 600 ships had landed, countless swarms of Saxons, under Geldric on the eastern coast. At that he raised the siege, and marched straight to London, and there increased his army, and took counsel with his barons how to drive the Saxons from the land for evermore. Then with his nephew, Hoel, king of the Armorican Britons, who came with a great force to help him, King Arthur with a mighty multitude of barons, knights, and fighting men went swiftly up to Lincoln, which Saxons lay besieging. And there he fought a passing fierce battle, and made grievous slaughter, killing above 6,000 men, till the main body of them turned and fled. But he pursued them hotly into the wood of Camelot, where, sheltering themselves among the trees from his arrows, they made a stand, and for the long season bravely defended themselves. Anon he ordered all the trees in that part of the forest to be cut down, leaving no shelter or ambush, and with their trunks and branches made mighty barricade, which shut them in and hindered their escape. After 3 days, wrought nigh death by famine, they offered to give up their wealth of gold and silver spoils, and to depart forthwith their empty ships. Moreover, to pay tribute to Arthur when they reached their home, and to leave him hostages till all was paid. This offer, therefore, he accepted, and suffered them to depart. But when they had been a few hours at sea, they repented of their shameful flight, and turned their ships back again, landing at Totnes, ravaged all the lands as far as the Severn, and burning and slaying on all sides, bent their ships towards Bath. When King Arthur heard of their treachery and their return, he burned with anger, till his eyes shone like 2 torches, and then he swore a mighty oath to rest no more until he had utterly destroyed those enemies of God and man, and had rooted them out forever out of such a land as Britain. Then marching hotly with his armies on to Bath, he cried aloud to them, "Since these detestable and impious heathens disdain to keep their faith with me, I to keep faith with God, to whom I swear to cherish and defend this realm, will now this day avenge on them the blood of all that they have slain in Britain." In the like manner, after him spoke the Archbishop, standing upon a hill, and crying that today they should fight both for their country and for their paradise. For whoso, he said, shall in this holy war be slain, the angels shall forthwith receive them, for death in this cause shall be penance and absolution for sins. At these words, every man in the whole army raged with hatred, and pressed eagerly to rush upon those savages. Anon King Arthur, dressed in armour shining with gold and jewels, and wearing on his head a helmet with a golden dragon, took a shield painted with the likeness of the Blessed Mary. Then girding on Excalibur, and taking in his right hand the great lance Rhone, he placed his men in order to lead them out against the enemy, who stood for the battle on the slope of Badon Hill, ranged in the form of a wedge, as their custom was. And they, resisting all the onslaughts of King Arthur and his host, made that day a stout defence, and at night lay down upon the hill. But on the next day Arthur led his army once again to attack, and with wounds and slaughter such as no man has ever seen before, he drove the heathen step by step before him, backwards and upwards, till he stood with all his noblest knights upon the summit of the hill. And then the men saw him, red as the rising sun, from spur to plume, lift up his sword and kneeling kiss the cross upon it, and after, rising to his feet, set might and main with all his fellowship upon the foe, till, as a troop of lions roaring for their prey, they drove them like a scattered herd along the plains, and cut them down till they could cut no more for weariness. That day King Arthur by himself alone slew with his sword Excalibur 470 heathens. Colgrin also, and his brother Baldulf, were slain. Then the king bade Cador, the Duke of Cornwall, follow Cheldric, the chief leader, and the remnant of his hosts unto the uttermost. He therefore, when he had first seized their fleet and filled it with chosen men, to beat them back when they should fly at last, chased them and slew them without mercy, so long as he could overtake them. And though they crept with trembling hearts for shelter to the coverts of the woods and dens of the mountains, yet they so found no safety, for Cador slew them, even one by one. Last of all he caught and slew Cheldric himself, and slaughtering a great multitude, took hostages for the surrender of the rest. Meanwhile, King Arthur turned from Badon Hill, and freed his nephew Hoel from the Scots and Picts who besieged him in Algold. And when he had defeated them in 3 sore battles, he drove them before into a lake, which was one of the most wondrous lakes in the world, for it was fed by 60 rivers, and had 60 islands, 60 rocks, and on every island 60 eagles' nests. But King Arthur, with a great fleet, sailed round the rivers and besieged them in the lake for 15 days, so that many thousands died of hunger. Anon the King of Ireland came with an army to relieve them, but Arthur, turning on him fiercely, routed them, and compelling him to retreat in terror back to his land, when he pursued his purpose, which was no less than to destroy the Picts and the Scots, who beyond memory had been a ceaseless torment to the Britons by their barbarous malice. So bitterly, therefore, did they treat him, giving quarter to none, that at length the bishops of that miserable country with the clergy met together, and bearing all the holy relics came barefooted to the king to pray for his mercy for their people. As soon as they were led before him, they fell down upon their knees, and piteously besought him to spare the few survivors of their countrymen, and grant them any corner of the land where they might live in peace. When he thus heard them, and knew that he had now fully punished them, he consented to their prayer, and withdrew his hosts from any further slaughter. Then turned he back to his own realm, and came to York for Christmas, and there with high solemnity observed that holy tide, and being passing grieved to see the ruin of the churches and houses, which the rage of the pagans had destroyed, he rebuilt them and restored the city to its ancient happy state. And on a certain day, as the king sat with his barons, there came into the court a squire on horseback, carrying a knight before him, wounded to the death. And he told the king that hard by a forest was a knight who had reared up a pavilion by the fountain, and hath slain my master a valiant knight, whose name was Nearlace. Wherefore, I beseech thee, lord my master, may be buried, and that some good knight may avenge his death. At that stepped forth a squire named Griflet, who was very young, being of the same age with King Arthur, and besought the king for all the service he had done to give him knighthood. Thou art full young and tender of age, said King Arthur, so take on high an order upon thee. Sir, said Sir Griflet, I beseech thee, make me a knight. And Merlin also advising the king to grant his request. Well, said Arthur, be it then so, and knighted him forthwith. Then he said unto him, Since I have granted thee this favour, thou must in turn grant me a gift. Sir Griflet replied, Whatsoever thou wilt, my lord. Promise me, said Arthur, by the faith of thy body, that when thou hast jousted with this knight at the fountain, thou wilt return to me straight away, unless you are slain. I promise, said Sir Griflet, and taking his horse in haste, he dressed his shield, and took a spear in his hand, and rode full gallop till he came to the fountain, by which the side of which he saw a rich pavilion, and a great horse standing there, well saddled, well bridled, and on a tree close by there hung a shield of many colours, and a long lance. Then Sir Griflet smote upon the shield with the butt of his spear, until he cast it to the ground. At that a knight came out of the pavilion, and said, Fair knight, why smote ye down my shield? Because, said Sir Griflet, I would joust with thee. It were better not, said the knight, for thou art young, and but lately made a knight, and thy strength is small compared to mine. For all that, said Sir Griflet, I will joust with ye. I am full loth, replied the knight, but if I must, I must. Then did they wheel their horses far apart, and running them together, the strange knight shivered Sir Griflet's spear to fragments, and smote him through the shield at the left side, and broke his own spear into Sir Griflet's body, so that the truncheon stuck there, and Sir Griflet and his horse fell down. But when the strange knight saw him overthrown, he was sorely grieved, and hastily alighted, for he thought that he had slain him. Then he unlaced his helm, and gave him air, and tended him carefully till he came out of his swoon, and leaving the truncheon of his spear in his body, he set him upon horse, and commended him to God, and said he had a mighty heart, and if he lived, would prove a passing good knight. And so Sir Griflet rode to the court, where, by aid of good physicians, he was healed in time, and his life was saved. At the same time there came before the king 12 old men, ambassadors from Lucius Tiberius, the emperor of Rome. They demanded of Arthur pay tribute unto Caesar for his realm, or else, said they, the emperor would destroy both him and his land. To whom King Arthur answered that he owed the emperor no tribute, nor would send him any. But he did say, "On a fair field I will pay him his proper tribute, with a sharp spear and sword, and by my father's soul, that tribute he shall take from me, whether he will like it or not." And so the ambassadors departed, passing wrath, and King Arthur was as wroth as they. But on the morrow of Sir Griflet's hurt, the king commanded to take his horse and armour secretly outside the city walls before the sunrise of the next morning, and rising a long while before dawn, he mounted up and took his shield and spear, and bade his chamberlain tarry till he came again. But he forbore to take Excalibur, for he had given it for safety into the charge of his sister, Queen Morgan le Fay. And as the king rode at a soft pace, he saw suddenly 3 villains chasing Merlin, and making to attack and slay him. Clapping the spurs to his horse, he rushed towards them, and cried out in a terrible voice, "Flee, churls, or take your death!" But they, as soon as they perceived a knight, fled away with the haste of frightened rabbits. "O Merlin," said the king, "here hadst thou been killed, despite thy many crafts, had I not chanced to pass." "Not so," said Merlin, "for when I would I could have saved myself. But thou art nearer to thy death than I, for without special help from heaven thou ridest now towards thy grave." And as they were thus talking, they came to the fountain and the rich pavilion pitched beside it, and saw a knight sitting all armed on a chair in the opening of the tent. "Sir Knight," said King Arthur, "for what cause abidest thou here? To joust with any knight that passes by? If so, I caution thee to quit that custom." "That custom," said the knight, "have I followed, and I will follow, let whosoever will say nay. And if any is aggrieved to it, let him who will amend it." "I will amend it," said King Arthur. "And I will defend it," answered the knight. Then the knight mounted his horse and made himself ready, and charging at each other, they met so hard that both their lances splintered into pieces. Then King Arthur drew his sword, but the knight cried out, "Not so, but let us run another tilt together with sharpened spears." "I would with a good will," said King Arthur, "but I have no more spears." "I have enough of spears," replied the knight, and called a squire, who brought 2 good new lances. Then, spurring their horses, they rushed together with all their might, and broke each one his own spear short off in his hand. Then the king again put his hand to his sword, but the knight once more cried out, "Nay, yet abide a while. Ye are the best jouster that I have ever met with. For the love of knighthood, let us joust once more." So, once again, tilted with their fullest force, and this time King Arthur's spear was shivered, but the knights held whole, and drove so furiously against the king that both his horse and himself were hurled to the cold ground. And that King Arthur was enraged, and drew his sword. He said to the knight, "I will attack thee now, Sir Knight, on foot, for on horseback I've lost the honour." "I will be on horseback," said the knight, but when he saw me come on foot, he lighted from his horse, thinking it a shame to have so great an advantage. And then they began a strong battle, with many great strokes and grievous blows, and so hewed with their swords that the fragments of their armour fell about the fields, and both so bled that all the ground was around like a marsh of blood. Thus they fought long and mightily, and anon after a brief rest fell to again, and so hurtled together like two wild boars that they both rolled to the ground. At last their swords clashed furiously together, and the knight's sword shivered the king's in two. Then said the knight, "Now thou art in my power, to save thee or slay. Yield, therefore, as defeated, and a recreant knight, or thou shalt surely die." "As for death," replied King Arthur, "welcome be it when it comes. But as for yielding me to thee as a recreant, because of this poor accident upon my sword, I had far liefer die than be so shameful." So saying, he sprang upon the knight, and took him by the middle and threw him down, and tore off his helm. But the knight, being a huge man, wrestled and struggled in a frenzy with the king, until he brought him under, and tore off his helm in turn, and would have smitten off his head. At that came Merlin, and said, "Knight, hold thy hand, for if thou slayest yonder knight, you puttest all this realm to greater loss and damage than ever a realm was in. For he is a man of greater worship than thou dreamest of." "Then who is he?" cried the knight. Then would he have slain him for dread of his wrath. But Merlin cast a spell upon the knight, so that he fell suddenly to the earth in a deep, deep sleep. Then raising up the king, he took the king's horse for himself, and rode away. "Alas," said King Arthur, "what hast thou done, Merlin? Hast thou slain this good knight by the crafts? There never lived a better knight. I'd rather lose my kingdom for a year than to have him dead." "Be not afraid," said Merlin. "He is more whole and sound than you are, and is but in a deep sleep, whereupon in 3 hours' time he will awake. I told thee what a knight he was, and how near thou was to death. There liveth not a better knight than he in all the world. Hereafter he shall do thee a great service. His name is King Pellinore, and he shall have 2 sons, who shall be passing valiant men, and, save one another, shall have no equal in prowess and in purity of life. The one shall be named Percival, the other Lamorak of Wales." And so they rode on to Carleon, and all the knights grieved greatly when they heard of this adventure, that the king would jeopardize his person thus alone. Yet could they not hide their joy at serving under such a noble chief, who had ventured his own life as much as he did the poorest knight among them all. Chapter 4. The King's Many and Great Adventures. The land of Britain being now in peace, and many great and valiant knights therein ready to take part in whatsoever battles or adventures might arise, King Arthur resolved to follow all his enemies to their own coasts. Anon he fitted out a great fleet, and sailing first to Ireland, in one battle he miserably routed the people of the country. The King of Ireland also he took prisoner, and forced all earls and barons to pay him homage. Having conquered all of Ireland, he went next to Iceland and subdued it also, and the winter being then arrived, returned to Britain. In the next year he set forth to Norway, whence many times the heathen had descended on the British coasts, for he was determined to give so terrible a lesson to those savages as should be told through all their tribes both far and near, and make his name fearful to them. As soon as he came, Riculf, the king, with all the power of that country, met and gave battle. But after mighty slaughter the Britons had at length the advantage, and slew Riculf and a countless multitude besides. Having thus defeated them, they set the cities on fire, dispersed the country people, and pursued the victory till they had reduced all Norway, and also Dacia, under the dominion of King Arthur. Now, therefore, having thus chastised those pagans who so long had harassed Britain, and put his yoke upon them, he voyaged on to Gaul, being steadfastly set upon defeating the Roman governor of that province, and so beginning to make good the threats which he had sent the emperor by his ambassadors. So soon as he was landed on the shores of Gaul, there came to him a countryman who told him of a fearful giant in the land of Brittany, who had slain, murdered, and devoured a great many people, and had lived for 7 years upon young children only, insomuch, said the man, that all the children of the country are destroyed. And but the other day he seized upon our Duchess, and she rode out with her men, and took her away to his lodging in a cave of a mountain. And though 500 people followed her, yet could they give her no help or rescue, but left her, shrieking and crying lamentably in the giant's hands. And, Lord, she is thy cousin Hoel's wife, who is of thy near kindred. Wherefore, as thou art a rightful king, have pity on this lady, and as thou art a valiant conqueror, avenge and deliver us. Alas, said King Arthur, this is a great mischief that ye tell of. I had rather, than the best realm I have, that I had rescued that lady ere the giant laid his hand on her. But tell me now, good fellow, canst thou bring me where this giant haunteth? Yea, my lord, replied the man. Lo, yonder, where thou seest 2 great fires. It is there that ye shall find him, and more treasures also than is in Gaul besides. Then the king returned to his tent, and calling Sir Key and Sir Bedwin, desired them to get horses ready for himself and each other, for that after evensong he would ride a pilgrimage with them alone to St. Michael's Mount. So in the evening they departed, and rode as fast as they could till they came near the mount, and there they alighted, and the king commanded the 2 knights to await him on foot at the hill, and he went up alone. There he ascended the mountain till he came to a great fire, and there he found a sorrowful widow, wringing her hands and weeping miserably, sitting by a newly made grave, and saluting her. King Arthur prayed her wherefore she made such heavy lamentations. Sir Knight, she said, speak softly, for yonder is a devil, who, if he hear thy voice, will come straightway and slay thee. Alas, what do you do here? 50 such men as thou were powerless to resist him. Here lieth dead my lady, Duchess of Brittany, wife to Sir Hoel. She was the fairest lady in the world, foully and shamefully slaughtered by that fiend. Beware that thou go not too nigh, for he hath overcome and vanquished 15 knights, and hath made himself a coat of precious stones, embroidered with their beards. But if thou art so hardy, and will speak with him, at yonder great fire he is at supper. Well, said King Arthur, I will accomplish mine errand, for all thy fearful words. And so went forth to the crest of the hill, and saw where the giant sat at supper, gnawing upon the limb of a man, and baking his huge frame by the fire, where 3 damsels turned 3 spits, whereupon were spitted like he larks 12 young children lately born. When King Arthur saw all that, his heart bled for sorrow, and he trembled for rage and indignation. Then lifting up his voice, he cried aloud, God that wieldeth all the world, give thee short life and shameful death, and may the devil have your soul. Why hast thou slain these children and that fair lady? Wherefore arise, and prepare thee to perish, thou glutton and fiend, for this day thou shalt die by my hand. Then the giant, mad with fury at these words, started up, and seizing a great club, smote the king, and struck his crown from off his head. But Arthur smote him with his sword so mightily in return that all his blood gushed forth in streams. At that the giant, howling in a great and terrible anguish, threw away his club of iron, and caught the king in both his arms, strove to crush his ribs together. But King Arthur struggled and writhed and twisted him, so that the giant could not hold him tightly. And as they fiercely wrestled, they both fell, and rolling over one another, tumbled, wrestled, and struggling and fighting frantically from rock to rock, till they came to the sea. And as they tore and strove and tumbled, the king ever and anon smote the giant with his dagger, till his arm stiffened in death around King Arthur's body, and groaning horribly, he finally died. So presently the two knights came, and found the king locked fast in the giant's arms, and very faint and weary, and they loosed him from their hold. Then the king bade Sir Kay smite off the giant's head, and set it on a truncheon of a spear, and bear it to Sir Hoel. Tell him that his enemy is slain, and afterwards let it be fastened to the castle gate, that all people may behold it. And go ye up to the mountain, and fetch me my sword and shield, and also the great club of iron you see there. And as for the treasure, ye shall find there wealth beyond count. But take as much as ye will, for I have this kirtle and club. I desire nothing more. Then the knights fetched the club and the kirtle, and as the king had ordered, and took the treasure to themselves, as much as they could carry, and returned to the army. But when this deed was noised abroad, all the people came in multitudes to thank the king, who told them in turn to give thanks to God instead, and to divide the giant's spoils amongst them all equally. And King Arthur desired Sir Hoel to build a church upon the mount, and dedicate it to the Archangel Michael. On the morrow all the host moved onward into the county of Champagne, and Flolo, the Roman tribune, retired before them into Paris. But while he was preparing to collect more forces from the neighbouring countries, King Arthur came upon him unawares, and besieged him in the town. And when a month had passed, Flolo, full of grief at the starvation of his people, who died in hundreds every day, sent to King Arthur, and desired that they two may fight each other, for he was a man of mighty stature and greater courage, and thought himself sure of the victory. This challenge King Arthur, full weary of the siege, accepted with a great joy, and sent back word to Flolo that he would meet him whensoever he decided. And a truce being made on both sides, they met together the next day on the island, without the city, where all people were also gathered to see the issue resolved. And as the king and Flolo rode up to the lists, each was so nobly armed and horsed, and sat so mightily upon his saddle, that no man could tell which way the battle would end. When they had saluted one another, and presented themselves against each other with their lances aloft, they put their spurs to their horses, and began a fierce encounter. But King Arthur, carrying his spear more warily, struck it to the upper part of Flolo's breast, and flung him from his saddle to the earth. Then drawing his sword, he cried to him to rise, and rushed upon him. But Flolo, starting up, met him with his spear couched, and the spear pierced the breast of King Arthur's horse, and overthrew both horse and man. The Britons, when they saw their beloved king on the ground, could scarcely keep themselves from breaking the truce and falling on the Gauls. But as soon as they were about to burst the barriers and rush upon the lists, King Arthur hastily and mightily arose, and guarding himself with his shield, ran with speed upon Flolo. And now they renewed the assaults with great rage, being sorely bent upon each other's death. At length Flolo seized his advantage, gave King Arthur a huge stroke upon the helm, which nigh overthrew him, and drew forth his blood in great streams. But when King Arthur saw his armour and shield all red with blood, he was inflamed with fury, and lifting up Excalibur on high, with all his might, he struck straight through the helmet into Flolo's head, and smote it into halves. And Flolo, falling backwards, and tearing up the ground with his spurs, expired. As soon as the news spread, the citizens all ran together, and opening the gates, surrendered the city to the conqueror. And when he had overrun the whole province with his arms, and reduced it everywhere to subjection, he returned again to Britain, and held his court at Caerleon, with greater state than ever. Anon he invited thereto all kings, dukes, earls, and barons who owed him homage, that he might treat them royally, and reconcile them to each other and to his rule. And never before was there a city more fit and pleasant for such festivals, for on one side it was washed by a noble river, so that the kings and princes from the countries beyond the sea might conveniently sail up to it, and on the other side the beauty of the groves and meadows, and the stateliness of magnificence of the royal palaces, with lofty gilded roofs, made it even rival the grandeur of Rome itself. It was famous also for two great noble churches, whereof one was built in honour of the martyr Julius, and adorned with a choir of virgins who had devoted themselves wholly to the service of God, and the other, founded in the memory of St. Aaron, his companion, maintained a convent of canons, and was the third metropolitan church of Britain. Besides, there was a college of 200 philosophers, learned in astronomy and all the other sciences and arts. In this place, therefore, full of such delights, King Arthur held his court, with many jousts and tournaments and royal huntings, and rested for a season after all his wars. And on a certain day there came into the court a messenger from Rience, King of North Wales, bearing this message from his master, that King Rience had discomfited 11 kings, and had compelled each of them to cut off his beard, that he trimmed a mantle with these beards, and lacked but one more beard to finish it, and that he therefore now sent for the beard of King Arthur, which he required of him forthwith, or else he would enter his lands, and burn and slay, and never leave, until he had taken by force not only his beard, but his head. When King Arthur heard these words, he flushed all scarlet, and rising in a great anger, said, "Well, it is for thee that thou speakest another man's word with thy lips and not thine own. Thou hast said thy message, which is the most insolent and villainous that any man has ever sent to a king. Now hear my reply. My beard is yet too young to trim that mantle of thy master's with, yet, young although I may be, I owe no homage to either him or any man, nor will I ever owe. But, young although I be, I will have thy master's homage upon both his knees before this year yet be past, or else he shall lose his head. By the faith of my body, for this message is the shamefullest I ever heard spoken. I see well that king hath never yet met with a worshipful man. But tell him that King Arthur will have his head or his worship rightly soon." With that the messenger departed, and Arthur, looking around upon his knights, demanded of them if they knew this King Rience. "Yea," said Sir Norren, "I know him well, and there be a few better or stronger knights upon a field than him, and he is passing proud and haughty in his heart, wherefore I doubt not, Lord, he will make war upon thee with his mighty power." "Well," said King Arthur, "I shall be ready for him, and that shall he find." While the king thus spoke, there came into the hall a damsel, having on a mantle richly furred, which she let fall, and showed herself to be girded with a noble sword. The king, being surprised at this, said, "Damsel, wherefore art thou girt with that sword? For it beseemeth thee not." "Sir," she said, "I will tell thee. This sword, wherewith I am thus girt, gives me great sorrow and encumbrance, for I may not be delivered from it till I find a knight, faithful, pure and true, strong of body and valiant of deeds, without guile or treachery, who shall be able to draw it from its scabbard, which no man else can do. And I have but just now come from the court of King Rience. For there they told me many great and good knights were to be ever found, but he and all his knights have tried to draw it forth in vain. None of them could move it." "This is a great marvel," said King Arthur. "I will myself try to draw forth the sword, not thinking in my heart that I am the best knight, but rather to begin and give example that all may try after me." Saying this, he took the sword and pulled it with all of his might, but could not shake nor move it. "Thou needest not strive so hard, my lord," said the damsel, "for whoever may be able to pull it forth shall do so quite easily." "Thou sayest well," replied the king, remembering how he himself had drawn forth the sword from the stone before St. Paul's. "Now, try ye, all my barons, but beware ye not be stained with shame or any treachery or guile." And turning away his face from them, King Arthur mused full heavily on sins within his breast he knew of, and with which his failure brought to mind right sadly. Then all the barons present tried after each other, but none of them could succeed. Whereat the damsel greatly wept and said, "Oh, alas, I thought in this court to have found the best knight, without shame or treachery or treason." Now, just by chance, there was at the time a poor knight with King Arthur, who had been prisoner at the king's court for half a year or more, charged with slaying unawares a knight who was the cousin of the king's. He was named Balin the Savage, and he had been by the good officers of the barons delivered from prison, for he was of good and valiant address and gentle blood. He being secretly present at the court saw this advantage, and felt his heart rise from high within him, and longed to try the sword as did the others. But being poor and poorly clad, he was ashamed to come forward in the presence of knights and nobles. But it was in his heart that he felt assured he could do better, if heaven willed it, if God willed it, to do better than any knight among them all. So as the damsel left the king, he called out to her, "Damsel, I pray thee of thy courtesy, suffer me to try the sword, as well as all these lords have done, for though I be poorly clad, I feel it. I feel assurance in my heart." The damsel looked at him, saw in him a likely and an honest man, but because of his poor garments could not think of him to be any knight of worship, and said, "Sir, there is no need to put me to any more pain or labour. Why should thou succeed, where so many worthy ones have failed?" Balin answered, "Ah, my fair lady, worthiness and brave deeds are not shown by fair raiment, but by manhood and truth that lie hidden within the heart. There be many worshipful knights unknown to all the people." "By my faith, thou speakst the truth," replied the damsel. "Try, if thou wilt, what thou canst do." And so Balin took the sword by the girdle and hilt, and drew it lightly, slowly out, gazing upon its workmanship and brightness, and it pleased him greatly. But the king and all the barons marvelled at Sir Balin's fortune, and many of the knights were envious of him. For, "Truly," said the damsel, "this is a passing good knight, and the best man I ever found, and the most worshipfully free from treason, free from treachery, villainy, and many wonders shall he achieve. Now, gentle and courteous knight," she continued, turning to Balin, "grant me the sword once more." "Nay," said Sir Balin, "save it be taken from me by force, I shall preserve this sword for evermore." The damsel replied, "Thou art not wise to keep it from me, for if thou wilt do so, thou shalt slay with it the best friend thou hast, and the sword shall be thine own destruction. I will take whatever the adventure God may send," said Balin, "but the sword I will keep by the faith of my body." "Thou wilt repent that shortly," said the damsel. "I would take the sword for thy sake rather than for mine, for I am passing grieved and heavy for thy sake. Thou wilt not believe the peril I foretell thee." With that she departed, making great lamentation. And then Balin sent for his horse and armour, and took his leave of King Arthur, who urged him to stay at his court. "For," said he, "I believe that thou art displeased that I showed thee unkindness. Blame me not overmuch, for I was misguided against thee, and knew not truly what a knight of worship you were. Abide in this court with my good knights, and I shall advance thee as thou shalt well be pleased." "God thank thee, my lord," said Balin, "for no man can reward thy bounty and thy nobleness, but at this time I must depart, praying thee ever to hold in thy favour." "Truly," said King Arthur, "I am grieved for thy departure, but tarry not long, and thou shalt be right welcome to me, and all my knights when thou returnest. And I will repair my neglect, and all that I have done amiss against thee. Balin said, God thank thee, my lord, and made ready to depart. But meanwhile came into the court a lady upon horseback, full richly dressed, and saluted King Arthur, and asked him for the gift that he had promised her when she gave him his sword Excalibur. For, she said, I am the Lady of the Lake. Ask what thou wilt, said the king, and thou shalt have it, if I have the power to give it. I ask, said she, the head of that knight who had just achieved the sword, or else the damsel's head who brought it, or else both. For that knight slew my brother, and the lady caused my father's death. Truly, said King Arthur, I cannot grant thee this desire. It were against my nature and against my name. But ask whatever else thou wilt, and I will do it. I will demand no other thing, said she. And as she spake, came Balin on his way to leave the court, and saw her where she stood, and knew straight away for her mother's murderess, whom he had sought in vain 3 long years. And when they told him that she had asked King Arthur for his head, he went straight up to her, and he said, May evil have thee, thou desirest my head, therefore shalt thou lose thine. And with his sword he lightly smote her head off, in the presence of the king and all the court. Alas for shame, cried out King Arthur, rising in wrath. What hast thou done this, shaming both me and my court? I am beholden greatly to this lady, and under my safe conduct she came here. Thy deed is passing shameful. Never shall I forgive this villainy. Lord, cried Sir Balin, hear me. This lady was the falsest living, and by her witchcraft have destroyed many, and caused my mother to be burned to death by her false arts and treachery. What cause soever thou mightest have had, said the king, thou shouldest forborne her in my presence. Do not deceive yourself. Thou shalt repent this sin. For such a shame was never brought upon my court. Depart now from my face, and with all haste thou mayest. Then Balin took up the head of the lady, and carried it to his lodgings, and rode forth with his squire from out the town. Then said he, Now we must part. Take ye this head, and bear it with my friends. Give it to them in Northumberland, and tell them how I speed, and that our worst foe is dead, and also tell them that I am free from prison, and the adventure of my sword. Alas, said the squire, ye are greatly to blame to have so displeased King Arthur. As for that, said King Balin, I go now to find King Leonce, and destroy him or lose my life. For should I take him prisoner and lead him to the court, perchance King Arthur would forgive me, and become my good and gracious lord. Where shall I meet thee again, said the squire. Balin turned to him and replied, In the court of King Arthur, once again. Chapter 5. Sir Balin fights with his brother, Sir Balan. Now there was a knight at the court more envious than the others of Sir Balin, for he counted himself one of the best knights in Britain. His name was Lanceot, and going to the king, he begged to leave to follow Sir Balin and avenge the insult he had put upon the court. Do your best, replied the king, for I am passing wroth with Balin. In the meantime came Merlin, and was told of this adventure of the sword and the Lady of the Lake, Now hear me, said he, when I tell ye that this lady who hath brought the sword is the falsest damsel living. Say not so, they answered, for she hath brought a brother, a good knight, who slew another knight this damsel loved. So she, to be revenged upon her brother, went to the Lady Lyle of Accolon, and besought her help. Then the Lady Lyle gave her the sword, and told her that no man should draw it forth but one, a valiant knight and strong, who should avenge on her brother. This, therefore, was the reason why the damsel came here. I know it all as well as you do, answered Merlin. And would to God she had never come hither, for never came she into any company but to do harm. And that good knight who hath achieved the sword shall be himself slain by it, which shall be the great harm and loss. For a better knight there liveth not, and he shall do unto my lord the king great honour and service. Then Sir Lancelot, having armed himself at all points, mounted and rode after Sir Balin as fast as he could, and overtaking him he cried aloud, Abide, Sir Knight, wait yet a while, or I shall make thee do so. But hearing him cry, Sir Balin fiercely turned upon his horse and said, Fair knight, what wilt thou with me? Wilt thou joust? Yea, said Sir Lancelot, it is for that I have pursued thee. Peradventure, answered Balin, thou hadst best have stayed at home, for many a man who thinketh himself already victor ended by his own downfall. Of what court art thou? Of the court of King Arthur, cried Lancelot, and I come to revenge the insult thou hast put on it this day. Well, said Sir Balin, I see that I must fight thee, and I repent to be obliged to grieve King Arthur of his knights, and thy quarrel seemeth full foolish to me, for the damsel that is dead worked endless evil through the land, or else I had been loth as any knight that liveth to have slain a lady. Make thee ready, shouted Lancelot, for one of us shall rest forever in this field. But at their first encounter, Sir Lancelot's spear flew into splinters from Sir Balin's shield, and Sir Balin's lance pierced with such might through Sir Lancelot's shield that it rove the hauberk also, and passed through the knight's body and the horse's crupper. And Sir Balin, turning fiercely round again, drew out his sword, and knew not that he had already slain him. And then he saw him lie a corpse upon the ground. At the same moment came a damsel riding towards him as fast as her horse could gallop, who, when she saw the knight dead, wept and sorrowed out of measure, crying, O Sir Balin, 2 bodies hast thou slain, and 1 heart, and 2 hearts in 1 body, and 2 souls also thou hast lost. Therewith she took the sword from her dead lover's side, for she was Sir Lancelot's love, and setting the pommel of it on the ground, ran herself through the body with the blade. When Sir Balin saw her dead, he was so sorely hurt and grieved in spirit, and repented the death of Lancelot, which had also caused a fair lady's death. And being unable to look on their bodies for sorrow, he turned into a forest, where he presently rode and saw the arms of his brother, Sir Balan. And when they were met, they put off their helms, embraced each other, and wept for joy and pity. And then Sir Balin told Sir Balan all his late adventures, and that he was on his way to the King Rience, who at the time was besieging Castle Terrabil. "I will be with thee," answered Sir Balan, "and we will help each other as brethren ought to do." Anon by chance as they were talking came King Mark of Cornwall by the way, and when he saw the two dead bodies of Sir Lancelot and his lady lying there, and heard the stories of their death, he vowed to build a tomb to them before he left that place. So pitching his pavilion there, he sought through all the country round to find a monument, and found at last a rich and fair one in a church, which he took and raised above the dead knight and his damsel, writing on it, "Here lieth Lancelot, son of the King of Ireland, who at his own request was slain by Balin, and here beside him also lieth his lady Colombe, who slew herself with her lover's sword for grief and sorrow." Then, as Sir Balin and Sir Balan rode away, Merlin met with them, and said to Balin, "Thou hast done thyself a great harm, not to have saved that lady's life who slew herself, and because of it thou shalt strike the most dolorous stroke that man ever struck, save he that smote our Lord. For thou shalt smite the truest and most worshipful of living knights, who shall not be recovered from his wounds for many years, and through that stroke 3 kingdoms shall be overwhelmed in poverty and misery." "If I believed," said Balin, "what thou sayest, I would slay myself to make thee a liar." At that, Merlin suddenly vanished away, but afterwards he met them in disguise towards night, and he told them he could lead them to King Rience, whom they sought. For this night he is to ride with 60 lancers, only through a wood hard by. So Sir Balin and Balan hid themselves within the wood, and at midnight came out from their ambush among the leaves by the highway, and waited for the king, whom presently they heard approaching with his company. They did then suddenly leap forth, smote him, overthrew him, lay him on the ground, and turning on his company, wounded and slew 40 of them, and put the rest to flight. And returning to King Rience, they would have slain him there, but he craved mercy, and yielding to their grace, crying, "Knights full of prowess, slay me not, for by my life ye may win something, but my death can avail ye naught." "Ye say truth," said the 2 knights, and put him on a horse litter, and went swiftly through the night, till at cockcrow they came to King Arthur's palace. It was there that they delivered him to the wardens and porters to be brought before the king with this message, that he was sent to King Arthur by the Knight of 2 Swords, for so Balin was known by name since his adventure with the damsel, and by his brother. And so they rode away again ere at sunrise. Within a month or 2 thereafter, King Arthur, being somewhat sick, went forth outside the town, and had his pavilion pitched in a meadow, and there abode, and laid him down on a pallet to sleep. But he could get no rest, and as he lay he heard the sound of a great horse, and looking out of the tent door saw a knight ride by, making great lamentation. "Abide, fair sir," said King Arthur, "and tell me wherefore thou makest this sorrow." "Ye may little amend it," said the knight, and he so passed on. Presently after, Sir Balin rode by chance past that meadow, and when he saw the king, he alighted and came to him on foot, and kneeled and saluted him. "By my head," said King Arthur, Ye be welcome, Sir Balin. And then he thanked him heartily for revenging him upon King Rience, and for sending him so speedily a prisoner to his castle, and told him how King Nero, Rience's brother, had attacked him afterwards to deliver Rience from prison, and how he had defeated and slain him, and also King Lot of Orkney, who was joined with Nero, and whom King Pellinore had killed in battle. Then, when they had thus talked, King Arthur told Sir Balin of the sullen knight that had just passed his tent, and desired him to pursue and to bring him back. So Sir Balin rode and overtook the knight in a forest with a damsel, and said, Sir Knight, thou must come back with me unto my lord King Arthur, and tell him of the cause of thy sorrow, which thou hast refused even now to do. The knight replied, That will I not, for it would harm me much, and do him no advantage. Sir, said Sir Balin, I pray thee make ready, for thou must needs to go with me, or else I must fight with thee and take thee by force. Wilt thou be a warrant for safe conduct if I go with me? Inquired the knight. Yea, surely, answered Balin, I will die else. And so the knight made ready to go with Sir Balin, and left the damsel in the wood. But, as they went, there came one invisible, and smote the knight through the body with a spear. Alas, cried Sir Herlius, for so he was named, I am slain under thy garden conduct, by that traitor knight called Accolon, whom through magic and witchcraft rideth invisibly. Take therefore my horse, which is better than thine, and ride to the damsel whom we left, and follow the quest I had in hand, and she will lead thee, and revenge my death when thou best mayest. That I will do, said Sir Balin, by my knighthood, and so I swear it to thee. Then went Sir Balin to the damsel, and rode forth with her, she carrying ever with her the truncheon of the spear wherewith Sir Herlius had been slain. And as they went, a good knight, Perrin de Montbelgar, joined their company, and vowed to take adventure with them wheresoever they may go. But presently as they passed a hermitage fast by a churchyard, came the knight Accolon, again invisible, and smote Sir Perrin through the body with a spear, and slew him as he had Sir Herlius. Whereat Sir Balin greatly raged, and swore to have Sir Accolon's life. Whenever next he may encounter and behold his bodily shape, he swore to do so. Anon he and the hermit buried the good knight Sir Perrin, and rode with the damsel till they came to the great castle, whereinto they were about to enter. But when Sir Balin had passed through the gateway, the portcullis fell behind him suddenly, leaving the damsel on the outer side, with men around her, drawing swords as if to slay. When he saw that, Sir Balin claimed with eager haste, climbed the wall and tower, and leapt into the castle moat, and rushed towards the damsel and her enemies, with his sword drawn, to fight and slay them all. But they cried out, Put up thy sword, Sir Knight, we will not fight thee in this quarrel, for we do nothing but an ancient custom of this castle. Then they told him that the lady of the castle was passing sick, and had lain ill for many years, and might never more be cured, unless she had a silver dish full of the blood of a pure maid and a king's daughter. Wherefore the custom of the castle was, that never should a damsel pass that way, but she must give a dish full of her blood. Then Sir Balin suffered them to bleed the damsel, with her own consent, but her blood helped not the lady of the castle. So on the morrow they departed, after right good cheer and rest. Then they rode out 3 or 4 days without adventure, and came at last to the abode of a rich man, who sumptuously lodged and fed them. And while they sat at supper, Sir Balin heard a voice of someone groaning grievously. "What noise is this?" he said. "Forsooth," said the host, "I will tell ye. It was lately at a tournament where I was, and there I fought a knight who is brother to King Pelles, and overthrew him twice, for which he swore to be revenged on me through my best friend, and so he wounded my son, who cannot be recovered till I have that knight's blood, but he rideth through witchcraft always invisibly, and I know not his name." "Ah," said Sir Balin, "but I know him. His name is Accolon, and he hath slain 2 knights, companions of mine own, in the same fashion, and I would rather than all the riches in this realm that I might meet him face to face." "Well," said his host, "let me now tell thee that King Pelles has proclaimed in all the country a great festival to be held at Listenis in 20 days from now, whereto no knight may come without a lady. At that great feast we might perchance find out this Accolon, for many will be there, and if it pleases thee, we will set forth together." So on the morrow they rode all 3 towards Listenis. They travelled 15 days, and reached it on the day the feast began. Then they alighted, and stabled their horses, and went up to the castle, and Sir Balin's host was denied entrance, having no lady with him. But Sir Balin was heartily received, and taken to a chamber, where they unarmed him, and dressed him in rich robes of any colour he chose, and told him he must lay aside his sword. This, however, he refused, and said, "It is the custom of my country for a knight to keep his sword ever with him, and if I may not keep it here, I will forthwith depart." And then they gave him leave to wear his sword. So when he went to the great hall, and was set among the knights of high rank and worship, and his lady before him, soon he found means to ask who sat near him, "Is there not here a knight whose name is Accolon?" "Yonder he goeth," said his neighbour, "he with that black face. He is the most marvellous knight alive, for he rideth invisibly, and destroyeth whom he will." "Ah, well," said Balin, drawing a long breath, "is that indeed the man? I have aforetime heard of him." Then he mused long with himself, and thought, "If I shall slay him here and now, I shall not escape myself. But if I leave him, peradventure I shall never meet with him again at such advantage, and if he live, how much more harm and mischief will he do?" But while he deeply thought, and cast his eyes from time to time upon Sir Accolon, that false knight saw that he watched him, and thinking that he could at such a time escape revenge, he came and smote Sir Balin on the face with the back of his hand. And he said, "Knight, why dost thou so watch me? Be ashamed and eat thy meat, and do what thou camest for." "Thou sayest well," said Sir Balin, rising fiercely now. "Now I will straightway do that which what I came to do, as thou shalt find." With that he whirled his sword aloft, and struck him downright on the head, clove his skull asunder to the shoulder. "Give me the truncheon," cried out Sir Balin to his lady, wherewith he slew the knight. And when she gave it to him, for she had always carried it about with her, wherever she had gone, he smote him through the body with it, and said, With that truncheon didst thou treacherously murder a good knight, and now it sticketh in thy felon villainous body. Then he called to the father of the wounded son, who had come with him to Listenis, and said, Now take as much blood as thou wilt, to heal thy son withal. But now arose a terrible confusion, and all the knights leaped from the table to slay Balin. King Pelles himself the foremost, who cried out, Knight, thou hast slain my brother at my board. Die, therefore, die, for thou shalt never leave this castle. Slay me thyself then, shouted Balin. Yea, said the king, that will I do, for no other man shall touch thee, for the love I bear for my brother. Then King Pelles caught in his hand a grim weapon, and smote eagerly at Balin. But Balin put his sword between his head and the king's stroke, and saved himself. But he lost his sword, which fell down smashed and shivered into pieces by the blow. So being weaponless, he ran to the next room to find a sword, and so from room to room, with King Pelles after him, he in vain eagerly casting his eyes round every place to find some kind of weapon. At last he ran into a chamber wondrously and richly decked, where was a bed, all dressed with cloth of gold, the richest that could be thought of, and one who lay quite still within the bed, and by the bedside stood a table of pure gold, borne on 4 silver pillars, and on the table stood a marvellous spear strangely wrought. When Sir Balin saw the spear, he seized it in his hand, and turned upon King Pelles, and smote at him so fiercely and so sore that he dropped swooning upon the ground. But at that dolorous and awful stroke the castle rocked and rove throughout, and all the walls fell, crashed and breaking to the earth, and Balin himself fell also in their midst, struck, as it were, to stone, and powerless to move a hand or a foot. And so 3 days he lay amidst the ruins, until Merlin came and raised him up, and brought him a good horse, and bade him ride out of that land as swiftly as he could. May I not take the damsel with me I brought hither, said Balin. Lo, where she lieth dead, said Merlin. Ah, little knowest thou, Sir Balin, what thou hast done. For in the castle in that chamber which thou didst defile was the blood of our Lord Jesus Christ, and also that most holy cup, the sangreal, wherefrom the wine was drunk at the last supper of our Lord. Joseph of Arimathea brought it to this land, when first he came here to convert and save it. And on that bed of gold it was himself who lay, and strange spear beside him, wherewith the soldier Longus smote our Lord, and which evermore had dripped with blood. King Pelles is the nearest king to Joseph in direct descent. Before he held those holy things in trust, but now they have all gone at thy dolorous stroke, no man knoweth whither. And great is the damage to this land, which unto now had been the happiest of all, for by that stroke thou hast slain thousands, and by the loss and parting of the sangreal, the safety of this realm is put in peril, and its great happiness is gone for evermore. Then Balin departed from Merlin, struck to his soul with grief and sorrow, and said, In this world we shall meet nevermore. So he rode forth through the fair cities and the country, and found the people lying dead on every side, and all the living cried out on him as he passed, O Balin, all this misery hast thou done, for the dolorous strike thou gavest King Pelles 3 countries are destroyed, and doubt not but revenge will fall on thee at last." When he had passed the boundary of these countries, he was somewhat comforted, and rode 8 days without great adventure. Anon he came to a cross, whereon was written in letters of gold, "It is not for a knight alone to ride towards this castle." Looking up, he saw a hoary ancient man come toward him, who said, "Sir Balin the Savage, thou passest thy bounds this way. Therefore turn back again. It will be best for thee." And with these words he vanished quickly. Then he did hear a horn blow, as if it were the death note of some hunted beast. "That blast," said Balin, "is blown for me, for I am the prey, though yet I not be dead." But as soon as he spoke, he saw 100 ladies, with a great troop of knights, come forth to meet him with bright faces and great welcome, who led him to the castle, and made a great feast, with dancing and all manner of joy. Then the chief lady of the castle said, "Knight with the 2 swords, thou must encounter and fight with a knight hard by who dwelleth on an island, for no man may pass this way without encountering him." "It is a grievous custom," answered Sir Balin, and the lady replied, "There is but one knight to defeat." "Well," said Sir Balin, "be it as thou wilt. I am ready and quite willing, and though my horse and my body be full weary, yet it is my heart not, save of life, and truly I were glad if I might meet my death." "Sir," said one standing by, "methinketh your shield is not good. I will lend you a greater one." "I thank thee, good sir," said Balin, and took the unknown shield and left his own, riding so forth, and put himself on a horse into a boat and came to the island. As soon as he landed, he saw coming riding towards him a knight dressed all in scarlet, upon a horse trapped in the same colour. When the Red Knight saw Sir Balin and the 2 swords that he wore, he thought it must have been his brother, for the Red Knight was Sir Balan. But when he saw the strange arms on his shield, he forgot the thought, and came against him fiercely. At first, of course, they overthrew each other, and both lay swooning upon the ground, but Sir Balin was the most hurt and bruised, for he was weary and spent with travelling. So Sir Balan rose up first to his feet and drew his sword, and Sir Balin painfully rose against him and raised his shield. There Sir Balan smote him through, and the shield and his helmet broke, and Sir Balin in return smote at him with his fated sword, and had well nigh slain his own brother. And so they fought, until their breaths failed them. Then Sir Balin, looking up, saw all the castle towers stand full of ladies. So they went again to battle, and wounded each other full sore, and paused and breathed again, and then again began to fight, and thus for many times this they did, till all the ground was red with blood. And by now each had full grievously wounded the other with 7 great wounds, the least of which might have destroyed the mightiest giant in the world. But still they rose against each other, although their hauberks were now all unnailed, and they smiting each other's naked bodies with their sharp swords over and over again. At last Sir Balan, the younger brother, withdrew a little space, and laid him down. Then said Sir Balin the Savage, "What knight art thou? For never before I have found a knight who matches me thus." "My name," said he, all faintly, "is Balan, brother to the good knight Sir Balin." "Oh my God," cried Balin, "that ever I should see this day," and therewith fell backwards in a swoon. Then Sir Balin crept with pain upon his hands and feet, and put his brother's helmet off his head, but could not know him by his face, it was so hued and bloody. But presently, when Sir Balin came, he said, "O Balan, my own brother, thou hast slain thee, and I have slain thee. All the wide world never saw greater grief." "Alas," said Sir Balan, "that I ever saw this day, and through mishap alone I knew thee not. For when I saw thy two swords, if it had not been for thy strange shield, I should have known thee for my own brother." Anon came the lady of the castle, and when she heard of their talk, and saw their evil case, for they had planned against them, she wrung her hands and wept bitterly. So Sir Balin prayed the lady of her gentleness that for his true service she would bury them both together in that space. This she granted, weeping full sore, and said it should be done right solemnly and richly, and in the noblest manner possible. Then did they send for a priest, and receive the holy sacrament at his hands, and Balin said, "Write over us upon this tomb, that here two brethren slew each other. There shall never be good knight or pilgrim pass this way, but he will pray for both our souls." And anon Sir Balan died, but Sir Balin died not till the midnight after, and then they both were buried. On the morrow of their death came Merlin, and took Sir Balin's sword, and fixed on it a new pommel, and set it in a mighty stone, which then, by magic, he made float upon the water, and so for many years it floated to and fro around the island, till it swam down to the river to Camelot, where young Sir Galahad achieved it, as shall be told hereafter. Chapter 6. The marriage of Arthur and Guinevere, and the founding of the Round Table. It befell upon a certain day that King Arthur said to Merlin, "My lords and knights do daily pray me now to take a wife, but I will have none without thy counsel, for thou hast ever helped me since I first came to the crown." "It is well," said Merlin, "that thou shouldst take a wife, for no man of bounteous and noble nature should live without one. But is there any lady whom thou lovest better than another?" "Yea," said King Arthur, "I love Guinevere, the daughter of King Leodegrance of Camelot, who also holdeth in his house the round table that he had from my father Uther. And as I think, that damsel is the gentlest and fairest lady who ever lived." "Sir," answered Merlin, "as for her beauty, she is one of the fairest to live. But if ye had not loved her as ye do, I would fain have ye choose some other who was both fair and good. But where a man's heart is set, he will be loth to leave." This Merlin said, knowing the misery that should hereafter happen from this marriage. Then King Arthur sent word to Leodegrance that he mightily desired to wed his daughter, and how that he loved her since he at first saw her. When the king's band and boars, he rescued Leodegrance from King Rience of North Wales. When King Leodegrance heard the message, he cried out, "These be the greatest tidings I have heard in all my life. So great and worshipful a prince to seek my daughter for his wife. I would fain give him half my lands with her straightway, but he needeth not. And better will it please him that I send him the round table of King Uther his father, with 100 good knights, towards the furnishing of it with guests, for he will soon find means to gather more, and make the table full. Then King Leodegrance delivered his daughter Guinevere to the messengers of King Arthur, and also the Round Table with 100 knights. So they rode royally and freshly, sometimes by water, sometimes by land towards Camelot. And as they rode along in the spring weather, they made full many sports and pastimes, and in all their sports and games a young knight came to Arthur's court, Sir Lancelot by name, who was passing strong and won praise from all, being full of grace and hardiness, and Guinevere also looked on him with joy. And always in the eventide, when the tents were set beside some stream or forest, many minstrels came and sang before the knights and ladies as they sat in the tent doors, and many knights would tell adventures, and Sir Lancelot was foremost, and told the knightliest tales, sang the goodliest songs of all the company. And when they came to Camelot, King Arthur made a great joy, and all the city with him, and riding forth with a great retinue he met Guinevere and her company, and led her through the streets all filled with people, and in the midst of her shoutings and the ringing of church bells, to a palace hard by his son. Then, in all haste, the king commanded to prepare the marriage and the coronation, with the stateliest and most honourable pomp that could be made. And when the day had come, the archbishops led the king to the cathedral, whereto he walked, clad in his royal robes, and having 4 kings bearing 4 golden swords before him, a choir passing sweet music going also. In another part was the queen dressed in her richest of ornaments, and led by archbishops and bishops to the chapel of the virgins. The 4 queens also of the 4 kings last mentioned walked before her, bearing 4 white doves, according to ancient custom, and after her there followed many damsels, singing and making every sign of joyful merriment. And when the 2 processions came to the churches, so wondrous was the music and the singing that all the knights and barons who were there pressed on each other, as in the crowd of battle, to hear and see the most they might. When the king was crowned, he called together all knights that came with the Round Table from Camelot, and 28 others, great and valiant men, chosen by Merlin out of all the realm, towards making up the full numbers of the table. Then the Archbishop of Canterbury blessed the seats of all the knights, and when they rose again therefrom to pay their homage to King Arthur, there was found upon the back of each knight's seat his name, written in letters of gold, but upon one seat was found written, "This is the siege perilous, wherein any man shall sit, save him whom heaven hath chosen, he shall be devoured by fire." Anon came young Gawain, the king's nephew, praying to be made a knight, whom the king knighted then and there. Soon after came a poor man, leading with him a tall fair lad of 18 years of age, riding on a lean mare. And falling at the king's feet, the poor man said, "Lord, it was told me that at this time of thy marriage thou wouldst giveth to any man any gift he asked, so as it were not so unreasonable." "Thou sayest graciously and nobly," said the poor man. "Lord, I ask nothing else, but thou wilt make my son here a knight." "It is a great thing thou hast asked," said the king. "What is thy name?" "Ares, the cowherd," he answered. "Cometh this prayer from thee or from thy son?" inquired King Arthur. "Nay, Lord, not from myself, but from him only. For I have 13 other sons, and all of them will fall to any labour I put them to. But this one will do no such work for anything that I or my wife may do, but is for ever shooting or fighting or running to see knights and joustings, and torments me both night and day that he be made a knight. And what is thy name? Said the king to the young man. My name is Tor, said he. And then the king, looking upon him steadfastly, was well pleased with his face and figure, and with his look of nobleness and strength. Fetch all thy other sons before me, said the king to Ares. But when he brought them, none of them resembled Tor in size or shape or feature. Then the king knighted Tor, saying, Be thou in thy life's end a good knight and a true, and as I pray God thou mayest be, and if thou provest worthy and of prowess, one day thou shalt be counted in the round table. Then, turning to Merlin, Arthur said, Prophesy now, O Merlin, that Sir Tor become a worthy knight or not. Yea, my lord, said Merlin, so he ought to be, for he is the son of that King Pellinore whom thou hast met, and proved to be one of the best knights living. He is no cowherd's son. Presently came in the King Pellinore, and when he saw Sir Tor, he knew him for his son, and was more pleased than words can tell to find him knighted by the king. And Pellinore did homage to King Arthur, and was gladly and graciously accepted of the king, and then was led by Merlin to a high seat at the table round near to the perilous seat. But Sir Gawain was full of anger at the honour done to King Pellinore, and said to his brother Gaeredis, He slew our father, King Lot, therefore I will slay him. Do it not yet, said he. Wait till I also be a knight, then I will help ye in it. It is best ye suffer him to go at this time, and not trouble this high feast with bloodshed. As ye will be it, said Sir Gawain. Then rose to the king, and spake to all the table round, and charged them to ever be true and noble knights, to neither outrage, nor murder, nor any unjust violence, and always to flee treason, also by no means to ever be cruel, but to give mercy unto him, and asked for mercy upon pain of forfeiting the liberty of his court for evermore. Moreover, at all times, upon the pain of death, to give succour unto ladies and young damsels, and lastly, never to take part in any wrongful quarrel for reward or payment. And to all this he swore them night by night. Then he ordained that every year at Pentecost they should all come before him, wheresoever he might appoint a place, and give account of all their doings and adventures of the past 12 months. And so with prayer and blessing, and high words of cheer, he instituted the most noble order of the Round Table, whereto the best and bravest knights in all the world sought afterwards to find their admission. Then was the high feast made ready, and the king and queen sat side by side before the whole assembly, and great and royal was the banquet and pomp. And as they sat, each man in his place, Merlin went around and said, Still sit a while, for ye shall see a strange and marvellous adventure soon. So as they sat, there suddenly came running through the hall a white hart with a white hound next to him, and 30 couple of black running hounds making full cry, and the hart made circuit of the Round Table, and passed the other tables, and suddenly the white hound flew upon him and bit him fiercely, and tore out a piece from his haunch. Whereat the hart sprang suddenly with a great leap, and overthrew a knight sitting at the table, who rose forthwith, and, taking up the hound, mounted, and rode fast away. But no sooner had he left, than there came in a lady, mounted on a white palfrey, who cried out to the king, "Lord, suffer me not to have this injury. The hound is mine, that which the knight taketh." And as she spoke, a knight rode in, all armed on a great horse, and suddenly took up the lady and rode away with her by force, although she greatly cried and moaned. Then the king desired Sir Gawain, Sir Tor, and King Pellinore to mount and follow this adventure to the uttermost, and told Sir Gawain to bring back the hart, Sir Tor the hound and knight, and Sir King Pellinore the knight and the lady. And so Sir Gawain rode forth at a swift pace, and with him Gaheris, his brother, for a squire. And as they went, they saw two knights fighting upon horseback, and when they reached them, they divided them and asked them what the reason was for their quarrel. "We fight for a foolish matter," one replied, "for we be brethren. But there came by a white hart this way, chased by many hounds, and thinking it was an adventure for the high feast of King Arthur, I would have followed it to have gained worship, were it my younger brother here declared he was a better knight and would go after it instead, and so we fight to prove which one of us is the better knight." "This is a foolish thing," said Sir Gawain. "Fight with all strangers if you will, but not with brother and brother. Take my advice. Set on against me, and if ye yield to me, as I shall do my best to make ye shall go to King Arthur and yield to his grace." "Sir Knight," replied the brother, "we are weary, and will do thy wish without encountering thee. But why whom shall we tell the king we were sent?" "By the night that followeth the quest of the white hart," said Sir Gawain. "And now tell me your names, and let us part." "Sorlos and Brian of the forest," they replied, and so they went their way to the king's court. Then Sir Gawain, still following his quest by the distant baying of the hounds, came to a great river, and saw the hart swimming over and near to the further bank. And as he was about to plunge in and swim after, he saw a knight upon the other side, who cried, "Come not over here, Sir Knight, after a hart, save thou wilt joust with me." "I will not fail for that," said Sir Gawain, and swam his horse across the stream. Anon they got their spears and ran against each other fiercely, and Sir Gawain smote the stranger off his horse, and turning bade him yield. "Nay," replied he, "not so, for though ye have better of me on horseback, I pray thee, valiant knight, alight, and let us match together with our swords on foot." "What is thy name?" quoth Gawain. "Alherdin of the Isles," replied the stranger. And then they fell upon each other. But soon Sir Gawain struck him through the helm, so deeply and so hard that all of his brains were scattered, and Sir Alherdin fell dead. "Ah," said Sir Gaheris, "that was a mighty stroke for a young knight." Then did they turn again to follow the white hart, and let slip 3 couple of greyhounds after him. And at last they chased him to a castle, and there they overtook and slew him in the chief courtyard. At that there rushed a knight forth from a chamber, with a drawn sword in his hand, and slew 2 of the hounds before their eyes, and chased the others from the castle, crying, "O my white hart, alas that thou art dead, for the sovereign lady gave to me, and evil I have kept thee, but if I live, thy death shall be dearly bought." Anon he went within and armed, and came out fiercely and met Sir Gawain face to face. "Why have ye slain my hounds?" said Sir Gawain. "They did but after their nature, and ye had better have taken vengeance on me than on the poor dumb beasts." "I will avenge me on thee also," said the other, "ere thou depart this place." Then did they fight with each other savagely and madly, till the blood ran down to their feet, but at last Sir Gawain had the better and felled the knight of the castle to the ground. And then he cried out for mercy, and yielded to Sir Gawain, and besought him, as he was a knight and gentleman, to save his life. "Thou shalt die," said Sir Gawain, "for slaying my hounds." "I will make thee all amends within my power," replied the knight. But Sir Gawain would have no mercy, and unlaced his helm to strike his head off, and so blind he was with rage that he saw not where a lady ran out from her chamber and fell down upon his enemy, and making a fierce blow at him, he smote off, mischance, the poor lady's head. "Alas," cried Gaheris, "foully and shamefully have ye done. The shame shall never leave ye. Why give ye not your mercy unto them that ask it? A knight without mercy is without worship also." And then Sir Gawain was sore amazed at the fair lady's death, and he knew not what to do, and said to the fallen knight, "Arise, for I will give thee mercy." "Nay," said he, "I care not for thy mercy now, for thou hast slain my lady and my true love, that of all earthly things that I love the best." "I repent me sorely of it," said Sir Gawain, "for I meant to have struck thee. But now shalt thou go to King Arthur and tell him this adventure, and how thou hast been overcome by the knight who followeth the quest of the White Hart." "I care not whether I live or die, or where I go," replied the knight. So Sir Gawain sent him to the court of Camelot, making him bear 1 dead greyhound, and 1 behind him on his horse. "Tell me thy name before we part," said he. "My name is Arthmore, Arthmore of the Marsh," he answered. Then went Sir Gawain into the castle, and prepared to sleep there, and began to unarm. But Gaheris upbraided him, saying, "Will ye disarm in this strange country? Bethink ye must needs have many enemies about." No sooner had he spoken than there came out suddenly 4 knights well armed, and assailed on them, saying to Sir Gawain, "Thou new-made knight, how hast thou ashamed thy knighthood? A knight without mercy is dishonoured. Slayer of fair ladies, shame to thee for evermore. Doubt not thou shalt thyself have need of mercy ere we leave thee." Then were the brothers in great jeopardy, and feared for their lives, for they were but 2 to 4, and weary with travel. And one of the 4 knights shot Sir Gawain with a bolt, and hit him through the arm, so that he could fight no more. But when there was nothing left for them but death, there came 4 ladies forth, and prayed the 4 knights mercy of the strangers. So they gave Sir Gawain and Gaheris their lives, and made them yield themselves prisoners. On the morrow came one of the ladies to Sir Gawain, and talked with him, saying, "Sir Knight, what cheer?" "Not good," said he. "It is your own default, sir," said the lady, "for ye have done a passing foul deed in slaying that fair damsel yesterday, and ever shall it be a great shame to you. But ye be not of Arthur's kin." "Yea, truly am I," said he. "My name is Gawain, son of King Lot of Orkney, whom King Pellinore slew, and my mother, Bellicent, is a half-sister to the king." When the lady heard that, she went and presently got leave for him to quit the castle. And they gave him the head of the White Hart to take with him, because it was in his quest, but made him also carry the dead lady with him, her head round his neck, and her body lay before him on his horse's neck. So, in that fashion, he rode back to Camelot, and when the king and queen saw him and heard tell of his adventures, they were heavily displeased. And by order of the queen, he was put on his trial before a court of ladies, who judged him to be evermore, for all his life, the knight of ladies' quarrels, and to fight always on their side, and never against any, except he fought for one lady and his adversary for another. Also, they charged him never to refuse mercy to him that asked it, and swore him on the holy Gospels. Thus ended the adventure of the White Hart. Meanwhile, Sir Tor had made him ready, and followed the knight, who rode away with the hound. And as he went, there suddenly met him in the road a dwarf, who struck his horse so viciously upon the head with a great staff that he leaped backwards a spear's length. "Wherefore so smitest thou my horse, foul dwarf?" shouted Sir Tor. "Because thou shalt not pass this way," replied the dwarf, "unless thou fight for it with yonder knights in these pavilions," pointing to 2 tents, where 2 great spears stood out, and 2 shields hung up upon 2 trees hard by. "I may not tarry, for I am on a quest, and I must follow it," said Sir Tor. "Thou shalt not pass," replied the dwarf, and therewith blew his horn. Then rode out quickly Sir Tor, one-armed on horseback, but Sir Tor was quick as he, and riding at him, bore him from his horse, and made him yield. Directly after, still came another, yet more fierce, but with a few great strokes and buffets. Sir Tor unhorsed him also, and sent them both to Camelot to King Arthur. Then came the dwarf, and begged Sir Tor to take him in his service, for, he said, "I will serve no more recreant knights." "Take then a horse, and come with me," said Sir Tor. "Ride ye after the knight, with I the white hound," said the dwarf. "I can soon bring ye where he is." So they rode through the forest, till they came to 2 more tents, and Sir Tor, alighting, went into the first, and saw 3 damsels lying there sleeping. Then went he to the other, and found another lady sleeping, and at her feet the white hound he sought for, which instantly began to bay and bark so loudly that the lady awoke. But Sir Tor seized the hound, and given it to the dwarf's charge. "What will ye do, Sir Knight?" cried out the lady. "Will ye take away my hound from me by force?" "Yea, lady," said Sir Tor, "for so I must, having the king's command, and I have followed it from King Arthur's court at Camelot to this place." "Well," said the lady, "ye will not go far before ye be ill handled, and will repent ye of this quest." "I shall carefully abide whatsoever adventure cometh by the grace of God," said Sir Tor, and so mounted his horse and began to ride back on his way. But night descending, he turned aside to a hermitage that was in the forest, and there abode till the next day, making but sorrowful cheer of such poor food as the hermit had to give him, and hearing a mass devoutly before he left on the morrow. And in the early morning, as he rode forth with the dwarf towards Camelot, he heard a knight call loudly after him, "Turn, turn, abide, Sir Knight, and yield me up the hound thou tookest from my lady." At which he turned, and saw a great and strong knight, armed in full splendour, riding down upon him fiercely through a glade of the forest. And now Sir Tor was very ill provided, for he had but an old courser, which was as weak as himself, because of the hermit's scanty fare. He waited, nevertheless, for the strange knight to come, and, at the first onset with their spears, each unhorsed the other, and then fell with their swords like two mad lions. Then did they smite through one another's shields and helmets till the fragments flew on all sides, and their blood ran out in streams. But yet they carved and rove through the thick armour of their hauberks, and gave each other great and ghastly wounds. But in the end Sir Tor, finding the strange knight faint, doubled his strokes until he beat him to the earth. Then did he bid him yield to his mercy. "That I will not," replied Abellius, "while my life lasteth and my soul is in this body, unless thou give me first the hound." "I cannot," said Sir Tor, "and will not, for it was my quest to bring it again, that hound, and thee unto King Arthur, or otherwise to slay thee." With that there came a damsel, riding on a palfrey, as fast as she could drive it, and cried out to Sir Tor with a loud voice, "I pray thee, for King Arthur's love, grant me a gift." "Ask," said Sir Tor, "and I will grant thee." "Gramercy," said the lady, "I ask the head of this false knight Abellius, the most outrageous murderer that liveth." "I repent me of the gift I promised," said Sir Tor. "Let him make thee amends for all his trespasses against thee." "He cannot make amends," replied the damsel, "for he hath slain my brother, a far better knight than he, and scorned to give him mercy, though I kneeled for half an hour before him in the mire to beg it, and though it was but by a chance that they fought, and for no former inquiry or quarrel, I require my gift of thee as a true knight, or else will I shame thee in King Arthur's court. For this Abellius is the falsest knight alive, and a murderer of many." When Abellius heard this, he trembled greatly, and was sore afraid, and yielded to Sir Tor, and prayed for his mercy. "I cannot now, Sir Knight," said he, "lest I be false to my promise. You would not take my mercy when I offered it, and now it is too late." Therewith he unlaced his helmet and took it off, but Abellius in dismal fear struggled to his feet, and fled, until Sir Tor overtook him, and smote off his head entirely with one great blow. "Now, sir," said the damsel, "it is near night. I pray ye come and lodge at my castle." "I will, with a good will," said he, for both his horse and he had fared but poorly since they left Camelot. So he went to the lady's castle, and fared sumptuously, and saw her husband, an old knight, who greatly thanked him for his service, and urged him oftentimes to come again. On the morrow he departed, and reached Camelot by noon, when the king and the queen rejoiced to see him, and the king made him earl, and Merlin prophesied that these adventures were but little to the things he should achieve hereafter. Now while Sir Gawain and Sir Tor had fulfilled their quest, King Pellinore pursued the lady whom the knight had seized away from the wedding feast. And as he rode through the woods he saw in a valley a fair young damsel sitting by a well side, and a wounded knight lay in her arms. King Pellinore saluted her as he passed. As soon as she perceived him, he cried out, "Help! Help me, knight, for our Lord's sake!" But Pellinore was far too eager in his quest to stay or turn, although she cried 100 times to him for help, at which she prayed to heaven he might have such sore need before he died as she had now, and presently hereafter her knight died in her arms, and she, for grief and love, slew herself with his very sword. But King Pellinore rode on till he met a poor man, and asked him had he seen a knight pass by that way leading aforce a lady with him. "Yes, surely," said the man, and greatly did she moan and cry. "But even now another knight is fighting with him to deliver the lady. Ride on, and thou shalt find them fighting still." At that King Pellinore rode swiftly on, and came to where he saw the two knights fighting hard by where two pavilions stood. And when he looked in one of them, he saw that the lady, that was his quest, and with her 2 squires of the 2 knights had fought. "Fair lady," he said, "ye must come with me unto King Arthur's court." "Sir Knight," said the 2 squires, "yonder be 2 knights fighting for this lady. Go part them, and get their consent to take her, ere thou touch her." "Ye sayest well," said King Pellinore, and rode between the combatants, and asked them why they fought. "Sir Knight," said the one, "yon lady is my cousin, mine aunt's daughter, whom I met borne away against her will by this knight here, with whom I therefore fight to free her." "Sir Knight," replied the other, whose name was Lake of Wentland, "this lady got I, by my arms and prowess, at King Arthur's court today." "That is false," said King Pellinore. "Ye stole the lady suddenly and fled away with her, before any knight could arm to stay thee. But it is thy service to take her back again, surely. Neither of ye shall therefore have her, but if you will fight for her, fight with me, now and here." "Well," said the knights, "make ready, and we will fall upon you with all of our might." Then Sir Lancelot ran King Pellinore's horse through with his sword, so that they might be all alike on foot. But King Pellinore was passing wroth, and ran upon Sir Lancelot with a cry, "Keep well thy head," and gave him such a stroke upon the helm as clove him to the chin, so that he fell dead to the ground. When he saw that, the other knight refused to fight, and kneeling down said, "Take my cousin the lady with thee, as thy quest is, but as thou art a true knight, suffer her to come to neither shame nor harm." So the next day King Pellinore departed for Camelot, and took the lady with him, and as they rode in a valley full of rough stones, the damsel's horse stumbled and threw her, so that her arms were sorely bruised and hurt. And as they rested in the forest for the pain to lessen, night came on, and there they were compelled to make their lodging. A little before midnight they heard the trotting of a horse. "Be still," said King Pellinore, "for now we may hear of some adventure." And therewith he armed her. Then he heard 2 knights meet and salute each other in the dark, one riding from Camelot, and another from the north. "What tidings at Camelot?" said one. "By my head," said the other, "I have but just left there, and have espied King Arthur's court, and such a fellowship is there that may never be broke or overcome, for well nigh all the chivalry of the world is there, and all full loyal to their king. And now I ride back homewards to the north to tell our chiefs that they waste not their strength in wars against them." "As for all that," replied the other knight, "I am but now from the north, and bear with me a remedy, the deadliest poison that was ever heard of, and to Camelot will I with it. For there we have a friend close to the king, greatly cherished of him, who hath received gifts from us to poison him, and he hath promised soon to do this task." "Beware," said the first knight, "of Merlin, for he knoweth all things by the devil's craft." "I will not fear that," replied the other, and so he rode upon his way. Anon King Pellinore and the lady passed on again, and when they came to the well at which the lady with the wounded knight had sat, they found both the knight and the damsel utterly devoured by lions and wild beasts, all save the lady's head. When King Pellinore saw that, he wept bitterly. "Alas, I might have saved her life, had but I tarried a few minutes in my quest." "Wherefore make so much sorrow now?" said the lady. "Oh, I know not," he answered, "but my heart grieveth greatly for this poor lady's death, so fair, so young." Then he required a hermit to bury the remains of the bodies, and bear the lady's head with him to Camelot to the court. When he was arrived, he was sworn to tell the truth of his quest before the king and queen. And when he had entered, the queen somewhat upbraided him, saying, "Ye were much to blame, for ye saved not that lady's life." He said to her, "Madam, I shall repent it for all of mine." "Aye, king," quoth Merlin, who suddenly came in, "and so ye ought to do, for that lady was your daughter, not seen since infancy by thee, and she was on her way to court with a right good young knight who would have been her husband, but was slain by the treachery of a felon knight, Lorraine the Savage, as they came. And because thou wouldst not abide and help her, thy best friend shall fail thee in thine hour of greatest need. For such is the penance ordained thee for that deed." Then did King Pellinore tell Merlin secretly of the treason he had heard in the forest, and Merlin by his craft ordered that the knight who bare the poison was himself soon after slain by it. And so, in this way, the life of King Arthur was saved. Now, so get nice and comfortable. We may continue where we left off, chapter 7, The Adventure of Arthur and Sir Accolon of Gaul. Being now happily married, King Arthur for a season took his pleasure with great tournaments and jousts and huntings. So once upon a time the king came many of his knights hunting in a forest, and Arthur, King Uriens, and Sir Accolon of Gaul followed after a great hart, and being all three well mounted, they chased so fast that they outsped their company and left many miles behind. But riding still as rapidly as they could go, at length their horses fell dead beneath them. Then, being all three on foot, and seeing the stag not far before them, very weary and nigh spent, "What shall we do?" said King Arthur, "for we are hard bested." "Let us go on foot," said King Uriens, "till we can find some lodging, At that they saw the stag lying upon a bank of a great lake, with a hound springing at his throat, and many other hounds trooping towards him. So running forward, Arthur blew the death note on his horn, and slew the hart. Then lifting up his eyes, he saw before him on the lake a barge, all draped down to the water's edge, with silken folds and curtains which swiftly came towards them, and touched them upon the sands. But when he went up close and looked in, he saw no earthly creature. Then he cried out to his companions, "Sirs, come ye hither, and let us see what there is in this ship." So they all three went in, and found it everywhere throughout furnished, and hung with rich draperies of silk and gold. By this time eventide had come, when a sudden 100 torches were set up on all sides of the barge and gave it dazzling light, and at the same time came forth 12 fair damsels, and saluted King Arthur by his name, kneeling on their knees, and telling him that he was welcome, and should have their noblest cheer, for which the king thanked them courteously. Then did they lead him and his fellows to a splendid chamber, where was a table spread with all the richest furniture and costliest wines and viands, and there they served them with all kinds of wines and meats, till Arthur wondered at the splendour of the feast, declaring he had never in his life suppered better or more royally. After supper they led him to another chamber, than which he had never beheld a richer, where he was left to rest. King Urience also and Sir Accolon were each conducted into rooms of likewise magnificence. And so they all three fell asleep, and being very weary, slept deeply into the night. But when the morning broke, King Urience found himself in his own house in Camelot. He knew not how, and Arthur, awaking, found himself in a dark dungeon, and heard around him nothing but the groans of woeful knights, prisoners, just like him. Then said King Arthur, "Who are ye, thus groaning and complaining?" And someone answered, "Alas, we be all prisoners, even 20 good knights, and some of us have lain here 7 years, some more, nor seen the light of day for all that time." "For what cause?" said Arthur. "Know ye not then yourself?" they answered. "We will soon tell you. The lord of this strong castle is Sir Damas, and is the falsest and most traitorous knight that ever lived. And he hath a younger brother, a good and noble knight, whose name is Ortslake. This traitor, Damas, although passing rich, will give his brother nothing of his wealth, and save what Ortslake keepeth to himself by force. He hath no share of the inheritance. He owneth nevertheless one fair rich manor whereupon he lives, loved of all men far and near. But Damas altogether is hated as his brother is beloved, for he is merciless and cowardly. And now for many years there hath been war between these brothers, and Sir Ortslake evermore defieth Damas to come forth and fight with him, body to body for the inheritance. And if he be too cowardly, to find some champion knight who will fight for him." And Damas had agreed to find some champion, but never yet hath he found a knight to take his evil cause in hand, or to wage a battle for him. So, with a strong band of men-at-arms, he lies forever in ambush, and taketh captive every passing knight who may unwarily go near and bringeth him into his castle, and desire him either to fight Sir Ontzlake, or to lie for evermore in durance. And thus hath he dealt with all of us, for we all scorned to take up such the cause for such a false and foul knight, but rather one by one came here, where many a good knight have died of hunger and disease. But if one of us would fight, Sir Damas would deliver all the rest. God of his mercy sent you deliverance, said King Arthur, and sat turning his mind of how all these things should end, and how he might himself gain freedom for so many noble hearts. Anon there came a damsel to the king, saying, Sir, if thou wilt fight for my lord, thou shalt be delivered out of prison, but else never more shalt thou escape with thy life. Nay, said King Arthur, this is but a hard choice, yet I'd rather fight than die in prison, and if I may deliver not myself alone, but all these others, I will do the battle. Yea, said the damsel, it shall be even so. Then said King Arthur, I am ready now, if but I had a horse and armour. Fear not, said she, that shalt thou have presently, and shalt lack nothing proper for the fight. Have I not seen thee, said the king, at King Arthur's court? For it seemeth that thy face is known to me. Nay, said the damsel, I was never there. I am Sir Damas's daughter, and have never been but a day's journey from the castle. But she spoke falsely, for she was one of the damsels of Morgan le Fay, the great enchantress, who was the half-sister of Arthur. When Sir Damas knew that there had been at length a knight found who would fight for him, he sent for Arthur, and finding him a man tall and strong and so straight of limb, he was passingly well pleased, and made a covenant with him, that he should fight unto the uttermost for his cause, and that all the other knights should be delivered. And when they were sworn to each other on the holy Gospels, all those imprisoned knights were straightway led forth and delivered, but abode there one and all to see the battle. In the meanwhile, there had happened to Sir Accolon of Gaul a strange adventure, for when he awoke from his deep sleep upon the silken barge, he found himself upon the edge of a deep well, and an instant of peril falling thereinto, whereat, leaping in a great affright, he crossed himself and cried aloud, May God preserve my lord King Arthur and King Uriens, for those damsels in the ship have betrayed us all, and were doubtless devils and no women, and if I may escape this misadventure, I will certainly destroy them from wheresoever I may find them. With that there came to him a dwarf, with a great mouth and a flat nose, and saluted him, saying that he came from Queen Morgan le Fay. And she greeteth you well, he said, and biddeth you to be strong of heart, for tomorrow you will do battle with a strange knight, and therefore she hath sent you here Excalibur, the sword of King Arthur, and the scabbard likewise. And she desireth you to do love her to fight this battle to the uttermost, and without any mercy, as you have promised her you would fight when she would require it of you. And she will make a rich queen forever of any damsel that shall bring that knight's head with whom you are to fight. Well, said Sir Accolon, tell you my lady Queen Morgan that I shall hold to that I promised her, now that I have this sword, and, he said, I suppose it was to bring about this battle that she made all these enchantments by her craft." "You have guessed right," said the dwarf, and therewithal he left him. Then came a knight and a lady, and 6 squires to Sir Accolon, and took him to a manor house hard by, and gave him noble cheer. And the house belonged to Sir Ortslake, the good brother of Sir Damas, for so Morgan le Fay had contrived with her enchantments. Now Sir Ortslake himself was at that time sorely wounded and disabled, having been pierced through both his thigh by a spear thrust. When therefore Sir Damas sent down messengers to his brother, bidding him to make ready tomorrow morning, and to be in the field to fight with a good knight, for he had found a champion ready to do battle at all points. Sir Ortslake was sorely annoyed and distressed, for he knew he had a small chance of victory, while yet he was disabled by wounds. Notwithstanding, he determined to take the battle in hand, although he was so weak that he must need lifting to his saddle. But when Sir Accolon of Gaul heard this, he sent a message to Sir Ortslake, offering to take the battle in his stead, which cheered Sir Ortslake mightily, who thanked Sir Accolon with all his heart, and joyfully accepted him. And so upon the morrow King Arthur was armed and well horsed, and asked Sir Damas, "When shall we go to the field?" "Sir," said Sir Damas, "you shall hear first mass." Then, when mass was done, there came a squire on a great horse, and asked Sir Damas if his knight was ready. "For our knight is already in the field," he said. Then King Arthur mounted on horseback, and there around were all his knights and barons and people of the country, and 12 of them were chosen to wait upon the 2 knights who were about to fight. And as King Arthur sat on horseback, there came a damsel from Morgan le Fay, and brought him a sword, much like Excalibur, and a scabbard too, and said to him, "Morgan le Fay sendeth you here a sword for her great love's sake." And the king thanked her, and believed it to be exactly as she said. But she had deceived him, for both sword and scabbard were counterfeit, brittle and false, and the true sword of Excalibur was in the hands of Sir Accolon. Then at the sound of a trumpet the champions set themselves on opposite sides of the field, and giving rein and spur to their horses, urged them so great speed that each smiting the other in the middle of the shield, rolled his opponent to the ground, both horse and man. Then starting up immediately, both drew their swords, and rushed swiftly together, and so they fell to eagerly, and gave each other many great and mighty strokes. And as they were thus fighting, the damsel Vivian, Lady of the Lake, who loved King Arthur, came upon the ground, for she knew by her enchantments how Morgan le Fay had craftily devised to have King Arthur slain by his own sword that day, and therefore came to save his life. And Arthur and Sir Accolon were now grown hot against each other, and spared not strength nor fury in their fearsome assaults, but the king's sword gave way continually before Sir Accolon's, so that at every stroke he was sore wounded, and his blood ran from him so fast that it was a marvel he could stand. When King Arthur saw the ground so sorely blooded, he bethought himself in dismay that there was magic treason worked upon him, and that his own true sword was changed, for it seemed to him that the sword in Sir Accolon's hand was indeed Excalibur, for fearfully it drew his blood at every blow. while what he had held himself kept no sharp edge, nor fell within any force upon the enemy. Now, knight, look to thyself, and keep thee well from thee, cried out Sir Accolon. But King Arthur answered not, and gave him such a buffet on the helm as made him stagger and nigh fall upon the ground. Sir Accolon withdrew a little, and came on Excalibur on high, and smote King Arthur in return, with such a mighty stroke as almost felled him, and both being now in the hottest of wrath, gave each other grievous and more savage blows. But Arthur all the time was losing so much blood that scarcely he could keep upon his feet, yet so full was he of knighthood, and so knightly he endured the pain, and sustained himself, though he was so feeble that he thought himself about to perish. Sir Accolon, as yet, had lost not a drop of blood, and being very bold and confident in Excalibur, even grew more vigorous and hasty in his assaults. But all men who beheld them said they never saw a knight fight half so well as did King Arthur, and all the people were so grieved for him that they besought Sir Damas and Sir Ortslake to make up their quarrel, and so stay the fight, but they would not. And so the battle raged on, till Arthur drew a little back for breath and a few moments' rest. But Accolon came on after him, following fiercely and crying out loud, "It is no time for me to suffer thee to rest," and therewith set upon him. And then Arthur, full of scorn and rage, lifted up his sword and struck Sir Accolon upon the helm so mightily that he drove him to his knees. But with the force of that great stroke his brittle, treacherous sword broke off at the hilt, and fell down in the grass among the blood, leaving only the pommel in his hand. At that, King Arthur thought within himself that all was over, and secretly prepared his mind for death, yet kept himself so knightly sheltered by his shield that he lost no ground, and made as though he had yet hope and cheer. Then said Sir Accolon, "Sir Knight, thou now art overcome, and canst endure no longer, seeing thou art weaponless, and hast lost already so much blood. Yet I am fully loth to slay thee. Yield then, therefore, to me as recreant." "Nay," replied King Arthur, "that I may not, for I have promised to do battle to the uttermost faith of my body while my life lasteth, and I had rather die with honour than live with shame. And if it were possible for me to die 100 times, I'd rather die as often than yield me to thee. For though I lack weapons, I shall lack no worship, and it shall be thy same to slay me with weapons." "Aha!" shouted Sir Accolon. "As for the shame, I will not spare. Look to thyself, Sir Knight, for thou art even now but a dead man." Therewith he drove at him with pitiless force, and struck him nearly down. But Arthur, evermore waxing in valour as he waned in blood, pressed on Sir Accolon with his shield, and hit him so fiercely with the pommel in his hand as hurled him 3 strides backward. This therefore so confused Sir Accolon that, rushing up all dizzy to deliver once again a furious blow, even as he struck Excalibur by the magic of Vivian, fell from his hands upon the earth. Beholding which, Arthur lightly sprang to it and grasped it, and forthwith felt it was his own good sword, and said, "Thou hast been from me all too long and done too much damage." Then spying the scabbard hanging on Sir Accolon's side, he sprang and pulled it from him, and cast it as far away as he could throw it. For so long as he had worn it, Arthur knew his life would have been kept secure. "O knight," then said to the king, Thou hast this day wrought me much damage by this sword, but now art come to thy death, for I shall not warrant thee, but thou shalt suffer, ere we part, somewhat of that thou hast made me suffer. And therewithal Arthur flew upon him with all his might, and pulled him to the earth, and then struck off his helm, and gave him on the head a fearful buffet, till the blood began to leap forth. Now I will slay thee, cried King Arthur, for his heart was hardened, and his body all on fire with fever, till for a moment he forgot his knightly mercy. Slay me thou mayest, said Sir Accolon, for thou art the best knight I have ever found, and I see well that God is with thee. And I, as thou hast, have promised to fight this battle to the uttermost, and never to be recreant while I live. Therefore shall I never yield with me my mouth, and God must do with my body what he will. And as Sir Accolon spoke, King Arthur thought he knew this voice, and thereupon all his blood-stained hair was pulled out of his eyes, and leaning down towards him saw indeed it was his friend and own true knight. Then said he, keeping his own visor down, I pray thee tell me, of what country art thou, and what court? Sir Knight, he answered, I am of King Arthur's court, and my name is Sir Accolon of Gaul. Then said the king, Oh, Sir Knight, I pray thee tell me who gave thee this sword, and from whom thou hadst it. Then Sir Accolon said, Woe worth this sword, for it by I have gotten my death. This sword hath been in my keeping now for almost 12 months, and yesterday Queen Morgan le Fay, wife of King Urience, sent it to me by a dwarf, that therewith I may in some way slay her brother, King Arthur. For thou must understand that King Arthur is the man that she hateth most in all the world, being full of envy and jealousy, because he is of greater worship and renown than any of her kin or blood. She loveth me also as much as she doth hate him, and if she might contrive to slay Arthur by her craft and magic, then she would straightway kill her husband also, and make me the king of this land, and herself my queen to reign with me. But now all that is over, for it is this day that I come to my death. It would have been sore treason of thee to destroy thy lord, said Arthur. Thou sayest truly, answered Sir Accolon, but now I have told thee and openly confessed with thee all the foul treason whereof I now do bitterly repent. Tell me, I pray thee, whence art thou, and of what court? Oh, Sir Accolon, said King Arthur, learn that I am myself King Arthur. When Sir Accolon heard this, he cried aloud, Alas, my gracious lord, have mercy upon thee, for I knew thee not. Thou shalt have mercy, said King Arthur, for thou knewest not my person at the time, and though by thy own confession thou art a traitor, yet I do blame thee less, because thou hast been blinded by the false crafts of Morgan le Fay, whom I have trusted more than all others of my kin, and who I now shall know well how to punish. Then did Sir Accolon cry loudly, O lords, and all good people, this noble knight that I have fought is the noblest and most worshipful in the world, for it is King Arthur, our liege and lord, our sovereign king. Full sorely I repent that I have ever lifted a lance against him, though in ignorance I did it. And then all the people fell down upon their knees, and prayed the pardon of the king, suffered him to come to such a strait. But he replied, Pardon ye cannot have, for truly ye have nothing sinned. But hear ye, see what I'll adventure may ofttimes befall knights errant, and for all their own hurt is danger also. I have fought with one of my own knights. And then the king commanded Sir Damas to surrender to his brother the whole manor, Sir Ontzlake only yielding him a palfrey every year, for, he said scornfully, it would become thee better to ride on than a courser, and ordered Damas upon pain of death never again to touch or distress knights errant riding on their adventures, and also make full compensation and satisfaction to the 20 knights whom he had held in prison. And if any of them, said the king, come to my court complaining that he hath not had full satisfaction of thee for his injuries, by my head thou shalt die therefore. Afterwards, King Arthur asked Sir Ontzlake to come with him to his court, where he should become a knight, and if his deeds were noble, be advanced to all he might desire. So then he took his leave of the people, and mounted upon horseback, and Sir Accolon with him to an abbey hard by, where both of their wounds were dressed. But Sir Accolon died within 4 days after, and when he was dead, the king sent his body to Queen Morgan to Camelot, saying that he had sent her a present in return for the sword Excalibur, which she had sent by the damsel. And so upon the morrow there came a damsel from Queen Morgan to the king, and brought with her the richest mantle that was ever seen, for it was a full set of precious stones, as they could stand against each other. And they were the richest stones the king had ever saw. And the damsel said, Your sister sendeth you this mantle, and prayeth that you take her gift, and in whatsoever thing she hath offered you, she will amend it at your pleasure. To this the king replied not, although the mantle pleased him much. With that came in the Lady of the Lake, and said, Sir, put not on this mantle till thou hast seen more, and in no wise let it be put upon thee, or any of these knights, till ye have made the bringer of it first put it upon herself. It shall be done as thou counsel, said the king. Then he said to the damsel that came from his sister, Damsel, I would see this mantle ye have bought put upon yourself. Sir, she said, it will not beseem me to wear a knight's garment. By my head, said King Arthur, thou shalt wear it, ere go to any other person's back. And so they put it on her by force, and forthwith the garment burst into flames, and burned the damsel to cinder. When the king saw this, he hated that false witch Morgan le Fay with all his heart, and evermore was deadly quarrel between her and Arthur to their lives' end. Chapter 8. Arthur is crowned Emperor at Rome. And now again the second time there came ambassadors from Lucius Tiberius, Emperor of Rome, demanding under pain of war tribute and homage from King Arthur, and the restoration of all of Gaul, which he had conquered from the tribune Flolo. When they had delivered their message, the king bade them withdraw, while he consulted with his knights and barons about what reply to send. Then some of the younger knights would have slain the ambassadors, saying that their speech was a rebuke to all who heard the king insulted by it. But when King Arthur had heard that, he ordered none to touch them upon pain of death. Sending officers, he had them taken to a noble lodging, and there entertained them with the best of cheer. And he said, let no dainty be spared, for the Romans are great lords, and though their message does not please me, yet must I remember my honour. Then the lords and knights of the Round Table were called on to declare their counsel, what should be done about this matter, and Sir Cador of Cornwall, speaking first, said, Sir, this message is the best news I have heard for a long time now, for we have now been idle and rest for many days. So I trust that thou wilt make sharp war upon the Romans, wherein I doubt not we shall all gain honour. I believe well, said Arthur, that thou art pleased, Sir Cador, that this is scarce an answer to the Emperor of Rome, and his demand doth grieve me sorely, for truly I will never pay him tribute. Wherefore, lords, I pray ye counsel me. Now I have understood that Belinus and Brenius, knights of Britain, held the Roman Empire in their hands for many days, and also Constantine, the son of Helen, which is open evidence, not only that we owe Rome no tribute, but that I, being descended from them, may of right claim the empire. Then said King Anguish of Scotland, Sir, thou oughtest of right to be all of other kings, for in all Christendom there is not thine equal. And I counsel thee never to obey the Romans, for when they reigned here, they grievously distressed us, and put land to great and heavy burdens, and here for my part I swear to avenge me upon them when I may, and will furnish thee with 20,000 men at arms, whom I pay and keep, and who shall wait on thee with me when it shall please you. Then the king of Little Britain rose and promised King Arthur 30,000 men, and likewise many other kings and dukes and barons promised aid, and the lord of the West Wales 30,000 men, Sir Gawain and his cousin 30,000, and so forth, Sir Lancelot also, and every other knight of the Round Table promised each man a great host. And so the king, passing joyful at their courage and goodwill, thanked them all heartily, and sent for the ambassadors again to hear his answer. I will, said he, that ye now go back straightway unto the emperor your master, and tell him that I give no heed to his words, for I have conquered all my kingdoms by the will of God, and by my own right arm, and I am strong enough to keep them, without paying tribute to any earthly creature. But, on the other hand, I claim both tribune and submission from himself, and also claim the sovereignty of all his empire, wherefore I am entitled by right of my own ancestors, sometime kings of this land. And say to him that I will shortly come to Rome, and by God's grace I will take possession of my empire and subdue all rebels. Wherefore, lastly, I command him and all the lords of Rome that they forthwith pay me their homage, under pain of my chastisement and wrath. Then he commanded his treasurers to give the ambassadors great gifts, and defray all their charges, and appointed Sir Cador to convey them worshipfully out of the land. So when they returned to Rome and came before Lucius, he was sore angry at their words, and said, I thought this Arthur would have instantly obeyed my orders, and have served me as humbly as any other king. But because of his fortune in Gaul, he hath grown insolent. Ah, lord, said one of the ambassadors, please refrain from such vain words. For truly I, and with me, were all fearful at his royal majesty and angry countenance. I fear me thou hast made a rod for thee more sharp than thou hast counted on. He meaneth to be master of this empire, and is another kind of man than thou supposest. and holdeth the most noble court in the world. We saw him, on the New Year's Day, served at his table by 9 kings, and the noblest company of their princes, lords, and knights that was ever in the all of the world. And in his possession he is the most manly seeming man that liveth, and looketh like to conquer all the earth. Then Lucius sent messengers to all the subject countries of Rome, and brought together a mighty army, and assembled 16 knights, many dukes, princes, lords, and admirals, and a wondrous great multitude of people. 50 giants also, born of fiends, were set around him for a bodyguard. With all that host he straightway went from Rome, and passed beyond the mountains into Gaul. And he burned the towns and ravaged all the country of that province, in rage for its submission to King Arthur. Then he moved on towards Little Britain. Meanwhile, King Arthur, having held Parliament at York, left the realm in charge of Sir Baudouin and Sir Constantine, and crossed the sea from Sandwich to meet Lucius. And so soon as he was landed, he sent Sir Gawain, Sir Bors, Sir Lionel, Sir Bedivere to the Emperor, commanding him to move swiftly and in haste out of his land, if not, to make ready for battle, and not continue ravaging the country and slaying harmless people. Anon these noble knights attired themselves, and set forth on horseback, to where they saw in the meadow many silken tents of diverse colours, and the Emperor's pavilion in their midst, with a golden eagle set above it. Then Sir Gawain and Sir Bors rode forward, leaving the other 2 behind in ambush, and gave King Arthur's message, to which the Emperor replied, "Return, and tell your lord that I have come to conquer him and all of his land." At this Sir Gawain burned with anger and cried out, "I had rather than all France that I might fight with thee alone." "And I also," said Sir Bors. Then a knight named Ganius, a near cousin of the Emperor, laughed out aloud, and said, "Lo, how these Britons boast, and are full of pride, bragging as though they bear up all of the world." At these words Sir Gawain could refrain no longer, but drew forth his sword, and with one blow shore off the head of Ganius. Then with Sir Bors he turned his horse, and rode over the waters through the woods, back to the ambush where Sir Lionel and Bedivere were waiting. The Romans followed fast behind them, until the knights turned and stood, and then Sir Bors smote the foremost of them through the body with a spear, and slew him on the spot. Then came on Excalibur, a huge Pavian, but Sir Bors overthrew him also. And then the company of Sir Lionel and Sir Bedivere broke forth from their ambush, and fell upon the Romans, and slew and hewed them down, and forced them to return and flee, chasing them to their tents. But as they neared the camp, a great host more rushed forth, and turned the battle backwards, and in the turmoil Sir Bors and Sir Beryl fell into the hands of the Romans. When Sir Gawain saw that, he drew his good sword Galotine, and swore to see King Arthur's face no more if those 2 knights were not delivered, and then with good Sir Idris made so sore an onslaught that the Romans fled, and left Sir Bors and Sir Beryl to their friends. So the Britons returned in triumph to King Arthur, having slain more than 10,000 Romans, and lost no man of worship among themselves. When the Emperor Lucius heard of that discomfiture, he arose with all his army to crush King Arthur, and met him in the vale of Soissons. Then, speaking to all his host, he said, Sirs, I admonish you that this day ye fight and acquit yourselves as men, and remembering how Rome is chief of all the earth and mistress of the universal world, suffer not these barbarous and savage Britons to abide our onset. At that the trumpets blew so loud that the ground trembled and shook. Then did the rival hosts draw near each other with great tumult and shouting, and when they closed, no tongue could tell the fury of their smiting, and the sore struggling, the wounds and slaughter. And then King Arthur, with his mightiest knights, rode down into the thickest of the fight, and drew Excalibur, and slew as lightning slays for swiftness and of force. And in the midmost crowd he met a giant, Galapus by name, and struck off both his legs at the knee joints, saying, Now art thou a better size to deal with, and smote off his head at a second blow, and the body, in falling down, killed 6 men. Anon King Arthur spied where Lucius fought, and worked great deeds of prowess with his own hands. Forthwith he rode at him, and attacked each other from the passing fiercely, till at last Lucius struck King Arthur with a fearful wound across the face, and Arthur in return, lifting up Excalibur on high, drove it with all his force upon the emperor's head, shivering his helmet, crashing his head in halves, and splitting his body to the breast. And when the Romans saw their emperor dead, they fled in hosts of thousands, and King Arthur and his knights and all his army followed them, and slew 100,000 men. Then returning to the field, King Arthur rode to the place where Lucius lay dead, and round him the kings of Egypt and Ethiopia, and 17 other kings with 60 Roman senators and noble men. All these he ordered to be carefully embalmed with aromatic gums, and laid in leaden coffins, covered with their shields and arms and banners. And then calling for 3 senators who were taken prisoners, he said to them, As the ransom of your lives, I will tell that ye take these dead bodies and carry them to Rome, and there present them for me, with these letters, saying I will shortly be upon them. And I suppose the Romans will beware how they again ask tribute of me. For tell them, these dead bodies that I send are for the tribute they dared to ask for. And if they wish for more, when I come I will pay them the rest. So with that charge, 3 senators departed with the dead bodies, and went into Rome, the body of the emperor being carried in a chariot blazoned with the arms of the empire, all alone, and the bodies of the kings 2 and 2 in chariots following. After the battle, King Arthur entered Lorraine, Brabant, and Flanders, and thence, subduing all the countries he went, passed into Germany, and so beyond the mountains to Lombardy and Tuscany. At length he came before a city which refused to obey him, wherefore he sat down before to besiege it. And after a long time thus spent, King Arthur called Sir Florence, and told him they began to lack food for his hosts. And not far from hence, said he, are great forests full of cattle belonging to my enemies. Go then, and bring by force all thou canst find, and take with thee Sir Gawain, my nephew, and Sir Clegus, Sir Clermont, the captain of Cardiff, and a strong band. Anon these knights made ready, and rode over holts and hills, and through forests and woods, until they came to a great meadow full of fair flowers and grass, and there they rested themselves and their horses for the night. And at the dawn of the next day Sir Gawain took his horse and rode away from his fellows to seek some shelter. Soon he saw an armed knight walking his horse by a wood's side, and with his shield laced to his shoulder, and no attendant with him save a page, bearing a mighty spear, and on his shield were blazoned 3 gold griffins. When Sir Gawain spied him, he put his spear in rest, and riding straight to him, asked who he was. "A Tuscan," said he, "and thou mayest prove me when thou wilt, for thou shalt be my prisoner ere we part." Then said Sir Gawain, "Thou vauntest thee greatly, and speakest proud words, yet I counsel thee for all thy boastings, look to thyself the best thou canst." At that they took their spears, and ran at each other with all the might they had, and smote each other through their shields into their shoulders, and drawing their swords smote with great strokes, till the fire sprang out of their helms. Then was Sir Gawain enraged, and with his good sword Galatine struck through his enemy through shield and hauberk, and splintered into piece all the precious stones upon it, and made so great a wound that men might see both lungs and liver. At that the Tuscan, groaning loudly, rushed on Sir Gawain, and gave him a deep slanting stroke, and made a mighty wound, and cut a great vein asunder, so that he bled fast, and cried out, "Bind thy wound quickly up, Sir Knight, for thou be bloodiest all thy horse and thy fair armour, and all the surgeons in the world shall never staunch thy blood, for so shall be whomsoever is hurt with this good sword." Then answered Sir Gawain, "It grieveth me but little, and thy boastful words give me no fear, for thou shalt suffer a great grief and sorrow ere we part, but tell me quickly who can staunch this blood." "That can I do," said the strange knight, "and will, if thou wilt aid and succour to me to become christened, and to believe in God, which I now do require of thee upon thy manhood." "I am content," said Sir Gawain, "and may God help me to grant all thy wishes. But tell me first, what soughtest thou thus here alone, and of what land art thou?" "Sir," said the knight, "my name is Prianus, and my father is a great prince who hath rebelled against Rome. He is a descendant of Alexander and Hector, and of our lineage were also Joshua and the Maccabeus. I am right of the king of Alexandria, and Africa, and all the outer isles, yet I would believe in the Lord thou worshippest, and for thy labour I will give thee treasure enough. I was so proud in heart that I thought none my equal, but now I have encountered with thee, who hast given me thy fill of fighting. Wherefore I pray thee, Sir Knight, tell me of thyself." "I am no knight," said Sir Gawain. "I have been brought up many years in the wardrobe of the noble Prince King Arthur, to mind his armour and array." "Ah," said Prianus, "if this varlet be so keen and fierce, his knights be passing good. Now, for the love of heaven, whether thou be a knight or knave, tell me thy name." "By heaven," said Gawain, "now will I tell thee the truth. My name is Sir Gawain, and I am indeed a knight of the Round Table." "Ha, now better am I pleased," said Prianus. "Then if thou hast given me all the province of Paris the rich, I had rather been torn by wild horses than by any varlet should have won a victory over me than thou hast done. But now, Sir Knight, I warn thee that close by is the Duke of Lorraine, with 60,000 good men of war, and he both best flee at once, for he will find us, and will be sorely wounded. We will never likely recover. and let my page be careful that he blow no horn, for hard by are 100 knights my servants, and if they seize thee, no ransom of gold or silver would acquit thee." Then Sir Gawain rode over a river to save himself, and Sir Prianius after him, and so they both fled till they came to his companions who were in the meadow, where they spent the night. When Sir Wishart saw Gawain so hurt, he ran to him weeping, and asked him who it was who had wounded him. And so Gawain told him how he had fought with the other man, pointing to Prianius, who had salves to heal them both. "But I can tell ye other things," said he, "that soon we must encounter many enemies, for a great army is close to us in our front." Then Prianius and Sir Gawain alighted, and let their horses graze while they unarmed. And when they took this armour and their clothing off, the hot blood ran down freshly from their wounds, till it was piteous to see. But Prianius took from his page a vial filled from the 4 rivers that flow out of Paradise, and anointed both of their wounds with a certain balm, and washed them with that water, and within an hour afterwards they were both as sound and as whole as they could have ever been. And then at the sound of a trumpet all the knights were assembled to council, and after much talking Prianius said, "Cease your words, for I warn you in yonder wood ye shall find knights of number, and will put out cattle for a decoy to lead you on, and ye are not 700. "Nevertheless," said Sir Gawain, "let us at once encounter them, and see what they can do, and may the best have victory." Then they saw suddenly an earl named Sir Ethelwald, and a duke of the Dutchmen came leaping out of the ambush of the woods in front, with many 1,000 after them, and rode straight down to battle. And Sir Gawain, full of ardour and courage, comforted his knights, saying, "They are all ours." And then the 700 knights in close company set spurs to their horses and began to gallop, and fiercely met their enemies. And then were men and horses slain and overthrown on every side, and in and out amidst them all the knights of the Round Table pressed and thrust, and smote down to the earth all who withstood them, till at length the whole of them turned back and fled. "By heaven," said Sir Gawain, "this gladdened well my heart, for now behold them as they flee. They are full 70,000 less in number than they were an hour ago." Thus was the battle quickly ended, and a great host of high lords and knights of Lombardy and Saracens left dead upon the field. And then Sir Gawain and his company collected a great plenty of cattle, and of gold and silver, and all kind of treasure, and returned to King Arthur, where he still kept the siege. "Now God be thanked," he cried. "But who is he that standeth yonder by himself, and seemeth not a prisoner?" "Sir," said Gawain, "he is a good man with his weapons, and hath matched me, but cometh hither to be made a Christian. Had it not been for his warnings, we none of us should have been here this day. I pray thee therefore let him be baptized, for there can be few nobler men or better knights." And so Prianius was christened, and made a duke and a knight of the Round Table. Presently afterwards they made a last attack upon the city, and entered by the walls on every side, and as the men were rushing to the pillage, came the Duchess forth with many ladies and damsels, and kneeled before King Arthur, besought him to receive their submission. To whom the king made answer, with noble countenance, "Madam, be well assured that none shall harm ye or your ladies, neither shall any that belong to thee be hurt, but the Duke must abide by my judgment. Then he commanded to stay the assault, and took the keys from the eldest son, who brought them kneeling. Anon the Duke was sent a prisoner to Dover for the rest of his life, and rents and taxes were assigned for dowry of the Duchess and her children. Then went he on with all his host, winning all towns and castles, and wasting them that refused obedience, till he came to Viterbo. From thence he sent to Rome, to ask senators whether they would receive him for their lord and governor. In answer came out to him all the senate that remained alive, and the cardinals with a majestic retinue in procession, and laying great treasures at his feet, they prayed him to come in all at once to Rome, and there he peaceably was crowned as emperor. At this next Christmas, said King Arthur, will I be crowned, and hold my round table in your city. Anon he entered Rome, in mighty pomp and state, and after him came all his hosts, and his knights, and princes, and great lords arrayed in gold and jewels, such as never were beheld before. And then he was crowned emperor by the Pope's hands, with all the highest solemnity that could be made. And then after his coronation, he abode in Rome for a season, settling his lands and giving kingdoms to his knights and servants, to each one after his deserving, and in such wise fashion that no man among them all complained. Also he made many dukes and earls, and loaded all his men-at-arms with riches and great treasure. When all this was done, the lords and knights, and all the men of great estate, came together before him and said, Noble Emperor, by the blessing of eternal God, thy mortal welfare is all finished, and thy conquests all achieved. For now in all the world is none so great and mighty as to dare make war with thee. Wherefore we beseech and heartily pray thee of thy noble grace to turn thee homeward, and give us also leave to see our wives and home again. For we now have been from them for so long a season, and all thy journey is completed with great honour and worship. Ye say well, he replied, and to tempt God is no wisdom. Therefore make ready in all haste, and turn we home to England. And so King Arthur returned with his knights and lords and armies in great triumph and joy. Through all the countries he had conquered, and commanded that no man upon pain of death should rob or do any violence by the way. And crossing the seas, at length he came to Sandwich, where Queen Guinevere received him, and made great joy at his arrival. And through all the realm of Britain was there such rejoicing as no tongue can tell. Sir Gawain and the Maid with the Narrow Sleeves. Now that it happened that as Sir Gawain was riding one day through the country, he encountered a troop of knights, followed by a squire who led a Spanish charger, and about whose neck was hung a shield. Sir Gawain rode up to the squire and said, Tell me, what is yonder troop that hath ridden by? The squire answered, Sir Meliance of Lys, a brave and hardy knight. Is it to him that you belong? Sir Gawain asked. Nay, sir, said the squire, my master is Theodavs, a knight as worthy as this one. Theodavs, I know, said Gawain. Whither he fareth? Tell me the truth. He proceedeth to a tourney, sir. With this Meliance of Lys hath undertaken against Theobald of Tintagel. If you will take my advice, you will throw yourself into the castle and take part against the outsiders." "Was it not," cried Gawain, "in the house of Theobald of Meliance of Lys was nurtured?" "Ay, sir, so God save me," said the squire. "His father loved Theobald, and trusted him so much that on his deathbed he committed to his care his little son, whom Theobald cherished and protected, until the time when the youth petitioned his daughter to give him her love. But she replied that she would never do that until he should be made a knight. The youth, being ardent, forthwith himself had been knighted, and then returned to the maiden. "Nay," answered the girl, "it shall never be until in my presence you have achieved such feats of arms that I know my love hath cost you somewhat. For those things which come suddenly not so sweet as those that we earn. If you wish, my love, take a tournament of my father. I desire to be certain that my love would be well placed, in case I were to grant it." What she suggested, he performed, for love hath such lordship over lovers, that those who are under his power would never dare to refuse whatever it pleased him to enjoin. "And you, sir, sluggish will you be if you do not enter the castle, for they will greet you greatly if you might help them." To which Sir Gawain answered, "Brother, go thy way. It would be wise of you, and let my affairs be." And so the squire departed, and Gawain rode towards Tintagel, for there was no other way by which he could pass. Now Theobald had summoned all his kith and kin who had come high and low, old and young, but he could not get the permission of his council to joust with his master, for the councillors feared lest he should utterly ruin their castle. Therefore the gates had been walled up with stones and mortar, leaving as the only approach one small postern, which had a gate made of copper, and as much as a cart could haul. Sir Gawain rode to it, behind the troop that bore his harness, for there was no other road within 7 leagues. He found the postern shut, and he turned into a close below the tower that was fenced with a palisade. He dismounted under an oak and hung up his shield. Thither came the folk from the castle, most of them sorry that the tourney had been abandoned. In the fortress was an aged noble woman, great in land and lineage, whose word no one disputed. A long way off, the troop had been pointed out to him, and before they rode into the close, he went to Theobald and said, "Sir, so God save me, I have seen 2 companions of King Arthur, worthy men, who ride this way. I advise you to tourney with good hope, for we have brave knights and servants and archers who will slay their horses, and I am certain that they will joust before this gate. If their pride shall bring them, the gain will be ours, and theirs will be loss and the shame." As a result of this counsel, Theobald allowed those who wished to take their arms and sally forth. The knights were rightly glad, and their squires ran after their horses, while the dames and the damsels climbed high places to see the tourney. Below in the meadow they saw the arms of Sir Gawain, and at first thought there were 2 knights, because 2 shields hung from the tree. They cried out that they were fortunate to seize such 2 knights' arm. So some thought, but others exclaimed, "Fair Lord God, this knight hath arms and steeds sufficient for 2. If he hath no companion, what will he do with 2 shields? Never was seen a knight who carried 2 shields at the same time. It is very strange if one man means to bear 2 shields." While the ladies talked, And the knights went forth from the castle, the elder daughter of Theobald mounted to the tower, she on account of whom the tournament had been undertaken, and with her younger sister, whose sleeves were so quaint that she was called the Maid with narrow sleeves, for she wore them tight. Dames and damsels climbed the tower with them, and the tourney was joined in front of the castle. None bore himself so well as Meliance of Lys, by the testimony of his fair friend, who said to those about her, "Ladies, never did I see a knight who delighted me as doth Meliance of Lys. Is it not pleasurable to see such a knight? That man must have a good seat and be skilful in the use of lance and shield, who beareth himself so excellently." Thereupon her sister, who sat by her side, said that she saw a fairer knight. The elder maiden was angry and rose to strike her sister, but the ladies interfered and held her back, so that she missed her blow, which greatly incensed her. In the tournament many lances were shivered, shields pierced, and knights unhorsed, and it went hard that with the knight who met Sir Meliance of Lys, for there was none who would not throw on the hard ground. If his lance broke, he dealt great blows with his sword, and he bore himself better than any knight on either side, to the great joy of his fair friend, who could not resist exclaiming, "Ladies, it is wonderful! Behold the best bachelor knight of whom minstrel hath ever sung, or whom eyes have ever seen, the fairest and bravest of all those in the tourney." Then the little girl cried, "I see a handsomer one. 'Tis like a better." The elder sister grew hot. "Girl, you were a malapert when you were so unlucky as to blame one who I praised. Take that to teach you better another time." So saying, she slapped her sister so hard that she left the little girl's cheek a print of her 5 fingers. But the ladies who sat near scolded her and took her away. After that they fell to talking of Sir Gawain. One of the damsels said, "The knight bequeathed yonder tree. Why doth he delay to take arms?" A second damsel, who was ruder, exclaimed, "He hath sworn to keep the peace." And a third added, "He is a merchant. Don't tell me that he desireth to joust. He brings the horses to market." "He is a money changer," said the fourth. "The goods he hath, he meaneth to sell to poor bachelors. Trust me, he hath money or raiment in those chests." "You have wicked tongues," cried the little girl, "and you are liars. Do you think a merchant would bear such huge lances? You tire me to death, talking such nonsense. By the faith that I owe the Holy Spirit, he seemeth to me a knight rather than a merchant or a money changer. He is a knight, and he looks like one." The ladies all cried with one voice, "Fair sweet friend, if he looketh so, it doth not follow that he is so. He putteth it on, because he wisheth to cheat the tariff. But in spite of all his cleverness, he is a fool, for he will be taken up and hung for a cheat." Sir Gawain heard all that the ladies had said about him, and he was ashamed and annoyed. But he thought, and thought rightly, that he lay under an accusation of treason, and that it was his duty to keep his pledge, or forever disgrace himself and his line. It was for this reason that he took no part in the tourney, lest, if he fought, he should be wounded or taken prisoner. Meliance of Lys called for great lances to strike harder blows until night fell upon the tourney, continued before the gate. The man who took any booty carried it to some place where he thought it would be safe. Then the ladies saw a squire, tall and strong, who held a piece of lance and bore on his neck a steel cap. One of the ladies, who was foolish, called to him, saying, Sir Squire, so God help me, it is foolish of you to make prize of that tester those arms and croupice. If you do a squire's duty, you deserve a squire's wage. Below in yonder meadow is a man who hath riches he cannot defend. Unwise is he who misseth his gain, while he hath the power to take it. He seemeth the most debonair of knights, and yet he would not stir if one plucked his beard. If you are wise, take the armour and the treasure, none will hinder you. The squire went into the meadow and struck one of Gawain's horses, crying, Vassal, are you sick that all day long you gape here and have done nothing? Neither pierced shield nor shivered lance. Sir Gawain answered, Pray, what is it to you why I tarry? You shall know, but not now. Get you gone about your business. The squire withdrew, for Gawain was not the type of man whom he would dare say anything unpleasant. The tourney ended. After many knights had been killed and many horses captured, the outsiders had the best, and the people had all of the castle gained by intermission. At parting, they all agreed that on the morrow with songs they would meet again and continue the encounter. So, for that night, they separated, and those who had sallied forth returned to the castle, followed by Sir Gawain. At the gate, he met the nobleman, who had advised his lord to engage in the tourney. This man accosted him pleasantly and said, Fair sir, in this castle your hostel is ready, if it pleaseth you remain here, for if you should go on it would be long before you arrived at lodging. Therefore I urge you to stay. I will tarry, your mercy, said Gawain. I have heard worse words. The man led the guest to his house, talking of this and that, and asked him why on the day he had not borne arms. Sir Gawain explained that he had been accused of treason, and was bound to be upon his guard against prison and wounds until he could free himself from the reproach that was cast upon him. For it would be to dishonour of himself and his friends if he should fail to appear at the time appointed. The noblewoman praised him, and said that if it was the reason he had done right. With that he led Sir Gawain to his house, where they dismounted. The people of the castle blamed him, wondering how his lord would take it, while the elder daughter of Theobald did her best to make trouble for Gawain, on account of her sister, with whom she was angry. Sir, she said to her father, on this day you have suffered no loss, but made a gain greater than you think. You have only to go and take it. The man who hath bought it here will not dare to defend it, for he is wily. Lances and shields he bringeth, with palfreys and chargers, and maketh himself resemble a knight to cheat the customs, so that he may pass free when he cometh to sell his wares. Render him his deserts. He is with Balin, son of Bertan, who hath taken him to lodge at his house. I just saw him pass. Theobald took his horse, for he himself wished to go there. The little girl who saw him leave went out secretly by a black gate, and straight down the hill to the house of Gawain, who had fair daughters. When we saw their little lady, they should have been glad, and they were. Each took her by a hand, and led her into the house, kissing her eyes and lips. In the meantime, Gawain and his son Herman had left the house, and were going to the castle to speak to their lord. Midway there they met Theobald and saluted him. He asked whither Gawain was going, and said that he had intended to pay him a visit. By my faith, said the nobleman, that will not displease me, and at my house you shall see the fairest of knights. It is even he whom I seek, said Theobald, to arrest him. He is a merchant who selleth horses and pretendeth to be a knight. Ah, alas, said Gawain, 'tis a churlish speech I hear you make. I am your man, and you are my master. But on the spot I renounce your homage, and in the name of all my life now defy you, rather than suffer you my disgrace of the house. Indeed, answered Theobald, I have no wish to do any such thing. Neither you nor your house shall ever receive aught but honour from me, not but what I have been counselled so to proceed. Your great mercy, explained the nobleman, it will be my honour if you visit as my guest. So, side by side, they went on until they reached the house. When Sir Gawain saw them, he rose out of courtesy and said, Welcome. The two saluted him and took their seats beside him. Then the nobleman, who was the lord of that country, asked why he had taken no part in the tourney, and Gawain narrated how a knight had accused him of treason, and how he was only on his way to defend himself in a royal court. Doubtless, said the lord, that is a sufficient excuse. But where is the battle to be held? Sir, before the king of Accolon, whither I am journeying. And I, said the nobleman, will guide you, since you must needs pass through a poor country, and I will provide you with the food and pack beasts to carry it. Gawain answered that he had no need to accept anything, for it could be bought. He would have food and lodging wherever he wanted. With these words, Theobald took leave. As he departed, from the opposite direction he saw come his little daughter, who embraced Gawain's leg and said, Fair sir, listen, I have come to complain of my sister who hath beaten me. So, please, do me justice. Gawain made no answer, for he did not know what she meant. He put his hand on her head, and when the girl pulled him, saying, To you, fair sir, I complain of my sister. I do not love her, since today she hath done me great shame for your sake. Fair one, what have I to do with that? How can I do justice against your sister? Theobald, who had taken leave, heard his child's entreaty and said, Girl, who bade you come here and complain to this knight? Gawain asked, Fair sweet sir, is this maid your daughter? Aye, but never mind what she says, a girl is a silly creature. Certes, said Gawain, I should be churlish if I did not do what she desires. Tell me, my sweet child and fair, in what manner can I justify against your sister? If it pleaseth you, for love of me, bear arms in the tourney. Tell me, dear friend, said Gawain, have you ever before made petition to any knight? No, sir. Never mind her, explained the father. Pay no heed to her folly. Sir Gawain answered, Sir, so aid me the Lord God, for so little a girl, she hath spoken so very well. I will not refuse her. Tomorrow, if she wishes, I will be her champion. Your mercy, fair sweet sir, cried the child, who was overjoyed and bowed down to her feet. Without more words they parted. Theobald carried his daughter back on the neck of his palfrey, and as they rode up the hill, he asked what the quarrel had been about, and she told him the story from beginning to end, saying, Sir, I was vexed with my sister, who declared that Meliance of Lys was the best of all knights, and I, who had seen this knight in the meadow, could not help saying that I'd seen a fairer, whereupon my sister called me a silly girl and beat me. Fie on me, if I take it from her. I would cut off both my braids close to my head, which would be a great loss, if tomorrow the tourney this night would conquer Meliance of Lys, and to put an end to the fuss of Madam, my sister. She talks so much that she tired all the ladies, but a little rain will hush a great wind. Fair child, said the father, I command and allow you in courtesy to send him some love token, a sleeve or a wimple. The child, who was simple, answered, "With pleasure, since you bid me. But my sleeves are so small, I should not like to send them. Most likely, he would not care for them." "Daughter, say no more," said Theobald. "I will think about it. I am very glad." So saying, he took her in his arms, and had a great joy of embracing her, until he came in front of his palace. But when his elder daughter saw him approach with the child before him, she was vexed, and exclaimed, "Sir, whence cometh my sister? The maid in the narrow sleeve. She is full of her tricks. She hath been quick about it. Where did you find her?" "And you," he answered, "what is it to you?" "Quiet, for she is better than you are. You pulled her hair and you beat her, which grieves me. You acted rudely, you were discourteous." When she heard her father's rebuke, the maid was greatly abashed. Theobald had brought from his chest a piece of red samite, and he bade his people to cut out and make a sleeve wide and long. Then he called his daughter and said, "Child, tomorrow rise betimes and visit the knight before he leaveth his hostel. For love's sake, you will give him this new sleeve, which he will wear in the tourney when he goeth thither." The girl answered that so soon as she ever saw the clear dawn she would dress herself and go, with that her father went his way, while she, in great glee, charged her companions that they should not let her oversleep, but should wake her when day breaks, if they would have her love them. They did as she wished, and when it dawned, caused her to wake and dress. All alone she went to the house where Sir Gawain lodged, but early though it was, the knights had risen and gone to the monastery to hear mass. She waited until they offered long orisons, and listened to their service, as much as was right. When they returned, the child rose to greet Sir Gawain, and cried, "Sir, on this day may God save and honour you. For love me, wear the sleeve which I carry in my hand." "With pleasure," he answered. "Friend, your mercy." After the knights were not slow to take arms, and came pouring out of the town, while the damsels went up against the walls and the dames came to the castle to see the troops of brave and hardy knights approach. They rode with loose rein, and in front was Meliance of Lys, who went so fast that he left the rest in the rear 2 rods and more. When his maiden saw her friend, she could not keep quiet, but cried, "Ladies, yonder comes the man who hath the lordship of chivalry." As swiftly as his horse would carry him, Sir Gawain charged Meliance of Lys, who did not evade the blow, but met it boldly, and shivered his lance. On his part, Sir Gawain smote so hard that he grieved Meliance, who flung on the field. The steed grasped by the rein, and gave to a varlet, bidding him to take the lady on whose account he had entered the tourney, and say that his master had sent her the first spoil he had made that day. The youth took the charger, saddled as it was, and led it towards the girl who was sitting at the window in the tower, whence she had watched the joust. And when she saw the encounter, she cried to her sister, "Sister, there lies Meliance of Lys, whom you praised so highly. A wise man ought to give praise where it is due. You see, I was right yesterday when I said that I saw a better knight." Thus she teased her sister, who grew angry and cried, "Child, hold your tongue. If you say another word, I will slap you so that you do not have a foot to stand on." "Oh, sister," answered the little girl, "remember God. You ought not to beat me, because I told you the truth. I saw him tumble as well as you. I think he will not be able to get up. Be as cross as you like. I must say that there is not a lady here who did not see him fall flat on the ground." Her sister would have struck her, had she been able to, but the ladies around would not allow it. With that came the squire, who held the rein in his hand. He saw the girl sitting at the window and presented the steed. She thanked him 100 times, and bade the steed to be taken in charge. The squire returned to tell his master, who seemed the lord for the tournament, that there was no knight so gallant that he did not cast from the saddle, if he reached him with the lance, that is. On the day he captured 4 steeds. The first he sent to the little girl, the second to the wife of the nobleman who had been so kind, and the third and fourth to his own daughters. The tourney was over, and the knights entered the city. On both sides the honour belonged to Sir Gawain. It was not yet noon when he returned from the encounter. The city was full of knights, who ran after him, asking who he was, and of what land. At the gate of his hostel he was met by the damsel, who did naught but grasp his stirrups, salute him, and cry, "1,000 mercies, sweet sir." He responded frankly, "Friend, before I am recreant to your service, may I be aged and bold. I shall never be so remote, but a message will bring me. If I know your need, I shall come at the first summons, whatever business be mine." While they talked, her father came and wished Sir Gawain to stay with him for that night, but first he begged that if his guest pleased, he would tell his name. Sir Gawain answered, "Sir, I am called Gawain. My name was never concealed, nor have I ever told it before it hath been asked." When Theobald knew that the knight was Sir Gawain, his heart was full of joy. "Sir, be pleased to lodge with me and accept my service. Hitherto I have done you little worship, and never did I set eyes upon a knight whom I longed to honour." In spite of urging, Sir Gawain refused to stay. The little girl, who was so good and clever, clasped his foot and kissed it, commending him to God. Sir Gawain asked why she had done that, and the little girl said that she had kissed his foot in order to remember her wherever he went. He had answered, "Doubt it not, fair sweet friend. I shall never forget you, after I have parted hence." And with that, Sir Gawain took leave of his host and others, who one and all commended him to God. That night he slept in an abbey, and had all that was necessary. The Adventures of Sir Lancelot. Then at the following Pentecost, who was held a feast at the Round Table of Caerleon with high splendour, all the knights thereof resorted to the court, and held many games and jousts, and therein Sir Lancelot increased in fame and worship among all men, for he overthrew all the newcomers, and was never unhorsed or worsted, save by treason or enchantment. When Queen Guinevere had seen his wondrous feats, she held him in great favour, and smiled more upon him than any other knight. And ever since he had first gone to bring her to King Arthur, Sir Lancelot thought on her as the fairest of all ladies, and done his best to win her grace. So the queen often sent for him, and bade him tell of his birth and strange adventure, how he was only the son of King Ban of Brittany, and how one night his father, with his mother Helen and himself, fled from the burning castle. How his father, groaning deeply, fell to the ground and died of grief and wounds, and how his mother, running to her husband, left him all alone. How as she thus lay wailing came the Lady of the Lake, took him in her arms, and went with him into the midst of the waters, where with his cousins, Lionel and Bors, he had been cherished all his childhood, until he came to King Arthur's court, and how this was the reason why men called him Lancelot of the Lake. Anon it was ordained by King Arthur that in every year at Pentecost there should be held a festival of all the knights of the Round Table at Caerleon, or such other place as he should choose, and at those festivals he should be told publicly the most famous adventures of any knight during the past year. So when Sir Lancelot and Queen Guinevere rejoiced to hear this, his wanderings and adventures, he resolved to set forth yet again, to win more worship still, that he might more increase her favour. Then he bade his cousin, Sir Lionel, make ready, for, said he, we too will seek adventure. So they mounted their horses, armed at all points, and rode into a vast forest. And when they had passed through it, they came to a great plain. And the weather being very hot about noontide, Sir Lancelot greatly longed to sleep. Then Sir Lionel espied a great apple tree standing by a hedge, and said, Brother, yonder is a fair shadow, where we may rest ourselves and horses. I am full glad of it, said Lancelot, for all these 7 years I have not been so sleepy. So they alighted there, and tied their horses up to sundry trees, and Sir Lionel walked and watched, while Sir Lancelot fell asleep, and slept passing fast. In the meanwhile came 3 knights, riding as fast as flying as they ever could ride, and after them followed a single knight. But when Sir Lionel looked at them, he thought he had never seen so great and strong a man, or so well furnished and apparelled. Anon he saw him overtake the last of those who fled, and smite him to the ground. Then he came to the second, and smote him such a stroke that the horse and man went down to the earth. Then he rode he to the third likewise, and struck him off his horse more than a spear's length. With that he lighted from his horse, and bound all 3 knights fast with the reins of their own bridles. When Sir Lionel saw this, he thought the time was come to prove himself against him. So quietly and cautiously, lest he should wake Sir Lancelot, he took his horse and mounted and rode after him. Presently overtaking, he cried aloud for him to turn, which instantly he did, and smote Sir Lionel so hard that the horse and man went down forthwith. Then he took up Sir Lionel, and threw him bound over his own horseback, and so he served the 3 other knights and rode them away to his castle. There they were disarmed, stripped, and beaten with thorns, and afterwards thrust into a deep prison, where many more knights also made great moans and lamentations, saying, Alas, alas, there is no man that can help us but Sir Lancelot, for no other knight can match this tyrant Turquine, our conqueror. But all this while Sir Lancelot lay sleeping soundly under the apple tree, and as it chanced, there passed that way 4 queens of high estate, riding upon 4 white mules, under 4 canopies of green silk borne on spears to keep them from the sun. As they rode thus, they heard a great horse grimly neigh, and turning them about soon saw a sleeping knight that lay there, all armed, under an apple tree. And when they saw his face, they knew it was Sir Lancelot of the Lake. Then they began to strive which one of them should have the care of him. But Queen Morgan le Fay, King Arthur's half-sister, the great sorceress, was one of them, and said, We need not strive for him. I have enchanted him, so that for 6 hours or more he shall not awake. Let us take him to my castle. When he awakes, himself shall choose which one of us he would rather serve. And so Sir Lancelot was laid upon his shield, and borne on horseback between 2 knights to the castle, and there laid in a cold chamber till the spell should pass. Anon they sent him a fair damsel bearing his supper, who asked him, What cheer? I cannot tell, fair damsel, said he, for I know not how I came to this castle, if it were not by enchantment. Sir, she said, be of good heart, and tomorrow at the dawn of day you shall know more. And so she left him alone, and there he lay all night. In the morning early came the 4 queens to him, passing richly dressed, and said, Sir Knight, thou must understand that thou art our prisoner, and that we know thee well for the King Ban's son, Sir Lancelot of the Lake. And though we know full well that there is only one lady in the world who may have thy love, and she, Queen Guinevere, King Arthur's wife, yet now we are resolved to have thee to serve one of us. Choose, therefore, of us 4 which thou wilt serve. I am Queen Morgan le Fay, Queen of the land of Gaul, and here also is Queen of North Gales, and Queen of Eastland, and Queen of the Out Isles. Choose then at once, for else thou shalt abide here in this prison till thy death. Oh, it is a hard case, said Sir Lancelot, that either I must die or choose one of you for my mistress. Yet I'd rather die in prison than serve any living creature against my will. So take this for my answer, I will serve none of you, for ye be false enchantresses. And as for my lady, Queen Guinevere, whom so lightly ye have spoken of, were I at liberty, I would prove it upon you, or upon yours, that she is the truest lady living to her lord the king. Well, said the queen, is that your answer, that you refuse us all? Yea, on my life, said Lancelot, refused ye be of me. And so they departed from him in great wrath, and left him sorrowfully grieving in his dungeon. At noon the damsel came to him and brought him his dinner, and asked him as before, What cheer? Truly, fair damsel, said Lancelot, in all my life never so ill. Sir, she replied, I grieve to see ye so, but if ye do as I advise, I can help you out of this distress, and will do so if you promise me a boon. Fair damsel, said Lancelot, right willingly will I grant it thee, for sorely do I dread these 4 witch queens, who have destroyed and slain many a good knight with their enchantments. Then said the damsel, Sir, wilt thou promise me to help my father on next Tuesday, for he hath a tournament with the King of North Gales, and last Tuesday lost the field through 3 knights of King Arthur's court who came against him. And if next Tuesday thou wilt aid him, tomorrow before daylight, by the grace of God, I will deliver thee. Fair maiden, said Lancelot, tell me thy father's name, and I will answer thee. My father is King Bagdemagus, she said. I know him well, replied Sir Lancelot, for a noble king and a good knight, and by the faith of my body I will do him all the service I am able to on that day. Gramercy to thee, Sir Knight, said the damsel. Tomorrow when thou art delivered from this place, ride 10 miles hence to an abbey of white monks, and there abide until I bring my father to thee. So be it, said Lancelot, as I am a true knight. And so she departed, and on the morrow early came again and led him out the 12 gates, differently locked, and brought him to his armour. And when he was well armed, she brought him to his horse also, and lightly he saddled it, took a great spear in hand, and mounted and rode forth, saying as he went, Fair damsel, I shall not fail thee by the grace of God. And all the day he rode in a great forest, and he could find no highway, and spent the night in the wood. But the next morning found his road, and came to the abbey of the white monks, and there he saw King Bagdemagus and his daughter waiting for him, So that when they were together in a chamber, Sir Lancelot told the king how he had been betrayed by an enchantment, and how his brother Lionel was gone, he knew not where, and how the damsel had delivered him from the castle of Queen Morgan le Fay. Wherefore, while I live, said he, I shall do service to herself and all her kindred. Then I am sure of thy aid, said the king. On Tuesday now next coming? Yea, sir, I shall not fail thee, said Lancelot. But what knights were they last week who defeated thee, and took part with the king of Northgales? Sir Mador de la Porte, Sir Mordred, and Sir Galatine, replied the king. Sir, said Lancelot, as I understand, the tournament shall take place but 3 miles from this abbey. Send them to me here, 3 knights of thine, the best thou hast, and let them all have plain white shields, so as I also will. Then we will come suddenly into the mist between both parties and fall upon thy enemies and grieve them all we can. None will know who we are. So on the Tuesday, Sir Lancelot and the 3 knights lodged themselves in a small grove hard by the lists. Then came into the field the king of Northgales, with 160 helms, and 3 knights of King Arthur's court who stood apart by themselves. And when the king Bagdemagus had arrived with 80 helms, both companies set their spears in rest, and came together with a mighty clash, wherein were slain 12 knights of King Bagdemagus, and 6 of the king of Northgales, and the party of Bagdemagus was driven back. With that came Sir Lancelot, and thrust into the thickest of the press, and smote down with one spear 5 knights, and broke the backs of 4, and cast down the king of Northgales, and broke his thigh by the fall. When the 3 knights of Arthur's court saw this, they rode at Sir Lancelot, and each after the other attacked him, but he overthrew them all, and smote them nigh to death. Then, taking a new spear, he bore down to the ground 16 more knights, and hurt them all so sorely that they could not carry arms no more that day. And when his spear at length was broken, he took yet another, and smote down 12 knights more, the most of whom he wounded mortally, till in the end of the party of the king of Northgales would joust no more, and the victory was cried to King Bagdemagus. Then Sir Lancelot rode forth with King Bagdemagus to his castle, and there he feasted with great cheer and welcome, and received many royal gifts, and on the morrow he took leave and went to find his brother Lionel. Anon, by chance, he came to the same forest where the 4 queens had found him sleeping, and there he met a damsel riding on a white palfrey. When they had saluted each other, Sir Lancelot said, Fair damsel, knowest thou where any adventurers may be had in this country? Sir knight, said she, there are adventures great enough close by, if thou darest prove them. Why should I not, said Lancelot, since that is the cause for which I came here. Sir, said the damsel, hard by this place there dwelleth a knight that cannot be defeated by any man. So great and perilously strong he is. His name is Sir Turquine, and in the prisons of his castle lie 80 knights and 4, mostly from King Arthur's court, whom he hath taken with his own hands. But promise me, ere thou undertakest this deliverance, to go and help me afterwards, and free me and many other ladies that are distressed by a false knight. Bring me to this felon Turquine, cried Sir Lancelot, and I will afterwards fulfill all of your wishes. And so the damsel went before, and brought him to a ford, and a tree whereupon a great brass basin hung, and Sir Lancelot beat with his spear end upon the basin long and hard, until he beat the bottom out of it, but he saw nothing. He then rode to and fro before the castle gates for well nigh half an hour, and anon saw a great knight riding from the distance, driving a horse before him, across which hung an armed man bound. And when they came near, Sir Lancelot knew the prisoner for a knight of the Round Table. By that time the great knight who drove the prisoner saw Sir Lancelot, and each of them began to settle his spear and to make ready. "Fair sir," then said Sir Lancelot, "put off that wounded knight, I pray thee, from his horse, and let him rest, while thou and I shall prove our strength upon one another. For as I am told, thou doest and hast done great shame and injury to the knights of the Round Table, wherefore I warn thee now, defend thyself." "If thou mayest be of the Round Table," answered Turquine, "I defy thee and all thy fellows." Sir Lancelot replied, "That is saying overmuch." Then setting their lances in rest, they spurred their horses toward each other as fast as they could, and smote so fearfully upon each other's shields that both their horses' backs broke beneath them. As soon as they could clear their saddles, they took their shields before them, and drew their swords, and came together eagerly, fought with great and many grievous strokes, and soon they had both many grim and fearful wounds, and bled in streams. Thus they fought 2 hours and more, thrusting and smiting at each other wherever they could hit. Anon they were both breathless, and stood leaning on their swords. "Now, comrade," said Sir Turquine, "let us wait a while, and answer me what I shall ask thee." "Say on," said Lancelot. "Thou art," said Turquine, "the best man I ever met, and seems like one that I hate above all other knights that live. But if thou be not he, I shall make peace with thee, and for sake of thy great valour will deliver all 80 prisoners, and 4 who lie within my dungeons, and thou and I will be companions for evermore. Tell me then thy name." "Thou sayest well," replied Sir Lancelot, "but who is he that thou hatest so much above others?" "His name," said Turquine, "is Lancelot of the Lake, and he slew my brother Sir Carados at the Dolorous Tower, wherefore if I shall ever meet him, one of us 2 shall slay the other, and thereto I have sworn by a great oath. And to discover and destroy him I have slain 100 knights, and crippled utterly as many more, and many have died in my prisons, and now, as I have told thee, I have many more therein, who shall be delivered if thou tell me thy name, and it not be Sir Lancelot." "Well," said Lancelot, "I am that knight, son of King Ban of Benwick, and knight of the Round Table. So now I defy thee to do thy best." "Aha!" said Turquine with a shout. "Is it then so at last? Thou art more welcome to my sword than ever knight or lady was to feast. For never shall we part till one of us be dead." Then did they hurtle together like 2 wild beasts, slashing and lashing with their shields and swords, and sometimes falling both on the ground. For 2 more hours they fought on, and at last Sir Turquine grew very faint, and gave a little back, and bare his shield full low for weariness. When Sir Lancelot saw him thus, he leaped upon him fiercely as a lion, and took him by the crest of his helmet, and dragged him to his knees. Taking off his helmet, he smote his neck asunder. Then he arose, and went to the damsel who had brought him to Sir Turquine, and said, "I am ready, fair lady, to go with thee upon thy service, but I have no horse." "Fair sir," she said, "take ye this horse of the wounded knight whom Turquine had just now carried to his prison, and send that knight on to deliver all the prisoners." So Sir Lancelot went to the knight, and prayed for him for loan of the horse. "Fair lord," said he, "you are right welcome, for today ye have saved both me and my horse, and I see that ye are the best knight in the world. For in my sight ye shall have slain the mightiest man, and the best knight except thyself I ever saw." "Sir," said Sir Lancelot, "I thank thee well. And now go into yonder castle, where thou shalt find many noble knights of the Round Table. For I have seen their shields hung on the trees around. On yonder tree alone there are Sir Keys, Sir Brandles, Sir Marhaus, and many more. And I pray you greet them all for me, Sir Lancelot of the Lake, and tell them that I bid them help themselves to any treasures they can find within the castle." So as they went, the damsel told them, "Sir, we are now near the place where the foul knight haunteth, who robbeth and distress all ladies and gentlewomen travelling past this way, against whom I have sought your aid." Then they arranged that she should ride on foremost, and Sir Lancelot should follow under cover of the trees by the roadside. And if he saw her come to any mishap, he shall ride forth and deal with him that troubled her. And as the damsel rode on at a soft ambling pace, a knight and page burst forth from the roadside, and forced the damsel from her horse, until she cried out for help. And then came Sir Lancelot, rushing through the wood, as fast as he might fly, and all the branches of the trees cracked and waved around him. "O false knight and traitor to all knighthood," he shouted, "who taught thee to distress the fair ladies thus?" The foul knight answered not, but drew out his sword and rode at Sir Lancelot, who threw his spear away and drew his own sword likewise, and struck him such a mighty blow as clove his head down to the throat. "Now hast thou wages thou long hast earned," he said, and he departed from the damsel. Then 2 days he rode in a great forest, and he had scantly food or lodging, and on the 3rd day he rode over a long bridge, when suddenly there started up a passing foul churl, and smote his horse across the nose, so that he started and turned back, rearing with pain. "Why ridest thou over here without my leave?" said he. "Why should I not?" said Lancelot. "There is no other way to ride." "Thou shalt not pass by here," cried out the churl, and dashed at him with a great club full of iron spikes. Sir Lancelot was fain to draw his sword and smite him dead upon the earth. At the end of the bridge was a fair village, and all the people came and cried, "Ah, sir, a worse deed for thyself thou never did, for thou hast slain the chief porter of the castle yonder." But he let them talk as they pleased, and rode straight forward to the castle. There he alighted, tied his horse to a ring in the wall, and going in saw a wide green court, and thought it seemed some noble place to fight in. And as he looked about, he saw many people watching him from doors and windows, making signs of warning, and saying, "Fair knight, thou art unhappy." In the next moment came upon him 2 great giants, well armed save their heads, and 2 horrible clubs in their hands. Then he put his shield before him, and with it warded off one giant's stroke, and clove the other one with his sword from the head downward to the chest. When he first saw the giant, that he ran away mad with fear, but Sir Lancelot ran after him, and smote him through the shoulder, and shore him down his back so he fell dead. Then he walked onward to the castle hall, and saw a band of 60 ladies and young damsels coming forth, who knelt to him and thanked him for their freedom. "For, sir," they said, "the most of us have been prisoners here these 7 years, and have been kept up at all manner of work to earn our meat and food, though we all be great gentlewomen born. Blessed be the time that thou wast born, for never did a knight a deed of greater worship than thou hast this day. And thereto we will bear witness in all times and places. Tell us therefore, noble knight, thy name and court, so that we may tell our friends. And when they heard it, they all cried it loud. Well may it be so, that we know that no knight save thou should ever overcome those giants, and many a long day have we sighed for thee, for the giants feared no other name among all knights but thine. Then he told them to take the treasures of the castle as a reward for their grievances, and to return to their homes, and so rode away in many strange and wild countries. And at last, after many days, by chance he came near the night time to a fair mansion, wherein he found an old gentlewoman, who gave him and his horse good cheer. And when bedtime had come, his host brought him to the chamber over a gate, and there he unarmed went to bed and fell asleep. But soon thereafter came riding in great haste and knocking vehemently at the gate below, which when Sir Lancelot heard, he rose and looked out the window, and by the moonlight saw 3 knights come riding fiercely after one man, lashing on him all at once with their swords, while the one knight nobly fought them all. Then Sir Lancelot quickly armed himself, and getting through the window, let himself down by a sheet into the midst of them, crying out, "Turn ye on me, you cowards, and leave fighting with that knight." Then they all left Sir Kay, for the first knight was he, and began to fall upon Sir Lancelot furiously. And when Sir Kay would have come forward to assist him, Sir Lancelot refused, and cried, "Leave me alone to deal with them." And presently with 6 great strokes he befelled them all. Then he cried out, "Sir Knight," then they cried out rather, "Sir Knight, we yield us unto thee, as to a man of might." "I will not take to your yielding," said he. "Yield ye to Sir Kay, or I will have your lives." "Fair knight," they said, "excuse us in that thing, for we have chased Sir Kay thus far, and should have overcome him but for thee." "Well," said Sir Lancelot, "do as ye will, for ye may live or die, but if ye live, ye shall be holden to Sir Kay." And then they yielded to him, and Sir Lancelot commanded them to go unto King Arthur's court at the next Pentecost, and say Sir Kay had sent them prisoners to Queen Guinevere, and this they swore to do upon their swords. Then Sir Lancelot knocked at the gate with his sword hilt, till his hostess came and let him in again, and Sir Kay also. And when the light came, Sir Kay knew Sir Lancelot, and knelt and thanked him for his courtesy and gentleness and kindness. "Sir," he said, "I have done no more than what I ought to do, and ye are very welcome. Therefore let us now take rest." So when Sir Kay had supped, they went to sleep, and Sir Lancelot and he slept in the same bed. On the morrow Sir Lancelot rose early, and Sir Kay's shield and armour set forth. When Sir Kay arose, he found Sir Lancelot's armour by his bedside, and his own arms were gone. "Now, by my faith," said he, "I know that he will grieve some knights of our king's court, for those who meet him will be bold to joust with him, mistaking him for me, while I, dressed in his shield and armour, shall surely ride in peace." Then Sir Lancelot, dressed in the clothing of Sir Kay, rode long in a great forest, and came at last to a low country full of rivers and fair meadows, whereupon he saw a bridge before him, and 3 silk tents of divers colours, and to each tent was hung a white shield, and by each shield stood a knight. So Sir Lancelot went by without speaking a word. And when he had passed, the 3 knights said it was the proud Sir Key, who thinketh no knight equal to himself, although the contrary is full often proved upon him. By my faith, said one of them, named Gaunter, I will ride after and attack him for all his pride, and ye shall watch my speed. Then taking shield and spear, he mounted and rode after Sir Lancelot, and cried, Abide, proud knight, and turn, for thou shalt not pass free. And so Sir Lancelot turned, and each one put his spear in rest, and came all his might against the other. And Sir Gaunter's spear broke shot, but Sir Lancelot smote him down, both horse and man. When the other knights saw this, they said, Yonder is not Sir Key, but a bigger man. I dare wager my head, said Sir Gilmer, yonder knight have slain Sir Key and taken his horse and harness. Be it so, or not, said Sir Raynaud, the 3rd brother. Let us go now to our brother Gaunter's rescue. We shall have enough to not match that knight, for by his stature I believe it is Sir Lancelot or Sir Tristram. Anon they took their horses and galloped after Sir Lancelot, and Sir Gilmer first assailed him, but was smitten down forthwith, and lay stunned upon the earth. Then said Sir Raynaud, Sir Knight, thou art a strong man, and I believe hast slain my 2 brothers, wherefore my heart is sore against thee. Yet, if I might honour, I would avoid thee. Nevertheless that cannot be, so keep thyself. And so they hurtled together with all their might, and each man shivered his spear to pieces. And they drew their swords and lashed out eagerly. And as they fought, Sir Gaunter and Sir Gilmer presently arose and mounted once again, and came down at full tilt upon Sir Lancelot. But when he saw them coming, he put forth all his strength, and struck Sir Raynaud off his horse. When the 2 other strokes, he served the others likewise. Anon Sir Raynaud crept along the ground, with his head all bloody, and came towards Sir Lancelot. It is enough, said Lancelot. I was not far from thee when thou wast made knight, Sir Raynaud, and I know thee for a good and valiant man, and was full loth to slay. Gramercy for thy gentleness, said Sir Raynaud. I and my brethren will straightway yield to thee when we know thy name, for well we know that you are not Sir Key. As for that, said Sir Lancelot, be it as it may, but ye shall yield to Queen Guinevere at the next feast of Pentecost as prisoners, and say that Sir Key sent ye. Then they swore to him it should be done as he commanded, and so Sir Lancelot passed on, and the 3 brethren helped each other's wounds as best they might. Then rode Lancelot forward into the deep forest, and came upon 4 knights of King Arthur's court under an oak tree, Sir Sagramore, Ector, Gawain, and Elaine. And when they spied him, they thought it was Sir Key. Now by my faith, said Sir Sagramore, I will prove Sir Key's might. And taking his spear, he rode towards Lancelot. But Sir Lancelot was aware of him, and setting his spear in rest, smote him so sorely that horse and man fell to the earth. Lo, cried Sir Ector, I see by the buffet that knight had given our fellow he is stronger than Sir Key. Now I will try what I can against him. So Sir Ector took his spear and galloped at Sir Lancelot, and Sir Lancelot met him as he came, so smote him through shield and shoulder, so that he fell, but his own spear was not broken. By my faith, cried Sir Gawain, yonder is a strong knight. I must have slain Sir Key and taken his armour. By his strength, I see it will be hard to match him. So saying, he rode towards Sir Lancelot, who met him halfway and struck him so fiercely that at one blow he overthrew him also. "Now," said Sir Gawain, "will I encounter him?" So he took a good spear in his hand and guarded himself with his shield, and he and Sir Lancelot rode against each other, with their horses at full speed furiously smiting on the middle of their shields. But Sir Gawain's spear broke short asunder, and Sir Lancelot charged so mightily upon him that his horse and he both fell and rolled upon the ground. "Ah," said Sir Lancelot, smiling as he rode away from the 4 knights, "heaven give joy to him who has made this spear, for never held I a better one in my hand." But the 4 knights said to each other, "Truly, one spear hath felled us all." "I dare lay my life," said Sir Gawain, "it is Sir Lancelot. I know him by his riding." So they all departed for the court. And as Sir Lancelot still rode in the forest, he saw a black bloodhound running with its head toward the ground as if it tracked a deer, and following after it, he came to a great pool of blood. But the hound, ever and anon looking behind, ran through a great marsh and over a bridge toward the old manor house. So Sir Lancelot followed and went into the hall. He saw a dead knight laying there, whose wounds the hound licked, and a lady stood behind him, weeping and wringing her hands, crying, "O knight, too great is the sorrow which thou hast brought me." "Why say ye so?" replied Sir Lancelot. "I have never harmed this knight. I am fully aggrieved to see thy sorrow." "Nay, sir," said the lady, "I see it is not thou hast slain my husband, for he truly did that deed, is deeply wounded, and shall never recover." "What is thy husband's name?" asked Sir Lancelot. "His name was Sir Gilbert, one of the best knights in the world, but I know not the name who has slain him." "God send thee comfort," said Sir Lancelot, and departed again into the forest. And as he rode, he met with a damsel who knew him and cried out, "Well found, my lord. I pray ye, of your knighthood, help my brother, who is sore wounded and ceases not to bleed, for he fought this day with Sir Gilbert and slew him, but was himself well nigh slain. And there is a sorceress who dwelleth in a castle hard by, and she this day told me that my brother's wound shall never be made whole, until I find a knight to go into the chapel perilous, and bring from thence a sword and a bloody cloth in which the wounded knight was wrapped." "This is a marvellous thing," said Sir Lancelot, "but what is your brother's name?" She replied, "Sir Melio de Logres." "He is a fellow of the Round Table," said Lancelot. "Truly I'll do my best to help him." "Then, sir," she said, "follow this way, and it will bring ye to the chapel perilous. I will abide here till God send ye hither again, for if ye speed not, there is no living knight that may achieve that adventure." And so Sir Lancelot departed, and when he came to the chapel perilous, he alighted and tied his horse to the gate. As soon as he was within the churchyard, he saw on front of the chapel many shields of knights who he had known, turned upside down. Then he saw in the pathway 30 knights taller than any men he had ever seen, all armed in black armor, with their swords drawn, and they gnashed their teeth as he came. But he put his shield before him, and took his sword in hand, ready to do battle with them. And when he would have cut his way through them, they scattered on every side and let him pass. Then he went into the chapel, and saw therein no light but of a dim burning lamp. Then he was aware of a corpse in the midst of the chapel, covered with a silken cloth, and so stooped down to cut off a piece of it, where the earth beneath him trembled. And then he saw a sword lying by the dead knight, and taking it in his hand, he hid him from the chapel. As soon as he was in the churchyard again, all 30 knights cried out with fierce voices, "Sir Lancelot, lay that sword from thee, or you will die." "Whether I live or die," said he, "ye shall fight for it ere ye take it from me." With that they yielded and let him pass. And further on beyond the chapel he met a fair damsel who said, "Sir Lancelot, leave the sword behind, or you will die." "I will not leave it," said Lancelot, "for any asking." "Then, gentle knight," said the damsel, "I pray thee kiss me once." "Nay," said Sir Lancelot, "that God forbid." "Alas," she cried, "I have lost all my labour, but hast thou kissed me, my life's days would all be done." "Heaven save me from these subtle crafts," said Sir Lancelot, and therewith took his horse and galloped forth. And when he was departed, the damsel sorrowed greatly, and died within 15 days. Her name was Elois, the sorceress. Then came Sir Lancelot to Sir Meliot's sister, who, when she saw him, clapped her hands and wept for joy, and took him to the castle hard by, where Sir Meliot was. And when Sir Lancelot saw him, he knew him. He was pale as ashes for loss of blood. And as Sir Melot, when he saw Sir Lancelot, kneeled and cried aloud, "O Lord, Sir Lancelot, help me!" And thereupon Sir Lancelot went to him and touched his wounds with the sword, and wiped them with the piece of bloody cloth. And immediately he was whole, as though he had been never wounded. Then there was great joy between him and Sir Meliot, and his sister made sure Sir Lancelot had good cheer. So upon the morrow he took his leave, that he might go to King Arthur's court. "For," he said, "it draweth nigh to the feast of Pentecost, and there by God's grace shall ye then find me." And riding through many strange countries, he came at length before a castle. And he passed by, and heard 2 bells ringing. Looking up, soaring a falcon flying ahead, with bells tied to her feet, and long strings dangling from them. And as the falcon flew past an elm tree, the strings caught in the boughs, that she could not fly any further. In the meantime came a lady from the castle and cried, "O Sir Lancelot, as thou art the flower of all knights in the world, help me get my hawk, for she had slipped away from me and be lost. If my lord husband is so hasty, he will surely slay me." "What is thy lord's name?" "His name," she said, "is Sir Felot, a knight of the King of Northgales." "Fair lady," said Sir Lancelot, "since you know my name and require me on my knighthood to help you rather, I will do what I can to get your hawk." And thereupon alighting, he tied his horse to the same tree, and prayed the lady to unarm him. So when he was unarmed, he climbed up and reached the falcon, and drew it to the lady. Then suddenly came down out of the wood her husband, Sir Felot, all armed with a drawn sword in his hand, and said, "O Sir Lancelot, now I have found thee as I would have thee," and stood at the trunk of the tree to slay him. "Ah, lady," cried Sir Lancelot, "why have you betrayed me?" "She has done as I commanded her," said Sir Felot, "and thine hour is come that thou must die." "It were a shame," said Sir Lancelot, "for an armed to slay an unarmed man." "Thou hast no other favour from me," said Sir Felot. "Alas," cried Lancelot, "that every knight should die weaponless." And looking overhead, he saw a great bough with leaves, and wrenched it off the tree, and suddenly leapt down. Then Sir Felot struck at him eagerly, thinking to have slain him. But Lancelot put the stroke down with the bough, and therewith smote him on the side of the head, till he fell swooning to the ground. And tearing at his sword from his hands, He shore his neck through the body. Then did the lady shriek dismally and swooned as though she would die. But Sir Lancelot put on his armour, and with haste took his horse and departed thence, thanking God he had escaped that peril. And as he rode through a valley, among many wild lands, he saw a knight with a drawn sword, chasing a lady to slay her. And seeing Sir Lancelot, she cried and prayed to him to come and rescue her. At that he went up, saying, Fie on that knight! Why wilt thou slay this lady? Thou dost shame to thyself and all knights. What hast thou done between me and my wife? Replied the knight. I will slay in spite of thee. Thou shalt not harm her, said Lancelot, till we have first fought together. Sir, answered the knight, thou doest ill, for this lady hath betrayed me. He speaketh falsely, said the lady, for he is jealous of me without cause. As I shall answer before heaven. But as thou art named the most worshipful knight in the world, I pray thee of thy true knighthood to save me, for he is without mercy. Be of good cheer, said Lancelot, I shall not lie within his power to harm thee. Sir, said the knight, I will be ruled as ye will have me. So Sir Lancelot rode between the knight and the lady, and when they had ridden a while, a knight cried out suddenly to Sir Lancelot to turn and see what men they were who came riding after them. And while Sir Lancelot, thinking not of treason, turned to look, the knight, with one great stroke, smote off the lady's head. Then was Sir Lancelot passing wroth, and cried, Thou traitor! Thou hast shamed me forever. And alighting from his horse, he drew his sword to have slain him instantly, but the knight fell upon the ground and clasped Sir Lancelot's knees, crying for mercy. Thou shameful knight, answered Lancelot, thou mayst have no mercy, for thou showest none. Therefore arise and fight with me. Nay, said the knight, I will not rise till thou dost grant me mercy. Now I will deal fairly by thee, said Sir Lancelot. I will unarm me to thy shirt, and I have my sword only in my hand. Only if thou canst slay me shalt thou be acquit forever. That I will never do, said the knight. Then said Sir Lancelot, take this lady and the head, and bear it with thee, and swear me upon thy sword to never rest until thou comest to Queen Guinevere. That will I do, he said. Now, said Sir Lancelot, tell me thy name. Bedivere, answered the knight. In a shameful hour wert thou born. So Sir Bedivere departed, bearing with him the dead lady and her head. And when he came to Winchester, where the queen was with King Arthur, he told them all the truth, and afterwards did great and heavy penance many years, and became a hermit. So 2 days before the feast of Pentecost, Sir Lancelot returned to the court, and King Arthur was full glad of his coming. When Sir Gawain, Sir Elaine, Sir Sagramore, and Ector saw him in Sir Kay's armour, they knew well it was he who had smitten them down with one spear. Anon came all the knights Sir Turquine had taken prisoners, and gave worship and honour to Sir Lancelot. Then Sir Kay told the king how Sir Lancelot had rescued him when he was in near danger of his death. And, said Sir Kay, he made the knights yield, not to himself, but me. And by heaven, because Sir Lancelot took my armour and left me his, I rode in peace, and no man would or do any harm to me. Then came the knights who fought with Sir Lancelot at the long bridge, and yielded themselves also to Sir Kay, so that he said nay, he had not fought with them. It is Lancelot that overcame you. Next came Sir Meliot de Logres, and told the king Arthur how Sir Lancelot had saved him from death. And so Sir Lancelot's deeds and great adventures were made known, how the 4 sorceress queens had him in prison, how he was delivered by the daughter of King Bagdemagus, and what deeds of arms he did at the tournament between the King of North Wales and King Bagdemagus. And so, at that festival, Sir Lancelot had the greatest name of any knight in all the world, and by high and low he was the most honoured of all men. The Adventures of Sir Beaumains, or Sir Gareth. Again, King Arthur held the feast of Pentecost, with all the table round, and after his custom sat in the banquet hall, before beginning meat, waiting for some adventure. Then came to the king a squire, and said, Lord, now may ye go to meat, for here a damsel cometh with some strange adventure. And so the king was glad, and sat down to meat. Anon the damsel came in and saluted him, praying him for succour. What wilt thou? Said the king. Lord, she answered, my mistress is a lady of great renown, but is at this time besieged by a tyrant, who will not suffer her to go out of her castle, and because here in thy court the knights are called the noblest in the world, I come to pray thee for thy succour. Where dwelleth your lady? Answered the king. What is her name, and who is it that has besieged her? For her name, replied the damsel, as yet I may not tell it, but she is a lady of worship and great lands. The tyrant that besiegeth her and wasteth her lands is called Red Knight of the Redlands. I know him not, said Arthur. Oh, but I know him, lord, said Sir Gawain, and he is one of the most perilous knights in the land. Men say he hath the strength of 7, and from him I myself once hardly escaped with my life. Fair damsel, said the king, there be here many knights that would gladly do their uttermost to rescue your lady, but unless you tell me her name and where she dwells, none of my knights shall go with you by my leave. Now there was a stripling at the court called Beaumains, who served in the king's kitchen, a fair youth and of great stature. 12 months before this time he had come to the king, and sat at meat at Whitsuntide, and prayed 3 gifts of him. And being asked what gifts, he answered, As for the first gift, I will ask it now, but the other 2 gifts I will ask on this day 12 months, wheresoever ye hold your high feast. Then said King Arthur, What is thy first request? This, Lord, he said, that thou wilt give me meat and drink enough for 12 months from this time, and then I will ask of my other 2 gifts. And the king, seeing that he was a goodly youth, and deeming that he had come of honourable blood, had granted his desire, and given him into the charge of Sir Key the steward. But Sir Key scorned and mocked the youth, calling Beaumains, because his hands were large and fair, and putting him into the kitchen, where he served for 12 months as a scullion, and in spite of his churlish treatment, had faithfully obeyed Sir Key. But Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain were angered when they saw Sir Key so churlish to a youth that had so worshipful a bearing, and oft times they gave him gold and clothing. And now, at this time, came young Beaumains to the king, and while the damsel was there, said, Lord, now I thank thee well and heartily that I may be 12 months kept in the kitchen, and have full sustenance. Now will I ask my 2 remaining gifts. These, Lord, said he, shall be my 2 gifts. The one, that thou wilt grant me this adventure of a damsel, for me to fight of right to belongeth, and the other, that thou wilt bid Sir Lancelot make me a knight. For of him only will I have the honour, and I pray that he may ride after me and make me a knight when I require him. Be it as thou wilt, replied the king. But thereupon the damsel was of full wrath, and said, Shall I have a kitchen page for this adventure? And so she took horse and departed. Then came one to Beaumains, and told him that a dwarf with a horse and armour were waiting for him. And all the men marvelled when these things came, but when he was on horseback and armed, scarce of any one at the court was a goodlier man than he. And coming into the hall, he took his leave of the king and Sir Gawain, and prayed Sir Lancelot to follow him. So he rode after the damsel, and many of the court, and went out to see him, so richly arrayed and horsed, yet he had neither shield nor spear. Then Sir Kay cried, I also will ride after the kitchen boy, and see whether he will obey me now. Taking his horse, he rode after him and said, Know ye not me, Beaumains? Yea, said he, I know thee for an ungentle knight. Therefore beware of me. And then Sir Kay put his spear in rest and ran at him, but Beaumains rushed upon him with his sword in hand, and therewith, putting aside the spear, struck Sir Kay so sorely in the side that he fell down as if dead. Then he alighted, took his shield and spear, and bade his dwarf ride upon Sir Kay's horse. By this time Sir Lancelot had come up, and Beaumains offering to tilt with them, they both made ready, and their horses came together so fiercely that both fell upon the earth so fully bruised. Then they arose, and Beaumains, putting his shield before him, offered to fight Sir Lancelot on foot, so upon they rushed at each other, thrusting, parrying, for the space of an hour, and Lancelot marvelled at the strength of Beaumains, for he fought like a giant, and his fighting was passing fierce and terrible. So at last he said, Fight not so sorely, Beaumains. Our quarrel is not such that we may not now cease. True, answered Beaumains, yet it doth me good to feel thy might, though I have not yet proved my uttermost. By my faith, said Lancelot, I had as much as I could to save myself from you unshamed, therefore be in no doubt of any earthly knight. May I then stand as a proved knight, said Beaumains. For that will I be thy warrant, answered Sir Lancelot. Then I pray thee, said he, give me the order of knighthood. First then must thou tell me thy name and kindred, said Sir Lancelot. If thou wilt tell them to no other, I will tell thee, answered he. My name is Gareth of Orkney, and I am own brother to Sir Gawain. Ah, said Lancelot, at that I am full glad, for truly I deem thee to be of gentle blood. And so then he knighted Beaumains, and after that they parted company. And Sir Lancelot, returning to the court, took up Sir Kay on his shield, and hardly did Sir Kay escape with his life from the wound Beaumains had given him, but all men blamed him for his ungentle treatment of so brave a knight. Then Sir Beaumains rode forward, and soon overtook the damsel, but she said to him in scorn, Return again, base kitchen page. What art thou but a washer-up of dishes? Damsel, said he, say to me what thou wilt. I will not leave thee, for I have undertaken to King Arthur to relieve thy adventure, and I will finish it to the end or die. "Thou finish my adventure," said she. "Anon thou shalt meet one whose face would not even dare to look at." "I shall attempt it," answered he. So as they rode thus into a wood, there met a man fleeing for his life. "Whither fleest thou?" said Sir Beaumains. "O Lord," he answered, "help me, for in a valley hard by there are 6 thieves who have taken my lord and bound him. I fear they will slay him." "Bring me thither," said Sir Beaumains. And so they rode to the place, and Sir Beaumains rushed after the thieves, and smote one at the first stroke, so that he died, and then with 2 other blows slew a second and a third. Then fled the other 3, and Sir Beaumains chased after them, overtaking and slaying them all. He then returned and unbound the knight, and the knight thanked him and prayed him to ride to his castle, where he would reward him. "Sir," answered Sir Beaumains, "I will not have any reward for thee, but this day I was made knight by the most noble Sir Lancelot, and besides, I must go with this damsel." Then the knight begged the damsel to rest that night at his castle, so they all rode thither. And ever the damsel scoffed at Sir Beaumains as a kitchen boy, and laughed at him before the knight and their host, so that he set his meat before him at a lower table, as though he were not of their company. And on the morrow the damsel and Sir Beaumains took their leave of the knight, and thanking him, departed, and they rode on their way till they came to a great forest, through which flowed a river, and there was but one passage over it, where it stood 2 knights armed to hinder the way. "Wilt thou match those 2 knights," said the damsel, "or return again?" "I would not return," said he, "though they were 6. Therewith he galloped into the water and swam his horse into the middle of the stream, and there in the river one of the knights met him, and they broke their spears together and drew their swords, smote fiercely at each other, and at last Sir Beaumains struck the other mightily upon the helm, so that he fell down stunned into the water and was drowned. Then Sir Beaumains spurred his horse onto the land, where instantly the other knight fell upon him, and they also broke their spears upon each other and drew their swords so savagely and long together, and after many blows Sir Beaumains clove through the knight's skull down to the shoulders. Then rode Sir Beaumains to the damsel, but ever she still scoffed at him, and said, "Alas, that kitchen page should chance to slay 2 such brave knights. Thou deemest now thou hast done a mighty deed, but it is not so, for the first knight's horse stumbled, and thus he was drowned. Not by thy strength, but the second knight thou wentest by chance behind him, and didst kill him shamefully." "Damsel," said Sir Beaumains, "say what ye say. I care not, so I may win your lady, and wouldst not thou but give me a fair language, all care were past, for whatsoever knights I meet I fear them not. Thou shalt see knights that shall abate thy boast, base kitchen knave," replied she. "Yet say I this for thine advantage, for if thou followest me, thou wilt surely slain, since I see all thou doest is but by chance, and not by thy own prowess." "Well, damsel," said he, "say what ye will. Wherever ye go, I will follow." And so they rode on into the evening tide, and still the damsel evermore kept chiding Sir Beaumains, and then they came to a black space of land whereupon a black hawthorn tree, and on the tree were hung a black banner, and on the other side was a black shield and spear, and by them a great black horse, covered with silk, and hard by sat a knight armed in black armour, whose name was the Knight of the Black Land. When the damsel saw him, she cried out to Beaumains, "Flee down the valley, for thy horse is not saddled." "Wilt thou forever deem me a coward?" he answered. With that came the Black Knight to the damsel and said, "Fair damsel, hast thou bought this knight from Arthur's court to be thy champion?" Not so, fair knight. He is but a kitchen knave." "Then whenceforth cometh he in such array?" said he. "It is a shame that he should bear thee company." "I cannot be delivered from him," answered she, "for in spite of me he rideth alongside, and would go to heaven you put him from me, or now slay him. For ye have slain 2 knights at the river passage yonder, and done many marvellous deeds through pure luck." "I marvel," said the Black Knight, "that any man of worship will fight with him." "They know him not," said the damsel, "and think because he rideth with me that he is well born. Truly, he hath a goodly person, and is likely to be a strong man," replied the knight, "but since he is no man of worship, he shall leave his horse and armour with me, for it were a shame for me to do him more harm." When Sir Beaumains heard him speak thus, he said, "Horse or armour gettest thou none of me, Sir Knight, save thou winnest them from my hands. Therefore defend thyself, and let me see what thou canst do." "How sayest you?" answered the Black Knight. "Now quit this lady also, for it beseemeth not a kitchen knave like thee ride with such one." "I am of higher lineage than you," said Beaumains, "and will straightway prove it on thy body." Then furiously they drove their horses at each other, and came together as if it had been a clap of thunder. But the Black Knight's spear broke short, and Sir Beaumains thrust him through the side, and his spear breaking at the head left its point sticking fast in the Black Knight's body. Yet the Black Knight drew his sword, and smite Sir Beaumains with many fierce and bitter blows. But after they had fought an hour or more, he fell down from his horse in a swoon, and forthwith died. Then Sir Beaumains lighted down, and armed himself in the Black Knight's armour, and rode on after the damsel. But notwithstanding all his valour, she still scoffed at him, and said, "Away, for thou savourest ever for the kitchen. Alas, that such a knave should by mishap destroy so good a knight. Yet once again I counsel thee to flee, so hard is a knight who shall repay thee." "It may chance that I am beaten or slain," answered Beaumains, "but I warn thee, fair damsel, that I will not flee away nor leave thy company or quest, for all that you can say." Anon as they rode, they saw a knight come swiftly toward them, dressed in all green, who, calling to the damsel, said, "Is that my brother, the Black Knight that you have brought with you?" "Nay, and alas," said she, "this kitchen knave has slain thy brother through mischance." "Alas," said the Green Knight, "that such a noble knight he was be slain by the hand of a knave." "Traitor," cried he to Sir Beaumains, "thou shalt die for this. Sir Pereard was my brother, and full and noble of a knight." "I defy thee," said Sir Beaumains, "for I slew him knightly and not shamefully at all." And then the Green Knight rode to a thorn whereupon hung a tree horn, and where he blew 3 notes, there came 3 damsels forth. And they quickly armed him, and bought him a great horse, and a green shield and spear. Then did they run at one another with their fullest might, and break their spears asunder, and drawing their swords they closed in fight, and sorely smote and wounded each other with great many grievous blows. At last Sir Beaumains' horse jostled against the Green Knight and overthrew him. Then both alighted, and hurling together like mad lions, fought a great while on foot, until the Green Knight, was overtaken. But the damsel cheered the Green Knight and said, "My lord, why will a kitchen knave stand against thee?" Hearing these words he was ashamed, and gave Sir Beaumains such a mighty stroke as clave his shield asunder. When Sir Beaumains heard the damsel's words, he felt that blow. He waxed passing wroth, and gave the Green Knight such a buffet on the helm that he fell to his knees, and with another blow Sir Beaumains threw him to the ground. Then the Green Knight yielded, and prayed him to spare his life. "All thy prayers are in vain," he said, "unless this damsel who came with me pray for thee." "That I will never do, base kitchen knave," she said. "Then he shall die," said Sir Beaumains. "Alas, fair lady," cried the Green Knight, "suffer me not a word." "O Sir Knight," cried he to Beaumains, "give me my life, and I will ever do thee homage, and 30 knights who owe me service shall give their allegiance to thee." "All availeth not," answered Sir Beaumains, "unless the damsel ask me for thy life." "Damsel," said Sir Beaumains, "at thy command, what do you want?" She then cried, "Slay him not, for if thou do, thou shalt repent it." And then he replied, "Arise, knight of the green armour, I release thee." And then the Green Knight knelt at his feet, and did him homage with words, "Lodge with me this night, and tomorrow I will guide thee through the forest." So taking their horses they rode to his castle, which was hard by. Yet still did the damsel rebuke and scoff at Sir Beaumains, and would not suffer him to sit at her table. "I marvel," said the Green Knight to her, "that ye thus chide such a noble knight, for truly I know none to match him. And be sure that whatsoever he appeareth now, he will approve at the end of noble blood and royal lineage." But of all this would the damsel take no heed, and ceased not to mock Sir Beaumains. On the morrow they arose and heard mass, and when they had broken their fast, took their horses and rode on their way, the Green Knight conveying them through the forest. Then, when he had led them for a while, he said to Sir Beaumains, "My lord, my 30 knights and I shall be at thy command, whensoever thou shalt send for us." "It is well said," he replied, "and when I call upon you, you shall yield yourself and all your knights unto King Arthur." "That we shall gladly do," replied the Green Knight, and so departed. And the damsel rode on before Sir Beaumains and said to him, "Why dost thou follow me? Why dost thou follow me, thou kitchen boy? I counsel thee to throw aside thy spear and shield and flee betimes. For wert thou as mighty as Sir Lancelot or Sir Tristram, thou shouldest not pass a valley near this place, called the Pass Perilous." "Damsel," he answered, "let him that feareth flee. As for me, it were intended a shameful thing to turn after so long a journey." As he spake, they came upon a tower as white as snow, with mighty battlements and double moats around it. And over the tower gate hung 50 shields of diverse colours. Before the tower walls they saw a fair meadow, wherein many knights and squires in pavilions, for on the morrow there was a tournament at that very castle. Then the lord of the castle, seeing a knight armed at all points, with a damsel and a page, riding towards the tower, came forth to meet them, and his horse and harness with shield on his spear were of a red colour. When he came near Sir Beaumains, and saw his armour of all black, he thought of him as his own brother the Black Knight, and cried aloud, "Brother, what do you here within these borders?" "Nay," said the damsel, "it is not thy brother, but a kitchen knave of Arthur's court, who have slain thy brother and overcome thy brother also, the Green Knight." Now do I defy thee, cried the Red Knight to Sir Beaumains, and put his spear in rest and spurned his horse. And then both knights turned back a little space and ran together with all their might, till their horses fell to the earth. Then with their swords they fought fiercely for the space of 3 hours, and at last Sir Beaumains overcame his foe and smote him to the ground. It was then the Red Knight prayed his mercy. Slay me not, noble knight, and I will yield to these 60 knights to do thy bidding. All avails not, answered Sir Beaumains, save this damsel pray me to release thee. Then did he lift his sword to slay him, but the damsel cried out, Slay him not, Beaumains, for he is a noble knight. And then Sir Beaumains bade him rise up and thank the damsel, which he straightway and rightly did, and afterwards invited them to his castle, and made them goodly cheer. But notwithstanding Sir Beaumains' mighty deeds, the damsel ceased not to revile and chide him, at which the Red Knight marvelled quite met, and caused his 60 knights to watch Sir Beaumains, that no villainy might happen to him. And on the morrow they heard mass and broke their fast, and the Red Knight came before Sir Beaumains with his 60 knights, and proffered him homage and fealty. I thank thee, answered he, and when I call upon thee thou shalt come before my lord King Arthur at his court, and yield yourself to him. That we will surely do, said the Red Knight, and so Sir Beaumains and the damsel departed. And as she constantly reviled him and tormented him, he said to her, Damsel, ye are discourteous, thus always to rebuke me. For I have done you service, and for all your threats of knights that shall destroy me, all they who have come lie in the dust before me. Now therefore, I pray you, rebuke me no more, till you see me beaten or a recreant. Then bid me go from you. There shall soon meet a knight, who shall repay thee all thy deeds, thou boaster, she answered, for save King Arthur, he is the most worshipped in the world. Sir Beaumains answered, It will be greater the honour to encounter him. And so, soon after, they saw before them a city passing fair, and between them the city was a meadow newly mown, wherein were many goodly tents. Seest thou yonder blue pavilion? Said the damsel to Sir Beaumains. It is Sir Percival, the lord of that great city, whose custom is in all fair weather to lie in the meadow and joust with his knights. As she spake, Sir Percival, who had espied them coming, sent a messenger to meet with Sir Beaumains, and asked him if he came in war or peace. Say to thy lord, he answered, that I care not whether of the twain it be. So when the messenger gave his reply, Sir Percival came out to fight with Sir Beaumains. And making ready, they rode their steeds against each other, and when their spears were shivered asunder, they fought with their swords, and for more than 2 hours did they hack and hew at each other, till their shields and hauberks were all dented with many blows, and they themselves were sorely wounded. And at last Sir Beaumains smote Sir Percival on the helm, so that he fell grovelling on the earth. And when he unlaced his helm to slay him, the damsel prayed for his life. That I will grant gladly, answered Sir Beaumains, for it were such a pity that a noble knight as this would die. Gramercy, said Sir Percival, for now I certainly know that it was thou who slewest my brother the Black Knight, Sir Pereard, and overcame my brothers the Green Knight, Sir Pertolope, and the Red Knight, Sir Perimones. And since thou hast overcome me also, I will do thee homage and fealty, and place thy command 100 knights to do thy bidding. But when the damsel saw Percival overthrown, she marvelled greatly at the might of Sir Beaumains, and said, What manner of man you may be, for now I am sure that ye become of noble blood, and truly never did women revile a knight as I have done thee, and yet ye have ever courteously borne with me, which surely ye have never been, were ye not of gentle blood and lineage. Lady, replied Sir Beaumains, a knight is little worth who may not bear with a damsel, and so whatsoever ye say to me I took no heed. I save only that at times when your scorn angered me, it made me all the stronger against with whom I fought, and thus have ye furthered me in my battles. But whether I be born of gentle blood or not, I have done ye gentle service, and peradventure will do better still, ere I ever depart from you. Alas, she said, weeping at his courtesy, forgive me, Sir Beaumains, that I have misaid and misdone against you. With all my heart, he said, and since you now speak fairly to me, I am passing glad of heart, and I think I have the strength to overcome whatever knights I shall henceforth encounter. Then Sir Persant prayed them to come to his pavilion, and set them before wines and spices, and made them great cheer, so that they rested that night. And on the morrow the damsel and Sir Beaumains rose and heard mass, and when they had broken their fast, they took their leave of Sir Persant. Fair damsel, said he, whither lead ye this night? Sir, she answered, to the castle Dangerous, where my sister is besieged by the Knight of the Red Lands. I know him well, said Sir Persant, for the most perilous knight alive, a man without mercy, and with the strength of 7 men. God save thee, Sir Beaumains, from him, and enable thee to overcome him, for the Lady Lyons, whom he besiegeth, is as fair a lady that livest in this world. Thou sayest true, sir, said the damsel, for I am her sister, and men call me Lynette, or the Wild Maiden. Now I would have thee know, said Sir Persant to Sir Beaumains, that the Knight of the Redlands hath kept the siege of more than 2 years, and prolongeth that time, hoping that Sir Lancelot or Sir Tristram or Sir Lamorak may come and battle with him. For these 3 knights divide them between all knighthood. And thou, if thou mayest match the knights of the Redlands, shall well be called the 4th knight of the world. Sir, said Sir Beaumains, I would fain have that good fame, and truly I am come of great and honourable lineage, and so that you and this fair damsel will conceal it, I will tell ye my descent. And when they swore to keep it a secret, he told them, My name is Sir Gareth of Orkney. My father was King Lot, and my mother Lady Bellisant, King Arthur's sister. Sir Gawain, Sir Agravain, and Sir Gareth are my brethren, and I am the youngest of them all. But as yet King Arthur and the court knew me not who I am. When he had thus told them, they both wondered greatly. As the damsel, Lynette sent the dwarf forward to her sister to tell of their coming. Then did Dame Lyons inquire what manner of man the knight was who was coming to their rescue. And the dwarf told her all of Sir Beaumains' deeds by the way, how he had overthrown Sir Kay and left him for dead, how he had battled with Sir Lancelot and was knighted of him, how he had fought with and slain the thieves, how he had become the 2 knights who kept the river passage, how he had fought with and slain the Black Knight, and how he had overcome the Green Knight, the Red Knight, and last of all the Blue Knight, Sir Persant. Then was the Dame Leonce passing glad, and sent the dwarf back to Sir Beaumains with great gifts, thanking him for his courtesy in taking such labour upon him for her sake, and praying him to be of good heart and courage. And as the dwarf returned, he met with the Knight of the Redlands, who asked him from whence he came. "I came here with the sister of my lady of the castle," said the dwarf, "who hath now been to King Arthur's court, and brought a knight with her to take the battle upon him." "Then is her travail lost," replied the knight, "for, though she had brought Sir Lancelot, Tristram, Lamorak, and Gawain, I count myself their equal. And who besides shall be so called?" And then the dwarf told the knight what deeds Sir Beaumains had done, but he answered, "I care not for him, whosoever he may be, for I shall shortly overcome him, and give him a shameful death, as to so many others I have done." And then the damsel, Lynette, and Sir Beaumains left Sir Percivale, and rode on through a forest to a large plain where they saw many pavilions, and hard by a castle passing fair. But as they came near, Sir Beaumains saw upon the branches of some trees which grew there the dead bodies of 40 knights hanging with rich armour upon them, shields and swords about their necks, golden spurs on their heels. "What does this mean?" he said, amazed. "Lose not courage, fair sir," replied the damsel, "at this shameful sight, for all the knights came hither to rescue my sister, and when the Knight of the Redlands had overcome them, he put them to this piteous death, without mercy, and in such wise he would treat thee also, unless you can bearest him more valiantly than they." "Truly he useth shameful custom," said Sir Beaumains. "It is a marvel that he hath endured so long." So they rode onward to the castle wall, and found them double moated, and heard the sea waves dashing on one side of the walls. Then said the damsel, "See you that ivory horn hanging upon the sycamore tree? The Knight of the Redlands hath hung it there, that any knight may blow therein, and that he himself will come out and fight with him. But I pray thee sound it not till high noontide, for now it is but daybreak. Until noon his strength increases to the might of 7 men. Let it be as it may, fair damsel," he said, "for were he stronger knight than I ever lived, I would not fail him. Either will I defeat him at this mightiest, or die knightly in the field." With that he spurred his horse under the sycamore, and blew the ivory horn so eagerly that all the castle rang its echoes. Instantly all the knights who were in the pavilions ran forth, and those within the castle looked out from the windows or above the walls, and the Knight of the Redlands, arming himself quickly in blood-red armour, with spear and shield and horse trappings of like colour, rode forth into a little valley by the castle walls, so that all in the castle and at the siege might witness the battle. "Be of good cheer," said the damsel, Lynette, to Sir Beaumains, "for thy deadly enemy now cometh, and at yonder window is my lady and sister, Dame Leonce." "In good sooth," said Sir Beaumains, "she is the fairest lady I have ever seen, and I would wish no better quarrel than to fight for her." With that he looked up to the window and saw Lady Leonce, who waved her handkerchief to her sister and to him to cheer them. Then called the Knight of the Redlands to Sir Beaumains, "Leave now thy gazing, Sir Knight, and turn to me, for I warn thee, that lady is mine." "She loveth none of thy fellowship," he answered, "but know this, that I love her, and will rescue her from thee, or I will die." So ye say, said the Red Knight. Take ye no warning from those knights that hang on yonder trees? For shame that thou boastest, said Sir Beaumains. Be sure that sight hath raised a hatred for thee, and that will not be lightly put out, and given me not fear, but rage. Sir Knight, defend thyself, said the Knight of the Redlands, for we will talk no longer. And did they put their spears in rest, to gather the fuller speed of their horses, and smote each other in the midst of their shields, so that their horses' harness sundered by the shock, and they fell to the ground. And both lay there so long time stunned, that many deemed their necks were broken. And all men said the strange knight was a strong man and a noble jouster, for none had ever so matched the Knight of the Redlands. And then in a while they rose, and putting their shields before them, drew their swords and fought with fury, running at each other like wild beasts, now striking such buffets that both reeled backwards, hewing at each other, till they shore the harness off in pieces, and their bodies left naked and unarmed. And thus they fought till noon was past, when for a time they rested to get breath, so sorely staggering and bleeding, that many who beheld them wept for pity. Then they renewed the battle, sometimes rushing so furiously together that both fell to the ground, and anon changing swords in their confusion. Thus they endured, lashed, struggled, until eventide, and none who say knew which was the likeliest to win. For though the Knight of the Redlands was a wily and subtle warrior, he subtly made Sir Beaumains wilier and wiser too. So once again they rested, and took their helms off to find breath. But when Sir Beaumains' helm was off, he looked up to Dame Lyonesse, where she leaned gazing and weeping from her window, and when he saw the sweetness of her smile, all his heart was light and joyful, and starting up, he bade the Knight of the Redlands to make ready once more. Then did they lace their helms, and fight together yet afresh, as though they had never fought before, and at last the Knight of the Redlands with a sudden stroke smote Sir Beaumains on the hand, and his sword fell from his hand, and with the second stroke upon the helm drove him to the earth. Then cried aloud the damsel Lynette, Alas, Sir Beaumains, see how my sister weepeth to behold thee fallen. And when Sir Beaumains heard her words, he sprang upon his feet with renewed strength, and leaping to his sword he caught it, and with many heavy blows pressed so sorely on the Knight of the Redlands, that in the end he smote his sword out of his hand, and with a mighty blow upon the head hurled him to the ground. Then Sir Beaumains unlaced his helm, and would have straightway slain him, but the Knight of the Redlands yielded, and prayed for mercy. I may not spare thee, he answered, because of the shameful death which thou hast given so many of the noblest knights. Yet hold thy hand, Sir Knight, he said, and hear the cause. I loved once a fair damsel, whose brother was slain, and she told me by a knight of Arthur's court, either Sir Lancelot or Sir Gawain, and she prayed me as truly as I loved her, and by the faith of my knighthood, to labour daily in deeds of arms, till I should meet with him, and put all knights of the Round Table whom I should overcome to a villainous death. This I swore to the one I love. Then prayed the earls and knights and barons who stood round Sir Beaumains to spare the Red Knight's life. Truly replied he. I am loth to slay him, notwithstanding he hath done such shameful deeds. And inasmuch as what he did was done to please his lady and gain her love, I blame him less. And for your sakes, I will release him. But on this agreement only shall he hold his life. Straightway he will depart into the castle, and yield him unto the lady there, and make her such amends as she shall ask, for all the trespass he had done upon her lands, and afterwards that he shall go unto King Arthur's court, and ask the pardon of Sir Lancelot and Sir Gawain for all of the evil he hath done against them. All this, Sir Knight, I swear I will do, said the Knight of the Redlands, and thereafter he did him homage and fealty. Then came the damsel Lynette to Sir Beaumains and the Knight of the Redlands, and disarmed them, and staunched their wounds. And when the Knight of the Redlands had made amends for all his trespasses, he departed for the court. Then Sir Beaumains, being healed of his wounds, armed himself, and took his horse and spear, riding straight away to the castle of Dame Lyonesse, for greatly he desired to see her. But when he came to the gate, they closed it fast and pulled up the drawbridge. And as he marvelled thereat, he saw that the Lady of Lyonesse was standing at a window, and she said, Go thy way as yet, Sir Beaumains, for thou shalt not wholly have my love, until thou art among the worthiest knights of the world. Go, therefore, and labour yet in arms for 12 months or more, and return to me. Alas, fair lady, said Sir Beaumains, I have scarce deserved this of thee. For sure I am that I have bought thy love with all the best blood in my body. Do not be aggrieved, fair knight, for none of thy service is forgotten, nor is it lost. 12 months will soon be passed in noble deeds, and trust that my death I shall love thee and not another. With that she turned and departed from the window. So Sir Beaumains rode away from the castle with very much sorrow in his heart, and as he rode he knew not whither, and lay that night in a poor man's cottage. On the morrow he went forward, and came at noon to a broad lake, and thereby he alighted. Being very sad and weary, he rested his head upon his shield, and told his dwarf to keep watch while he slept. Now, as soon as he had departed, Lady Lyonesse repented, and greatly longed to see him back, and asked her sister how many times of what lineage he was. But the damsel would not say, being bound to her oath to Sir Beaumains, and said his dwarf was the one who best knew such things. So she called Sir Gringamors, her brother, who dwelt with her, and prayed him to ride after Sir Beaumains till he found him sleeping, and then to take his dwarf away and bring him back to her. Anon Sir Gringamors departed, and rode till he came upon Sir Beaumains, and found him as he lay sleeping by the waterside. And then, stealthily, behind the dwarf he caught him in his arms, and rode off in haste. And though the dwarf cried loudly for his lord to help, and woke Sir Beaumains, yet, though he rode full quickly after him, he could not overtake Sir Gringamor. When Dame Lyonesse saw her brother come back, she was passing glad of heart, and forthwith asked the dwarf his master's lineage. He is a king's son, said the dwarf, and his mother is King Arthur's sister. His name is Sir Gareth of Orkney, and he is brother to the good knight Sir Gawain. But I pray you suffer me go back to my lord, please. But truly, he will never leave this country till he has me again. But when the Lady Lyonesse knew her deliverer was come of such a kingly stock, she longed more and more than ever to see him. Now as Sir Beaumains rode in vain to rescue his dwarf, he came to a fair green road, and met a poor man of the country. He asked him if he had seen a knight on a black horse, riding with a dwarf of a sad countenance behind him. Yea, said the man, I met with such a knight an hour agone. His name is Sir Gringamore. He lives in a castle 2 miles from hence. For he is a perilous knight, and I counsel you not to follow him, save you bear him good will. Then Sir Beaumains followed the path which the poor man showed him, and came to that very castle. And riding to the gate in great anger, he drew his sword and cried aloud, Sir Gringamore, thou traitor, deliver me my dwarf again, or by my knighthood I shall be ill for thee. Then Sir Gringamore looked out of the window and said, Sir Gareth of Orkney, leave thy boasting words, for thou wilt not get thy dwarf again. But the Lady Leone said to her brother, Nay, brother, but I will that he have his dwarf, for he hath done so much for me and delivered me from the Knight of the Redlands. And, well, do I love him above all other knights. So Sir Gringamore went down to Sir Gareth, and cried him mercy, and prayed him to alight and take good cheer. Then alight he did, and his dwarf ran to him, and when he was in the hall, came to the Lady Leones dressed royally like a princess. And Sir Gareth was right glad of heart when he saw her. Then she told him now how she had made her brother take his dwarf and bring him back to her, and then she promised him her love, and faithfully to cleave to him, and none other all the days of her long life. And so they plighted their troth to each other. Then Sir Gringamore prayed him to sojourn at the castle, which willingly he did, for, said he, I have promised to quit the court for 12 months, though sure I am in the meanwhile I shall be sought and found by my Lord King Arthur and many others. So he sojourned long at the castle. Anon the knights, Sir Perciant, Sir Perimones, and Sir Pertolope, whom Sir Gareth had overthrown, went to King Arthur's court with all the knights who did them service, and told the king they had been conquered by a knight of his named Sir Beaumains. And as they were yet talking, it was told to the king that came another great lord with 500 knights, who entering in did homage, and declared himself to be that very knight of the Redlands. But my true name, said he, is Ironside. I am hither sent by one Sir Beaumains, who conquered me, and charged me to yield unto your grace. Thou art welcome, said King Arthur, for thou hast been long a foe to me and mine, and truly I am much beholden to the knight who sent thee. And now, Sir Ironside, if thou wilt amend thy life and hold of me, I will entreat thee as a friend, and make thee knight of the Round Table. But thou mayest no more be a murderer of noble knights. Then the Knight of the Redlands knelt to the king, and told him of his promise to Sir Beaumains to use never more such a shameful custom, and how he had done so but at the prayer of the woman he loved. Then knelt he to Sir Lancelot and Gawain, and prayed their pardon for the hatred he had borne them. But the king and the court marvelled greatly who Sir Beaumains was. For, said the king, he is a full noble knight. And then said Sir Lancelot, truly he has come of honourable blood, else had I not given him the order of knighthood. but he charged me that I should conceal his secret. Now as they talked, thus it was told King Arthur that his sister the Queen of Orkney was come to the court with a great retinue of knights and ladies. Then was there great rejoicing, and the king rose and saluted his sister. And her sons, Sir Gawain, Sir Agravain, and Sir Gaheris, knelt before her, and asked for her blessing. For during 15 years last past they had not laid eyes upon her. Anon she said, Where is my youngest son, Sir Gareth? For I know that he was here a mere 12-month with you, and that ye have made a kitchen knave of him. Then the king and all the knights knew that Sir Beaumains and Sir Gareth were one and the same. Truly, said the king, I knew him not. Nor I, said Gawain and both of his brothers. Then said the king, God be thanked, fair sister, that he is proved as a worshipful knight as any now alive, and by the grace of heaven he shall be found forthwith, if he be anywhere within the 7 realms. Then said Sir Gawain and his brethren, Lord, if you will give us leave, we will go and seek him. But Sir Lancelot said, It were better that the king should send a messenger to Dame Leones and pray her to come hither with all speed, and she will counsel where ye shall find him. It is well said, replied the king, and sent a messenger quickly unto Dame Leones. When she heard the message, she promised she would come forthwith, and told Sir Gareth what the messenger had said, and asked him what to do. I pray you, he said, tell them not where I am, but when my lord King Arthur asketh for me, advise him thus, that he proclaimeth a tournament before his castle on Assumption Day, and that the knight who proveth best shall win yourself and all your lands. So the Lady Leones departed, and came to King Arthur's court, and there was rightly nobly welcomed. And when they asked her where Sir Gareth was, she said that she could not tell. But, Lord, she said, with thy good will I will proclaim a tournament before my castle on the feast of Assumption, whereof the prize shall be myself and all of my lands. Then if it be proclaimed to you, Lord, and your knights will be there, I will find knights on my side to fight you and yours. And thus I am sure you will hear the tidings of Sir Gareth. Be it so done, replied the king. And so Sir Gareth sent messengers privily to Sir Percival and Sir Ironside, and changed them to be ready on the day appointed, with their companies of knights to aid him and his party against the king. And when they were arrived, he said, Now be ye well assured that we shall be matched with the best knights of the world, and therefore we must gather all the good knights we can find. So proclamation was made throughout all of England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland, and Cornwall, and in all the out isles and other countries, that at the feast of Assumption of Our Lady next coming, all knights who came to joust at Castle Perilous should make choice whether they would side with the king or with the castle. Then came many good knights on the side of the castle, Sir Epinogri, the son of the king of Northumberland, Sir Palomedes the Saracen, Sir Grummore Grummersome, a good knight of Scotland, and Sir Brian de Ile, a noble knight, Sir Carados of Tower Dolores, and Sir Tristram, who was not yet a knight of the Round Table, and, of course, many others too. But none among them knew Sir Gareth, for he took no more upon him than any mean person. And on King Arthur's side there came the King of Ireland with the King of Scotland, the noble Prince Galahad, Sir Gawain, his brother Sir Agravain, Gaheris, Iwain, Tor, Percival, Lamorak, Lancelot, and his kindred, Lionel, Hector, Bors, Bedivere, and likewise Sir Key and the most part of the Table Round. The two queens also, Queen Guinevere and the Queen of Orkney, Sir Gareth's mother, came with the king. So there was a great array, both within and without the castle, with all manner of feasting and minstrelsy. Now before the tournament began, Sir Gareth privily prayed Dame Leones, Sir Gringamore, Sir Ironside, and Sir Perciant, that they would nowise disclose his name, nor make him more than any common knight. Then said Dame Leones, Dear lord, I pray thee take this ring, which hath the power to change the wearer's clothing into any colour he may will, and guardeth him from any loss of blood. But give it me again, I pray thee, when the tournament is done, for it greatly increaseth my beauty whenever I wear it. Gramercy, mine own lady, said Sir Gareth, I wished for nothing better, for now I may be certainly disguised as long as I will. Then Sir Gringamore gave Sir Gareth a bay courser that was passing as a good horse, with sure armour and a noble sword, won by his father from a heathen tyrant. And then every knight made him ready for the tournament. So that upon the day of Assumption, when mass and matins were said, the heralds blew their trumpets, and sounded for the tourney. Anon came out the knights of the castles, and knights of King Arthur, and marched themselves together. Then Sir Epinogre, the son of the King of Northumberland, a knight of the castle, encountered Sir Gawain, and both broke off their spears short to the hands. Then came Sir Palomides from the castle, and met Sir Gawain, so that they hardly smote each other, that both knights and horses fell to the earth. And then Sir Tristram from the castle encountered with Sir Bedivere, and smote him to the earth, horse and man. Then the Knight of the Redlands and Sir Gareth met with Sir Bors and Sir Blowbury, and the Knight of the Redlands and Sir Bors smote together so hard upon their spears burst, the horses grovelling to the ground. And Sir Blowbury's broke his spear upon Sir Gareth, but himself was hurled upon the ground. When Sir Galiodin saw that, he bade Sir Gareth keep him, but Sir Gareth lightly smote him upon the earth. Then Sir Galahad got a spear to avenge his brother, but was served in like manner. And Sir Dinadum, and his brother Lacote Martel, and Sir Sagramore le Désireux, and Donidas le Sauvage, he bore down all with one spear. When King Anguish of Ireland saw this, he marvelled at what knight could be who seemed at one time green and another blue, for so at every course he changed his colour, that none might know him. Then he ran towards him, and encountered him, and Sir Gareth smote the king from his horse, saddle, and all, and in like manner he served the King of Scotland, and King Urience of Gore, and King Bagdemagus. And then Sir Galahad, the noble prince, cried out, Knight of the many colours, thou hast jousted well, now make thee ready to joust with me. When Sir Gareth heard him, he took a great spear and met him swiftly, and the prince's spear broke off, but Sir Gareth smote him on the left side of the helm, so that he reeled here and there, and had fallen down, not his men that had recovered him. By my faith, said King Arthur, that knight of the many colours is a good knight. I pray thee, Sir Lancelot of the Lake, encounter with him. My lord, said Lancelot, by thy leave I will forbear. I find it in my heart to spare him at this time, for he hath done enough work for one day, and when a good knight doth so well, it is no knightly part to hinder him from his honour, and peradventure his quarrel is here today, and he may be the best beloved of the Lady Lyonesse, and all that may be here, for I see that he paineth and forceth himself to do great deeds. Therefore, as for me, for this day, he shall have the honour, for though I were able to put him from it, I would not. King Arthur spoke to him. You speak well and truly, Lancelot. Then after the tilting they drew swords, and there began a great tournament, and there Sir Lancelot did marvellous deeds of arms. For first he fought with both Sir Tristram and Sir Carados, albeit they were the most perilous in all the world. Then came Sir Gareth and put him asunder, but would not smite a stroke against Sir Lancelot, for by him he had been knighted. Anon Sir Gareth's helm had need of mending, and he rode aside to see it, and to drink water, for he was sore athirst with all his mighty feats of strength. And while he drank, his dwarf said to him, Give me your ring, lest ye lose it while you drink. So Sir Gareth took it off, and when he had finished drinking, he rode back eagerly to the field, and in his haste forgot to take the ring again. Then all the people saw that he wore yellow armour, and King Arthur told a herald, Ride and espy the cognizance of that brave knight, for I have asked many who he is, and none can tell. Then the herald rode near, and saw him written round his helmet in letters of gold, Sir Gareth of Orkney. And instantly the herald cried his name out aloud, and all men turned to see him. But when he saw he was discovered, he pushed with haste through the crowd, and cried to his dwarf, Boy, thou hast beguiled me foully in keeping my ring. Give it to me again, that I may be hidden. As soon as he had put it on, his armour once more changed, and no man knew where he had gone to. Then he passed forth from the field, but Sir Gawain, his brother, rode after him. And when Sir Gareth had ridden far into the forest, he took off his ring, and sent it back by the way of the dwarf to Lady Lyonesse, praying her to be true and faithful to him while he was away. Then rode Sir Gareth long through the forest till the night fell, and coming to a castle he went up to the gate, and prayed the porter to let him in, but churlishly he answered that he should not lodge there. Then said Sir Gareth, Tell thy lord and lady that I am a knight of King Arthur's court, and for his sake I pray their shelter. With that the porter went to the Duchess, who owned the castle. Let him in straightway, she cried, for the king's sake he shall not be harbourless, and went down to receive him. When Sir Gareth saw her coming, he saluted her and said, Fair lady, I pray you give me shelter this night, and if there be any champion or giant with whom I need fight, spare me till tomorrow, when I and my horse shall have rested, for we are full weary. Sir Knight, she said, thou speakest boldly, for the lord of this castle is a foe to King Arthur and his court, and if thou wilt rest here tonight, thou must agree that wheresoever thou mayest meet my lord, thou must yield to him as a prisoner. What is thy lord's name, lady? Said Sir Gareth. The Duke de la Rose, she said. I will promise thee, said he, to yield to him if he promise to do me no harm, but if he refuse, I will release myself with sword and spear. It is well, said the Duchess, and commanded the drawbridge to be let down, and so he rode into the hall and alighted. And when he had taken off his armour, the Duchess and her ladies made him passing good cheer, and after supper his bed was made in the hall, and he rested there the night. On the morrow he rose, and heard mass, and having broken his fast, took his leave, and departed. As he rode past a certain mountain, there met him a knight named Sir Elaine, and cried unto him, Thou shalt not pass, unless thou joust with me or be my prisoner. Then we will joust, replied Sir Gareth. So they let their horses run at full speed, and Sir Gareth smote Sir Bendelaine through his body so sorely that he scarcely reached his castle ere he fell dead. And as Sir Gareth presently came to the castle, Sir Bendelaine's knights and servants rode out to avenge their lord. 20 of them fell upon him at once, although his spear was broken. But drawing his sword, he put his shield before him, and though they brake their spears upon him, one and all, and sorely pressed on him, yet ever he defended himself like the noblest. Anon, finding they could not overcome him, they agreed to slay his horse, and having killed it with their spears, they set upon Sir Gareth as he fought on foot. But every one he struck he slew, and drove at them with fearful blows, till he had slain them, all but 4 who fled. Then taking the horse of one of those who lay there dead, he rode upon his way. Anon he came to another castle, and heard from within a sound as of many women moaning and weeping. He said to a page who stood without, What is this noise I hear? Sir Knight, he said, there be within 30 ladies, the widows of 30 knights, who have been slain by the lord of this castle. He is called the Brown Knight without pity, and is the most perilous knight living. Wherefore I warn thee to flee. That I shall never do, said Sir Gareth, for I fear him not. Then the page saw the Brown Knight coming, and said to Gareth, Lo, my lord is near. And so both knights made them ready, and galloped on their horses towards each other. And the Brown Knight broke his spear upon Sir Gareth's shield, but Sir Gareth smote him to the body so that he fell dead. And that he rode into the castle and told the ladies he had slain their foe. They were right glad of heart, and made him all the cheer they could, and thanked him out of measure. But on the morrow, as he went to mass, he found the ladies weeping in the chapel upon the divers tombs that were there. And he knew that in those tombs their husbands lay. Then he bade them be comforted, and with the noble and high words he desired and prayed them all to be at Arthur's court for the next feast of Pentecost. So he departed, and rode past a mountain where was a goodly knight waiting, who said to him, Abide, Sir Knight, and joust with me. How are ye named? Said Sir Gareth. I am Duke de la Rose, answered he. In good sooth, then said Sir Gareth, not long ago I lodged within your castle, and there promised I would yield to you whenever we might meet. Art thou that proud knight, said the Duke, who is ready to fight with me? Guard thyself therefore, and make ready. So they ran together, and Sir Gareth smote the Duke from his horse. Then they alighted and drew their swords, and fought full sorely on the space of an hour. And at last Sir Gareth smote the Duke to the earth, and would have slain him if he not yielded. Then must ye go, said Sir Gareth, to my lord King Arthur at the next feast of Pentecost, and say that I, Sir Gareth, sent ye. As ye will be it, said the Duke, and gave him up his shield for pledge. And as Sir Gareth rode along, he saw an armed knight coming towards him, and putting the Duke's shield before him, he rode fast to tilt with him. And so they ran together, as it had been thunder, and broke spears upon each other, fought fiercely with their swords lashed together with such mighty strokes, that blood ran to the ground on every side. And after, They had fought together for 2 hours or more. It chanced the damsel Lynette passed that way, and when she saw them she cried out, "Sir Gawain, Sir Gareth, leave your fighting, for ye are brethren, are ye not?" At that time they threw away their shields and swords, and took each other in their arms, and wept a great deal ere they could speak. And each gave to the other the honour of the battle, and there was many a kind word between them. Then said Sir Gawain, "O my brother, for your sake I had great sorrow and labour, but truly I would honour you, though ye were not my brother. For you've done great worship to King Arthur and his court, and sent more knights to him than any of the Table Round, except Sir Lancelot." Then the damsel Lynette staunched their wounds, and their horses being weary, she rode her palfrey to King Arthur and told him of this strange adventure. When she had told her tidings, the king himself mounted his horse, and bade all come with him and meet them. So great a company of lords and ladies went forth to meet the brothers, and when King Arthur saw them, he would have spoken hearty words, but for gladness he could not, and both Sir Gawain and Sir Gareth fell down at their uncle's knees and did him homage. And there was passing great joy and gladness among them all. Then said to the king to the damsel Lynette, "Why cometh not the lady Lyonesse to visit her knight, Sir Gareth, for hath had such travail for her love?" "She knoweth not, my lord, that he is here, for truly she desires to meet him." "Go ye and bring her hither," said the king. So the damsel rode to tell her sister where Sir Gareth was, and when she heard it, she rejoiced full heartily, and came with all the speed that she could. When Gareth saw her, there was great joy and comfort between them. Then the king asked Sir Gareth whether he would have the lady for his wife. "My lord," replied Sir Gareth, "know well that I love her above all ladies living." "Now, fair lady," said King Arthur, "what say you?" "Most noble king," she answered, "my lord, Sir Gareth is my first love, and he shall be my last, and if I may not have him for my husband, then I will have none." Then said the king to them, "Be well assured that for my crown I will not be the cause of parting your 2 hearts." Then was the high preparation made for the marriage, for the king desired it should be at Michaelmas the next following, at Kinganadon by the sea, rather. So Sir Gareth sent out messengers to all the knights whom had overcome in that battle, that they should be there upon his marriage day. Therefore, at the next Michaelmas came a goodly companion to Kinganadon by the sea, and there did the Archbishop of Canterbury marry Sir Gareth and Lady Lyonesse with all solemnity, and all the knights whom Sir Gareth had overcome were at the feast, and every manner of revels and games was held with music and minstrelsy, and there was great jousting for 3 days. But because of his bride, the king would not suffer Sir Gareth to joust. Then did King Arthur give great lands and fair with store of gold to Sir Gareth and his wife, so that they may live royally together to the end of their days. Again, King Arthur held high festival in Caerleon at Pentecost, and gathered round him all the fellowship of the Round Table, and so, according to his custom, sat and waited until some adventure should arise, or some knight return to court, whose deeds and perils might be told. Anon he saw Sir Lancelot and a crowd of knights coming through the doors, and leading in their midst a mighty knight, Sir Tristram. As soon as Arthur saw him, he rose up and went through half the hall, and held out both of his hands and cried, "Right welcome to thee, good Sir Tristram, as welcome art thou as any knight that ever came before into this court. Oh, a long time have I wished for thee amongst my fellowship." Then all the knights and barons rose up with one accord and came around and cried out, "Welcome!" Queen Guinevere came also, and many ladies with her, and all with one voice said the same. Then the king took Sir Tristram by the hand, and led him to the round table, saying, "Welcome again, for one of the best and gentlest knights in the world, a chief in war, a chief in peace, a chief in field and forest, a chief in the lady's chamber. Right heartily welcome to this court, and mayest thou long abide within it." When he had so said, he looked at every empty seat until he came to what had been Sir Malhouse's, and there he found written in gold letters, "This is the seat of the noble knight Sir Tristram." Whereat they made him, with great cheer and gladness, a fellow of the round table. Now the story of Sir Tristram was as follows. There was a king, you know, of Lyonesse, named Meliodas, married to the sister of King Mark of Cornwall, a right fair lady, and a good one. And it so happened that King Meliodas, hunting in the woods, was taken by enchantment, and made prisoner in the castle. When his wife Elizabeth heard it, she was nigh mad with grief, and ran into the forest to seek out her lord. But after many days of wandering and sorrow, she found no trace of him, and laid her down in a deep valley, prayed to meet her death. And so indeed she did. But ere she died, she gave birth in the midst all of her sorrow to a child, a boy, and called him with her last breath Tristram, for she said, "His name shall show how sadly he hath come into this world." Therewith she gave up the ghost, and the gentle woman who was with her took the child and wrapped it from the cold as well as she was able, and lay down with it in her arms beneath the shadow of a tree hard by, expecting death to come to her in turn. But shortly after came a company of lords and barons seeking for the queen, and found the lady and the child, and took them home. And on the next day came King Meliodas, whom Merlin himself had delivered, and when he heard the queen's death, his sorrow was greater than any tongue can tell. And anon he buried her, solemnly, nobly, and called the child Tristram, just as she had desired. And then for 7 years King Meliodas mourned, and he took no comfort. And all that time young Tristram was quite well nourished, but in a while he wedded with the daughter of Howell, king of Brittany, who, that her own children might enjoy the kingdom, cast about in her mind how she might destroy Tristram. So, on a certain day, she put a poison in a silver cup where Tristram and her children were together playing, that when he was athirst he might drink of it and die. But so it happened that her own son saw the cup, and thinking it must hold good drink, he climbed and took it, and drank of it so deeply. Suddenly thereafter he fell down dead. When the queen heard that, her grief was greater than anyone could tell. But her anger and her envy were fiercer than before, and soon again she put more poison into the cup. And by chance, one day her husband, finding it when thirsty, took it up and was about to drink therefrom. But when seeing him, she sprung up with a mighty cry and dashed it from his hands. At that, King Meliodas, wondering greatly, called to mind the sudden death of his young child, and taking her fiercely by the hand, he cried, "Traitress, tell me, what drink is in this cup, or I will slay thee in a moment." And therewith pulling out his sword, he swore by a great oath to slay her if she straightway told him not the truth. "Mercy, my lord," she said, and fell down to his feet. "Mercy, and I will tell thee all." And then she told him of her plot to murder Tristram, so that her own sons might enjoy the kingdom. "The law shall judge thee," said the king. And so anon she was tried before the barons, and indeed she was condemned to be burned to death. But when the fire was made, and she brought out, came Tristram kneeling at his father's feet, and besought of him a favour. The king took pity on him. "Whatsoever thou desirest, I will give thee." Tristan grabbed at his hand. "Give me the life, then, of my queen, my stepmother." "Thou doest wrong to ask it," said Meliodas, "for she would have slain thee with her poisons if she could, and chiefly for thy sake she ought to die." "Sir," said Tristram, "as for that, I beseech thee of thy mercy to forgive her, and for my part, may God pardon her as I do. And so I pray thee grant me thy wish, and for God's sake hold thee to thy promise." "If it must be so," said the king, "take thou her life, for to thee I grant it, and go and do with her as thou wilt." Then went young Tristram to the fire, and loosened the queen from all her bonds, delivering her from death. And after a great while, by his good deed, means the king again forgave, and lived in peace with her, though of course never more in the same lodgings. Anon was Tristram sent abroad to France, in care of one named Gawain, and there for 7 years he learned the language of the land, and all knightly exercises and gentle crafts. Especially was he foremost in music and in hunting, and was a harper beyond all others. And when at 19 years of age, he came back to his father. He was a lusty and strong-of-bodied man, and as noble of heart as any was ever seen. Now shortly after his return it befell that King Anguish of Ireland sent to King Mark of Cornwall for the tribute due to Ireland, which was now 7 years behindhand. To whom King Mark sent answer, if he would have it, he must send and fight for it, and they would find a champion to fight against it. And so King Anguish called for Sir Marhaus, his wife's brother, a good knight of the Round Table, by the way, who lived then at his court, and sent him with a knightly retinue in 6 great ships to Cornwall. And casting anchor by the castle of Tintagel, he sent up daily to King Mark for the tribute or the champion. But no knight there would venture to assail him, for his fame was very high in all the realm for strength and hardiness. Then made King Mark a proclamation throughout Cornwall that if any knight would fight Sir Marhaus, he should stand at the king's right hand for evermore, and have great honour and riches for all the rest of his days. And on this news came to the land of Lyonesse, and when young Tristram heard it, he was angry, and he was ashamed to think no knight of Cornwall durst assail the Irish champion. Alas, said he, that I am not a knight, that I might match this Marhaus. I pray you give me leave, sir, to depart to King Mark's court, and beg him of his grace to make me a knight. His father replied, Be ruled by thy own courage. So Tristram rode away forthwith to Tintagel to King Mark, and went up boldly to him, saying, Sir, give me the order of knighthood, and I will fight to the uttermost with Sir Marhaus of Ireland. What are ye, and whence come ye? Said the king, seeing that he was but a young man, but strong and well made in both body and limb. My name is Tristram, said he. I was born in the country of Lyonesse. But know ye, said the king, this Irish knight will fight with none who be not come of royal blood, and near of kin to kings and queens, as he himself is, for his sister is the Queen of Ireland, you know. Then said Tristram, Let him know that I come both on my father and mother's side, of blood as good as his. For my father is King Meliodas, and my mother was that of Queen Elizabeth, thy sister, who died in a forest at my birth. When King Mark heard this, that he welcomed him with all his heart, and knighted him forthwith, and made him ready to go forth as soon as he would choose, and armed him royally in armour covered with gold and starkling silver. Then he sent Sir Marhaus word, that a better man than he should fight with him Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, son of King Meliodas and of King Mark's own sister. And so the battle was ordained to be fought in Ireland, near Sir Marhaus's ships. There Sir Tristram landed on the morrow, with Gouvernail alone attempting him for squire. And him he sent back to the land, when he made himself ready. When Sir Marhaus and Sir Tristram were thus left alone, Sir Marhaus said, Young knight, Sir Tristram, what doest thou here? I am full sorry for thy rashness, for ofttimes have I been assailed in vain, and by the best knights of the world, by the way. Be warned in time, return to them that sent thee. Fair and well-proven knight, said Sir Tristram, be sure that I shall never quit this quarrel till one of us be overcome. For this cause I have been made a knight, and thou shalt know before we part, that though is not yet unproved, I am a king's son, and firstborn of a queen. Moreover, I have promised to deliver Cornwall from this ancient burden, or to die. Also, thou should have known, Sir Marhaus, that thy valour and thy might are but the better reasons why I should assail thee. For whether I win, or whether I lose, I shall gain honour to have met so great a knight as thou art. Then they began the battle, and tilted their hardest against each other, so that both knights and horses fell to the earth. But Sir Marhaus's spear smote Sir Tristram, and a great wound in the side. Then springing up from their horses, they lashed together with their swords like two wild boars. And when they had stricken together a great while, they left off strokes, and lunged at another's breasts and visors. But seeing this availed not, they hurtled together again and again to bear each other down. Thus fought they more than half the day, till both were sorely spent, and blood ran from them to the ground on every side. But by this time Sir Tristram remained fresher than Sir Marhaus, and better winded. And with a mighty stroke he smote him, such a buffet as cut through his helm into his brain-pan. And there his sword stuck in so fast that thrice Sir Tristram pulled ere he could get it from his head. Then fell Sir Marhaus down upon his knees, and the edge of Sir Tristram's sword broke off into his brain-pan. And suddenly, when he seemed to be dead, Sir Marhaus rose, and threw his sword and shield away from him. He ran, and fled into his ship. And Tristan cried out after him, "Aha! Sir Knight of the Round Table, dost thou withdraw thee from so young a knight? It is a shame to thee and all thy kin. I would rather have been hewn into 100 pieces than have fled from thee." But Sir Marhaus answered nothing, and sorely groaning, pathetically fled away. "Farewell, Sir Knight." "Farewell," laughed Tristram, whose own voice now was as hoarse and faint with loss of blood. "I have thy sword and shield in safe keeping. I will wear them in all places where I ride on my adventures, and before King Arthur and the Table Round." Then was Sir Marhaus taken back to Ireland by his company, and as soon as he arrived with wounds was searched, and when they searched his head, they found therein a piece of Tristram's sword, but all the skill of the surgeons was in vain to move it out. And so, anon, Sir Marhaus died. But the queen, his sister, took the piece of the sword blade and put it safely by, for she thought that some day it might help her avenge the death of her poor brother. Meanwhile, Sir Tristram, being sorely wounded, sat down softly on a little mound and bled passing fast, and in that evil case was found anon by Gouvernail and King Mark's knights. Then they gently took him, and brought him in a barge back to the land, and lifted him into a bed within the castle, and had his wounds dressed carefully. But for a great while he lay there sick, and was likely to have died of the first stroke Sir Marhaus had given him with the spear, for you see the point of it was poisoned. And though the wisest surgeons and leeches, both men and women, came from every part, yet he could by no means be cured. At last came a wise lady, and she said plainly that Sir Tristram never should be healed until he went and stayed in the same country where the poison came. When this was understood, the king sent Sir Tristram in a fair and goodly ship to Ireland, and by fortune he arrived fast by a castle where the king and queen were. And as the ship was being anchored, he sat upon his bed and harped a merry, merry lay, and made so sweet a music as was never equalled. When the king heard that the sweet harper was a wounded knight, he sent for him, and asked of his name. "I am of the country, Lyonesse," he answered, "and my name is Tramtrist," for he dared not tell his true name, lest the vengeance of the queen should fall upon him for her brother's death. "Well," said King Anguish, "thou art right welcome here, and shall have all the help that this land shall give thee. But be not anxious, if I am at times cast down and sad, For but lately in Cornwall the best knight in the world fighting for my cause was slain. His name was Sir Marhaus, a knight of King Arthur's Round Table, you know." And then he told Sir Tristram all the story of Marhaus's battle, and Sir Tristram made a pretence of great surprise and great sorrow, though he knew all far better than the king himself. Then was he put in charge of the king's daughter, La Belle Isault, to be healed of his wound, and she was as fair and noble as a lady that men's eyes might ever see. And so marvellously was he skilled in medicine that in a few days she fully cured him, and in return Sir Tramtrist taught her the harp, so before long they two began to love each other dearly. But at the time a heathen knight, Sir Palomides, was in Ireland, and much cherished by the king and queen. He also loved mightily La Belle Isault, and never wearied of making her great gifts and seeking for her favour, and was ready even to be christened, if only for her sake. Sir Tramtrist, therefore, hated him out of measure, and Sir Palomides was full of rage and envy against Tramtrist. And so it befell that King Anguish proclaimed a great tournament to be held, the prize whereof should be a lady called the Lady of the Landes, of near kindred to the king, and her winner of the tournament should wed her in 3 days afterwards, and possess all her lands. When La Belle Isault told Sir Tramtrist of this tournament, he said, "Fair lady, I am yet a feeble knight, and but for thee had been a dead man by now. What wouldst thou should I do? Thou knowest well that I may not joust." "Ah, Tramtrist," said she, "why wilt thou not fight in this tournament? You see, Sir Palomides will be there, and he will do his mightiest, and therefore be thou there, I pray thee, or else he will be the winner of the prize." "Madam," said Sir Tramtrist, "I will go, and for thy sake I will do my best, but let me go unknown to all men, and do thou, I pray thee, keep my counsel, and help me to a disguise." And so on the day the jousting came, Sir Palomides with a black shield, and overthrew many knights, and all the people wondered at his prowess. For on the first day he put the worst, Sir Gawain, Sir Gaheris, Sir Agravain, Sir Key, and many more from far and near. And on the morrow he was a conqueror again, and overthrew the king with 100 knights and the king of Scotland. But presently Sir Tramtrist rode up to the lists, having been let out at a privy postern of the castle, where none could see. La Belle Isault had dressed him in white armour, and given him a white horse and a white shield, and so he came suddenly into the field, as it had been a bright angel. And so as Sir Palomides saw him, he ran at him with spear in rest, but Sir Tramtrist was ready, and at the first encounter hurled him to the ground. And there arose a great cry that the knight with the black shield was overthrown, and Palomides, sorely hurt and shamed, sought out a secret way, and would have left the field, but Tramtrist watched him, and rode after him, and bade him stay, for he had not yet done with him. Then did Sir Palomides turn with fury, and lash at Sir Tramtrist with his sword, but at the first stroke Sir Tramtrist smote him to the earth, and cried, "Do now all my commands, or take thy death." Then he yielded to Sir Tramtrist's mercy, and promised to forsake La Belle Isault, and for 12 months to wear no arms and no armour. And rising up, he cut his armour off him into shreds with rage and madness, and turned and left the field. And Sir Tramtrist also left the lists, and rode back to the castle through the postern gate. Then was Sir Tramtrist long cherished by the King and Queen of Ireland, and ever with La Belle Isole. But on a certain day while he was bathing came the Queen with La Belle Isole by chance into his chamber, and saw his sword lie naked on the bed. Anon she drew it from the scabbard, and looked at it a long while, and both thought it a passing fair sword. But within a foot and a half of the end there was a great piece broken out, and while the Queen was looking at the gap, she suddenly remembered the piece of sword blade that was found in the brain-pan of her brother, Sir Marhaus. Therewith she turned and cried, "By my faith, this is the felon knight that slew thy uncle." And running to her chamber, she sought her casket for the piece of iron from Sir Marhaus's head, and brought it back, and fitted it in Tristram's sword, and surely did it fit therein as closely as it had been but yesterday broken out. Then the Queen caught the sword up fiercely in her hand, and ran into the room where Sir Tristram was yet in bath, and making straight for him, had run him through the body, had not his squire, Sir Hebes, got her in his arms, and pulled the sword away. It was there she ran to the king, and fell upon her knees before him. "Lord and husband, thou hast here in thy house that felon, that knight who slew my brother Marhaus." "Who is it?" said the king. "It is Sir Tramtrist," said she, "whom Isole hath healed." "Alas," replied the king, "I am full grieved thereat, for he's a good knight, as ever I have seen in any field. But I charge thee, leave thou him, and let me deal with him." Then the king went to Sir Tramtrist's chamber, and found him all armed and ready to mount his horse, and said to him, "Sir Tramtrist, it is not to prove me against thee I come, for it was shameful of thy host to seek thy life. Depart in peace. But tell me first thy name, and whether thou slewest my brother Sir Marhaus." And then Sir Tristram indeed told him all the truth, how he had hid his name to be unknown in Ireland. And when he had entered, the king declared he held him in no blame. "Howbeit, I cannot for mine honour's sake retain thee at this court, for so I should displease my barons, and my wife, and all her kin." "Sir," said Sir Tristram, "I thank thee for that goodness thou hast shown me here, and for the great goodness my lady thy daughter has shown me. And it may chance to be more for thy advantage if I live than if I die. For wheresoever I may be, I shall ever seek thy service, and shall be my lady thy daughter's servant in all places, and her knight in right and wrong, and shall never fail to do for her as much as a knight can do." Then Sir Tristram went to La Belle Isole, and took his leave of her. "O gentle knight," said she, "full of grief I am at your departing. Never yet I saw a man to love so well." "My darling," said he, "I promise faithfully. All my life I shall be your knight." And then Sir Tristram gave her a ring, and she gave him another, and after that he left her, weeping and lamenting, and went among the barons and openly took his leave of them all, saying, "Fair lords, it so befalleth that I must now depart. Hence therefore if there be any here who I have offended, or who is grieved with me, let him now say it, and before I go I will amend it to my utmost power." and if there be but one who would speak shame of me behind my back, let him say it now or never. And here is my body to prove it upon. Body against body. And all stood still. Not one said a word, though some were there of the Queen's kindred who would have assailed him, had they dared. And so Sir Tristram departed from Ireland, and took to the sea, and came with a fair wind to Tintagel. And when the news came to King Mark that Sir Tristram was returned, healed of his wound, he was passing glad, and so were all his barons. And when he had visited the king his uncle, he rode to his father King Meliodas, and there had all the heartiest welcomes that could be made upon him. And both the king and the queen gave largely to him their lands and goods. Anon he came again to King Mark's court, and there lived in great joy and pleasure, till within a while the king grew jealous of his fame, and of love and favour shown him by all the damsels. And as long as King Mark lived, he never after loved Sir Tristram, though there was much fair speech between them. Then it befell upon a certain day that the good knight Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, brother to Sir Blamor de Ganis, and nigh cousin of Sir Lancelot of the Lake, came to King Mark's court and asked him of a favour. And though the king marvelled, seeing he was a man of great renown, and a knight of the Round Table, he granted him all his asking. Then said Sir Bleoberis, I will have the fairest lady in your court, at my own choosing. I may not say thee nay, replied the king. Choose therefore, but take all the issues of thy choice. So when he had looked around, he chose the wife of Earl Segwarides, and took her by the hand, and set her upon a horseback behind his squire, and rode forth upon his way. Presently thereafter came in the earl, and rode out straightway after him in rage. But all the ladies cried shame upon Sir Tristram that he had not gone himself, and one rebuked him foully and called him a cowardly knight, that he would stand and see a lady forced away from his uncle's court. But Sir Tristram answered her, Fair lady, it is not my place to take part in this quarrel, while her lord and husband is here to do it for her. Had he not been at court, peradventure I had been her champion. And if it so befall that he speed ill, then may it happen that I speak with that foul knight before he pass out of this realm. Anon ran in one of Sir Segwarides' squires, and told that his master was sore wounded and at the point of death. When Sir Tristram heard that, he was soon armed and upon his horse, and Gouvernail, his servant, followed him with shield and spear. And as he rode, he met his cousin, Sir Andret, who had been commanded by King Mark to bring home to him 2 knights of King Arthur's court who roamed the country thereabouts seeking adventures. What tidings? Said Sir Tristram. God help me, never worse, replied his cousin, for those I went to bring have beaten and defeated me, and set my message at naught. Fair cousin, said Sir Tristram, ride ye on your way. Perchance, if I should not meet them, ye may be revenged. So Sir Andlet rode into Cornwall, but Sir Tristram rode after the 2 knights who had misused him, namely Sir Sagramore le Desirous and Sir Donidas le Sauvage. And before long he saw them, but a little way before him. Sir, said Sir Governale, by my advice, thou wilt leave them alone, for they be 2 well-proved knights of King Arthur's court. Shall I not therefore rather meet them? Said Sir Tristram, and riding swiftly after them, he called to them to stop, and asked from whence they came, and whither they were going, and what they were doing in those marches. Sir Sagramore looked haughtily at Sir Tristram, and made a mocking of his words, and said, "Fair knight, be ye a knight of Cornwall?" "Wherefore askest thou that?" said Sir Tristram. "Truly, because it is full seldom seen," replied Sir Sagramore, "that Cornish knights are valiant with their arms as with their tongues. It is but 2 hours since there met us such a Cornish knight who spoke such great words with great prowess, might, and honour, but anon with little mastery he was laid upon the earth, as I trow wilt thou be also." "Fair lords," said Sir Tristram, "it may chance I be a better man than he, but be that as it may, he was my cousin, and for his sake I will assail ye both, one Cornish knight against 2. When Sir Dodinas le Sauvage heard the speech, he caught at his spear and said, "Sir knight, keep well thyself." And then they parted, and came together as it had been thunder, and Sir Dodinas' spear split asunder, but Sir Tristram smote him with so full a stroke as hurled him over his horse's crupper, and nearly brake his neck. Sir Sagramore, seeing his friends fall, marvelled who this knight could be, and he dressed his spear and came against Sir Tristram as a whirlwind. But Sir Tristram smote him in a mighty buffet, and rolled him with his horse down upon the ground, and in the falling he broke his thigh. Then, looking at them both, as they lay grovelling on the grass, Sir Tristram said, "Fair knights, will ye joust any more? Are there no bigger knights in King Arthur's court? Will ye soon again speak shame of Cornish knights?" "Thou hast defeated us in truth," replied Sir Sagramore, "and on the faith of our knighthood, I require thee tell us thy right name." "Ye charge me by a great thing," said Sir Tristram, "and I will answer ye." And when they heard his name, the 2 knights were right glad that they had met Sir Tristram, for his deeds were known through the land, and they prayed him to abide in their company. "Nay," said he, "I must find a fellow knight of yours, Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, whom I seek." "God speed you well," said the 2 knights, and Sir Tristram rode on. Soon he saw before him in a valley Sir Bleoberis with Sir Segwarides' wife riding behind his squire upon a palfrey. At that he cried out aloud, "Abide, Sir Knight of Arthur's court. Bring back again that lady, or deliver her to me." "I will not," said Sir Bleoberis, "for I dread no Cornish knight." "Why," said Sir Tristram, "may not a Cornish knight do well as any other? This day but 3 miles back 2 knights of thine own court met me, and found one Cornish knight enough for both before we parted." "What were their names?" said Sir Bleoberis. "Sir Sagramore le Desirous, and Sir Dodinas le Sauvage," said Sir Tristram. "Ah," said Sir Bleoberis, amazed, "hast thou then met with them? By my faith, they were 2 good knights and men of worship, and if thou hast beat both, thou must needs be a good knight. But for all that, thou shalt beat me also, ere thou hast this lady." "Defend thee, then," cried out Sir Tristram, and came upon him swiftly with spear. But Sir Bleoberis was as swift as he, and each bore down the other, horse and all, onto the cold earth. Then they sprang clear of their horses, and lashed together full eagerly and mightily with their swords, tracing and traversing on the right hand, and on the left more than 2 hours, and sometimes rushing together with such fury that they both lay grovelling on the ground. At last Sir Bleoberis started back and said, "Now, gentle knight, hold hard a while and let us speak together." "Say on," said Sir Tristram, "and I will answer thee." "Sir," said Sir Bleoberis, "I would know thy name, and court, and country." "I have no shame to tell them," said Sir Tristram. "I am King Meliodas' son, and my mother was sister to King Mark, from whose court I now come. My name is Sir Tristram de Lyonesse." "Truly," said Sir Bleoberis, "I am right glad to hear it, for thou art he who slew Sir Marhaus hand to hand, fighting for the Cornish tribute, and overcame Sir Palomides of the great Irish tournament, where also thou didst overthrow Sir Gawain and his 9 companions." "Yes, I am that knight," said Sir Tristram, "and now I pray thee, tell me thy name." "I am Sir Bleoberis de Ganis, cousin of Sir Lancelot of the Lake, one of the best knights in the world," he answered. "Thou sayest truth," said Sir Tristram, "for Sir Lancelot, as all men know, is peerless in courtesy and knighthood, and for the great love I bear to his name I will not willingly fight more with thee, his kinsman." "In good faith, sir," said Sir Bleoberis, "I am as loth to fight thee more, but since thou hast followed me to win this lady, I proffer thee kindness, courtesy, and gentleness. This lady shall be free to go with which of us that she pleases the best." "I am content," said Sir Tristram, "for I doubt she will not come with me." "Thou shalt thou shortly prove," said he, and called his squire, and set the lady in the midst between them, who forthwith walked to Sir Bleoberis and elected to abide with him, which when Sir Tristram saw, he was in wondrous anger with her, and felt he could scarce for shame return to King Mark's court. But Sir Bleoberis said, "Hearken to me, good knight, Sir Tristram, because King Mark gave me free choice of any gift, and because this lady chose to go with me, I took her. But now I have fulfilled my quest and my adventure, and for thy sake she shall be sent back to her husband at the abbey, where he lies." So Sir Tristram rode back to Tintagel, and Sir Bleoberis to the abbey where Sir Segwarides lay wounded, and there delivered up his lady, and departed as a noble knight. After this adventure, Sir Tristram rode still at his uncle's court, till in the envy of his heart King Mark devised a plan to be rid of him. So on a certain day he desired to depart again for Ireland, and there demand La Belle Isoult on his behalf to be his queen. For ever had Sir Tristram praised her beauty and her goodness, till King Mark desired to wed her for himself. Moreover, he believed his nephew surely would be slain by the queen's kindred, if he once were found again in Ireland. But Sir Tristram, scorning fear, made ready to depart, and took with him the noblest knights that could be found, arrayed in the richest of fashion. And when they were come to Ireland, upon a certain day Sir Tristram gave his uncle's message, and King Anguish consented thereto. But when La Belle Isoult was told the tidings, she was very sorrowful and loth, yet she made ready to set forth with Sir Tristram, and took with her Dame Bragwain, her chief gentlewoman. Then the queen gave Dame Bragwain and Gouvernail, Sir Tristram's servant, a little flask, and charged them that La Belle Isoult and King Mark should both drink of it on their marriage day, and they shall surely love each other all of their lives. Anon Sir Tristram and Isoult, with great company, took the sea and departed. And so it chanced that one day sitting in their cabin they were athirst, and saw a little flask of gold which seemed to hold good wine. So Sir Tristram took it up and said, Fair lady, this looketh to be the best wines, and your maid, Dame Bragwain, and my servant Gouvernail have kept it for themselves. Thereat they both laughed merrily, and drank of it, each after the other from the flask. And never before had they tasted any wine which had seemed so good and so sweet. But by the time they finished drinking, they loved each other so well that their love never more might leave them for weal or woe. And thus it came to pass, though Sir Tristram might never wed the Belle Isoult, he did the mightiest of deeds of arms for her sake only, and for all of his life. Then they sailed onwards, till they came to a castle called Pleur, where they would have rested, but anon there ran forth a great company and took them prisoners. And when they were in prison, Sir Tristram asked a knight and lady who found with them were in, wherefore they were so shamefully dealt with. For, said he, it was never the custom of any place or honour that I ever came unto seize a knight and lady asking for shelter and thrust them into prison, and a full evil and discourteous custom is it. Sir, said the knight, know ye not, this is called the Castle Pleur, or the Weeping Castle, and that it is an ancient custom here, that whatsoever knight abideth in it must need fight the lord of it, Sir Bruna. And he that is the weakest shall lose his head. And if the lady he hath with him be the less fair to the lord's wife, she shall lose hers. But if she be fairer, then must the lady of the castle lose her head. Now heaven help me, said Sir Tristram, this is a foul and shameful custom. Yet have I one advantage, for my lady is the fairest that doth live in all of the world, so that I nothing fear for her. And as for me, I will gladly fight for my own head in a fair field. Then said the knight, Look ye be up betimes tomorrow, and make you ready, and your lady. And on the morrow indeed came Sir Brumor to Sir Tristram, and put him and Isoult forth out of prison, and bought him a horse and armour, and bade him make ready. For all the commons and estates of that lordship waited in the field to judge and see the battle. Then Sir Bruna, holding his lady by the hand, all muffled, came forth, and Sir Tristram went to meet him with La Belle Isoult beside him, muffled also. Then said Sir Brunor, Sir knight, if thy lady be fairer than mine, with thy sword smite off my lady's head. But if my lady be fairer than thine, with my sword I shall smite off hers. And if I overcome thee, thy lady shall be mine, and thou shalt lose thy head. Sir knight, replied Sir Tristram, this is a right foul and felon custom, and rather than my lady shall lose her head, I will lose my own. Nay, said Sir Brunor, but the ladies shall now be compared together, and judgment shall be had. I consent not, cried Sir Tristram, for who is here that will give rightful judgment? Yet doubt not that my lady is far fairer than thine own, and that I will prove and make good. Therewith Sir Tristram lifted up the veil off La Belle Isoult, and stood beside her with his naked sword drawn in hand. Then Sir Brunor unmuffled his lady, and did in like manner. But when he saw La Belle Isoult, he knew that none could be so fair, and all there present gave their judgment so. Then said Sir Tristram, because thou and thy lady have long used this evil custom, and have slain many good knights and ladies, it were a just thing to destroy thee both. In good sooth, said Sir Brunor, thy lady is fairer than mine, and of all women I never saw any so fair. Therefore, slay my lady, if thou wilt, and I doubt not, but I shall slay thee and have thine." "Thou shalt win her," said Tristram, "as dearly as ever knight won a lady, and because of thine own judgment, and of thine evil custom that thine lady hath consented to, I will slay her as thou sayest." And therewithal Sir Tristram went to him, and took his lady from him, and smote off her head in a single stroke. "Now take thy horse," cried out Sir Bruno, "for since I have lost my lady I will win thine and have thy life." So they took their horses, and came together as fast as they could, and Sir Tristram lightly smote Sir Bruno from his horse, but he rose right quickly, and when Sir Tristram came again, he thrust his horse through both the shoulders, so that it reeled and fell. But Sir Tristram was light and nimble, and voided his horse, and rose up and dressed his shield before him, though meanwhile, ere he could draw out a sword, Sir Bruno gave him 3 or 4 grievous strokes. Then they rushed furiously together, like 2 wild boars, and fought, hurling and hewing here and there for nigh 2 hours, and wounded each other full sorely. Then at last Sir Bruno rushed upon Sir Tristram, and took him in his arms to throw him, for he trusted greatly in his strength. But Sir Tristram was at that time called the strongest and biggest knight of the world, for he was even bigger than Sir Lancelot, though Sir Lancelot was better breathed. So anon he thrust Sir Bruno grovelling to the earth, and then unlaced his helm, and struck off his head. Then all that they had belonged to the castle came and did him homage and fealty, and prayed him to abide there for a season, and put an end to that foul custom. But within a while he departed, and came to Cornwall, and there King Mark was forthwith wedded to La Belle Isole, with great joy and splendour. And Sir Tristram had high honour, and ever lodged at the king's court. But for all he had done him such services, King Mark hated him, and on a certain day he set 2 knights to fall upon him as he rode in the forest. But Sir Tristram lightly smote one's head off, and sorely wounded the other, and made him bear his fellow's body to the king. At that the king dissembled and hid from Sir Tristram, that the knights were sent by him, yet more than he had ever hated him in secret, and sought to slay him. And so on a certain day, by the assent of Sir Andret, a false knight, and 40 other knights, Sir Tristram was taken prisoner in his sleep, and carried to a chapel on the rocks above the sea to be cast down. But as they were about to cast him in, suddenly he broke his bonds asunder, and rushing at Sir Andret, took his sword and smote him down therewith. Then, leaping down the rocks, where none could follow, he escaped them, but one shot after him, and wounded him full sorely with a poisoned arrow in the arm. Anon his servant Gouvernail, with Sir Lambegus, sought him and found him safe among the rocks, and told him that King Mark had banished him and all his followers to avenge Sir Andret's death. So they took ship and came to Brittany. Now Sir Tristram, suffering great anguish from his wound, was told to seek Isolde, the daughter of King of Brittany, for she alone could cure such a wound. Wherefore he went to King Howl's court and said, "Lord, I am come to the country to have thy help from thy daughter, for men tell me that none but she may help me." And Isolde, gladly offering to do her best, within a month he was made whole. While he abode still at that court, an earl named Grip made war upon King Howl, and besieged him. And Sir Kay Hedius, the king's son, went forth against him, but was beaten in the battle and wounded. Then the king praying Sir Tristram from his help, he took with him such knights as he could find, and on the morrow, in another battle, did such deeds of arms that all the land spoke of it. For there he slew the earl with his own hands, and more than 100 knights besides. When he came back, King Howell met him, and saluted him with every honour and rejoicing that could be thought of, and took him in his arms, and said, Sir Tristram, all my kingdom will I resign to thee. Nay, answered he, God forbid, for truly am I beholden to you for ever for your daughter's sake. Then the king paid him to take Isolde in marriage, with a great dower of lands and castles. To this Sir Tristram presently consenting, anon they were wedded at the court. But within a while Sir Tristram greatly longed to see Cornwall, and Sir Kay Hedius desired to go with him. And so they took ship, but as soon as they were at sea, the wind blew them upon the coast of North Wales, nigh to Castle Perilous, hard by a forest, where many strange adventures oft times be met. Then said Sir Tristram to Sir Kay Hedius, Let us prove some of them ere we depart. And so they took their horses and rode forth. When they had ridden a mile or more, Sir Tristram spied a goodly knight before him well armed, who sat by a clear fountain with a strong horse near him tied to an oaken tree. Fair sir, he said, when they came near, ye seem to be a knight errant by your arms and harness. Therefore make ready now to joust with one of us, or both. Thereat the knight spake not, but took his shield and buckled it round his neck, and leaping on his horse, caught a spear from his squire's hand. Then said Sir Kay Hedius to Tristram, Let me assay him. Do thy best, said he. So the two knights met, and Sir Kay Hedius fell sorely wounded in the breast. Thou hast well jousted, cried Sir Tristram to the knight. Now make ready for me. I am, answered he, and encountered him and smote him so heavily that he fell down from his horse, whereat being ashamed, he put his shield before him, and drew his sword, crying to the strange knight to do likewise. Then they fought on foot for well nigh 2 hours, till they were both weary. At last Sir Tristram said, In all my life I never met a knight so strong and well-breathed as ye be. It were a pity that we should further hurt each other. Hold thy hand, fair knight, and tell me thy name. That I will do, answered he, if thou wilt tell me thine. My name is Sir Tristram of Lyonesse. And mine, Sir Lamorak of Gaul. Then they both cried out together, Well met. And Sir Lamorak said, Sir, for your great renown, I will that ye have all the worship of this battle, and therefore will I yield me unto you. And therewith he took his sword, and by the point yielded to him. Nay, said Sir Tristram, ye shall not do so, for well I know ye do it out of courtesy, and not of dread. And therewith he offered his sword to Sir Lamorak, saying, Sir, as an overcome knight, I yield me unto you, as the man noblest of powers I have ever met with. Hold, said Sir Lamorak, let us now swear together never more to fight against each other. Then they did swear just as they said. Then Sir Tristram returned to Sir Kay Hedius, and when he was whole of his wounds, they departed together in a ship, and landed upon the coast of Cornwall. And when they came ashore, Sir Tristram eagerly sought the news of La Belle Isoult, and one told him in mistake that she was dead. Whereat, for sore and grievous sorrow, he fell down in a swoon, and so lay for 3 days and nights. When he awoke therefrom, he was crazed, and ran into the forest and abode there like a wild man many days, whereby he waxed lean and weak of body, and would have died, but that a hermit laid some meat beside him as he slept. Now in that forest was a giant named Tauleas, who, for the fear of Tristram, had hid himself within a castle, but when they told him he was mad, came forth and went at large again. And on a certain day he saw a knight of Cornwall, named Sir Dinant, pass by with a lady, and when he had aligned by well to arrest, the giant leaped out from ambush, and took him by the throat to slay him. But Sir Tristram, as he wandered through the forest, came upon them as they struggled, and when the knight cried out for help, he rushed upon the giant, and taking up Sir Dinant's sword, struck off therewith the giant's head, and straightway disappeared among the trees. Anon Sir Dinant took the head of Tauleas, and bare it with him to the court of King Mark, whither he was bound, and told of his adventures. "Where had ye this adventure?" said King Mark. "At a fair fountain in thy forest," he answered. "I would fain see that wild man," said the king. So within a day or two he commanded his knights to a great hunting in the forest, and when the king came to the well, he saw a wild man, laying there asleep, having a sword beside him, but he knew not that it was Sir Tristram. Then he blew his horn, and summoned all his knights to take him gently up and bear him to the court. And when they came thereto, they bathed and washed him, and brought him somewhat to his right mind. Now La Belle Isoult knew not that Sir Tristram was in Cornwall, but when she heard that a wild man had been found in the forest, she came to see him, and so sorely was he changed, she knew him not. Yet, said she to Dame Bragwaine, in good faith, I seem to have beheld him oft times before. As she thus spoke, a little hound, which Sir Tristram had given to her when she first came to Cornwall, and was whichever with her, saw Sir Tristram lying there, and leapt upon him, licking his hands and face, and whined and barked for joy. "Alas," cried out La Belle Isoult, "it is my own true knight, Sir Tristram." And at her voice Sir Tristram's senses wholly came again, and well nigh he wept for joy to see his loved lady living. But never would the hound depart from Tristram, and when King Mark and the other knights came to see him, it sat upon his body and bayed at all who came too near. Then one of the knights said, "Surely this is Sir Tristram. I see it by the hound." "Nay," said the king, "it cannot be." And asked Sir Tristram on his faith who he was. "My name," said he, "is Sir Tristram of Lyonesse, and now ye may do what ye list with me." Then the king said, "It repents me that ye are recovered," and sought to make his barons slay him. But most of them would not assent thereto, and counselled him instead to banish Tristram for 10 years from Cornwall, for returning without orders from the king. And so he was sworn to depart forthwith. And as he went towards the ship, a knight of King Arthur, named Sir Dinadan, who sought him, came and said, "Fair knight, ere that you pass out of this country, I pray thee to joust with me." "With a good will," said he. Then they ran together, and Sir Tristram lightly smote him from his horse. Anon he prayed Sir Tristram's leave to bear him company, and when he had consented, they rowed together for the ship. Then was Sir Tristram full of bitterness of heart, and said to all the knights that took him to the shore, "Greet well King Mark, and all mine enemies from me, and tell them that I will come again when I may. When am I now rewarded for slaying Sir Marhaus and delivering this kingdom from its bondage, and for all the perils wherewithal I brought La Belle Isoult from Ireland to the king? and rescued her at the castle Blur, and for slaying of the giant Tauleas, and all the other deeds I have done for Cornwall and King Mark. Thus angrily and passing bitterly he spake and went his way. And after sailing a while, the ship stayed at a landing place upon the coast of Wales, and there Sir Tristram and Sir Dinadan alighted, and on the shore they met two knights, Sir Ector and Sir Bors. And Sir Ector encountered with Sir Dinadan and smote him to the ground, but Sir Bors would not encounter with Tristram. For, he said, no Cornish knights are men of worship. Thereat Sir Tristram was full of wrath, but presently there met them two more knights, Sir Bleoberis and Sir Driant, and Sir Bleoberis proffered to joust with Sir Tristram, who surely smote him down. I had not thought, cried out Sir Bors, that any Cornish knight could do so valiantly. Then Sir Tristram and Sir Dinadan departed, and rode into a forest, and as they rode a damsel met them, who for Sir Lancelot's sake was seeking any noble knight to rescue him. For Queen Morgan le Fay, who hated him, had ordered 30 men-at-arms to lie in ambush for him as he passed, with the intent to kill him. So the damsel prayed them to rescue. Then said Sir Tristram, Bring me to that place, fair damsel. But Sir Dinadan cried out, It is not possible for us to meet with 30 knights. I'll take no part in such hardihood. For to match 1 or 2 or maybe 3 knights is enough, but to match 15 I will never essay. For shame, replied Sir Tristram, do but your part. That I will not, he said, wherefore I pray ye, lend me your shield, for it is of Cornwall, and because men of that country are deemed cowards, ye are but little troubled, as ye ride with knights to joust with. Nay, said Sir Tristram, I will never give up my shield for her sake who gave it to me, but if thou wilt not stand by me today, I will surely slay thee, for I ask no more of thee than to fight 1 knight. And if thy heart will not serve thee that much, thou shalt stand by and look on me and them. Would God that I had never met with ye, cried Sir Dinadan, but I promise to look on, and do all that I may to save myself. Anon they came to where the 30 knights lay waiting, and Sir Tristram rushed upon them, saying, Here is the one who fights for the love of Lancelot. Then slew he 2 of them at the first onset with his spear, and 10 more swiftly after with his sword. At that Sir Dinadan took courage, and assailed the others with him, till they turned and fled. But Sir Tristram and Sir Dinadan rode on until nightfall, and meeting with a shepherd, asked him if he knew any lodging thereabouts. Truly, my fair lords, he said, there is good lodging in a castle hard by, but it is a custom there that none shall lodge therein save ye first joust with 2 knights, and as soon as ye be within, ye shall find your match. That is an evil lodging, said Sir Dinadan. Lodge where ye will. I will not lodge there. Shame on thee, said Sir Tristram. Art thou a knight at all? Then he required him on his knighthood to go with him, and they rode together to the castle. As soon as they were near, 2 knights came out and ran full speed against them. But both of them they overthrew, and went within the castle, and had noble cheer. Now, when they were unarmed and ready to take rest, there came to the castle gate 2 knights, Sir Gaheris and Sir Palomides, and desired the custom of the castle. I would far rather rest than fight, said Sir Dinadan. That may not be, replied Sir Tristram, for we must needs defend the custom at the castle, seeing that we have overcome its lords. Therefore, make ready. Alas that I ever came into your company, said Sir Dinadan. And so they made ready, and Sir Gaheris encountered Sir Tristram, and fell before him, but Sir Palomides overthrew Sir Dinadan. Then would all fight on foot save Sir Dinadan, for he was not sorely bruised and frightened by his fall. And when Sir Tristram prayed him to fight, I will not, he answered, for I was wounded by those 30 knights with whom we fought this morning. And as to you, ye are in truth like one gone mad, and who would cast himself away. There be but 2 knights in the world so mad, and the other is Sir Lancelot, with whom I rode once forthwith, who kept me evermore at battling, so for a quarter of a year thereafter I lay in my bed. Heaven defend me again from either of your fellowships. Well, said Sir Tristram, if it must be, I will fight them both. Therewith he drew his sword, and assailed Sir Palomides and Sir Gaheris together. But Sir Palomides said, Nay, but it is a shame for 2 to fight with one. So he bade Sir Gaheris stand by, and he and Sir Tristram fought long together. But in the end Sir Tristram drove him backward, whereat Sir Gaheris and Sir Dinadan with one accord sundered them. Then Sir Tristram prayed the 2 knights to lodge there, but Dinadan departed, and rode away into a priory hard by. There he lodged the night. And on the morrow came Sir Tristram to the priory to find him, and seeing him so weary that he could not ride, left him and departed. At that same time priory was lodged Sir Pellinore, who asked Sir Dinadan Sir Tristram's name, but could not learn it, for Sir Tristram had charged that he should remain unknown. Then said Sir Pellinore, Since you will not tell it to me, I will ride after him, and find it myself. Beware, Sir Knight, said Sir Dinadan, you will repent it if you follow him. But Sir Pellinore straightway mounted and overtook him, and cried to him to joust, whereat Sir Tristram forthwith turned and smote him down, and wounded him full sorely in the shoulder. On the day after, Sir Tristram met a herald, who told him of a tournament proclaimed between King Carados of Scotland and the King of North Wales to be held at Maiden's Castle. Now King Carados sought Sir Lancelot to fight there on his side, and the King of North Wales sought Sir Tristram. And Sir Tristram purposed to be there. So as he rode, he met Sir Kay, the Seneschal, and Sagramore, and Sir Kay preferred to joust with him, but he refused, desiring to help himself unwearied for the tournament. Then Sir Kay cried, Sir Knight of Cornwall, joust with me, or yield as a recreant. When Sir Tristram heard that, he fiercely turned and set his spear in rest, and spurred his horse toward him. But when Sir Kay saw him so madly coming upon him, he turned and refused, whereat Sir Tristram called him a coward, till for shame he was compelled to meet him. Then Sir Tristram lightly smote him down and rode away. But Sir Sagramore pursued him, crying loudly to joust with him also. So Sir Tristram turned and quickly overthrew him likewise and departed. Anon a damsel met him as he rode, and told him of a knight, adventurous, who did great harm thereby, and prayed him for his help. But as he went with her, he met Sir Gawain, who knew the damsel for a maiden of Queen Morgan le Fay. Knowing therefore that she needs must have evil plots against Sir Tristram, Sir Gawain demanded of him courteously whither he went. I know not whither, said he, save as this damsel leadeth me. Sir, said Sir Gawain, you shall not ride with her, for she and her lady never yet did good to any. And drawing his sword, he said to the damsel, Tell me now, straightway, for what cause thou leadest this knight, or else thou shalt die, for I know of that old witch's treason. Mercy, Sir Gawain, cried the damsel, and I will tell thee all. Then she told him that Queen Morgan le Fay had ordained 30 fair damsels to seek out Sir Lancelot and Sir Tristram, and by their wiles persuade them to her castle, where she had 30 knights in wait to slay them both. Oh, shame, cried Sir Gawain, that ever such foul treason should be wrought by a queen and a king's sister none the less. And then he said to Sir Tristram, Sir Knight, if you will stand with me, we will together prove the malice of these 30 knights. I will not fail you, he answered, for but a few days since I had to do with 30 knights of that same queen, and trust me, we may win honour as lightly now as we did then. And so they rode together, and when they came to the castle, Sir Gawain cried aloud, Queen Morgan le Fay, send out thy knights that we may fight with them. And then the queen urged her knights to issue forth, but they durst not, for they well knew Sir Tristram, and they feared him greatly. So Sir Tristram and Sir Gawain went on their way, and as they rode, they saw a knight, named Sir Breuse without pity, chasing a lady with intent to slay her. Then Sir Gawain prayed Sir Tristram to hold still and let him assail that knight. So he rode up between Sir Breuse and the lady and cried, False knight, turn thee to me and leave that lady. Then Sir Breuse turned and set his spear in rest, rushed upon Sir Gawain and overthrew him, and rode his horse upon him as he lay. Which when Sir Tristram saw, he cried, Forbear that villainy, and galloped upon him. But when Sir Breuse saw by the shield that it was Sir Tristram, he turned and he fled, and though Sir Tristram followed swiftly after him, yet he was so well horsed that he escaped. Anon Sir Tristram and Sir Gawain came nigh to the maiden's castle, and there an old knight named Sir Balin gave them lodging. And Sir Percival, the son of Sir Balin, a good knight, came out to welcome them. And as they stood talking at a bay window of the castle, they saw a goodly knight ride by on a black horse and carrying a black shield. What knight is that? asked Sir Tristram. One of the best knights in all the world, said Sir Percival. Is he Sir Lancelot? said Sir Tristram. Nay, answered Sir Percival, it is Sir Palomides, who is yet unchristened. Within a while, one came and told them that a knight with a black shield had smitten down 13 knights. Let us go and see this jousting, said Sir Tristram. So they armed themselves and went down, and when Sir Palomides saw Sir Percival, he sent a squire to him and preferred him to joust. And so they jousted, and Sir Percival was overthrown. Then Sir Tristram made ready to joust, but ere he had his spear in rest, Sir Palomides took him at the advantage, and struck him on the shield so that he fell. At that Sir Tristram was wroth out of measure and sore ashamed. Wherefore he sent a squire and prayed Sir Palomides to joust once again. But he would not, saying, Tell thy master to revenge himself tomorrow at the maiden's castle, where he shall see me again. And so, upon the morrow, Sir Tristram commanded his servant to give him a black shield with no cognizance thereon, and he and Sir Percival rode into the tournament and joined King Carados' side. Then the knights of the King of North Wales came forth, and there was a great fighting and breaking of spears and overthrow of men and horses. Now King Arthur sat above in a high gallery to see the tournament and to give the judgment, with Sir Lancelot sitting beside him. Then came against Sir Tristram and Sir Persides 2 knights with them of North Wales, Sir Bleoberis and Sir Gaeris, and Sir Persides was smitten down and nigh slain, for 4 horsemen rode over him. But Sir Tristram rode against Sir Gaeris and smote him down from his horse, and when Sir Bleoberis next encountered him, he overthrew him also. Anon they horsed themselves again, and with them came Sir Dinadan, whom Sir Tristram forthwith smote so sorely that he reeled off his saddle. Then cried he, "Ah, Sir Knight, I know ye better than ye deem, and promise never more to come against ye." Then rode Sir Bleoberis at him the 2nd time, and had a buffet that felled him to the earth. And as soon thereafter the king commanded to cease that day, and all men marvelled who Sir Tristram was, for the prize of the first day was given him in the name of the Knight of the Black Shield. Now Sir Palomides was on the side of the King of North Wales, you see, but knew not Sir Tristram again, and when he saw this marvellous deeds he sent to ask his name. "As to that," said Sir Tristram, "he shall not know at this time. But tell him, he shall know when I have broken 2 spears upon him. For I am the knight he smote down yesterday, and whatever side he taketh, I will take the other." So when they told him that Sir Palomides would be on King Carados' side, he was kindred to King Arthur. "Then I will be on King of North Wales' side," said he, "but else would I be on my lord King Arthur's." Then on the morrow, when King Arthur had come, the heralds blew unto the tournament, and King Carados jousted with the King of 100 Knights and fell before him. And then came in King Arthur's knights and bare back of those of North Wales. But anon Sir Tristram came to aid them, and bare back the battle, and fought so mightily that none could stand against him, for he smote down on the right and left, so that all the knights and common people shouted his praise. "Since I bear arms," said King Arthur, "never saw I a knight do more marvellous deeds." Then the King of the 100 Knights and those of North Wales set upon 20 knights who were of Lancelot's kin, who fought all together, none failing the others. When Sir Tristram beheld their nobility and valour, he marvelled much. "Well may he be valiant and full of prowess," said he, "who have such noble knights for kindred." So when he had looked upon them a while, he thought it a shame to see 200 men assailing 20, and riding to the King of 100 Knights, he said, "I pray thee, Sir King, leave your fighting with those 20 knights, for ye be too many and they be too few. For ye shall gain no honour if ye win, and I will see verily that ye will not do unless ye slay them. But if ye will not slay, I will ride with them and help them." "Nay," said the king, "ye shall not do so, for I will gladly do your courtesy." And with that he withdrew his knights. And then Sir Tristram rode his way into the forest, that no man might know him. And King Arthur caused the heralds to blow that the tourney should end that day, and he gave the King of North Wales the prize, because Sir Tristram was on his side. And in all the field there was such a cry that the sound thereof was heard 2 miles away. "The knight with the black shield hath won the field." "Alas," said King Arthur, "where is that knight? It is a shame to let him thus escape us." And then he comforted his knights and said, "Be not dismayed, my friends. Howbeit ye have lost the day, be of good cheer. Tomorrow I myself will be in the field and fare with you." And so they all rested that night. And on the morrow the heralds blew unto the field, so that the King of North Wales and the King of 100 Knights encountered with King Carados and the King of Ireland and overthrew them. With that came King Arthur, and did mighty deeds of arms, and overthrew the king of North Wales and his fellows, and put 20 valiant knights to the worse. Anon came in Sir Palomides, and made a great fight upon King Arthur's side. But Sir Tristram rode furiously against him, and Sir Palomides was thrown from his horse. Then cried King Arthur, Knight of the Black Shield, keep thyself. And as he spake he came upon him, and smote him from his saddle to the ground, and so passed on to other knights. Then Sir Palomides, having now another horse, rushed at Sir Tristram as he was on foot, thinking to run him over. But he was aware of him, and stepped aside, and grasped Sir Palomides by the arms, and pulled him off his horse. Then they rushed together with their swords, and many stood still to gaze upon them. And Sir Tristram smote Sir Palomides with 3 mighty strokes upon the helm, crying at each, Take this for Sir Tristram's sake. And with that Sir Palomides fell to the earth. Anon the King of North Wales was brought Sir Tristram another horse, and Sir Palomides found one also. Then they did joust again, with passing rage, for both by now were like mad lions. But Sir Tristram avoided his spear, and seized Sir Palomides by the neck, pulled him from his saddle, and bore him onward 10 spears' length, and so let him fall. Then King Arthur drew forth his sword, and smote the spear asunder, and gave Sir Tristram 2 or 3 sore strokes ere he could get at his own sword. But when he had it in his hand, mightily he assailed the king. With that 11 knights of Lancelot's king went forth against him. But he smote them all down to the earth, so that men marvelled at his deeds. And the cry was now so great that Sir Lancelot got a spear in his own hand, and came down to assay Sir Tristram, saying, Knight with the Black Shield, make ready. When Sir Tristram heard him, he levelled his spear, and both stooping their heads, they ran together mightily, as it had been thunder. And Sir Tristram's spear broke short, but Sir Lancelot struck him with a deep wound in the side, and broke his spear, yet overthrew him not. Therewith Sir Tristram, smarting at his wound, drew forth his sword, and rushing at Sir Lancelot, gave him mighty strokes upon the helm, so that sparks flew from it. And Sir Lancelot stooped his head down to the saddle bow. But then Sir Tristram turned and left the field, for he felt his wound so grievous that he deemed he should soon die. Then did Sir Lancelot hold the field against all comers, and put the King of the North Wales and his party to the worse. And because he was the last knight in the field, the prize was given to him. But he refused to take it, and when the cry was raised, Sir Lancelot hath won the day, he cried out, Nay, but Sir Tristram is the victor, for he first began and last endured, and so hath he done each day. And all men honoured Lancelot more for his knightly words than if he had taken the prize himself. This was the tournament ended, and King Arthur departed back to Carleon, for the Whitsun feast was now nigh come, and all the knights adventurous went their own ways, and many sought Sir Tristram in the forest whither he had gone, and at last Sir Lancelot found him, and brought him to the King Arthur's court, as hath been told already. The knights go to seek the Grail, and we go with them. Sir Galahad and the quest of the Holy Grail. After these things, Merlin fell into a dotage of love for a damsel of the Lady of the Lake, and would let her have no rest, but followed her in every place, and ever she encouraged him and made him welcome, till she had learned all his crafts that she desired to know. Then upon a time she went with him beyond the sea to the land of Benwick, and as they went he showed her many wonders, till at length she was afraid, and would fain have been delivered from him. And as they were in the forest of Brocliande, they sat together under an oak tree, and the damsel prayed to see all that charm whereby men might be shut up yet alive in rocks or trees. But he refused her a long time, fearing to let her know. Yet in the end her prayers and kisses overcame him, and he told her all. Then did she make him great cheer, but anon, as he lay down to sleep, she softly rose, and walked about him, waving her hands and muttering the charm, and presently enclosed him fast within the tree whereby he slept, and therefrom never more he could by any means come out for all the crafts that he could do. And so she departed, and left Merlin. At the vigil, at the next feast of Pentecost, when all the knights of the Round Table were met together at Camelot, and had heard mass, and were about to sit down to a meal, there rode into the hall a fair lady on horseback, who went straight up to King Arthur where he sat upon his throne, and reverently saluted him. "God be with thee, fair damsel," quoth the king. "What desirest thou of me?" "I pray thee tell, my lord," she answered, "where Sir Lancelot is." "Yonder ye may see him," said King Arthur. Then she went to Sir Lancelot and said, "Sir, I salute thee in King Pele's name, and require me to come with me into the forest hereby." Then asked he with whom she dwelt, and what she wished of him. "I dwell with King Pelles," she said, "whom Balin erst so sorely wounded when he smote the dolorous stroke. It is he who hath sent me to call upon thee." "I will go with thee gladly," answered Sir Lancelot, and bade his squire straightway saddle his horse and bring his armour. Then came the queen to him and said, "Sir Lancelot, will ye leave me thus at this high feast?" "Madam," replied the damsel, "by dinner time tomorrow he shall be with you." "If I thought not," said the queen, "he should not go with thee by my good will." Then Sir Lancelot and the lady rode forth till they came to the forest, and in a valley thereof found an abbey of nuns, whereby a squire stood ready to open the gates. When they had entered and descended from their horses, a joyful crowd pressed round Sir Lancelot and heartily saluted him, and led him to the abbess's chamber and unarmed him. Anon he saw his cousins likewise there, Sir Bors and Sir Lionel, who also made great joy upon seeing him, and said, "By what adventure art thou here? For we thought to have seen thee at Camelot tomorrow." He replied, "The damsel brought me here, but as yet I know not for what service." As they thus talked, 12 nuns came in, who brought with them a youth so passing fair and well made that in all the world his match could not be found, and his name was Sir Galahad. Well, though they knew him not, nor Lancelot him, Sir Lancelot was his father. "Sir," said the nuns, "we bring thee here this child whom we have nourished from his youth, and pray thee make him a knight, for from no worthier hand can he receive that order." Then Sir Lancelot, looking on the youth, saw that he was seemly and demure as a dove, with every feature good and noble, and thought he had beheld a better fashioned man of his years never. "Cometh this desire from himself?" he said. "Yea," answered Galahad, and all the nuns alike. "Tomorrow, then, in reverence for the feast, he shall have his wish," said Sir Lancelot. And the next day, at the hour of the prime, he knighted him, and said, "God make of thee as good as a man as he made thee beautiful." Then with Sir Lionel and Sir Bors he returned to the court, and found all gone to the minster to hear service. When they came into the banquet hall, each knight and baron found his name written in some seat in letters of gold, as "Here ought to sit Sir Lionel, here ought to sit Sir Gawain," and so forth. And in the perilous seat, at the high centre of the table, a name was also written, whereat they marvelled greatly, for no living man had ever yet dared sit upon that seat, save one, and him a flame leaped forth and drew down under earth, so that he was never seen again. Then came Sir Lancelot, and read the letters in that seat, and said, "My counsel is that this inscription be now covered up until the knights be come who shall achieve this great adventure." So they made a veil of silk, and put it over the letters. In the meantime came Sir Gawain to the court, and told the king that he had a message from him from beyond the sea, from Merlin. "For," he said, "as I rode through the forest of Broceliande but 5 days since, I heard the voice of Merlin speaking to me from the midst of an oak tree, whereat in great amazement I besought him to come forth. But he with many groans replied he would never more do so, that none could free him, save the damsel of the lake, who had enclosed him there by his own spells which he had taught her. But go," said he, "to King Arthur, and tell him that he now prepare his knights and all the Round Table to seek the Sangreal, for the time is come when it shall be achieved." When Sir Gawain had spoken thus, King Arthur sat pensive in spirit, and mused deeply of the Holy Grail, and what saintly knight should come who might achieve it. Anon he bade them hasten to set on the banquet. "Sir," said Sir Kay, the seneschal, "if we go now to meat, ye will break the ancient custom of your court, for never have ye dined at this high feast till ye have seen some strange adventure." "Thou sayest truly," said the king, "but my mind was full of wonders and musings, till I bethought me not of mine old custom." As they stood speaking thus, a squire ran in and cried, "Lord, I bring thee marvellous tidings." "What be they?" said King Arthur. "Lord," he said, "here by the river is a great marvellous stone, which I myself saw swim down hitherwards upon the water, and in there is set a sword, and ever the stone heaveth and swayeth upon the water, but floateth down no further with the stream." "I will go and see this," said the king. And so all the knights went with him, and when they came to the river, there surely found they a mighty stone of red marble floating upon the water, just as the squire had said, and therein struck a fair and rich sword on the pommel, whereof were precious stones wrought skilfully with gold into these words, "No man shall take me hence, but he by whose side I should hang, and he shall be the best knight in the world." When the king read this, he turned round to Sir Lancelot, and said, "Fair sir, the sword ought to surely be thine, for thou art the best knight in the world." But Lancelot answered soberly, "Certainly, sir, it is not for me." nor will I have the hardihood to set my hand upon it, for he that toucheth it and faileth to achieve it shall one day be wounded by it mortally. But I doubt not, Lord, this day will show the greatest marvels that we have yet seen, for now the time is fully come, as Merlin hath forewarned us, when all the prophecies about Sangreal shall be fulfilled. Then stepped Sir Gawain forward and pulled out the sword, but he could not move it, and after him Sir Percival, to keep him fellowship in any peril he might suffer, but no other knight durst be so hardy as to try. Now may ye go to your dinner, said Sir Kay, for a marvellous adventure ye have had. So all returned from the river, and every knight sat down in his own place, and the high feast and banquet was then sumptuously began, and all the hall was full of laughter and loud talk and jests, and running to and fro of squires who served their knights, and noise of jolly and mirth. Then suddenly befell quite a wondrous thing, for all the doors and windows of the hall shut violently of themselves, and made thick darkness, and presently there came a fair and gentle light from out of the perilous seat, and filled the palace with its glorious beams. Then a dead silence fell on all the knights, and each man anxiously beheld his neighbour. But King Arthur rose and said, Lords and fair knights, have ye no fear, but rejoice. We have seen strange things today, but stranger things yet remain. For now I know we shall today see him who may sit in the siege perilous, and shall achieve the Sangreal. For as ye all well know, that holy vessel, wherefrom the supper of our Lord before his death he drank the wine with his disciples, have been held ever since the holiest treasures of the world, and wheresoever it hath rested, peace and prosperity have rested with it upon the land. But since the dolorous stroke which Balin gave King Pelles, none have seen it, for heaven, wroth with the presumptuous blow, hath hid it none know where. Yet somewhere in the world it still may be, and may be it left to us, and to this noble order of the Table Round, to find and bring it home, and make this our realm the happiest in the earth. Many great quests and perilous adventures have ye all taken, and have ye all achieved, but this high quest he only shall attain who hath clean hands and pure heart, and valour and hardiness beyond all other men. While the king spoke, there came in softly an old man all robed in white, leading with him a young knight clad in red from top to toe, but without armour or shield, and having by his side an empty scabbard. The old man went up to the king and said, Lord, here I bring thee this young knight of royal lineage, and of the blood of Joseph of Arimathea, by which the marvels of thy court shall be fully accomplished. The knight was right and glad of his words, and said, Sir, ye be right heartily welcome, and the young knight also with you. Then the old man put on Sir Galahad, for it was he, a crimson robe trimmed with fine ermine, and took by him the hand, and led him to the perilous seat, and lifting up the silken cloth which was hung upon it, read the words written in gold letters. This is the seat of Sir Galahad, the good knight. Sir, said the old man, this place is thine. Then sat Sir Galahad down firmly and surely, and said to the old man, Sir, ye may go now to your way, for ye have done well, and truly all ye were commanded, and commend me to thy grandsire, King Pelles, and say that I shall see him soon. So the old man departed with a retinue of 20 noble squires, and all the knights of the Round Table marvelled at Sir Galahad and at his tender age, and as his sitting there, so surely, in the perilous seat. Then the king led Sir Galahad forth from the palace to show him the adventure of the floating stone. "Here," said he, "is as great a marvel as I ever saw, and right good knights have tried and failed to gain that sword." "I marvel not thereat," said Sir Galahad, "for this adventure is not theirs, but it is mine, and for the certainty I had thereof I brought no sword with me, as thou mayest see here by this empty scabbard." Anon he laid his hand upon the sword, and lightly he drew it from the stone, and put it in his sheath, and said, "This sword was that enchanted one which erst belonged to the good knight Sir Balin, wherewith he slew through piteous mistake his brother Balan, who also slew him at the same time, all which great woe befell him through the dolorous strike he gave my grandsire King Pelles, the wound whereof is not yet whole, nor shall be until I heal him." As he stood speaking thus, they saw a lady riding swiftly down the river's bank towards them, on a white palfrey, who, saluting the king and queen, said, "Lord King, Nacien the hermit sendeth thee word that to thee shall come today the greatest honour and worship that hath ever befallen upon a king of Britain. For this day the Sangreal appear in thy house." With that the damsel took her leave, and departed the same way she came. "Now," said the king, "I know that from today the quest of the Sangreal shall begin, and all ye of the Round Table will be scattered, so that never more shall I see ye again together as ye are now. Let me then see a joust and tournament amongst ye for the last time before ye go." And so they all took their harnesses and met together in the meadows by Camelot, and the queen and her ladies sat in a tower to see. Then Sir Galahad, at the prayer of the king and queen, put on a coat of light armour and a helmet, but shield he would take none, and grasping a lance he drove into the middle of the press of knights, and began to break spears marvellously, so that all men were full of great wonder. And in so short a time he had surmounted, and that exceeding the rest save Sir Lancelot and Percival, that he took the chief worship of the field. Then the king and all the court and fellowship of knights went back to the palace, and so to evensong in the great minster, a royal and goodly company. And after they sat down to supper in the hall, every knight in his own seat, just as they had been before. Anon suddenly burst overhead the cracking and crying of great peals of thunder, till the palace walls were sorely shaken, and they thought to see them riven all to pieces. And in the midst of the blast entered a sunbeam, clearer by 7 times than ever they had seen the day, and a marvellous great glory fell upon them all. Then each knight, looking on his neighbour, found his face fairer than he had ever seen, and so all standing to their feet, they gazed as numb men to each other, not knowing what to say. Then entered into the hall the Sangreal, borne aloft, with hands through the midst of the sunbeam, and covered with white samite, so that none might see it. And all the hall was filled with perfume and incense, and every knight was fed with the food he best loved. And when the holy vessel had been thus borne through the hall, it suddenly departed. No man saw whither. When they recovered breath to speak, King Arthur first rose up, and yielded thanks to God and to our Lord. Then Sir Gawain sprang up and said, "Now have we all been fed by a miracle with whatsoever food we thought we desired, But with our eyes we have not seen the blessed vessel whence it came. So carefully and so preciously was it concealed. Therefore I make a vow that from tomorrow I shall labour 12 months and a day in the quest of the Sangreal, for longer if it may need be. Nor will I come again into this court until mine eyes have seen it evidently. When he had spoken thus, knight after knight rose up and vowed themselves to the same quest, till the most part of the Round Table had thus sworn. But when King Arthur heard them all, he could not refrain his eyes from tears, and said, Sir Gawain, thou hast set me in great sorrow, for I fear me my true fellowship shall never meet here again, and surely never Christian king had such a company of worthy knights around his table at one time. And when the queen and her ladies and gentlewomen heard the vows, they had such a grief and a sorrow as no tongue could ever tell, and Queen Guinevere cried out, I marvel that my lord will suffer them to depart from him. And many of the ladies who loved the knights would have gone with them, but were forbidden by the hermit Nacien, who sent this message to all had sworn themselves in the quest. Take with ye no lady nor gentlewoman, for into so high service as ye go in, no thought but of our Lord and heaven may enter. On the morrow morning all knights rose early, and when they were fully armed save shields and helms, they went in with the king and queen to service in their minster. Then the king counted all who had taken the adventure on themselves, and found them 150 knights of the Round Table, and so they all put on their helms, and rode away together in the midst of cries and lamentations from the court, and from the ladies, and from all the town. But the queen went alone into her chamber, that no man might witness her sorrow, and Sir Lancelot followed her to say farewell. When she saw him, she cried out, Oh, Sir Lancelot, thou hast betrayed me, thou hast put me to death thus to depart and leave my lord the king. Ah, madam, he said, be not displeased or angry, for I shall come again as soon as I can with honour. Alas, she said, that I ever saw thee, but he that suffereth death upon the cross for all mankind be to thee safety and good conduct, and to all thy company. Then Sir Lancelot saluted her and the king, and went forth with the rest, and came with them that night to Castle Vagon, where they abode, and on the morrow they departed from each other on their separate ways, every knight taking the way that pleased him the best. Now Sir Galahad went forth without a shield, and rode so forth 4 days without adventure. But on the 4th day, after evensong, he came to an abbey of white monks, where he was received in the house, and led into a chamber. And there he was unarmed, and met 2 knights of the Round Table, King Bagdemagus and Sir Uwaine. Sirs, said Sir Galahad, what adventure hath ye brought here? Within this place, as we are told, they answered, there is a shield no man may bear around his neck without receiving sore mischance or death within 3 days. Tomorrow, said King Bagdemagus, I shall attempt the adventure, and if I fail, do thou, Sir Galahad, take it up after me. I will do so willingly, he said, for as ye seen, I have no shield as of yet. So upon the morrow they arose and heard mass, and afterwards King Bagdemagus asked where the shield was kept. Then a monk led him behind the altar, where the shield hung, as white as any snow, and with a blood-red cross in the midst of it. Sir, said the monk, this shield should hang from no knight's neck, unless he be the worthiest in the world. I warn ye, therefore, knights, consider well before ye dare touch it. Well, said King Bagdemagus, I know well that I am far from the best knight in all the world, yet shall I make the trial?" And so he took up the shield and bore it from the monastery. "If it please thee," said he to Sir Galahad, "abide here until thou hearest how I speed." "I will abide thee," he said. Then taking with him a squire who might return with any tidings to Sir Galahad, the king rode forth, and before he had gone 2 miles, he saw in a fair valley a hermitage, and a knight who came forth dressed in white armour, horse and all, who rode fast against him. When they encountered, Bagdemagus broke his spear upon the white knight's shield, but was himself struck through the shoulder with a sore wound, and hurled down from his horse. Then the white knight, alighting, came and took the white shield from the king, and said, "Thou hast done great folly, for this shield ought never to have been borne, but by one who hath no living peer." And turning to the squire, he said, "Bear thou this shield to the good knight Sir Galahad, and greet him well from me." "In whose name shall I make the greeting?" said the squire. "Take no heed of that," he answered. "It is not for thee or any earthly man to know." "Now tell me, fair sir, at the least," said the squire, "why may this shield be never borne, except his wearer come to injury or death?" "Because it shall belong to no man save its rightful owner, Galahad," replied the knight. Then the squire went to his master, and found him wounded nigh to death, wherefore he fetched his horse, and bore him back with him to the abbey. And there they laid him in a bed, and looked to his wounds. And when he had lain many days grievously sick, he and the last barely escaped with his life. "Sir Galahad," said the squire, "the knight who overthrew King Bagdemagus sent you greeting, and bade you bear his shield." "Now blessed be God and fortune," said Galahad, and hung the shield around his neck, and armed him, and rode forth. Anon he met the white knight by the hermitage, and each saluted courteously the other. "Sir," said Sir Galahad, "this shield I bear hath surely a full marvellous history." "Thou sayest rightly," he answered. "That shield was made in the days of Joseph of Arimathea, the gentle knight who took our Lord down from the cross. He, when he left Jerusalem with his kindred, came to the country of King Evelake, who warred continually with one Ptolemy. And when, by teaching of Joseph, King Evelake became a Christian, this shield was made for him in the name of our Lord, and through its aid King Ptolemy was defeated. And when King Evelake met him next in battle, he hid it in a veil, and suddenly uncovering it, he showed his enemies the figure of a bleeding man nailed to a cross, a sight of which they were discomfited and fled. Presently after that, a man whose hand was smitten off touched the cross upon the shield, and had his hand restored to him, and many other miracles it worked. But suddenly the cross that was upon it vanished away. Anon both Joseph and King Evelake came to Britain, and by the preaching of Joseph the people were made Christians. And when at length he lay upon his deathbed, King Evelake begged of him some token ere he died. There, calling for his shield, he dipped his finger in his own blood, for he was bleeding fast, and none could staunch the wound, and marked the cross upon it, saying the words, "This cross shall ever show as bright as now, and the last of my lineage shall wear this shield about his neck, and go forth to all marvellous deeds he shall achieve." When the White Knight had thus spoken, he vanished suddenly away, and Sir Galahad returned to the abbey. As he alighted, came a monk, and prayed him go see a tomb in the churchyard, wherefrom came such a great and hideous noise that none could hear it, but they went nigh mad or lost all strength. "And, sir," he said, "I deem it as a fiend." "Lead me thither," said Sir Galahad. When they were come near the place, "Now," said the monk, Go thou to the tomb and lift it up. And Galahad, nothing afraid, quickly lifted up the stone, and forthwith came out a foul smoke, and from the midst of therefore leapt up the loathliest figure that have ever seen the likeliness of man. And Galahad blessed himself, for he knew that this was a fiend of hell. Then he heard a voice crying out, O Galahad, I cannot tear thee as I would. I see so many angels round thee, that I may not come at thee. Then the fiend suddenly disappeared, with a marvellous and great cry. Sir Galahad, looking on the tomb, saw there a body all armed, and a sword beside it. Now, fair brother, said he to the monk, let us remove this cursed body, which is not fit to lie in a church courtyard, for when it lived, a false and perjured Christian man dwelt within. Cast it away, and there shall come no more hideous noises from that terrible tomb. And now I must depart, he added, for I have much in hand, and I am upon the holy quest of the Sangreal, with a good many more knights. So he took his leave, and many journeys backwards and forwards as adventure would lead him, and at last one day he departed from a castle without first hearing mass, which was it ever his custom to hear before he left his lodging. Anon he found a ruined chapel on a mountain, and went in and kneeled before the altar, and prayed for wholesome counsel, what to do. And as he prayed he heard a voice which said, Depart, adventurous knight, unto the maiden's castle, and redress the violence and wrongs there done. Hearing these words, he cheerfully arose, and mounted his horse, and rode but half a mile, when he saw before him a strong castle with deep ditches around it, and a fair river running past. And seeing an old churl hard by, he asked him what men called that castle. Fair sir, he said, it is the maiden's castle. It is a cursed place, said Galahad, and all its masters are but felons full of mischief and hardness and shame. For that good reason, said the old man, thou art well advised to turn thee back. For that same reason, quoth Sir Galahad, will I more certainly ride on. Then, looking at his armour more carefully, to see nothing had failed him, he went forward, and presently there met with 7 damsels, who cried out, Sir knight, thou ridest in great peril, for thou hast 2 waters to pass over. Why should I not pass over them, said he, and rode straight on. Anon he met a squire, who said, Sir knight, the masters of these castles defy thee, and bid thee go no further, till thou showest them thy business here. Fair fellow, said Sir Galahad, I am come to destroy them and their wicked customs. If it be thy purpose, he answered, thou wilt have much to do. Go thou, said Sir Galahad, and hasten with my message. In a few minutes after, rode forth furiously from the gateways of the castle 7 knights, all brothers, and crying out, Knight, keep thee, bore down all at once upon Sir Galahad. But thrusting forth his spear, he smote them the foremost to the earth, so that his neck was almost broken, and warded with his shield the spears of all others, which every one of them brake from it, and shivered into pieces. Then he drew out his sword, and set upon them hard and fiercely, and by his wondrous force drove them before him, and chased them to the castle gate, and there they were slain. At that came out to him an ancient man in priest's vestments, saying, Behold, sir, here the keys of this castle. Then he unlocked the gates, and found within a multitude of people who cried out, Sir knight, ye be welcome, for long have we waited thy deliverance, and told them that 7 felons he had slain had long enslaved the people round about, and killed all knights who passed that way, because the maiden whom they had robbed of the castle had foretold that one night they should themselves be overthrown. Where is the maiden? said Sir Galahad. "She lingereth below in a dungeon," they replied. So Sir Galahad went down and released her, and restored her all her inheritance. And when he had summoned the barons of the country to do her homage, he took his leave and departed. Presently thereafter, as he rode, he entered a great forest, and in a glade thereof met two knights disguised, who proffered him to joust. These were Sir Lancelot his father and Sir Percival, but neither knew the other. So he and Sir Lancelot encountered first, and Sir Galahad smote down his father. Then, drawing his sword, for his spear was broken, he fought with Sir Percival, and struck so mightily that he clave his helm and smote him from his horse. Now, hard by where they fought, there was a hermitage, where dwelt a pious woman, a recluse, who, when she heard the sound, came forth, and seeing Sir Galahad ride, she cried, "God be with thee, the best knight in the world. Had yonder knights known thee as well as I do, they would not have encountered with thee." When Sir Galahad heard this, fearing to be made known, he forthwith smote his horse with his spurs and departed with a great pace. Sir Lancelot and Sir Percival heard her words too, and rode fast after him, but within a while he was well out of their sight. Then Sir Percival rode back to ask his name of the recluse, but Sir Lancelot went forward on his quest, and following any path his horse would take, he came by and by after nightfall to a stone cross hard by an ancient chapel. When he had alighted and tied his horse up to a tree, he went and looked in through the chapel door, which was all ruinous and wasted, and there within he saw an altar, richly decked with silk. Thereupon there stood a fair candlestick of silver bearing 6 great lights. And when Sir Lancelot saw the light, he tried to get within the chapel, but could find no place. So, being passing weary and heavy, he came again to his horse, and when he had unsaddled him and set him free to pasture, he unlaced his helm and ungirdled his sword, and laid him down to sleep upon his shield before the cross. While he lay in between waking and sleeping, he saw come by him 2 white palfreys bearing a litter, wherein a sick knight lay, and the palfreys stood still by the cross. Then Sir Lancelot heard the sick man say, "O sweet lord, when shall this sorrow leave me, and the holy vessel pass by me, whether I shall be blessed, for I have long endured?" With that Sir Lancelot saw the chapel open, and the candlestick with 6 tapers came before the cross, but he could not see who bore it. Then came there also a table of silver, and thereon the holy vessel of the Sangreal. And when the sick knight saw that, he sat up, and lifting both of his hands, said, "Fair lord, who art here with this holy vessel, have mercy upon me, that I may be whole." And therewith he crept upon his hands and knees so nigh that he might touch the vessel. And when he had kissed it, he leaped up, he stood and cried aloud, "Lord God, I thank thee, for I am made whole." Then the Holy Grail departed with the table and silver candlestick into the chapel, so that Sir Lancelot saw it no more, nor for his sin's sake could he follow it. And the knight who was healed went upon his way. Sir Lancelot awoke, and marvelled whether he had seen aught but a dream. And as he marvelled, he heard a voice saying to him, "Sir Lancelot, thou art unworthy. Go thou hence and withdraw thee from this holy place." And when he heard that, he was passing heavy, for he bethought him of his sins. So he departed, weeping, and cursed the day of his birth, for the words went to his heart, and he knew wherefore he was thus driven forth. Then he went to seek his arms and horse, but could not find them. And then he called himself the most wretched and most unhappy of all knights, and said, My sin hath brought me unto great dishonour. For when I sought earthly honours, I achieved them ever. But now I take upon me holy things. My guilt doth hinder me, and shameth me. Therefore I had no power to stir or speak when the holy blood appeared before me. So thus sorrowed till it was day, and he heard the birds sing. Then was he somewhat comforted, and departing from the cross on foot, he came into a wild forest and to a high mountain. And there he found a hermitage, and kneeling before the hermit upon both his knees, he cried for mercy for his wicked works, and prayed him to hear his confession. But when he told his name, the hermit marvelled to see him in so sore a case, and said, Sir, ye ought to thank God more than any knight living, for he hath given thee more honour than any other. Yet for thy presumption, while in deadly sin to come to the presence of his flesh and blood, he suffered thee neither to see nor follow it. Wherefore believe that all thy strength and manhood will avail thee little when God is against thee. Then Sir Lancelot wept and said, Now know I well ye tell me the truth. Then he confessed to him, and told him of all of his sins, and how he had 14 years served but Queen Guinevere only, and forgotten God, and done great deeds of arms for her, and not for the Almighty, and had done little or nothing, thanked God for the honour that he won. And then Sir Lancelot said, I pray you counsel me. I will counsel thee, said he. Never more enter into that queen's company, when ye can avoid it. And so Sir Lancelot promised him of that. Look that your heart and your mouth accord, said the good man, and ye shall never have any more honour or more nobleness than ye have ever had. Then were his arms and horse restored to him, and so in this way he took his leave, riding forth repenting greatly. Now Sir Percival had ridden back to the recluse to learn what that knight was whom she had called the best in the world, and when he had told her that he was Sir Percival, she made passing joy of him, for she was his mother's sister, wherefore she opened her door to him and made him good cheer. And on the morrow she told him of her kindred to him, and they both made great rejoicing. Then he asked her who that knight was, and she told him. He it is who on Whitsunday was last clad in the red robe, and bare and red arms. And he hath no peer, for he worketh all by miracle, and shall never be overcome by any earthly hand. By my good will, said Percival, I will never, after these tidings, have to do with Sir Galahad, but in the way of kindness, and I would fain learn where I may find him. Fair nephew, she said, ye must ride to the castle of Goth, where he hath a cousin. By him ye may be lodged, and he will teach you the way to go. But if he can tell you no tidings, ride straight to the castle of Carbonek, where the wounded king is lying, for there ye shall surely hear the true tidings of him. And so Sir Percival departed, and rode till evensong time, when he was ware of the monastery closed round with the walls and deep ditches, where he knocked at the gate, and anon was let in. And there he had good cheer that night, and on the morrow heard mass, and beside the altar where the priest stood was a rich bed of silk and cloth of gold, and on the bed there lay a man passing old, having a crown of gold upon his head, and all his body was full of great wounds, and his eyes almost wholly blind. And ever he held up his hands and said, Sweet Lord, forget not me. Then Sir Percival, asked one of the brethren who he was. "Sir," said the good man, "ye have heard of Joseph of Arimathea, how he was sent of Jesus Christ into this land to preach and teach the Christian faith. Now in the city of Sarras he converted a king named Evelake, and this is he. He came with Joseph to this land, and have desired greatly to see the Grail. So on a time he came nigh thereto, and was struck almost blind. There he cried out of mercy, and said, Fair Lord, I pray thee let me never die until the good knight of my blood achieve the Grail, and I may see him. When he had thus prayed, he heard a voice that said, Thy prayers be answered. Thou shalt not die till that knight seeth thee and kiss thee. And when he cometh, shall thine eyes be opened and thy wounds be healed. And now he hath lived here for 300 winters in a holy life. And men say a certain knight of King Arthur's court shall shortly come and heal him. Thereat Sir Percival marvelled greatly, for he well knew who that knight should be, and so, taking his leave of the monk, departed. Then he rode on till noon, and came into a valley where he met 20 men-at-arms bearing a dead knight on a bier. And they cried to him, Whence comest thou? From King Arthur's court, he answered. They all cried together, Slay him, and set upon him. But he smote down the first man to the ground, and his horse upon him, whereat 7 of them all at once assailed him, and others slew his horse. Thus he had been either taken or slain, but by good chance Sir Galahad was passing by that way, who, seeing 20 men attacking one, cried out, Slay him not, and rushed upon them, and as fast as his horse could drive him he encountered with the foremost man and smote him down. Then, his spear being broken, he drew forth his sword and struck out on the right hand and on the left, at each blow smiting down a man, till the remainder fled and he pursued them. Then Sir Percival, knowing that it was Sir Galahad, would fain have overtaken him, but could not, for his own horse was slain. Yet followed he on foot as fast as he could go, and as he went there met him a yeoman riding on a palfrey, and leading in his hand a great black steed. So Sir Percival prayed him to lend him the steed that he might overtake Sir Galahad. But he replied, That I cannot do, fair sir, for this horse is my master's, and should I lend it he will slay me. So he departed, and Sir Percival sat down beneath a tree in the heaviness of heart. And as he sat, anon a knight went riding past on the black steed which the yeoman had led, and presently came after the yeoman back in haste, and asked Sir Percival if he had seen a knight riding his horse. Yea, said Percival. Alas, said the yeoman, he hath reft him by my strength, and my master will slay me. Then he besought Sir Percival to take his hackney and follow, and get back to his steed. So he rode quickly, and overtook the knight, and cried, Knight, turn again. Whereat he turned, and set his spear, and smote Sir Percival's hackney in the breast, so that it fell down dead, and then went on his way. Then cried Sir Percival after him, Turn now, false knight, and fight with me on foot. But he would not, and instead he rode out of sight. Then was Sir Percival passing wroth and heavy of heart, and lay down to rest beneath a tree, and slept until midnight. When he awoke he saw a woman standing by him, who said to him right fiercely, Sir Percival, what doest thou here? I do neither good nor evil, he said. If thou wilt promise me, said she, to do my will whenever I shall ask thee, I will bring thee here a horse that will bear thee wheresoever thou desirest. At that he was full glad, of course, and promised, just as she asked. Then anon she came again, with a great black steed, strong and well apparelled. So Sir Percival mounted, and rode through the clear moonlight, and within less than an hour had gone a 4 days' journey, till he came to a rough water that roared fiercely, and his horse would have borne him into it, but Sir Percival would not suffer him. Yet could he scarce restrain him. And seeing the water so furious, he made the sign of the cross upon his forehead, whereat the horse suddenly shook him off, and with a terrible sound leaped into the water and disappeared, the waves all burning up in flames around him. Then Sir Percival knew it was a fiend by which had brought him that horse, so he commended himself to God, and prayed that he might escape temptations, and continued in prayer till it was day. Then he saw that he was on a wild mountain, nigh surrounded on all sides by sea, and filled with wild beasts of all kinds, and going on into a valley, he saw a serpent carrying a young lion by the neck. With that came another lion, crying and roaring after the serpent, and anon overtook him, and began to battle with him. And Sir Percival helped the lion, drawing his sword, and gave the serpent such a stroke that it fell dead. Thereat the lion fawned upon him like a dog, licking his hands and crouching at his feet, and at night lay down by him and slept at his side. And at noon the next day Sir Percival saw a ship come sailing before a strong wind upon the sea towards him, and he rose and went towards it. And when it came to the shore, he found it covered with white samite, and on the deck stood an old man dressed in priestly robes, who said, God be with you, fair sir. Whence come ye? I am a knight of King Arthur's court, he said, and follow the quest of the Sangreal, but here have I lost myself in this wilderness. Fear nothing, said the old man, for I have come from a strange country to comfort thee. Then he told Sir Percival it was a fiend of hell upon which he had ridden to the sea, and that the lion whom he had delivered from the serpent meant the church. And Sir Percival rejoiced at these tidings, and entered the ship, which presently sailed from the shore into the sea. Now when Sir Bors rode forth from Camelot to seek the Sangreal, anon he met a holy man riding on a donkey, and courteously saluted him. Who are ye, son? Said the good man. I am a knight, said he, in the quest of the Sangreal, the holy Grail, and would fain have thy counsel, for he shall have much earthly honour who may bring it to a favourable end. That is truth, said the good man, for he shall be the best knight in the world. Yet know that none shall gain it, save by sinless living. So they rode to his hermitage together, and there prayed Sir Bors to abide the night. And anon they went into a chapel, and Sir Bors was confessed, and they ate bread and drank water together merrily. Now, said the hermit, I pray thee eat no other food till thou sit at the table where the Sangreal shall be. Thereto Sir Bors agreed. Also, said the hermit, it were wise that ye should wear a sackcloth garment next to your skin for penance. And in this also did Sir Bors as he was counselled. And afterwards he armed himself and took his leave. Then rode he onwards all the day, and as he rode he saw a passing great bird sit in an old dry tree, whereon no leaves were left, and many little birds lay round the great one, nigh dead with hunger. Then did the big bird smite himself with his own bill, and bled till he died amongst the little ones. Then they recovered life in drinking of his blood. When Sir Bors saw this, he knew it was a token, and rode on full of thought, and about eventide came to a tower, whereto he paid admission, and was received gladly by the lady of the castle. But when a supper of many meats and dainties was set before him, he could only remember his vow, and bade a squire to bring him water, and therein he dipped his bread, and ate of it. Then said the lady, Sir Bors, I fear ye not like my meat. Yea, truly, he said, God thank thee, madam, but I may eat no other meat this day. After supper came a squire, and said, Madam, bethink thee to provide the champion for thee tomorrow for the tournament, or else shall have thy sister have the castle. At that the lady wept and made great sorrow, but Sir Bors prayed her to be comforted, and asked her why the tournament was held. She told him how she and her sister were the daughters of King Aniance, who left them all the lands between them, and how her sister was the wife of a strong knight, Sir Pridan le Noir, who had taken from herself all the lands, save the one tower wherein she dwelt. And now, said she, they also will take, unless I find a champion by the morrow. Then said Sir Bors, Be comforted, tomorrow I will fight for thee. Whereat she rejoiced not a little, and sent word to Sir Pridan that she was provided and ready. And Sir Bors lay on the floor, and in no bed, nor ever would he do otherwise till he had achieved his quest. On the morrow he arose and clothed himself, and went to the chapel, where the lady met him, and they heard the mass together. Anon he called for his armour, and went with a goodly company of knights to battle. And the lady prayed him to refresh himself ere he should fight, but he refused to break his fast until the tournament was done. So they all rode together to the lists, and there they saw the lady's eldest sister and her husband, Sir Pridan le Noir. And a cry was made by the heralds that whichever should win, his lady shall have all the lands of the other. And then the two knights departed asunder a little space, and came together with such force that both of their spears were shivered, and their shields and hauberks pierced through. And both fell to the ground, sorely wounded, with their horses beneath them. But swiftly they arose and drew their swords, and smote each other on the head with many great and heavy blows, till the blood ran down their bodies. And Sir Pridan was a full good knight, so that Sir Bors had more ado than he thought for to overcome him. But at last Sir Pridan grew a little faint, that instantly perceived Sir Bors, and rushed upon him the more vehemently, and smote him fiercely till he rent off his helm, and then gave him great strokes upon his visage, with the flat of his sword, and bade him yield or be slain. And then Sir Pridan cried him mercy, and said, For God's sake slay me not, and I will never war against thy lady any more. So Sir Bors let him go, and his wife fled away with all her knights. Then all those who held the lands of the Lady of the Tower came and did homage to her again, and swore fealty. And when the country was at peace, Sir Bors departed, and rode forth into a forest until it was midday, and there befell him a marvellous adventure. For at a place where they two ways parted, there met him two knights, bearing Sir Lionel, his brother, all naked, bound on a horse as they rode. They beat him sorely with thorns, so that the blood trailed down in more than 100 places. But for this he uttered no word of groan, for so great he was of heart. As soon as Sir Bors knew his brother, he put his spear in rest to run and rescue him. But in the same moment heard a woman's voice cry close beside him in the wood, "St. Mary, succour thy maid!" And looking around, he saw a damsel whom a felon knight dragged after him into the thickets. And she, perceiving him, cried piteously for help, and adjured him to deliver her, as he was a sworn knight. Then was Sir Bors sore troubled, and he knew not what to do, for he thought within himself, "If I let my brother be, he will be murdered. But if I help not the maiden, she is shamed forever. And my vow compelleth me to set her free, wherefore I must first help her and trust my brother unto the hands of God." So riding, the knight who held the damsel cried out, "Sir Knight, lay your hand off that maid, or else ye be dead." At that the knight set down the maid and dropped his shield, and drew forth his sword against Sir Bors, who ran upon him and smote him through both shield and shoulder, and threw him to the earth. And when he pulled his spear forth, the knight swooned. Then the maid thanked Sir Bors heartily, and he set her on the knight's horse, and brought her to her men-at-arms, who presently came riding after her. And they made such joy, such great joy, and besought him to come to her father, a great lord, and he should be right welcome. "But, truly," said he, "I may not this time, for I have a great adventure yet to do." And commending them to God, he departed in great haste to find his brother. So he rode, seeking him by track of a horse's great while. Anon he met a seemingly holy man upon a strong black horse, and asked him, had he seen pass by that way a knight led bound and beaten with thorns by 2 others? "Yea, truly, such a one I saw," said the man, "but he is dead, and lo, his body is hard by in a bush." Then he showed him a newly slain body lying in a thick bush, which seemed indeed to be Sir Lionel. Then made Sir Bors such mourning and sorrow that by and by he fell into a swoon upon the ground. And when he came to himself again, he took the body in his arms, and put it out on his horse's saddle, and bore it to a chapel hard by, and would have buried it. Would have, but when he made the sign of the cross, he heard a full great noise and cry, as though all the friends of hell had been about him. And suddenly the body, and the chapel, and the old man, all vanished away. It was then he knew that it was the devil who had thus beguiled him, and that his brother yet lived on. Then held he up his hands to heaven, and thanked God for his escape from hurt, and rode onwards. And anon as he passed by a hermitage in the forest, he saw his brother sitting armed by the door. And when he saw him, he was filled with joy, and lighted from his horse, and ran to him, and said, "Fair brother, when came ye hither?" But Sir Lionel answered with an angry face, "What vain words be these? When for you may think I have been slain? Did ye not see me bound, and led away to death, and left me in that peril to go succouring a gentlewoman, the like whereof no brother ever yet hath done? Now for thy false misdeed I do defy thee, and ensure thee speedy death." Then Sir Bors prayed his brother to abate his anger, and said, "Fair brother, remember the love that should be between us twain." But Sir Lionel would not hear it, and prepared to fight, mounted his horse, and came before him, crying, "Sir Bors, keep thee from thee, for I shall do to thee as felon and traitor. Therefore start upon thy horse, and if thou wilt not, I will run upon thee as thou standest." But, for all his words, Sir Bors would not defend himself against his brother, and anon the fiend stirred up Sir Lionel to such rage that he rushed over him and overthrew him with his horse's hoofs, so that he lay swooning on the ground. Then would have he rent off his helm and slain him, but the hermit of that place ran out, and prayed him to forbear, and shielded Sir Bors with his own body. Then Sir Lionel cried out, "Now, God so help me, Sir Priest, but I shall slay thee, else thou depart, and him too after." And when the good man utterly refused to leave Sir Bors, he smote him on the head until he died. And then he took his brother by the helm and unlaced it, to have stricken off his head. And so he would have done. But suddenly he was pulled off backwards by no more than a knight of the Round Table, who, by the will of heaven, was passing by that place. His name, Sir Colgrevance. "Sir Lionel," he cried, "will ye slay your own brother, one of the best knights in the world, that ought no man to suffer?" "Why," said Sir Lionel, "will ye hinder me and meddle in this strife? Beware, lest I slay both thee and him." And when Sir Colgrevance refused to let them be, Sir Lionel defied him, and gave him a great stroke through the helmet, whereat Sir Colgrevance drew his sword, and smote again right manfully. And so long they fought together, that Sir Bors awoke from his swoon, and tried to rise and part them, but had no strength to stand upon his feet. Anon Sir Colgrevance saw him, and cried out to him for help, for now Sir Lionel had nigh defeated him. When Sir Bors had heard that, he struggled to his feet to put his helmet on, and took his sword. But before he could come to him, Sir Lionel had smitten off Sir Colgrevance's helm, and thrown him to the earth and slain him. Then turned he to his brother as a man possessed by fiends, and gave him such a stroke as bent him nearly double. But Sir Bors prayed him for God's sake to quit that battle. "For if it befell us that we either slew the other, we shall die for care of that sin." "Never will I spare thee, if I master thee," cried out Sir Lionel. Then Sir Bors drew his sword, all weeping, and said, "Now God have mercy on me, though I defend my life against my own brother." With that he lifted up his sword to strike, but suddenly he heard a mighty voice. "Put up thy sword, Sir Bors, and flee, or thou shalt surely slay him." And then there fell upon them both a fiery cloud, which flamed and burned their shields, and they fell to the earth in sorest dread. Anon Sir Bors rose to his feet, and saw that Sir Lionel had taken no harm. Then came the voice again, and said, "Sir Bors, go hence, and leave thy brother, and ride thou forward to the sea, for it is there Sir Percival abideth thee." Then he said to his brother, "Brother, forgive me all my trespass against thee." And Sir Lionel answered, "God forgive it thee, as I do." Then he departed and rode to the sea, and on the strand he found a ship all covered with white samite, and as soon as he had entered thereinto, it put forth into the shore. And in the midst of the ship there stood an armed knight, whom he knew to be the very same Sir Percival. Then they rejoiced greatly over each other, and said, "We lack nothing now, but the good knight, Sir Galahad. Now, when Sir Galahad had rescued Sir Percival from the 20 knights, he rode into a vast forest, and after many days it befell that he came to a castle whereat was a tournament, and the knights of the castle were put to the worse, which when he saw, he set his spear in rest, and ran to help them, and smote down many of their adversaries in kind. But as it chanced, Sir Gawain was amongst the stranger knights, and when he saw the white shield with the red cross, he knew that it was none other than Sir Galahad, and proffered to joust with him. So they encountered, and having broken their spears, they drew their swords, and Sir Galahad smote Sir Gawain so sorely on the helm that he clove it through, and struck on slanting to the earth, carving the horse's shoulder in twain, and Sir Gawain fell down upon the ground. Then Sir Galahad beat back all who warred against the castle, yet would he not wait for thanks, but rode away that no man might know him. And he rested that night at a hermitage, and when he was asleep he heard a knocking at the door. And so he arose, and found a damsel there who said, Sir Galahad, I will that ye arm you, and mount upon your horse, and follow me. For I will show you within these 3 days the highest adventure that any knight had ever saw. Anon Sir Galahad armed him, and took his horse, and commended himself to God, bade the gentlewoman go, and he would follow wherever she liked. So they rode onwards to the sea as fast as their horses might gallop, and at night they came to a castle in the valley, enclosed by running water, and by strong and high walls, whereinto they entered, and had a great cheer, for the lady of the castle was the damsel's mistress. And when he was unarmed, the damsel said to the lady, Madam, shall we abide here this night? Nay, she said, but only till he hath dined and slept a little. So he ate, and slept a while, till the maid called for him, and armed him by torchlight. And when he had saluted the lady of the castle, the damsel and Sir Galahad rode on. Anon they came to the seaside, and lo, the ship, wherein Sir Percival and Sir Bors abode by the shore. Then they cried, Welcome, Sir Galahad, for we have awaited thee long. Then they rejoiced to see each other, and told of all their adventures and temptations. And the damsel went into the ship with them, and spake to Sir Percival. Sir Percival, know ye not who I am? And he replied, Nay, certainly I know thee not. Then she said, I am thy sister, the daughter of King Pellinore, and am sent to help thee and these knights to achieve the quest in which ye all follow. So Sir Percival rejoiced to see his sister, and they departed from the shore. And after a while they came upon a whirlpool, where their ship could not live. Then they saw another greater ship hard by, and went towards it, but saw neither man nor woman therein. And on the end of it these words were written, Thou who shalt enter me, beware that thou be in steadfast belief, and I am faith, and if thou doubtest, I cannot help thee. Then were they all adread, but commending themselves to God, they entered. As soon as they were on board, they saw a fair bed, whereon lay a crown of silk, and at the foot was a fair and rich sword, drawn from its scabbard 1/2 foot and more. The pommel was of precious stones of many colours, every colour having great virtue, and the scales of the haft were of 2 ribs in different beasts. The one was bone of a serpent from Caledon forest, named the Serpent of the Fiend, and its virtue saveth all men who hold it from weariness. The other was of a fish that haunteth the floods of Euphrates, named Ertenax, and its virtue causeth whoever holdeth it to forget all other things, whether of joy or of pain, save the thing he seeth before him. In the name of God, said Sir Percival, I shall essay to handle this sword, and set his hand to it, but could not grasp it. By my faith, said he, now I have failed. Sir Bors set his hand to it, but he failed also. But then came Sir Galahad, and saw these letters written red as blood. None shall draw me forth, save the hardiest of men, but he that draweth me shall never be shamed or wounded to death. By my faith, said Sir Galahad, I would draw it forth, but I dare not try. Ye may try safely, said the gentlewoman, Sir Percival's sister, for be ye well assured the drawing of this sword is forbid to all but you. For this was the sword of David, king, and Solomon his son made it for this marvellous pommel and this wondrous sheath, and lay it on this bed till thou shouldest come and take it up. And though before thee have some dared to raise it, yet have they all been maimed or wounded for their daring. Where, said Sir Galahad, shall we find a girdle for it? Fair sir, she said, dismay ye not, and therefore took out a box with a girdle, nobly wrought with golden thread none the less, set full of precious stones, and with a rich gold buckle. This girdle, lords, she said, is made, for the most part, of mine own hair, which, while I was yet in the world, I loved full well. But when I knew that this adventure was ordained of me, I cut it all off, and wove, as ye now see. Then they all prayed to Sir Galahad to take the sword, and so anon he gripped it in his fingers, and the maiden girt it round his waist, saying, Now reck I not, though I die, for I have made thee the worthiest knight in all the world. Fair damsel, said Sir Galahad, ye have done so much that I shall be your knight in all the days of my life. Then the ship sailed a great way on to the sea, and brought them to a land near the castle of Cartelois. When they were landed, came a squire and asked them, Be ye of King Arthur's court? Yea, we are, they said. In an evil hour have you come, he said, and went back swiftly to the castle. Within a while they heard a great horn blow, and saw a multitude of well-armed knights come forth, who bade them yield or die. At that they ran together, and Sir Percival smote one to the earth and mounted his horse, and so likewise did Sir Bors and Sir Galahad. And soon had they routed all their enemies, and alighted on foot with their swords, and slew them downright, and entered into the castle. Then came there forth the priest, to whom Sir Galahad kneeled and said, In sooth, good father, I repent me of this slaughter, but we were first assailed, or else it had not been. Repent ye not, said the good man, for if ye lived as long as the world lasted, ye could do no better deed, for these were all the felon sons of a good knight, Earl Hernox, whom they have thrown into a dungeon, and in his name have slain priests and clerks, and beat down chapels far and near. Then Sir Galahad prayed the priest to bring him to the earl, who, when he saw Sir Galahad, cried out, Long have I waited for thy coming, and now I pray thee, hold me in thine arms, that I may die in peace. And therewith, when Sir Galahad had taken him in his arms, his soul did depart from his body. Then came a voice in hearing them all. "Depart now, Sir Galahad, and go quickly to the maimed king, for he hath long abided to receive health from thy hand." So the 3 knights departed, and Sir Percival's sister with them, and came to a vast forest, and saw before them a white hart, exceedingly fair, led by 4 lions, and marvelling greatly at that sight, they followed. Anon they came to a hermitage and a chapel, whereunto the hart entered, and the lions with it. Then a priest offered mass, and presently they saw the hart change into the figure of a man, most sweet and comely to behold. And the 4 lions also changed and became a man, an eagle, a lion, and an ox. And suddenly all those 5 figures vanished without a sound. Then the knights marvelled greatly, and fell upon their knees, and when they rose, they prayed to the priest to tell them what that sight might mean. "What saw ye, sirs?" he said, "for I saw nothing." Then they told him. "Ah, my lords," he said, "ye are full welcome. Now I know well ye be the knights who shall achieve the Sangreal, for unto them alone such mysteries are revealed. The hart ye saw is one above all men, white and without blemish, and the 4 lions with him are the 4 evangelists." Well, when they heard this, they all heartily rejoiced, and thanking the priest, departed. Anon, as they passed by a certain castle, an armed knight suddenly came after them, and cried out to the damsel, "By the holy cross, ye shall not go till ye have yielded to the custom of the castle." "Let her go," said Sir Percival, "for a maiden, wheresoever she cometh, is free." "Whatever maiden passeth here," replied the knight, "must give a dishful of her blood from her right arm." "It is a foul and shameful custom," said Sir Galahad, and both of his fellows concurred, "and sooner will we die than let this maiden yield thereto." "Then ye shall die," replied the knight. And as he spake there came out from a gate hard by 10 or 12 more, and encountered with them, running upon them vehemently with a great cry. But the 3 knights withstood them, and set their hands to their swords, and beat them down, and slew them. At that came forth a company of 60 knights, all armed. "Fair lords," said Sir Galahad, "have mercy on yourselves, and keep from us." "Nay, fair lords," they answered, "rather be advised by us, and yield ye to their custom." "It is an idle word," said Sir Galahad, "in vain ye speak." "Well," said they, "will ye die instead?" "We be not come thereto as yet," replied Sir Galahad. Then did they fall upon each other, and Sir Galahad drew forth his sword, and smote on the right hand and on the left, and slew so mightily that all who saw him thought he was a monster, and no earthly man at all. And both his comrades helped him well, and so they held the field against that multitude until it was nightfall. Then came a good knight forward from the enemy, and said, "Fair knights, abide with us tonight, and be right welcome. By the faith of our bodies, as we are true knights, tomorrow ye shall rise unharmed. And meanwhile, maybe ye will, of your own accord, accept the custom of the castle when you know it better." And so they entered, and alighted, and made great cheer. Anon they asked from whence that custom came. "Well, the lady of this castle is a leper," said they, "and can be no way cured, save the blood of a pure virgin, and a king's daughter. Therefore, to save her life, are we her servants bound to stay every maid that passeth by, and try if her blood may not cure our mistress." Then said the damsel, Take ye of my blood, as much as ye will, if it may avail your lady. And though the 3 knights urged her not to put her life in that great peril, she replied, If I die to heal another's body, I shall get health to my soul. And like that, she would not be persuaded to refuse. So on the morrow she was brought to the sick lady, and her arm was bared, and a vein thereof was opened, and the dish was filled with her blood. And then the sick lady was anointed therewith, and anon she was whole of her malady. With that Sir Percival's sister lifted up her hand and blessed her, saying, Madam, I am come to my death to make you whole. For God's love, pray for me. And thus saying, she fell down in a swoon. Then Sir Galahad, Sir Percival, and Sir Bors started to lift her up and staunch her blood. But she had lost too much to live. So when she came to herself, she said to Sir Percival, Fair brother, I must die for the healing of this lady. And now, I pray thee, bury me not here, for when I am dead, put me in a boat at the next haven, and let me float at venture to the sea. And when ye come to the city of Sarras to achieve the Sangreal, shall ye find me waiting by a tower, and there I pray thee, bury me, for there shall Sir Galahad and ye also be laid. Thus having said, she died. Then Sir Percival wrote all the story of her life, and put it in her right hand, and so laid her in a barge and covered it with silk. And the wind arising drove the barge from the land, and all the knights stood watching till it was out of sight. Anon they returned to the castle, and forthwith fell a sudden tempest of thunder and lightning and rain, as if the earth were broken up, and half the castle were thrown down. Then came a voice to the 3 knights which said, Depart ye now asunder, till ye meet again where the maimed king is lying. So they parted, and rode diverse ways. Now after Sir Lancelot had left the hermit, he rode a long way, till he knew not whither to turn, and so he lay down to sleep, if haply he may dream where to go. And of course, in his sleep, a vision came to him, saying, Lancelot, rise up and take thine armour, and enter the first ship that thou shalt find. When he awoke, he obeyed the vision, and rode until he came to the seashore, and found there a ship without sails, and without oars, and as soon as he was in it he smelt the sweetest savour he had ever known, and seemed filled with all the things he could think of or desire. And looking round, he saw a fair bed, and thereon a gentlewoman lying dead, who was Sir Percival's sister. And as Sir Lancelot looked on her, he spied the writing in her right hand, and taking it, he read therein of her story. And more than a month thereafter he abode in that ship, and was nourished by the grace of heaven. And on a certain night he went ashore to pass the time, for he was somewhat weary, and, listening, he heard a horse come towards him, from which a knight alighted and went up into the ship, who, when he saw Sir Lancelot, said, Fair sir, ye be right welcome to mine eyes, for I am thy son, Galahad, and a long time have I sought for thee. With that he kneeled, and asked for his blessing, took off his helm and kissed him, and the great joy there was between them no tongue can tell. Then for half a year they dwelt together in the ship, and served God night and day with all their powers, and went to many unknown islands, where none but wild beasts haunted, and there found many strange and perilous adventures, and upon a time they came to the edge of a forest before a cross of stone, and saw a knight armed in all white, leading a white horse. Then the knight saluted them, and said to Galahad, "Ye have been waiting a long time enough with your father now. Therefore leave him and ride this horse until ye achieve the holy quest." Then went Sir Galahad to his father, and kissed him full courteously, and said, "Fair father, I know not when I will see thee again." And as he took his horse, a voice spake in their hearing, "Ye shall meet no more in this life." "Now, my son, Sir Galahad," said Sir Lancelot, "since we must so part, and see each other never more, I pray High Father of Heaven to preserve both you and me." Then they bade farewell, and Sir Galahad entered the forest, and Sir Lancelot returned to the ship, and the wind rose and drove him more than a month through the sea, whereby he slept but little, yet have prayed that he might see the Sangreal. So it fell upon a certain midnight, the moon shining clear, he came before a fair and rich castle, whereof the postern gate was open towards the sea, having no keeper, save 2 lions in the entry. Anon Sir Lancelot heard a voice, "Leave now thy ship, and go within the castle, and thou shalt see a part of thy desire." Then he armed and went towards the gate, and coming to the lions he drew out his sword. But suddenly a dwarf rushed out and smote him on the arm, so that he dropped the sword, and heard again the voice, "O man of evil faith, and poor belief, wherefore truest thou thine arms above thy Maker?" Then he put up his sword, and signed the cross above his forehead, and so passed the lions without hurt. Going in, he found a chamber, with the door shut, which in vain he tried to open, and listening thereat he heard a voice within, which sang so sweetly there seemed no earthly thing, "Joy and honour be to the Father of Heaven." And he kneeled down at the door, for he knew well the Sangreal was there within. Anon the door was opened without hands, and forthwith came thereat so great splendour, as if all the torches of the world had been lit together. But when he would have entered in, a voice forbade him, wherefore he drew back, looked, standing on the threshold of the door, and there he saw a table of silver, and a holy vessel, covered with red samite, and many angels round it, holding burning candles, and a cross, and all the ornaments of the altar. Then a priest stood up, and offered mass, and when he took the vessel up, he seemed to sink beneath that burden. At that Sir Lancelot cried, "O father, take it not for the sin that I go in to help that priest, who hath much need thereof." So saying, he went in. But when he came towards the table, he felt a breath of fire which issued out therefrom, and smote him to the ground, so that he had no power to rise. Then felt he many hands upon him, which took him up and laid him down outside the chapel door. There he lay in a swoon all through the night, and on the morrow certain people found him senseless, and bore him to an inner chamber, and laid him on a bed, and there he rested, living, but moving no limbs, 24 days and 24 nights. On the 25th day he opened his eyes, and saw those standing around, and said, "Why have ye awoken me? For I have seen marvels that no tongue can tell, and more than any heart can think." Then he asked where he was, and they told him, "In the castle of Carbonek." "Tell your lord, King Pelles," said he, "that I am Sir Lancelot." And at that they marvelled greatly, and told their lord that it was indeed Sir Lancelot who had lain there for so long. Then was King Pelles wondrous glad, and went to see him, and prayed him to abide there a season. But Sir Lancelot said, I know well that I have now seen as much as mine eyes may behold of the Sangreal, wherefore I will return to my own country. So he took leave of King Pelles, and departed towards Logris. Now after Sir Galahad had parted from Sir Lancelot, he rode many days, till he came to the monastery where the blind King Everlake lay, whom Sir Percival he had self seen. And on the morrow, when he had heard mass, Sir Galahad desired to see the king, who cried out, Welcome, Sir Galahad, servant of the Lord. Long have I abided thy coming. Take me thou in thine arms, that I may die in peace. At that Sir Galahad embraced him, and when he had so done, the king's eyes were open, and he said, Fair Lord, Jesus, suffer me now to come to thee. And anon his soul departed. Then they buried him royally, just as a king should be, and Sir Galahad went upon his way. Within a while he came to a chapel in a forest, in the crypt whereof he saw a tomb, which always blazed and burnt, and asking the brethren what might have been, they told him, Joseph of Arimathea's son did found this monastery, and one who wronged him hath lain here these 150 years, and burneth evermore, until that perfect knight who shall achieve the Sangreal doth quench the fire. Then said he, I pray ye bring me back to the tomb. And when he touched that place, immediately the fire was quenched, and a voice came from the grave and cried, Thanks be to God, who now hath purged me of my sin, and draweth me from earthly pains into the joys of paradise. Then Sir Galahad took the body in his arms, and bore it to the abbey, and on the morrow put it in the earth before the high altar. Anon he departed from thence, and rode 5 days in a great forest, and after that he met Sir Percival, and a little further on Sir Bors. When they had told each other of their adventures, they rode together to the castle of Carbonek, and there King Pelles gave them a hearty welcome, for he knew they should achieve the holy quest. As soon as they were come to the castle, a voice cried in the midst of the chamber, Let them who ought not now to sit at the table of the Lord rise up and depart hence. Then all, save those 3 knights, departed. Anon they saw other knights come in with great haste, and at the hall doors, and take their harnesses off, who said to Sir Galahad, Sir, we have tried sore to be with you at this table. Ye be welcome, he said. But who are ye? So 3 of them said that they were from Gaul, and 3 from Ireland, and 3 from Denmark. Then came forth the likeness of a bishop with a cross in his hand, and 4 angels standing by him, and a table of silver was before them, whereupon was set the vessel of the Sangreal. Then came forth other angels, 2 bearing burning candles, and the 3rd a towel, and the 4th a spear, which bled marvellously. The drops wherefrom fell into the box he had held in his left hand. Anon the bishop took the wafer to consecrate it, and at the lifting up he saw the figure of a child, whose visage was bright as any fire, which smote itself into the midst of the wafer and vanished, so that all saw the flesh made bread. Thereat the bishop went to Galahad and kissed him, and bade him to go and kiss his fellows, and said, Now, servants of the Lord, prepare the food, such as none ever yet were fed since the world began. With that he vanished, and the knights were filled with a great dread, and they prayed devoutly. Then saw they come forth from the holy vessel a vision of a man bleeding all openly, whom they knew well by the tokens of his passion for the Lord himself. At that they fell upon their faces, and were dumb, Anon he brought the holy Grail to them, and spoke high words of comfort. And when they drank therefrom, the taste thereof was sweeter than any tongue could tell, or any heart could desire. Then a voice said to Galahad, Son, with this blood which drippeth from the spear, anoint thou the maimed king, and heal him. And when thou hast done this, depart hence with thy brethren in a ship that thee shall find, and go to the city of Sarras, and bear with thee 3 holy vessels, for it shall no more be seen in the realm of Logris. At that, Sir Galahad walked to the bleeding spear, and therefrom anointing his fingers, went out straightway to the maimed King Pelles, and touched his wound. Then suddenly he uprose from his bed, as whole as a man as he ever was, and praised God, passing thankfully, with all his heart. Then Sir Galahad, Sir Bors, and Sir Percival departed as they had been told, and when they had ridden 3 days and came to the seashore, and found a ship waiting for them, therein they entered, and saw in the midst the silver table and the vessel of the Sangreal covered with red samite. Then were they passing glad, and made great reverence thereto, and Sir Galahad prayed that now he might leave the world and pass to God. And presently, the while he prayed, a voice said to him, Galahad, thy prayer is heard. When thou askest the dead of the body, thou shalt have it, and find the life of thy soul. But while they prayed and slept, the ship sailed on, and when they woke they saw the city of Sarras before them, and the other ship wherein was Sir Percival's sister. Then the 3 knights took up the holy table and the Sangreal and went into the city, and there, in a chapel, they buried Sir Percival's sister, right solemnly. Now at the gate of the town they saw an old cripple sitting, whom Sir Galahad called to help them bear their weight. Truly, said the old man, it is 10 years since I have gone a step without these crutches. Care ye not, said Sir Galahad. Rise now and show good will. So he essayed move, and found his limbs as strong as any man's might be, and running to the table, helped to carry it. Anon there rose a rumour in the city that a cripple had been healed by a certain marvellous, strange knight. But the king, named Estorance, who was a heathen tyrant, when he heard thereof, took Sir Galahad and his fellows and put them in prison, a deep, dirty hole. Therein they abode a great while, but ever the Sangreal was with them, and fed them with marvellously sweet food, so that they fainted not, but had all the joy and comfort that they could wish. At the year's end, the king fell sick, and felt that he should die. Then he sent for the 3 knights, and when they came before him, prayed their mercy for his trespasses against them. So they forgave him gladly, and anon he died. Then the chief men of the city took counsel together who should be king in his stead, and as they talked, a voice cried in their midst, Choose ye the youngest of the 3 knights King Estorance cast into prison for your king. At that they sought Sir Galahad, and made him king with the assent of all the city, and else they would have slain him. But within a 12-month came to him, upon a certain day, as he prayed before the Sangreal, a man in the likeness of a bishop, with a great company of angels around him, who offered mass, and afterwards called to Sir Galahad, Come forth, thou servant of the Lord, for the time hath come thou hast desired so long. Then Sir Galahad lifted up his hands and prayed, Now, blessed Lord, would I no longer live, if it might please thee. Anon the bishop gave him a sacrament, and when he had received it, with unspeakable gladness, he said, Who art thou, father? I am Joseph of Arimathea, he answered,
whom our Lord has sent to bear thee fellowship." When he heard that, Sir Galahad went to Sir Percival and Sir Bors, and kissed them and commended them to God, saying, "Salute for me Sir Lancelot my father, and bid them remember this unstable world." Therewith he knelt down and prayed, and suddenly his soul departed, and a multitude of angels bore it up to heaven. And came a hand from heaven, and took the vessel and the spear, and bare them out of sight. Since then there was never man so hardy as to say that he had seen the Sangreal. And after all these things, Sir Percival put off his armour, and betook him to a hermitage. And within a little while he too passed out of this world. And Sir Bors, when he had buried him beside his sister, returned, weeping sore for the loss of his two brethren, to King Arthur at Camelot.
Now after the quest of the Sangreal was fulfilled, and all the knights who were left alive were come again to the Round Table, there was a great joy in the court, and passing glad were King Arthur and Queen Guinevere to see Lancelot and Sir Bors, for they had long been absent in their quest. And so greatly was Sir Lancelot's fame now spread abroad that many ladies and damsels daily resorted to him, and besought him for their champion. And all right quarrels did he gladly undertake for the pleasure of our Lord Christ. And always, as much as he might, withdrew him from the Queen. Wherefore Queen Guinevere, who counted him for her own knight, grew wroth with him, and on a certain day she called him to her chamber, and said thus, "Sir Lancelot, I daily see thy loyalty to me doth slacken. For ever thou art absent from this court, and takest other ladies' quarrels on thee more than ever thou were wont. Now do I understand thee, false knight? And therefore shall I never trust thee more. Depart from my sight, and come no more within this court upon pain of thy head." With that she turned from him, and would hear no excuses. So Sir Lancelot departed in the heaviness of heart, and calling Sir Bors, Sir Ector, and Sir Lionel, he told them how the Queen had dealt with him. "Fair sir," replied Sir Bors, "remember what honour ye have in this country, and how ye are called the noblest knight in the world. Wherefore go not, for women are hasty, and do often what they sore repent of afterwards. Be ruled by my advice. Take horse, and ride to the hermitage beside Windsor, and there abide till I send ye better tidings." And to that Sir Lancelot did consent, but departed with a sorrowful countenance. Now, when the Queen heard of his leaving, she was inwardly sorry, but she made no show of grief, bearing a proud visage outwardly. And on a certain day she made a costly banquet to all the knights of the Round Table, to show she had great joy in all others as in Sir Lancelot. And at the banquet were Sir Gawain, and his brothers Sir Agravain, Sir Gaheris, and Sir Gareth, and Sir Mordred, Bors, Blamor, Bleoberis, Ector, Lionel, Palomides, Mador de la Porte, and his cousin Sir Patrice, a knight of Ireland, Sir Pinel le Sauvage, and many, many more. Now Sir Pinel, he hated Sir Gawain, because he had slain one of his kinsmen by treason, and Gawain had a great love for all kinds of fruit, which, when Sir Pinel knew, he poisoned certain apples that were set upon the table, with the intent to slay him. And so it chanced that they ate and made merry. Sir Patrice, who sat next to Sir Gawain, took one of the poisoned apples and ate it. But when he had eaten, he suddenly swelled up, and there he fell down, dead. Well, at that, every knight leapt up from the board, ashamed and enraged nigh out of their wits. For they knew not what to say, yet seeing that the queen had made the banquet, they all had suspicion of her. "My lady the queen," said Sir Gawain, "I wit well this fruit was meant for me, for all men know my love for it. And now had I been nearly slain, wherefore I fear me you will be ashamed." "This shall not end so," cried Sir Modor de la Porte. "Now I have lost a noble knight of my own blood, and for this, despite shame, I will be revenged to the uttermost." Then he challenged Queen Guinevere concerning the death of his cousin, but she stood still, sore, abashed, and anon with her sorrow and dread she swooned. At the noise and sudden cry came King Arthur, and to him appealed Sir Mador, and impeached the queen. "Fair lords," said he, "full sorely am I troubled by this matter, for I must be rightful judge, and therein it repenteth me. I may not do battle for my wife, for, as I deem, this deed was none of hers. But I suppose she will not lack a champion, and some good knight will surely put his body in jeopardy to save her, surely." But all who had been bidden to the banquet said that they could not hold the queen excused, or even be her champions, for she had made the feast, and either by herself or servants it must have come. "Ah, alas," said the queen, "I made this dinner for good intent, and no evil. Oh, God help me in my need." "My lord the king," said Sir Mador, "I require you heartily, as you be a righteous king, give me a day when I may have justice." "Well," said the king, "I give ye this day 15 days, when ye shall be ready and armed in the meadow besides Westminster. And if there be a knight to fight with you, God speed the right, and if not, then must my queen be burnt." When the king and queen were alone together, he asked her how this case befell. "I wot not know how or in what manner," she answered. "Well, where is Lancelot?" asked King Arthur, "for he would not grudge to do battle for thee." "Sir," she said, "I cannot tell you, but all his kinsmen deem that he is not in this realm." "Well, these be sad tidings," said the king. "I counsel ye to find Sir Bors, and pray him for Sir Lancelot's sake to do this battle for you." So the queen departed, and sent for Sir Bors to her chamber, and besought his succour. "Madam," said he, "what would you have me do? For I may not, with my honour, take this matter on me, for I was at the same dinner, and all the other knights would have me ever in suspicion. Now do you miss Sir Lancelot? For he would not have failed you in your right, nor yet in wrong, as ye have often proved, but now ye have driven him from the country." "Oh, alas, fair knight," said the queen, "I put me wholly at your mercy, and all that is done amiss I will amend ye as ye counsel me." And therewith she kneeled down upon both of her knees before Sir Bors, and besought him to have mercy upon her. Anon came in King Arthur, and prayed him of his courtesy to help, saying, I require you for the love of Sir Lancelot." "My lord," said he, "ye require the greatest thing of me that any man can ask, for if I do this battle for the queen, I shall anger all of my fellows of the Table Round. But none the less, for my lord, Sir Lancelot's sake, and for yours, I will that day be the queen's champion, unless there chance come a better knight than I am to do battle for her. And this he promised upon his faith. Then were the king and queen passing glad, and thanked him heartily, and so departed. But Sir Bors rode in secret to the hermitage where Sir Lancelot was, and told him all these tidings. It has chanced as I would have it, said Sir Lancelot. Yet make ye ready for the battle, but tarry till ye see me come. Sir, said Sir Bors, doubt not, but ye shall have your will. But many of the knights were greatly wroth with him when they heard that he was to be the queen's champion, for there were few in the court but deemed her guilty. Then said Sir Bors, Wit ye will, fair lords, it were a shame to us to suffer so fair and noble a lady to be burnt for lack of a champion, for either hath she proved herself a lover of good knights, wherefore I doubt not she is guiltless of this treason. At that were some well pleased, but others rested passing wrath. And when the day was come, the king and the queen and all the knights went to the meadow besides Westminster, where the battle was about to be fought. Then the queen was put in ward, and a great fire was made round the iron stake, where she must be burned if Sir Mador had won the day. So when the heralds blew, Sir Mador rode forth, and took oath that Queen Guinevere was guilty of Sir Patrice's death. And on his oath he would prove with his body against any who would say the contrary. Then came forth Sir Bors and said, Queen Guinevere is in the right, and that will I prove with my hands. With that they both departed to their tents and made ready for the battle. But Sir Bors tarried long, hoping Sir Lancelot would come, till Sir Mador cried out to King Arthur, Bid thy champion come forth, unless he dare not. Then was Sir Bors ashamed, and took his horse, and rode to the end of the lists. But ere he could meet Sir Mador, he was aware of a knight upon a white horse, armed at all points, and with a strange shield, who rode to him and said, I pray you withdraw from this quarrel, for it is mine, and I have ridden far to fight it. Thereat Sir Bors rode to King Arthur, and told him that another knight had come who would do battle for the queen. Well, who is he? Said King Arthur. I may not tell you, said Sir Bors, but he made a covenant with me to be here today, wherefore I am discharged. Then the king called that knight, and asked if he would fight for the queen. Therefore came I hither, Sir King, he answered. But let us tarry no longer, for anon I have another matters to do. But wit ye will, said to the knights of the Round Table, it is shame for ye, such a courteous queen, to suffer this dishonour. And all men marvelled who this knight may be, for none knew him save Sir Bors. Then Sir Mador and the knight rode to either end of the lists, and couching their spears, ran one against each other with all their might. But Sir Mador's spear broke short, and the strange knight bore both him and his horse down to the ground. Then lightly they leaped from their saddles and drew their swords, and so came eagerly to the battle. And either gave the other many sad strokes and sore and deep wounds. Thus they fought nigh an hour, for Sir Mador was a full strong and valiant knight. But at last the strange knight smote him to the earth, and gave him such a buffet on the helmet as well nigh killed him. Then did Sir Mador yield, and pray for his life. I will but grant it thee, said the strange knight, if thou wilt release the queen from this quarrel, for ever, and promise that no mention shall be made upon Sir Patrice's tomb that ever she consented to that treason." "All this shall be done," said Sir Mador. Then the knights parters took up Sir Mador and led him to his tent, and the other knight went straight to the stair foot of King Arthur's throne, and by that time was the queen come to the king again, and kissed him lovingly. Then both the king and she stooped down and thanked the knight, and prayed him to put off his helm and rest him, and to take a cup of wine. And when he put his helmet off to drink, all people saw that it was indeed Sir Lancelot. But when the queen beheld him, she sank almost to the ground, weeping for sorrow, weeping for joy, that he had done her such great goodness, when she had showed him such unkindness. Then the knights of his blood gathered round him, and there was great joy and mirth in the court, and Sir Mador and Sir Lancelot were soon healed of their wounds. And not long after came the Lady of the Lake to the court, and told all there by her enchantments how Sir Pinel, and not the queen, was guilty of the death of Sir Patrice. Whereat the queen was held excused, of course, of all men, and Sir Pinel, well, he fled the country. So Sir Patrice was buried in the church of Westminster, and it was written on his tomb that Sir Pinel slew him with a poisoned apple, in error for Sir Gawain. Then, through Sir Lancelot's favour, the queen was reconciled to Sir Mador, and that day all was forgiven. Now, 15 days before the feast of Assumption of Our Lady, the king proclaimed a tournament to be held that feast day at Camelot, where it himself and the King of Scotland would joust with all that came against them. So thither went the King of North Wales, King of Anguish of Ireland, and Sir Galahad, the noble prince, and many other nobles of all the diverse countries. And King Arthur made ready to go, and would have had the queen go with him, but she said that she was ill. Sir Lancelot also made excuses, saying he was not yet whole of his wounds. At that the king was passing heavy and grieved, and so departed alone towards Camelot. And by the way he lodged in a town called Astolat, and lay that night in the castle. As soon as he had gone, Sir Lancelot had said to the queen, "This night I will rest, and tomorrow betimes will I take my way to Camelot. For all at these jousts I will be against the king and his fellowship." "Ye may do as ye list," said Queen Guinevere, "but by my counsel you will not be against the king, for in his company are many hardy knights, as ye well know." "Madam," said Sir Lancelot, "I pray you not be displeased with me, for I will take the adventure that God has sent me." And on the morrow he went to the church and heard mass, and took his leave of the queen, and so departed. Then he rode long until he came to Astolat, and there lodged at the castle of an old baron called Sir Bernard of Astolat, which was near the castle where King Arthur had lodged himself. And as Sir Lancelot entered, the king espied him, and knew him. Then said he to the knights, "I have just seen a knight, who will fight full well at the joust towards which we will go." "Who is it?" they asked. "As yet ye shall not know," he answered, smiling. When Sir Lancelot was in his chamber, unarming, the old baron came to him, saluting him, though as yet he knew not who exactly he was. Now Sir Bernard had a daughter passing beautiful, called the Fair Maid of Astolat, and when she saw Sir Lancelot, she loved him from that very instant with her whole heart, and could not stay from gazing upon him. On the morrow, Sir Lancelot asked the old baron to lend him a strange shield, for, said he, I would be unknown. Sir, said his host, you shall have your desire, for here is the shield of my eldest son, Sir Tor, who was hurt that day he was made a knight, so that he cannot ride, and his shield therefore is, not known. And if it please you, my youngest son, Sir Lavaine, shall ride with you to the jousts, for he is of age, and full strong and might. And I deem ye be a noble knight, wherefore I pray ye tell me your name. As to that, said Sir Lancelot, ye must hold me excused at this time. But if I speed well at the jousts, I will come again, and I will tell you. But in any wise let me have your son Sir Lavaine with me, and lend me his brother's shield. Then ere they departed came Elaine, the baron's daughter, and said to Sir Lancelot, I pray thee, gentle knight, to wear my token at tomorrow's tournament. If I shall grant you that, fair damsel, ye might say that I did more for you than I ever have done for any lady or any damsel. Then he bethought him that if he granted her request, he would be the more disguised, for never before had he worn any lady's token. So anon he said, Fair damsel, I will wear thy token on my helmet, if thou wilt show it to me. Thereat she was passing glad, and brought him a scarlet sleeve broidered with pearls, which Sir Lancelot took and put upon his helm. Then he prayed her to keep his shield from him until it came again, and taking Sir Tor's shield instead, rode forth with Sir Lavaine towards Camelot. On the morrow the trumpets blew for the tourney, and there was a great press of dukes and earls and barons and many good and noble knights, and King Arthur sat in the gallery to behold who did the best. So the King of Scotland and his knights, and King Anguish of Ireland, rode forth on King Arthur's side, and against them came the King of North Wales, the King of 100 Knights, the King of Northumberland, and the noble Prince Sir Galahad. But Sir Lancelot and Sir Lavaine rode into a little wood behind the party, which was against King Arthur, to watch which side would prove to be the weakest. Then there was a strong fight between the two parties, but the King of 100 Knights smote down the King of Scotland, and Sir Palomides, who was on King Arthur's side, overthrew Sir Galahad. Then came 15 knights of the Round Table, and beat back the kings of Northumberland and North Wales with their knights. Now, said Sir Lancelot to Sir Lavaine, if you will help me, you shall see yonder fellowships go back as fast as they came. Sir, said Sir Lavaine, I will do what I can. Then they rode together into the thickest of the press, and there with one spear Sir Lancelot smote down 5 knights of the Round Table, one after another, and Sir Lavaine overthrew 2 himself. And taking another spear, for his own was broken, Sir Lancelot smote down 4 more knights, and Sir Lavaine a 5th. Then, drawing his sword, Sir Lancelot fought fiercely on the right hand and on the left, and he unhorsed Sir Saphir, Sir Epinogri, and Sir Galeron. At that, the knights of the Round Table withdrew themselves as well as they were able. Now, mercy, said Sir Gawain, who sat by King Arthur, what knight is that who doth such marvellous deeds of arms? I should deem him by his force to be Sir Lancelot. But that he wears a lady's token on his helm, as never Lancelot doth. Let him be, said King Arthur. He will be better known, and do more ere he depart. Thus the party against King Arthur prospered at this time, and his knights were sore ashamed. Then Sir Bors, Ector and Lionel called together the knights of their blood, 9 in number, and agreed to join together in one band against the 2 strange knights. So they encountered Sir Lancelot all at once, and by main force smote his horse to the ground. And by misfortune Sir Bors struck Lancelot through the shield into the side, and the spear broke off and left the head in the wound. When Sir Lavaine saw that, he ran to the King of Scotland and struck him off his horse, and brought it to Sir Lancelot and helped him to mount. Then Sir Lancelot bore Sir Bors and his horse to the ground, and in like manner served Sir Ector and Sir Lionel. Turning upon 3 other knights, he smote them down also, where Sir Lavaine did many gallant deeds. But feeling himself now sorely wounded, Sir Lancelot drew his sword, and proffered to fight with Sir Bors, who by this time was mounted anew. And as they met, Sir Ector and Sir Lionel came also, and the swords of all 3 drove fiercely against him. When he felt their buffets, and his wound that was so grievous, he determined to do all his best while he could yet endure, and smote Sir Bors a blow that bent his head down nearly to the ground, and raised his helmet off, and pulled him from his horse. Then rushing at Sir Ector and Sir Lionel, he smote them down, and might have slain all 3, but when he saw their faces, his heart forbade them. Leaving them therefore on the field, he hurled into the thickest of the press, and did such feats of arms as were never beheld before. And Sir Lavaine was with him through it all, and overthrew 10 knights, but Sir Lancelot he smote down more than 30, and most of them knights of the Round Table. Then the king ordered the trumpets to blow for the end of the tournament, and the prize be given by the heralds to the knight with the white shield who bore the red sleeve. But ere Sir Lancelot was found by the heralds, came to the King of the 100 Knights, the King of North Wales, Northumberland, and Sir Galahad, and said to him, "Fair knight, God bless thee, for much have ye done this day for us. Wherefore we pray ye come with us and receive the honour and the prize, as ye have worshipfully deserved it." "Well, my fair lords," said Sir Lancelot, "wit ye well, if I have deserved thanks, I have sore brought them, for I am like never to escape with my life, therefore pray ye let me depart, for I am sore hurt. I take no thought of honour, for I'd rather rest me than be lord of all the world." And therewith he groaned piteously, and rode a great gallop away from them. And Sir Lavaine rode after him, sad at heart, for the broken spear still stuck fast in Lancelot's side, and the blood streamed sorely from the wound. Anon they came near a wood, more than a mile from the lists, where he knew he could be hidden. Then he said to Sir Lavaine, "O gentle knight, help me pull out this spearhead from my side, for the pain thereof nigh killeth me." "Dear lord," said he, "I fain would help ye, but I dread to draw it forth, yet ye shall die for loss of blood." "I charge you as you love me," said Sir Lancelot, "draw it out." And so they dismounted, and with a mighty wrench Sir Lavaine drew the spear from the side of Sir Lancelot, whereat he gave a marvellous great shriek and a ghastly groan, and all his blood leaped forth in a full stream. Then he sank swooning to the earth, with a visage pale as death. "Alas," cried Sir Lavaine, "what shall I do now?" And then he turned his master's face toward the wind, and sat him nigh half an hour, while he lay quiet as one dead. But at last he lifted up his eyes, and said, "I pray ye bear me on my horse again, and lead me to a hermit, who dwelleth 2 miles from here. He was formerly a knight of King Arthur's court, and now hath mighty skill in medicine and herbs. Take me to him." So with great pain Sir Lavaine got him onto his horse, and led him to the hermitage within the wood beside a stream. Then knocked he with his spear upon the door, and prayed to enter. At that a child came out, and said, "Fair child, pray the good man, thy master, to come hither, and let in a knight who is sorely wounded." Anon came out the knight hermit, whose name was Sir Baldwin, and asked, "Who is this wounded knight?" "I know not," said Sir Lavaine, "save that he is the noblest knight that I have ever met with, and have done this day such marvellous deeds of arms against King Arthur, that he hath won the prize of the tournament." Then the hermit gazed long upon Sir Lancelot, and he hardly knew him, so pale he was with bleeding. Yet he said at last, "Who art thou, lord?" Sir Lancelot answered feebly, "I am a stranger, knight adventurous, who laboureth through many realms to win worship." "Why hidest thou name, dear lord, from me?" cried Sir Baldwin. "For in sooth I know thee now to be the noblest knight in the world, my lord Sir Lancelot du Lake, with whom I long had fellowship at the Round Table." Since you know me, fair sir, I pray ye for Christ's sake to help me if ye may." "Doubt not," replied he, "yet you shall live and fare right well." Then he staunched his wound, and gave him strong medicines and cordials, till he was refreshed from his faintness, and came to himself once more. Now, after jousting was done, King Arthur held a feast, and asked to see the knight with the red sleeve, that he might take the prize. So they told him how the knight had ridden from the field, wounded nigh to death. "These be the worst tidings I have heard in many years," cried out the king. "I would not for my kingdom if he were slain." And then all the men asked, "Know ye him, my lord?" "I may not tell you at this time," said he, "but would to God we had good tidings of him." Then Sir Gawain prayed to leave and go seek that knight, which the king had gladly gave him. So forthwith he mounted and rode many leagues to Camelot, but could hear no tidings. Within 2 days thereafter, King Arthur and his knights returned from Camelot, and Sir Gawain chanced to lodge at Astolat, in the house of Sir Bernard. And there came in the fair Elaine to him, and prayed him news of the tournament, asked him who won the prize. "A knight with a white shield," he said, "who bore a red sleeve in his helm, smote down all comers, and won the day." At that visage Elaine changed suddenly from white to red, and heartily she thanked Our Lady. Then said Sir Gawain, "Know ye that knight?" and urged her till she told him that it was that sleeve that bore was actually hers. So Sir Gawain knew it was for love that she had granted it. And when he heard she kept his proper shield, he prayed to see it. As soon as it was bought, he saw Sir Lancelot's arms thereon, and cried, "Alas, now I am heavier of heart than ever yet." "Wherefore," said fair Elaine. "Fair damsel," he answered, "know ye not that the knight of your love is of all knights the noblest in the world, Sir Lancelot du Lake? With all my heart, I pray ye may have joy of each other, but hardly dare I think that ye shall see him in this world again. For he is so sore wounded, he may scarcely live, and is gone out of sight where no one can find him." Then was Elaine nigh mad with grief and sorrow, and with piteous words she prayed her father that she might go seek Sir Lancelot and her brother. So in the end her father gave her leave, and she departed. Upon the morrow came Sir Gawain to the court, and told how he had found Sir Lancelot's shield in Elaine's keeping, and how it was her sleeve which he had worn. Whereat all marvelled, for Sir Lancelot had done for her more than he had ever done for any woman. But when Queen Guinevere heard it, she was beside herself with wrath, and sending privily for Sir Bors, who sorrowed sorely that throughout him Sir Lancelot had been hurt. "Have ye now heard," she said, "how falsely Sir Lancelot hath betrayed me?" "I beseech thee, madam," he said, "speak not so, or else I may not hear thee." "Shall I not call him a traitor," she said, "who hath worn another lady's token at the jousting?" "Be sure he did it, madam, but for no ill intent," replied Sir Bors, "but that he might be better hidden, you see, for never did he in that wise before." "Now shame upon him, and thee who wouldest help him," cried the queen. "Madam, say what you will," he said, "but I must haste to seek him, and God send me soon good tidings of him." So with that he departed to find Sir Lancelot. Now Elaine had ridden with full haste from Astolat, and come to Camelot, and there she sought throughout the country for any news of Sir Lancelot. And so it chanced that Sir Lavaine was riding near the hermitage to exercise his horse, and when she saw him, she ran up and cried aloud, "How doth my lord Sir Lancelot fare?" Then said Sir Lavaine, marvelling greatly, "How do ye know my lord's name, fair sister?" So she told him how Sir Gawain had lodged with Sir Bernard, and knew Sir Lancelot's shield. Then prayed she to see his lord forthwith, and when she came to the hermitage, and found him lying there so sick and bleeding, she swooned for sorrow. Anon, as she revived, Sir Lancelot kissed her, and said, "Fair maid, I pray ye take comfort, for by God's grace I shall shortly be whole of this wound. And if ye be come to tend me, I am heartily bound to your great kindness." Yet was he sore vexed to hear Sir Gawain had discovered him, for he knew Queen Guinevere would be full wroth because of his red sleeve. So Elaine rested in the hermitage, and ever night and day she watched and waited on Sir Lancelot, and would let none others tend him. And she saw him more, the more she set to put love upon him, and could by no means withdraw it. Then said Sir Lancelot to Sir Lavaine, "I pray thee, set someone to watch for the good knight Sir Bors, for as he hurt me, so will he surely seek for me." Now Sir Bors by this time had come to Camelot, and was seeking for Sir Lancelot everywhere, so Sir Lavaine soon found him, and brought him to the hermitage. And when he saw Sir Lancelot, pale, feeble, he wept for pity and sorrow that he had given him that grievous wound. "God send thee a right speedy cure, dear lord," he said, "for I am of all men most unhappy to have wounded thee, who art our leader and the noblest knight in all the world." "Fair cousin," said Sir Lancelot, "be comforted, for I have but gained what I sought, and it was through pride that I was hurt. For had I warned ye of my coming, it had not been. Wherefore, let us speak of other things." So they talked long together, and Sir Bors told him of the queen's anger. Then he asked Sir Lancelot, "Was it from this maid who tendeth you so lovingly ye had the token?" "Yea," said Sir Lancelot, "and would I could persuade her to withdraw her love from me." "Why should ye do that?" said Sir Bors, "for she is passing fair and loving." I would to heaven ye could love her." "It may not be," he replied, "but it repenteth me in sooth to grieve her." Well, then they talked of other matters, and of the great jousting at Allhallowtide next coming between King Arthur and the King of North Wales. "Abide with me till then," said Sir Lancelot, "for by that time I trust to be all whole again, and we will go together." So Elaine, daily and nightly tending him. Within a month he felt so strong that he deemed himself full cured. Then on a day when Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine were from the hermitage, and the knight hermit was also gone forth, Sir Lancelot prayed Elaine to bring him some herbs from the forest. When she was gone, he rose and made haste to arm himself, and try if he was whole enough to joust, and mounted on his horse, which was fresh with lack of labour for so long a time. But when he set his spear in the rest and tried his armour, the horse bounded and leapt beneath him, so that Sir Lancelot strained to keep him back. And therewith his wound, which was not wholly healed, burst forth again, and with a mighty groan he sank down, swooning on the ground. At that came fair Elaine and wept piteously, moaned to see him lying so, and when Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine came back, she called them traitors to let him rise, or to know any rumour of the tournament. Anon the hermit returned, and was wroth to see Sir Lancelot risen, but within a while he recovered from his swoon, and staunched the wound once more. Then Sir Lancelot told him how he had risen of his own will to essay the strength for the tournament. But the hermit bade him rest, and let Sir Bors go alone, for else he would sorely peril his life, and Elaine, with tears, prayed him in the same wise, so that Sir Lancelot in the end consented. So Sir Bors departed to the tournament, and there he did such feats of arms that the prize was given between him and Sir Gawain, who did like valiantly. And when all was over, he came back and told Sir Lancelot, and found him so nigh well that he could rise and walk. And within a little while, he departed from the hermitage, and went with Sir Bors, Sir Lavaine, and fair Elaine to Astolat, where Sir Bernard joyfully received them. But after they had lodged there a few days, Sir Lancelot and Sir Bors must needs depart and return to King Arthur's court. So when Elaine knew Sir Lancelot must go, she came to him and said, "Have mercy on me, fair knight, and let me not die for your love." Then said Sir Lancelot, very sad at heart, "Fair maid, what would ye that I should do for you? If I may not be your wife, dear lord, I must die." "Alas," he said, "I pray heaven that may not be, for in sooth I may not be your husband. But fain would I show ye what thankfulness I can for all your love and kindness to me. And ever will I be your knight, fair maiden. And if it chance that ye shall ever wed some noble knight, right heartily will I give you such a dower as half the lands I bring." "Alas, what shall that aid me?" answered she, "for I must die." And therewith she fell to the earth in a deep swoon. Then was Sir Lancelot passing heavy of heart, and he said to Sir Bernard and Sir Lavaine, "What shall I do for her?" "Alas," said Sir Bernard, "I know well that she will die for your sake." And Sir Lavaine said, "I marvel not that she so sorely mourneth your departure, for truly I do as she doth. But since I once have seen you, my lord, I cannot leave you." And so anon, with a full sorrowful heart, Sir Lancelot took his leave, and Sir Lavaine rode with him to the court, and King Arthur and the knights of the Round Table joyed greatly to see him whole of his wound. But Queen Guinevere was sorely wroth, and neither spake with him nor greeted him. Now when Sir Lancelot had departed, the Maid of Astolat could neither eat, nor drink, nor sleep for her sorrow. And having thus endured 10 days, she felt within herself that she must die. Then she sent for a holy man, and was shriven, and received the sacrament. But when he told her she must leave her earthly thoughts, she answered, "Am I not an earthly woman? What sin is it to love the noblest knight of all the world? And by my truth, I am not able to withstand the love whereof I die, wherefore I pray the High Father of heaven to have mercy upon my soul." Then she besought Sir Bernard to indite a letter as she devised, and said, "When I am dead, put this within my hand, and dress me in my fairest clothes, lay me in a barge all covered with black samite, and steer it down the river till I reach the court. Thus, Father, I beseech thee, let it be." Then, full of grief, he promised her that it shall be so, and anon she died, all of the household making a bitter lamentation over her. Then did they as she had desired, and laid her body richly dressed upon a bed within the barge, and a trusty servant steered it down the river towards the court. Now King Arthur and Queen Guinevere sat at a window of the palace, and saw the barge come floating with the tide, and marvelled what was laid therein, and sent a messenger to see, who, soon returning, prayed them to come forth. When they came to the shore, they marvelled greatly, and the king asked of the serving man who steered the barge what this might mean. But he made signs that he was dumb, and pointed to the letter in the damsel's hands. So King Arthur took the letter from the hand of the body, and found therein written, "To the noble knight, Sir Lancelot du Lake." Then was Sir Lancelot sent for, and the letter read aloud by a clerk, and it was thus written: "Most noble knight, my lord, Sir Lancelot, now hath death for ever parted us. I, whom men called the Maid of Astolat, set my love upon you, and have died for your sake. This is my last request, that you pray for my soul and give me burial. Grant me this, Sir Lancelot, as thou art a peerless knight." All these words the queen and all the knights wept for sore pity. Then said Sir Lancelot, "My lord, I am right heavy for the death of this damsel, and God knoweth that I unwillingly caused it. For she was good as she was fair, and as much as I was beholden to her, but she loved me beyond measure, and asked me what I could not give her. You might have shown her gentleness enough to save her life," answered the queen. "Madam," said he, "she would but be repaid by my taking her to wife, and that I could not grant for her, for love cometh of the heart, and not by constraint." "That is true," said the king, "for love is free." "I pray you," said Sir Lancelot, "let me now grant her this last asking, to be buried by me." So on the morrow he caused her body to be buried richly and solemnly, and ordained masses for her soul, and made great sorrow over her. Then the queen sent for Sir Lancelot, and prayed his pardon for her wrath against him without cause. "This is not the first time it had been so," answered he, "yet must I ever bear with ye, and so do I now forgive you." And so Queen Guinevere and Sir Lancelot were made friends again. But anon such favour did she show him, as in the end brought many evils on them, both and all the realm. Within a while thereafter there was a jousting at the court, wherein Sir Lancelot won the prize. And two of those he smote down were Sir Gawain, the brother of Sir Gawain, and Sir Mordred, his false brother, King Arthur's son, by the way, by Belisant. And because of his victory they hated Sir Lancelot, and sought how they might injure him. So on a night when King Arthur was hunting in the forest, and the Queen was sent for Sir Lancelot to her chamber, they too espied him, and thinking now how to make a scandal and a quarrel between Lancelot and the King, they found 12 others, and said Sir Lancelot was ever now in the Queen's chamber, and King Arthur was dishonoured. Then, all armed, they came suddenly around the Queen's door and cried, "Traitor! Now art thou taken." "Madam, we are betrayed," said Sir Lancelot. "Yet shall my life cost these men dear." Then did the Queen weep sorely, and dismally she cried, "Alas, there is no armour here whereby ye might withstand so many, wherefore you will be slain. And I be burnt for the dread crime they charge upon me." But while she spake, the shouting of the knights was heard without. "Traitor, come forth, for now thou art snared." "Better were 20 deaths at once than this vile outcry," said Sir Lancelot. Then he kissed her and said, "Most noble lady, I beseech ye, as I have ever been your own true knight, take courage, pray for my soul, if I be now slain, and trust my faithful friends Sir Bors and Sir Lavaine to save you from the fire." But ever bitterly she wept and moaned and cried, "Would God that they would take and slay me, and that thou couldst escape." "That shall never be," said Sir Lancelot, and wrapping his mantle around his arm, he unbarred the door a little space, so that but one could enter. The first rushed in Sir Chalance, a full and strong knight, and lifted up his sword to smite Sir Lancelot. But lightly he avoided him, and struck Sir Chalance with his hand, such a sore buffet on the head as felled him dead upon the floor. Then Sir Lancelot pulled in his body and barred the door again, and dressed himself in his armour, and took his drawn sword in his hand. But still the knights cried mightily without the door, "Traitor, come forth." "Be silent and depart," replied Sir Lancelot, "for be ye sure ye will not take me, and tomorrow, while I meet ye face to face before the King." "Ye shall have no such grace," they cried, "but we will slay thee, or take thee as we list." "Then save yourselves who may," he thundered, and therewith suddenly unbarred the door and rushed forth at them. And at the first blow he slew Sir Gawain, and after him 12 other knights, with 12 more mighty buffets. And none of all escaped him, save Sir Mordred, who, sorely wounded, fled, running for his life. Then he returned to the Queen and said, "Now, madam, will I depart, and if ye be in any danger, I pray ye come to me." "Surely will I stay here, for I am Queen," she answered. "Yet if tomorrow any harm come to me, I trust to thee for thy rescue." "Have ye no doubt of me?" he said. "For ever while I live, I am your own true knight." Therewith he took his leave,
and went and told Sir Bors and all his kindred of this adventure. "We will be with thee in this quarrel," said they all, "and if the queen be sentenced to the fire, we will certainly save her together." Meanwhile, Sir Mordred, in great fear and pain, fled from the court, and rode until he found King Arthur and told him all that had befallen. But the king would scarce believe him, until, that is, he came and saw the bodies of Sir Agravain and all of the other knights. Then felt he in himself that all was true, and with his passing grief his heart nigh broke. "Oh, alas!" he cried, "now is the fellowship of the Round Table forever broken. Yea, woe is me, I may not with my honour spare my queen." Anon it was ordained that Queen Guinevere should be burned to death, because she had dishonoured King Arthur. But when Sir Gawain heard thereof, he came before the king and said, "My lord, I counsel thee not to be too hasty in this matter, but stay the judgment of the queen a season, for it may well be that Sir Lancelot was in her chamber for no evil, seeing she is greatly beholden to him for so many deeds done for her sake, remember, and peradventure she had sent to him to thank him, and did it perhaps secretly, that she might avoid slander." But King Arthur answered full of grief, "Alas, I may not help her. She is judged as any other woman." Then he required Sir Gawain and his brethren, Sir Gaheris and Sir Gareth, to be ready to bear the queen tomorrow to the place of her execution. Nay, noble lord," replied Sir Gawain, "that I can never do, for neither will my heart suffer me to see the queen die, nor shall men ever say I was of your counsel in this matter." Then said his brother, "Ye may command us to be there, but since it is against our will, we will be without arms, and we may do no battle against her." So on the morrow was Queen Guinevere led forth to die by fire, and a mighty crowd was there of knights and nobles, armed and unarmed. And all the lords and all the ladies wept sore at the pity of the sight. Then she was shriven by a priest, and the men came nigh to bind her to the stake and light the fire. And that Sir Lancelot's spies rode hastily and told him and his kindred, who lay hidden in a wood hard by, and suddenly with 20 knights he rushed into the midst of the throng to rescue her. But certain of King Arthur's knights rose up and fought with them, and there was a great battle and confusion. And Sir Lancelot drove fiercely here and there among the press, and smote on every side, and at every blow struck down a different knight, so that many were slain by him and his fellows, lying, dying on the ground. Then the queen was set free, and caught up on Sir Lancelot's saddle, and fled away with him all his company to the castle of La Joyeuse Garde. Now so it chanced that in the turmoil of the fighting Sir Lancelot had unawares struck down and slain 2 good knights, Sir Gareth and Sir Gaheris, knowing it not, for he fought wildly, and he did not know that these knights were unarmed. When King Arthur heard thereof, and of all that battle, and the rescue of the queen, he sorrowed heavily for those good knights, and was passing wroth with Lancelot and the queen. But when Sir Gawain heard of his brethren's death, he swooned for sorrow and swooned for wrath, for he wist that Sir Lancelot had killed him in the malice, and as soon as he recovered, he ran into the king and said, "Lord, king, and uncle, hear this oath which I now swear, that from this day I will not fail Sir Lancelot till one of us hath slain the other. And now, unless ye haste to war with him, that we may be avenged, will I myself go alone, and I will find him." Then the king, full of wrath, full of grief, agreed thereto, and sent letters throughout the realm to summon all his knights, and went with a vast army to besiege the castle of La Joyeuse Garde. And Sir Lancelot, with his knights, mightily defended it. But never would he suffer any to go forth and attack one of the king's army, for he was right loth to fight against him. So, when 15 weeks were past, and King Arthur's army wasted itself in vain against the walls of the castle, for it was passing strong, it chanced upon a day Sir Lancelot was looking from the walls and espied King Arthur and Sir Gawain close beside. "Come forth, Sir Lancelot," said King Arthur right fiercely, "and let us two meet in the midst of the field." "God forbid that I should encounter with thee, lord, for thou didst make me a knight," replied Sir Lancelot. Then cried Sir Gawain, "Shame on thee, traitor, false knight! Yet ye be well assured we will regain the queen, and slay thee and thy company. Yea, double shame on ye to slay my brother Gareth unarmed, Sir Gareth also, those two who loved you so well. For that treachery be sure I am thine enemy until death." "Alas," cried Sir Lancelot, "that I hear such tidings, for I know not that I had slain these noble knights, and right sorely now do I repent it with a heavy heart. Yet abate thy wrath, Sir Gawain, for ye know full well I did it by mischance, for I loved them as ever my own brothers." "Thou liest, you false recreant," cried Sir Gawain fiercely. At that Sir Lancelot was wroth, and said, "I well see thee now art mine enemy, and that there can be no more peace with thee or with my lord the king, else I would gladly give back the queen." Then the king would fain have listened to Sir Lancelot, for more than all his own wrong did he grieve at the sore waste and damage of the realm. But Sir Gawain persuaded him against it, and ever cried out foully on Sir Lancelot. When Sir Bors and the other knights of Lancelot's party heard the fierce words of Sir Gawain, they too were passing wroth, and prayed to ride forth and be avenged upon him, for they were weary of so long waiting to no good. And in the end, Sir Lancelot, with a heavy heart, consented. So, on the morrow, the hosts of either side met in the field, and there was indeed a great battle. And Sir Gawain prayed his knights chiefly to set upon Sir Lancelot. But Sir Lancelot commanded his company to forbear King Arthur and Sir Gawain. So the two armies jousted together right fiercely, and Sir Gawain proffered to encounter with Sir Lionel and overthrew him. But Sir Bors and Sir Blamor and Sir Palomides, who were on Sir Lancelot's side, they did great feats of arms, and they overthrew many of King Arthur's knights. Then the king came forth against Sir Lancelot, but Sir Lancelot forbore him, and would not strike again. At that Sir Bors rode up against the king and smote him down, but Lancelot cried, "Touch him not, on pain of thy head." And going to King Arthur, he alighted and gave him his own horse, saying, "My lord, I pray thee forbear this strife, for it can bring neither of us to any honour." And when King Arthur looked on him, the tears came to his eyes as he thought of his noble courtesy. And he said within himself, "Alas, that ever this war began." But on the morrow Sir Gawain led forth the army again, and Sir Bors commanded on Sir Lancelot's side, and they two struck together so fiercely they both fell to the ground sorely wounded, and all the day they fought till night fell, and many were slain on both sides, yet in the end neither of them gained victory. But by now the fame of this fierce war spread through all Christendom, and when the Pope heard thereof, he sent a bull and charged King Arthur to make peace with Lancelot, and receive back Queen Guinevere, and for the offence imputed to her absolution she be given by the Pope. Thereto would King Arthur straightway have obeyed, but it was Sir Gawain that ever urged him to refuse. When Sir Lancelot heard thereof, he wrote, thus saying to the king, "It was never in my thought, Lord, to withhold thy queen from thee, but since she was condemned to death for my sake, I deemed it but a just and knightly part to rescue her therefrom. Wherefore I recommend me to your grace, and within 8 days I will come to thee and bring the queen in safety." And then, within 8 days, just as he had said, Sir Lancelot rode forth from the castle with Queen Guinevere and 100 knights for company, each carrying an olive branch in sign of peace. And so they came to the court, and found King Arthur sitting on his throne with Sir Gawain and many other knights around him. And when Sir Lancelot entered with the queen, they both kneeled down before the king. Anon Sir Lancelot rose and said, "My lord, I have brought hither my lady, the queen, again, as right requireth, and by the commandment of the Pope and you. I pray ye take her to your heart again, and forget the past. For myself, I may ask of nothing, and for my sin I shall have sorrow and sore punishment. Yet I would to heaven I might have your grace." But ere the king could answer, for he was moved with pity at his words, Sir Gawain cried aloud, "Let the king do as he will, but be sure, Sir Lancelot, thou and I shall never be accorded while we live. For thou hast slain my brethren traitorously and unarmed." "As heaven is my help," replied Sir Lancelot, "I did it ignorantly. For I love them well, and while I shall live, I will bewail their death. But to make war with me were no avail. For I must needs fight with thee, if thou assailest, and peradventure I might kill thee also, which I were right loth to do." "I will forgive thee never," cried Sir Gawain, "and if the king accordeth with thee, he shall lose my service." Then the knights who stood near tried to reconcile Sir Gawain and Sir Lancelot, but he would not hear them. So, at last, Sir Lancelot said, "Since peace is in vain, I will depart, lest I bring more evil upon my fellowship." And as he turned to go, the tears began to fall from him, and he said, "Alas, most noble Christian realm, which I have loved above all others, now shall I see thee never more." And then he said to the queen, "Madam, now must I leave ye, and this noble fellowship for ever, and I beseech ye, pray for me, and if ye ever be defamed of any, let me hear thereof, and as I have ever been thy true knight in right and wrong, so will I be again." With that he kneeled, and he kissed the hands of King Arthur, and departed on his way, and there was none in all the court, save Sir Gawain alone, but wept to see him go. So he returned with all his knights to the castle of La Joyeuse Garde, and, for his sorrow's sake, he named it Dolorous Garde thenceforth. Anon he left the realm, and with many of his fellowship beyond the sea to France, and there divided all his lands among them equally, but sharing as the rest. And from that time forward, peace had been between him and King Arthur. But for Sir Gawain, who left the king no rest, but constantly persuaded him that Lancelot was raising mighty hosts against him. So in the end, his malice overcame the king, who left the government in charge of Mordred, and made him guardian of the queen, and then went with the great army to invade Sir Lancelot's lands. Yet Sir Lancelot would make no war upon the king, and sent a message to gain peace on any terms King Arthur chose. But Sir Gawain met the herald ere he reached the king, and sent him back with taunting and bitter words. Whereat Sir Lancelot sorrowfully called his knights together, and fortified the castle Benwick, and they were shortly besieged by the very army of King Arthur. And every day Sir Gawain rode up to the walls, and cried out foully upon Sir Lancelot, till upon a time Sir Lancelot answered him that he would meet him on the field, and put his boasting to proof. So it was agreed on both sides that there should be none come nigh to them, or separate them, till one had fallen or yielded. And with that the two knights rode forth. Then did they wheel their horses apart, and turning came together as it had been thunder, so that both horses fell, and both of their lances broke. At that they drew their swords and set upon each other fiercely, passing grievous strokes. Now Sir Gawain had through magic a marvellous great gift, for every day from morning till noon his strength waxed to the might of 7 men, but after that waned to his natural force. Therefore till noon he gave Sir Lancelot many mighty blows, which scarcely he endured. Yet greatly he forbore Sir Gawain, for he was aware of this enchantment, and smote him slightly, till his own knights marvelled. But after noon Sir Gawain's strength began to sink, and then with one full blow Sir Lancelot had laid him upon the earth, and Sir Gawain cried out, "Turn not away, thou traitor knight, but slay me if thou wilt, or else I will arise and fight with thee again some other time." "Sir knight," replied Sir Lancelot, "I never yet smote a fallen man." At that they bore Sir Gawain sorely wounded to his tent, and King Arthur withdrew his men, for he was loth to shed the blood of so many knights of his own fellowship. But now came tidings to King Arthur from across the sea, which caused him to return in haste. For thus the news ran, that no sooner was Mordred set up in his regency than he had forged false tidings from abroad, and the king had fallen in battle with Sir Lancelot. Whereat he had proclaimed himself king, of course, and had been crowned at Canterbury.
where he had held a coronation feast for 15 days. Then he had gone to Winchester, where Queen Guinevere abode, and commanded her to be his wife, whereto, for fear and sore perplexity, she had feigned consent, but under the pretext of preparing for the marriage, had fled to haste in London, and taken shelter in the Tower, fortifying it, and providing it with all manner of victuals, and defending it, of course, against Sir Mordred, answering to all his threats that she would rather slay herself than be his queen. Thus was it written to King Arthur. Then in passing great wrath and haste, he came with all his arms swiftly back from France, and sailed to England. But when Sir Mordred heard thereof, he left the Tower, and marched with all his host to meet the king at Dover. Then fled Queen Guinevere to Amesbury to a nunnery, and there she clothed herself in sackcloth, and spent her time in prayer for the king, and in good deeds and fasting, and in that nunnery evermore she lived, sorely repenting and mourning for her sin, and for the ruin that she had brought upon her realm. Thereanon she died. And when Sir Lancelot heard thereof, he put his knightly armour off, and bade farewell to his kin, and went on a mighty pilgrimage for many, many years, and lived as a hermit until his death. When Sir Mordred came to Dover, he found King Arthur and his army but just landed, and there they fought a fierce and bloody battle, and many great nobles and knights fell on both sides. But the king's side had the victory, for he was beyond himself with might and passion, and all his friends so fiercely followed him that in spite of their multitude they drove Sir Mordred's army back with fearful wounds and slaughter, and slept that very night upon the same battlefield. But Sir Gawain was smitten by an arrow in the wound that Sir Lancelot had given him, and wounded to the death. Then he was borne to the king's tent, and King Arthur sorrowed over him, as it had been his own son. Alas, he said, in Sir Lancelot and in you I had my greatest earthly joy, and now it is all gone. It has all left me. Sir Gawain answered with a feeble voice, My lord and king, I know well that my death has come, and though through my own willingness, for I am smitten in the wound Sir Lancelot had given me, alas, that I had been the cause of all of this war, for but for me thou hadst now been at peace with Lancelot, and then that Mordred had never done this treason. I pray thee, therefore, be now agreed with Lancelot, and tell him that although he gave me my death wound, it was through my own seeking. Wherefore I beseech him, come back to England, and here visit my tomb, and pray for my soul. When he had thus spoken, Sir Gawain gave up his ghost, and the king grievously mourned for him. Then they told him that the enemy had camped at Barham Downs, whereat, with all his host, he straightway marched there, and fought again a bloody battle, and overthrew Sir Mordred utterly. Howbeit, he raised yet another army, and retreating ever from before the king, increased his numbers as he went, till at the farthest west in Lyonesse he once more made his stand. Now, on the night of Trinity Sunday, being the eve of the battle, King Arthur had a vision, and he saw Sir Gawain in a dream, who warned him not to fight with Mordred on the morrow, else he would surely be slain, and prayed him to delay till Lancelot and his knights should come to aid him. So when King Arthur woke, he told his lords and knights of that vision, and all agreed to wait till the coming of Sir Lancelot. Then a herald was sent with a message of truce to Sir Mordred, and a treaty was made
that neither army should assail the other. But when the treaty was agreed upon, the heralds returned. King Arthur said to his knights, "Beware, lest Mordred deceive us, for I in no wise trust him, and if swords be drawn, be ready to encounter." And Sir Mordred likewise gave an order that if any man of the king's army drew his sword, they should begin to fight. As it chanced, a knight of the king's side was bitten by an adder in the foot, and hastily drew forth his sword to slay it. That saw Sir Mordred, and forthwith commanded all of his army to assail the kings. So both sides rushed out to the battle, and fought passing fiercely. And when the king saw there was no hope to slay them, he did right mightily and nobly as a king should do, and ever like a lion raged in the thickest of the press, and slew off the right hand and off the left, till his horse went fetlock in deep blood. So all day long they fought, and stinted not, till many a noble knight was slain. But the king himself was passing sorrowful to see his trusty knights lie dead on either side of him, and at last but two remained beside him, Sir Lucan and his brother Sir Bedivere, and both of them sorely wounded. "Now I am come to mine end," said King Arthur. "But lo, that traitor Mordred liveth yet. I may not die until I have slain him. Give me my spear, Sir Lucan." "Lord, let him be," replied Sir Lucan, "for if ye pass through this unhappy day, ye shall be right well revenged upon him. My good lord, remember well your dream, and what the spirit of Sir Gawain did forewarn ye." "Betide me life, betide me death," said the king. "Now I see him yonder alone. He shall never escape my hands, for to better vantage shall I never have him." "God speed you well, my king," said Sir Bedivere. Then King Arthur got his spear in both hands, and ran towards Sir Mordred, crying, "Traitor, now is thy death day come." And when Sir Mordred heard his words, and saw him come, he drew his sword, and stood to meet him. Then King Arthur smote Sir Mordred through the body more than a fathom. And when Sir Mordred felt that he had his death wound, he thrust himself with all his might up to the end of King Arthur's spear, and smote his father Arthur with his sword upon the head, so that it pierced both helm and skull. And therewith Sir Mordred fell down stark dead upon the cold earth, and King Arthur fell down by his side in a swoon, and he grieved and cried many times. Then Sir Lucan and Sir Bedivere came and bare him away to a little chapel by the seashore, and there Sir Lucan sunk down with the bleeding of his own wounds, and fell dead himself. King Arthur lay long in a swoon, and when he came to himself, he found Sir Lucan dead beside him, and Sir Bedivere weeping over the body of his brother. Then said the king to Sir Bedivere, "Weeping will avail no longer, else I would grieve for evermore. Alas, now is the fellowship of the Round Table dissolved forever, and all my realm I have so loved is wasted with war. But my time heeth fast. Wherefore take thou Excalibur, my good sword, and go therewith to yonder waterside, and throw it in, and bring me word what thing thou seest." So Sir Bedivere departed, but as he went, he looked upon the sword, the hilt whereof was all inlaid with precious stones exceedingly rich, and presently he said within himself,
If I now throw this sword into the water, what good should come of it? So he hid the sword among the reeds, and came again to the king. What sawest thou? The king said. Lord, I saw nothing else but the wind and the waves. Thou hast untruly spoken, said the king. Wherefore go lightly back and throw it in, and spare not. Then Sir Bedivere returned again, and took up the sword in his hand. But when he looked upon it, he thought it a sin, and ashamed to throw away something so noble. Wherefore he hid it yet again, and he went back to the king. What saw ye? Said King Arthur. Lord, I saw nothing but the water ebbing and flowing. Oh, ye traitor and untrue, cried out the king. Twice hast thou now betrayed me. Art thou called of a men a noble knight, and wouldst betray me for a jewelled sword? Now therefore go again for the last time, for thy tarrying hath put me in a sore peril of life, and I fear my wound have taken cold. And if thou do not do it this time, by my faith I will arise and slay thee with my own hands. Then Sir Bedivere ran quickly, and took up the sword, and went down to the water's edge, and bound the girdle round the hilt, and threw it far into the water, and lo, an arm and a hand came forth above the water, and caught the sword, brandished it 3 times, and vanished. So Sir Bedivere came again to the king, and told him what he had seen. Help me from hence, said King Arthur, for I dread me. I have tarried over long. Then Sir Bedivere took the king up in his arms, and bore him to the water's edge. By the shore, they saw a barge with 3 fair queens therein, all dressed in black. And when they saw King Arthur, they wept and wailed. Now put me in the barge, he said to Sir Bedivere, and tenderly he did so. Then the 3 queens received him, and he laid his head upon the lap of one of them, who cried, Alas, dear brother, why have ye tarried so long? For your wound have taken cold. With that last barge put from the land, and when Sir Bedivere saw it departing, he cried in bitterness, Alas, my lord King Arthur, what shall become of me now that you have gone? Comfort ye, said King Arthur, and be strong, for I may no more help ye. I go to the Vale of Accolon to help me of my grievous wound, and if ye see me no more, pray for my soul. Then the 3 queens kneeled down around the king, sorely weeping and wailing, and the barge went forth to sea, departed slowly out of Sir Bedivere's sight. The end. Wow. Well, that was certainly a long series, wasn't it? Oh, it was very nice, and I enjoyed it. I hope that you enjoyed it too. I would make the assumption that you did, if you are still listening. Of course, we'll put it all into a big long video later on. But allow me to thank all the top-tier patrons and supporters on YouTube that make all this possible. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn Duis, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review. Check him out on YouTube if you're into Orthodox Christian stuff. He gives a pretty good perspective, actually. Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Video Man, Ryan, Thor, and Cameron. Thank you dearly to everyone who's listened so far.
And whether it's history, folklore, or just some point of view, I'll be here to talk about it, right here on YouTube. Relax, everyone. It's gonna be all right. Lots of love to you all. Good night for now.